A dull thud echoed, plunging Chao Yang into darkness as he lost consciousness. Though faintly, a mechanical voice seemed to resonate in the distance. Ding! Suitable host detected, system binding initiated. Beep beep beep. Alert! Host has lost vital signs, activating automatic repair function. Beep beep beep. Severe bodily damage detected, repair impossible. Emergency protocol activated, reincarnation commencing. Ding! Host reincarnation complete. Damn it. Just because that filthy truck has connections, it thinks it can run a red light? Bastard. As if awakening from a nightmare, Chao Yang suddenly opened his eyes, greedily inhaling the air around him. Upon discerning his surroundings, he was momentarily stunned. The aged room, imbued with the passage of time, was filled with historically resonant furniture, its yellowed walls peeling away. Everything felt so familiar. Beneath him was a hard, creaky wooden chair, and before him, on a dilapidated writing desk, lay an old model smartphone, beside which a second-hand laptop displayed a flamboyant female streamer posing provocatively. Next to the laptop rested a brand-new university admission letter. This scene instantly evoked the deepest memories within Chao Yang's heart. After receiving his acceptance letter from Magic City University, he had indulged himself by scouring the second-hand market for a laptop as a reward. Though it was a used bargain, this laptop was truly a gem, boasting exceptional specifications, perfectly capable of gaming, watching films, and streaming without issue. Initially, it was intended for gaming, however. To refine his skills, he downloaded Fly Fish Live. After tiring of watching gaming experts, he casually browsed the platform, only to inadvertently stumble into the Star Show channel, captivated by the enchanting female streamer, leading his interests astray. In this day and age, without experiencing the charms of a streamer, one remains oblivious to the allure of women. Likewise, without witnessing a female streamer's performance, one cannot fathom the extent of their allure. At 18, Chao Yang was immediately drawn in, deeply resonating with the saying, "Once you enter the world of streaming, it is an abyss, and from then on, integrity becomes a mirror." Passerby, staring blankly at the scene before him, Chao Yang suddenly could not contain his laughter. He had been reborn. He had truly been reborn. Oh heavens, I adore you. Wait, it seems all of this is thanks to the system. I confess, dear system, you are my greatest love in this life. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint blue screen materialized before Chao Yang. Having been a seasoned web fiction enthusiast in his previous life, he felt no panic at this moment. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. It has arrived. It has arrived. The life of a legendary player has come. Basic information. System level. Level 1. Host. Chao Yang. Age. 18 years. Height. 182 centimeter. Weight. 74 kg. Basic attributes. Note. Scored out of 100, with a passing score of 60 for an average. Individual attributes can be enhanced later. Intelligence. 80. Charm. 72. Physique. 70. Endurance. 69. Personal wealth. 1,586.95 yuan. Novice gift pack. Awaiting activation. Gazing at the straightforward system panel, Chao Yang couldn't help but nod inwardly. All attributes surpassed the passing mark, which was commendable. However, he was disheartened by the rather low endurance score. In his past life, he had certainly proven himself to be a man of stamina. How could it be so low? Was it merely because he was still a novice in this life? Yet, upon noticing the annotation above, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Attributes could indeed be enhanced. Thus, he felt reassured. System brother, are you there? Chao Yang excitedly called out in his mind. System, I am here, the third generation Super Tycoon, brand new 4G version, at your service. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has yet to activate the novice gift pack. Shall we proceed with the activation now? Wait, the system can perform OTA updates? Chao Yang was genuinely astounded by the system's capabilities. After a moment of composure, he managed to suppress his exhilaration and replied, "Activate." Ding! Novice gift pack activated. Congratulations. Host, you have received 500 million in reward funds. As the notification concluded, a new line appeared on the system panel. Reward funds. 500 million expenditure can elevate the system to level 2. Upon seeing the multitude of zeros, Chao Yang felt as though his eyes were nearly overwhelmed. 100,000, million, billion, oh my, 500 million, an amount he had never encountered even in his previous life, a figure so immense that one could only dream of it. It was all thanks to you, system brother. So generous. In an instant, Chao Yang was ecstatic, but within moments, his brow furrowed in confusion. Wait, system brother, this doesn't seem to be actual money. What does reward funds mean? Reward funds are a form of virtual currency intended for online consumption. They cannot be withdrawn or cashed out in any form, and are solely usable for live streaming, game recharges, novel tips, and other online expenditures. Should the host achieve a composite score of 80 points in target consumption, a double cashback will be awarded, and enhancing the target's favorability will yield additional rewards. The source of the cashback funds is legitimate and lawful, derived from the stock market, futures, and other financial fields. Each time the host receives cashback, a portion of the wealth of capitalists across the ocean diminishes. Hearing this from the system, Chao Yang could no longer contain his excitement. Wow, I love it. I absolutely adore it. Providing for the qualified goddesses would yield cashback, and double at that. The crucial point was that his gains would simultaneously diminish the wealth of those capitalists. Given this, he would not hold back. He would ensure that capitalists faced bankruptcy and ascended to the rooftop. Incredible, truly remarkable in this life. Failing to thrive would be a disservice to the life of a hustler. As Chao Yang reveled in excitement, a sultry voice from the second hand laptop startled him, causing a jolt of surprise. Welcome, my Daddy Madman. Good afternoon, Daddy Madman. Chao Yang focused intently, realizing that a duke had graced the live stream. The noble title of duke required a hefty sum of 15,000 for access, which explained the exuberance of the female streamer. This gentleman, known as Madman, did not disappoint the streamer without hesitation. He showered the chat with 3 confession fireworks. Each confession firework cost 520 yuan, totaling a staggering 1,560 yuan. The 2 affectionate utterances of daddy seemed to have been gilded in gold. Thank you, my daddy Madman. Love you lots, moi. Instantly, the gentleman launched 2 more confession fireworks. In less than a minute, the little wildcat received gifts amounting to a remarkable 2,600 yuan. At this moment, not only the little wildcat, but also the viewers in the chat were utterly captivated. Boss, are you out of your mind? With that kind of money, wouldn't a splendid spa be more enjoyable? Come on, you don't understand. The streamer is raking in cash now. In a few days, shall be. Hey, got it. Understood. Comprehended. With over a decade of experience, Chao Yang couldn't help but smile and sent a comment. Got it 10086. However, as soon as he sent the message, his expression changed abruptly. You have been muted by the streamer for 3 months. What the hell? He merely followed the trend and commented. And now he was muted? For 3 whole months? If you have money, feel free to spend it. But if you're broke, keep quiet. The distinctive comments reserved for Duke-level users stood out in the chat. Daddy Madman, don't pay them any mind, they're just attention-seeking trolls. I've already muted them. Observing the gentleman's comment, the little wildcat, who had muted Chao Yang for 3 months, spoke in a melodious tone. It's not like the streamer should mute someone just for making a joke. In response, a viewer named Floating Dream quickly typed a comment that he was the one who had previously remarked that the streamer would soon be putting on a show, and seeing someone else merely echo a comment and get muted irked him. Did you not notice what just happened? Floating Dream? I didn't mute you, so why act all innocent? The little wildcat looked at Floating Dream's comment with visible annoyance. After a pause, she dismissively continued, This is your first time in my stream, isn't it? You have no idea that there's been an influx of trolls lately. This one-level newbie account screams troll. I'm just setting an example to prevent future issues. But they didn't say anything offensive. How can you assume they're a troll? It was clear that she was shamelessly fawning over the gentleman. Yet she spoke with such conviction. Was she implying that because she hadn't muted him, he should be grateful? The little wildcat's bizarre reasoning truly disgusted Floating Dream, and he couldn't help but send another comment. However, upon noticing the barrage of comments, the little wildcat did not pay them any heed. Instead, she furrowed her brow, instantly adopting a look of pitiful vulnerability. Crazy daddy look? Look at him. What has he done wrong to warrant such targeted hostility? Floating life, do not stir the pot recklessly, or you might find yourself muted as well. Am I stirring the pot? What's that? Are you disputing my words? Fine, then step up and compete. Let's see who ranks higher. You're all talk and no action. Floating Life stared wide-eyed at the barrage, a surge of anger bubbling within, impossible to suppress. Indeed, there are peculiar streamers as well as eccentric viewers. The animosity online often strikes unexpectedly and feels rather absurd. Yet it is infuriating. What the hell? Can one simply flaunt their wealth to intimidate others? In an instant, Floating Life straightened up, hands poised over the keyboard, ready to compose a scathing letter addressing the other's family. However, after typing just a few words, he halted. A chill swept through his heart. What is the point of this? It would likely only result in his own muting and further humiliation. Truly, it is impressive to have money in both reality and streaming. Wealth commands respect, and even in his rage, he had to concede this truth. Initially, he had sought mere amusement, only to encounter such distasteful individuals. What a stroke of bad luck. Thank you, crazy daddy. That's so manly. At this moment, the little wildcat unabashedly fawned over the big brother, smiling obsequiously. She bore no guilt over the earlier incident. The player named Floating Life was merely a ranger, and a rather insignificant one at that. Likely just a penny pincher. Even 100 of him could not compare to the top-ranking brother. The player she had muted, known as Windy Freedom, was even less noteworthy. So what if he was muted? What would he do about it? As long as she clung tightly to the big brother's coattails, she would surely soar. Crazy daddy, would you like to see a dance? I can perform one for you. Let's skip the dance for now. I've just invested 50,000 today. Let's head to PK. Guaranteed win. Crazy daddy, you're magnificent. Gazing at her big brother's exuberant comments, the little wildcat's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon witnessing this, Floating Life, who had initially planned to leave the stream, found himself momentarily stunned, instead choosing to stay. What a farce. I wish you all the misfortune in your endeavors. May you fail miserably. Though he restrained himself from engaging in further verbal disputes, the anger within Floating Life remained unabated, continuously cursing under his breath. He yearned to witness the moment of the other's downfall. While he felt furious, even more incensed was Chao Yang. Onlookers could no longer tolerate the spectacle, let alone him, the one directly involved. Yet, muted by that wretched streamer, he could not unleash his frustration. In his previous life, encountering such distasteful occurrences, he would likely have chosen to let it slide, having been dulled by the harshness of reality. Although he once embodied the vigor of youth, upon entering society, he found himself unaccustomed to the harsh realities of the workplace, facing a boss who offered him no leniency. The outcome was inevitably became unemployed, in the relentless struggle between employment and unemployment. He gradually learned to navigate the complexities of life, silently enduring injustices like a wise sage. Such a version of himself became increasingly intolerable. Weary of constantly reading others' expressions, he ultimately made the resolute decision to resign from a seemingly glamorous job, opting instead for a path of his own choosing. However, after scarcely half a year of delivering takeout, fate dealt him a cruel Honda was met with an untimely demise at the hands of a construction vehicle, only to be inexplicably returned to the age of 18 by an unyielding system that in his previous life, he had long since played the part of the wise fool, in this new existence. Would he continue to endure such indignities? Reborn with an extraordinary advantage, he commenced his journey with a staggering 500 million in rewards. In this life, no one would dare to impose upon him, even if it were his own offspring. He would not hesitate to discipline them. What? Youthful arrogance? Isn't youthful exuberance the very essence of being young? At this moment, upon hearing that two rival contenders were set to clash, a smile crept across Chao Yang's face. Victory was assured. Under my watchful gaze, you think you can prevail? I would sooner end it all than allow you to win. I would gift the system to my esteemed readers. True to expectations, the feisty little cat quickly matched with a streamer after clicking on a random PK option. The live stream split into two, revealing a stunning beauty on the right side. Yet, this enchanting female streamer rested her chin on her hand, her eyes shimmering with a melancholic aura, as if lost in a sorrowful reverie. Hey, miss, how shall we play? The little cat cast a jealous glance at the streamer, her tone casual yet probing. Ditto. I apologize, I'm just free, no one is home. The beauty responded, snapping out of her daze with a faint smile. Though her smile was present, It bore a haunting beauty, as if she were grappling with an unshakable sorrow to eye in that moment. Despite her seemingly pensive demeanor, her extraordinary beauty instantly overshadowed the little cat, leaving her in the dust. Her presence caused the viewers in the live stream to collectively sit up and take notice, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Chao Yang's heart raced, his eyes widening in disbelief. To his astonishment, having just been reborn, he encountered someone he recognized in the vast expanse of the internet. Though he had yet to officially step onto a university campus, his memories from his previous life remained vivid and intact. Wasn't this the campus goddess from the year above him? In his former life, although they had never interacted, her image was deeply etched in his memory. At the welcoming gala, amidst swirling mists, she had made a stunning entrance in a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, her melodious voice resonating with all present, shaking their very souls on her debut. Countless freshmen had regarded her as their dream goddess. Before Chao Yang could dwell further on his nostalgia, the system's notification echoed sharply in his mind. Ding! A target with a satisfactory comprehensive rating has been detected. The host may reward consumption and receive double cashback. Target: Song Qingyan. Age: 19 years. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Attractiveness: 94 points. Figure: 89 points. Drivers: 0. Affinity: 0. As Xiao Yang gazed at the information regarding his senior, Song Qingyan, displayed on the pale blue screen, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Being one of the 4 renowned beauties at Moda University, it came as no surprise that Song Qingyan possessed such remarkable ratings in both appearance and physique. What delighted him even more was the revelation that her number of drivers was astonishingly 0. Did this not imply that she was stilled in his memory? The rumors surrounding this enigmatic senior had never ceased, and even as a freshman, Chao Yang had heard numerous tales. It was now evident that those whispers were merely malicious slanders. This discovery instantly uplifted Chao Yang's spirits. What a twist of fate! If he were to engage in consumption within the senior's livestream, he could not only trample upon the deceitful couple, but also reap double cashback. In a word, exhilarating. Chapter 3, Duke? What nonsense. Honestly, what is the point of broadcasting when no one is watching? It merely diminishes one's dignity. Humph. What good is being beautiful if one is merely a mediocre streamer? The little wildcat scoffed internally, pursing her lips before muting her microphone to solicit votes, fearing that even a single word might tarnish her own status. Suddenly, the previously deserted live stream of Song Qingyan was graced by a surge of over 10 viewers, all having migrated from the little wildcat's channel. Goodness, this streamer's beauty and charisma are absolutely stunning. How had I never noticed such a lovely host on Feiyu before? She could undoubtedly rank among the top 5. Welcome everyone to Qingyan's live stream. Welcome. Song Qingyan, seeing the influx of viewers, mustered her energy and greeted them warmly. Not a single person in this live stream. Huh? Floating Dream, having also joined, perused the audience list and was taken aback. Unlike others who were drawn by the streamer's looks, he was eagerly anticipating the downfall of the little wildcat and that despicable madman. He initially thought Song Qingyan's claim of having no viewers was mere modesty, but upon arriving, he was shocked to find it was indeed true. At that moment, Chao Yang entered, equally bewildered by the scene. In terms of beauty, the senior was universally acknowledged as one of the 4 campus flowers at Moda University. Regarding talent, she had consistently been the highlight of every performance organized by the school. How could a goddess of such caliber, possessing both beauty and talent, struggle so pitifully as a streamer? Surely, it couldn't be that not a single person was present. Had the viewers of Feiyu lost their sight? Chao Yang found it difficult to comprehend. However, he had no time for further contemplation. He needed to recharge immediately, as the broadcast had commenced. At that moment, what was previously a balanced health bar shifted dramatically. 1040 versus 0. Under the relentless adoration of the little wildcat, the madman had sent forth 2 confession fireworks. Song Qingyan's health bar was instantly depleted. Thank you, Madman Daddy, for the fireworks. Love you, heart emoji. The little wildcat gazed at the fireworks animation in the live stream, her eyes sparkling with delight as she clasped her hands to her chest, making heart gestures. The opposing team was not performing well. This round was rather dull. The madman, upon seeing this, smiled arrogantly and sent a message. This round is secured. In Song Qingyin's live stream, Floating Dream sent a 33 card. Floating Dream sent a 33 card. Gritting his teeth, he sent 2 sets of 33 cards, successfully restoring Song Qingyin's health bar by a mere centimeter. As a frugal individual who relished in frivolity, he had done his utmost. After sending the cards, he began to furiously type on the keyboard. Streamer, did you just start? This is all I can assist you with. The opposing team is fierce. Hurry and call upon your big brother. There's still time. The emergence of the card left Song Qinyin momentarily stunned. She expressed her gratitude for the generous gift from Fuxinggu, feeling it was quite extravagant. Just as she finished her thanks, she noticed the barrage of comments from Fuxing Rumming, prompting her to smile sadly and say, I apologize for disappointing you. I do not have a big brother. It is what it is. Upon hearing this, Fuxing Ruming's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a stunning broadcaster have no big brother? It seemed utterly absurd. After observing Song Qinyin for a few moments, he realized she was not joking, and his heart sank with disappointment. The live stream fell into an eerie silence, with the health bar remaining unchanged for a full 2 minutes. On the other hand, Zioyima only sent a couple of fireworks but did not continue gifting. Nevertheless, the momentum remained overwhelmingly in their favor, as if they were confident of victory. Sighing inwardly, Fuxing Rumung felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. It seemed he would have to wait for the next opportunity to see that obnoxious couple get their comeuppance, which only deepened his gloom. However, at that moment, the quiet live stream erupted with a dazzling display of fireworks. Fuxing Ruming's heart raced, startled by the sudden spectacle. A wind as free as air sent out confession fireworks worth 10. A wind as free as air sent out confession fireworks worth 10. A wind as free as air sent out confession fireworks worth 10. Each firework cost 520 yuan. A set of 10 amounted to 200 yuan, and 3 sets totaled 600 yuan. In such a brief span, over 15,000 yuan had been gifted. Incredible, incredible. Big Brother is truly remarkable. 6,666. Fuxing Rumung quickly sent a comment, nearly leaping with excitement. The tide had turned, indeed. It was clear that such a stunning broadcaster could not possibly lack support. Watching Zioyima's health bar plummet instantly, Fuxing Rumung couldn't help but laugh aloud. Yet, in the next moment, when he beheld the imposing figure of this big brother, his laughter abruptly ceased. Wasn't this the very individual who had been muted by Zioyima for 3 months? Realizing this, he felt a pang of urgency, forcing a bitter smile as he hastily typed on his keyboard. A wind as free as air. Hey buddy, calm down, just take it easy. I know you're upset about being muted, but there's no need for such impetuousness. Please, heed my advice and stay composed, no matter how angry you are. Don't let it cloud your judgment. Observing that Chao Yang had not even begun with a single noble gift, yet had unleashed over 15,000 yuan in one go, Fuxing Rumong, as a seasoned participant in the stream, couldn't help but send another wave of cautionary comments. After spending considerable time in the live stream, he understood that the reasons behind such fervent gifting were either losing oneself in the broadcaster's repeated calls of Big Brother or being overtaken by a competitive spirit. In his view, it was evident that Chao Yang belonged to the latter category. Due to a moment of impulsiveness, he once invested over a month's salary, reveling in the thrill of the act. However, as he sat down to eat instant noodles the following month, tears streamed down his face. The consequences were far graver than he had anticipated. This little outburst had cost him dearly, over 10,000. Would he even be able to afford instant noodles next month? Ding. The host has successfully completed a transaction and received double cashback from the system. Ding. The host has successfully completed a transaction and received double cashback from the system. Ding. The host has successfully completed a transaction and received double cashback from the system. After a brief trial run, the system's notifications invigorated Chao Yang. Just as he was about to showcase his prowess, he found himself chuckling at the ephemeral comments floating across the screen. To be fair, he held a favorable impression of this brother. In the Little Wildcats live stream, he had previously stood up for himself and was now advising him against reckless spending, which warmed Chao Yang's heart. However, he realized he had misjudged the situation. Silently, Chao Yang thought, "Brother, you simply do not understand. Not spending is not an option. How else would I earn cashback? I must not only spend, but I must spend extravagantly from now on. Who understands the agony of never losing? Rest assured, I have it all under control." With a smile, Chao Yang returned a comment and clicked on the gift section, preparing to unleash his spending spree. What nonsense about a duke. I'll show you who's truly formidable. Chapter 4. The Thrill of Victory. What? The opponent has begun to retaliate. Watching his previously dominating health bar vanish in an instant, Little Wildcat momentarily fell into a daze. Could it be that a formidable opponent had arrived? She hurriedly logged into the opposing live stream, only to be met with disbelief upon seeing the extravagant gifts being sent. At first, she thought her eyes were deceiving her. After rubbing them and taking a closer look, she finally confirmed her suspicions. Wasn't this the very same newcomer she had just silenced? What a surprise. She had initially thought a strong player had come to challenge her, but it turned out to be just a newcomer acting rashly. Madman, help me. They are going all out. Do you know who is on the other side? It's the newcomer I just silenced. Clearly, this was a challenge. A way to vent their frustrations. Upon hearing this, Madman paused momentarily before a disdainful smirk appeared on his lips. He had thought the formidable player was coming for him, only to realize it was merely a counterattack from a newcomer. Huh, you think you can challenge my pocket money with your entire fortune? You are sorely mistaken. Madman sends 10 confession fireworks. Madman sends 10 confession fireworks. Madman sends 10 confession fireworks. Thank you, Madman. You are incredible. As the fireworks effects exploded on screen, Little Wildcat erupted in excitement, her hands forming a heart shape over her chest. Newcomer, you think you can suppress my duke? Dream on. Watching the health bar rebound, Madman wore a relaxed smile, even lighting a cigarette and savoring a deep puff. However, as he exhaled the smoke, his expression suddenly changed. To his astonishment, the opponent had surged ahead once more. How infuriating. A mere novice account dared to leap so boldly. I shall quell your audacity. With a cigarette held askew in his mouth, the madman immediately began to shower gifts again. Madman sent 10 confession fireworks. Madman sent 10 confession fireworks. Madman sent 10 confession fireworks. Over 10,000 in gifts were once again unleashed, and he beamed with pride, for his side's tally, along with some scattered votes, had soared to 32,000, completely outpacing the rival. Yet, this time, he had no time even to take a drag from his cigarette. As he watched the opponent's previously lagging votes swiftly catch up and then surpass his own. Damn it! In a fit of rage, the madman bit down hard on the cigarette, but did they truly believe they could trample over me? Such delusions. It's merely a matter of spamming gifts. I have charged 5,000 today. That's enough to equal the salary of an average white-collar worker for half a year. Challenging me. With a face as grim as a thundercloud, the madman resumed his frenzied clicking of gifts. It was not until he had clicked repeatedly, only to find no more gifts emerging, that he realized his 5,000 had been exhausted. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that the rival was still going strong and had already surpassed his count. The madman was taken aback. Impossible, utterly inconceivable. Staring blankly at the screen, he felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare. After spending 5,000, he still could not overcome a mere novice account? At that moment, the madman was on the brink of madness. A sudden searing pain in his thigh made him jump up. He had unknowingly dropped his cigarette into his lap, nearly scalding himself. Ouch, it had already started to blister. This was no dream. Ding. The host consumption was successful. Double cashback from the system acquired. Ding. The host consumption was successful. Double cashback from the system acquired. Ding. The host consumption was successful. Double cashback from the system acquired. As the incessant notification sounds echoed in his mind, Chao Yang's lips curled into a smile, and he began to spend extravagantly. In Song Qingyan's live broadcast, she expressed her gratitude to Brother Freedom for the confession fireworks. Big brother, you are amazing. The screen was filled with dazzling fireworks effects in that moment. Even though her heart was heavy and despair loomed, Song Qingyan could not help but feel exhilarated, her previously dim eyes suddenly sparkling with brilliance. Ding. Song Qingyan's affection level rose by 10. Ding. Song Qingyan's affection level rose by 10. Ding. Song Qingyan's affection level rose by 20. However, after just a few seconds of excitement, the relentless oppression she had faced over the past 2 months wrapped around her heart like a lingering nightmare. The light in Song Qingyan's eyes dimmed once more, and her brilliance vanished instantly. Ding. Song Qingyan's affection level rose by 2. At this moment, the score of the little wildcat had stagnated, while their score had exceeded 60,000 and continued to rise. The live broadcast room was suddenly flooded with many onlookers. most of whom had jumped over from the little wildcat stream. As I gazed at the ceaseless array of effects in the live stream, my eyes were nearly bulging out with astonishment. What on earth was happening? The Duke's account had been thoroughly depleted, yet this novice account continued to flourish. In the blink of an eye, the score had surged to an astounding 70,000, and it showed no signs of stopping. Incredible. Truly remarkable, my friend. What a revelation. This Duke pales in comparison to a mere novice account. You have brought honor to us common players. It was as if a small knife had pierced through ignorance, awakening the senses. The thrill was palpable. The spectators, accustomed to freebies, were now consumed with fervor, witnessing the novice account triumph over the Grand Duke, creating an overwhelming sense of immersion. It was even more exhilarating than watching two wealthy titans clash. Naturally, this did not include floating life as a dream. Upon seeing that the score had reached 80,000 and that Xiao Yang showed no intention of halting, he couldn't help but pound his thigh in frustration. Brother, you're losing your mind. Enough is enough. Don't continue. The opponent is barely over 50,000. Victory is assured. Watching Xiao Yang, who remained silent and resolutely continued his spree, he sighed repeatedly in despair. It was over. This brother had truly lost control. Only when Xiao Yang had spent an entire 100,000 did he finally come to a halt, though not out of desire. But because his account had run dry, the system was flawless, yet the 500 million in rewards had not been credited to his account. Earlier, while he was recharging, the system had kindly linked his account to a virtual card, but alas, as a new account, it had limitations and time was short. He could only hastily recharge 100,000. There was no other choice. Even the internet had faltered at a crucial moment. This would have to suffice for now. Xiao Yang shrugged, lost in thought. At this moment, floating life as a dream was equally speechless. 100,000. In a moment of impulse, he had spent that amount. His entire annual salary was less than that. Had he lost his mind? Was he disregarding his livelihood? With a heavy sigh, floating life as a dream quickly sent a message in the chat. Brother, I'm not trying to criticize you, but why do you refuse to heed advice? Is it really worth it just to vent your frustrations? Sigh. Longhua Bank. Your account ending in 9966 has received a deposit of 10 for 100 yuan. And your current balance is 198 695 yuan. Longhua Bank. Your account ending in 9966 has received a deposit of 10 for 100 yuan, and your current balance is. As I glanced at my phone, inundated with notifications from the bank, the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth curved upward with difficulty, surpassing even that of a seasoned comedian. In such a short span, he had earned 200,000 yuan. He was truly on the verge of prosperity. However, the amount spent was still too meager, insignificant, truly a drop in the ocean. He surveyed the live stream, and upon noticing floating life as a dream's comments, Xiao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. This guy had good intentions, yet he was utterly oblivious to the reality. While others were pouring money into gifts and incurring losses, he was, in fact, profiting from the very act of gifting. No worries, it's all fine. If not for the time constraints, I would have liked to continue indulging. Don't overthink it. The thrill is all that matters. Let us see how that pair of pretentious fools will carry on now. Upon reading Xiao Yang's comments, floating life as a dream was momentarily taken aback. Observing the score, which overwhelmingly surpassed the opponent's by nearly double, his heart skipped a beat. One must admit, setting everything else aside, this was indeed exhilarating. He was already eager to fathom the mood of that madman at this moment. A certain victory? Huh. Chapter 5. Both taken offline as the countdown reached 0, it came to a definitive conclusion. On the side of the little wild cat, the madman, along with some small fans, ultimately amassed a score exceeding 51,400. Meanwhile, on Song Qingyan's side, Xiao Yang had scored 100,000. Combined with floating life as a dream's 66 card activations, totaling 100,396. It was an undisputed and absolute dominance. The little wild cat had lost beyond recovery. Madman, wasn't this supposed to be a guaranteed win? With such a meager sum, how dare you act boastfully? You call yourself a duke, but what use is that? You can't even triumph over a novice account. How do you expect to be taken seriously as an elder brother? How is it that I, with such little effort, have left you in the dust? You're certainly not impressive. With such trivial achievements, you should refrain from masquerading as an elder brother. It's utterly embarrassing. Madman, are you feeling furious now? Do you wish to kick me, or perhaps mute me? It's fine. If you wish to kick, Then kick. If you wish to mute, then mute. For you cannot surpass me anyway. Your capabilities end here. How dare you look down upon others? You're nothing. Come now. Show us what it means to rage and impotence. In the Little Wildcats live stream, as Chao Yang entered, he was immediately greeted by a barrage of comments from Floating Life as a Dream, which filled the screen within mere seconds. At that moment, he felt as if he had transformed into a land-based keyboard wizard. With a single keystroke, he silenced the entire Little Wildcat-esque live room in an instant. Such speed, if not showcased in a novel, would indeed be a pity. How dare you, a vanquished ranger, leap before me? Even at my lowest, I am still a duke. Who gave you the audacity, Zhang Jingru? At this moment, the madman's face turned crimson, his eyes bloodshot as he furiously typed a comment. You are mistaken. It's not Zhang Jingru, but Free Brother. What will you do now that I have the upper hand? Floating Life as a Dream chuckled lightly, rapidly typing a flurry of comments. This elder brother still flaunts his status as a duke. It's laughable to lose to a novice duke. How pathetic. Goodness, it's terrifying. A dignified duke is reduced to nothing. I've gained some insight, brothers. Who understands? My account is only level 10, and I usually refrain from speaking for fear of being kicked. To the brother above, no worries. Free Brother is currently supporting the novice account. 666. In the Little Wildcats live stream, with over 200 viewers, the true fans numbered merely 20 or 30. While most were merely passing by like Floating Life as a Dream, with a portion entirely drawn in by the recent excitement. At this moment, they couldn't help but voice their thoughts. As public outrage surged, the fans of the Little Wildcat, fully aware of their unjust position, fell silent, not daring to utter a word. The Little Wildcat, seated before the camera, appeared visibly pale, gazing at the barrage of negative comments flooding the screen. She found herself unable to mute them any longer. Little did she expect that merely silencing a novice account would escalate to such an unfathomable extent. After much effort, she had managed to curry favor with a certain duke, believing it would elevate her status. However, before she could even take flight, she experienced a catastrophic downfall. My goodness, the duke was outperformed by a mere rookie account. This revelation shattered her prior beliefs. Amidst the overwhelming negativity, her only hope was that her mad father would rise to the occasion and retaliate. This wishful thought was shared by the madman as well. But what could he use to fight back? His undergarments. Today's infusion of 50,000 was merely the freshly acquired funds for a project. He hadn't even paid his workers yet, and instead, he directed it all towards his account, hoping to assert himself. Who could have foreseen that he would inadvertently kick against a solid wall? When engaging in live streaming, one seeks dignity and presence. Yet, at that moment, the madman felt as though he had been dealt a stinging slap, the heat radiating from his face. This sensation was more distressing than a slap in reality, leaving him on the verge of spitting blood from the pent-up frustration. He yearned to expel this crowd, but that would only render him a figure of impotent rage. With a painful blister forming on his thigh, he glared at the screen, grinding his teeth as he watched the comments for an extended period. Driven by anger, he clicked the exit button. Damn it! With a resounding crash, he shattered his mouse. Oh my, look, the Duke has logged off. Unbelievable. A rookie account managed to force the Duke offline. Can you believe it? Incredible. Free Brother 666. As the comments in the live stream transformed, the Little Wildcat promptly opened the Duke's profile and confirmed that he had indeed logged off. In an instant, she resembled a forsaken bride, her complexion turning ashen. While she had witnessed many boastful streamers, it was rare to see one display such audacity. The streamer laid bare their true colors, admitting to being a critic. You mute me, and why not leave the Duke unmuted? That would be splendid. Yes, indeed. Come on, streamer, please mute me. Mute me once. Mute me 100 times. The Little Wildcat stared at the comments, rendered speechless as they echoed her sentiments. With the Duke gone, she found no remaining bravado. Trembling uncontrollably, she abruptly ended her broadcast. In Song Qingyan's live stream, a wave of satisfaction washed over as Floating Life in a Dream gleefully commented on the expulsion of the troublesome couple. Upon reading this, Chao Yang couldn't help but chuckle, admitting that he had indeed found a certain pleasure in watching the chaos unfold in the Little Wildcat's stream. Floating Life in a Dream remarked, that was quite refreshing, truly satisfying. Chao Yang, in his approachable manner, chimed in with a comment. Well, this fellow is quite agreeable. He genuinely steps up when needed. This remark caused floating life in a dream to blush with embarrassment. In the face of past injustices, he ultimately chose to retreat. Somewhere along the way, he became accustomed to living in subservience. At some point, he morphed into a character defined by timidity. Unbeknownst to him, he had bent his spine. Oh, the absurdity of society. Once upon a time, he had forgotten that he too possessed a fervent spirit. Once upon a time, he had forgotten that he could also be filled with vitality. In this very moment, life feels like a fleeting dream, and an overwhelming urge to weep suddenly arises. Stripping away the impulsive emotions, this man, as free as the wind, fights for his breath, demonstrating resilience, courage, and audacity that stirs his very soul. Is not living itself a matter of pride? Life and death viewed with indifference. If one is unwilling, then let them fight. As free as the wind. Spare me the mockery. I am embarrassed. For many years, I haven't genuinely submitted to anyone. Now, I yield to you, Brother Freedom. I may not excel at gifting, but my speed of coding, over 300 lines in a minute, has yet to be bested in a verbal duel. Should you ever need assistance, Brother Freedom, feel free to call upon me. Indeed, Brother Freedom is truly impressive. 100,000 yuan spent without hesitation. Such audacity commands my respect. Do you seek a humble follower, my esteemed brother? How splendid it is that you bring honor to the novice. As he watched the barrage of compliments flooding the live stream, Chao Yang found it impossible to discern sincerity from pretense, yet it felt inconsequential. However, one cannot deny that this sensation of being the absolute center of attention is indeed intoxicating. Is this the pleasure of being a big brother? Chao Yang seemed to grasp a hint of it. Whether in reality or the digital realm, it is undeniable that wealth equates to power. Money is a man's courage. The sword of a hero. Possessing wealth grants one privilege and the confidence to hold one's head high. Having once been impoverished in a past life, he now felt a surge of unrestrained ambition. Dear host, you seem rather ungrateful. Brother Freedom has gifted 100,000, yet you fail to express your gratitude. A sudden comment struck a chord within Chao Yang. At this moment, his schoolflower senior appeared to be burdened with unspoken worries. This should not be the case. Having received such a generous gift, she ought to be elated. Chapter 6. Mysterious rewards. Seated before the camera, Song Qingyan silently observed the lively live stream. Resembling more of a spectator than a host, her cool and exquisite features were stunning enough to leave one in awe at first glance. Yet, at this moment, a profound sadness lingered between her brows, as if she were enveloped in heavy thoughts. Her beautiful eyes dimmed of their luster. This was not the senior that Chao Yang remembered. Although they had never interacted in a previous life, he had never missed one of her performances and had encountered her several times, albeit without exchanging words. This schoolflower, often referred to as the aloof goddess, usually exuded a captivating charm, yet now, she appeared utterly desolate. How had she come to embody such sorrowful despair? Something is amiss. This is truly unsettling. Chao Yang furrowed his brow as he observed the situation. It seemed that Song Qingyan had also noticed the barrage of comments. She paused for a moment, straightened her posture, and finally mustered some energy. Thank you to Freedom Brother for the generous gift. His presence is indeed formidable, Song Qingyan remarked. Her crimson lips pursed into a smile. Yet, beneath that smile lay a hint of melancholy. Who would genuinely thank Freedom Brother? Not only had he showered her with gifts, but he had also brought in such a crowd, which she was immensely grateful for. Otherwise, she might have found herself alone until the end of the stream. Haha. By the way, today is my birthday. Upon hearing this, Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Today is actually senior sister's birthday? How could the chat room have been so desolate on such an occasion? One of the 4 campus beauties, streaming under such dire circumstances. Chao Yang found it utterly unbelievable. There must be more to this story. Temporarily suppressing his bewilderment, Chao Yang decided to send a comment. What a coincidence that today is the host's birthday. Happy birthday. Let's all celebrate together, brothers. At that moment, the room was filled with dozens of people. A portion remained captivated by Song Qingyan's stunning beauty, but even more were mesmerized by Chao Yang's extravagant display of generosity. Upon seeing Chao Yang's comment, an overwhelming response erupted, instantly allowing him to experience the grandeur of being a big brother once more. Within mere seconds, a flood of happy birthday messages cascaded across the screen. Some even sent small cakes. Witnessing this scene, Song Qingyan's sorrowful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Thank you, everyone, for the lovely cakes and the flood of blessings. Special thanks to Freedom Brother for his support, Song Qingyan said, her voice trembling with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had not anticipated such a heartwarming turnout on her final day of streaming. Had this happened 2 months ago, she would have been overjoyed. Yet now, she had resolved to leave Feiyu the very next day. Her faith in Feiyu's platform had utterly dissipated. The relentless suppression by that affluent individual had loomed over her like an immovable mountain, extinguishing her hopes entirely. Perhaps in the future, she might rise again on another platform, but it would certainly not be with Feiyu. Heartbroken, unwilling, and yet helpless, this was, after all, her first chosen platform, the place where her dreams began. Regrettably, despite enduring for 2 months, she could no longer continue. Success and failure intertwined. A super-rich individual's unwavering blockade had rendered her unable to persevere any longer. Nonetheless, despite her despair, the unexpected warmth brought by Chao Yang still warmed Song Qingyan's heart. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability rating increased by 10. Beep, beep, beep. System notification. Upon reaching each favorability threshold, the host will receive a mysterious reward. At a favorability of 50, a first-level relationship will be triggered, friendship. With a favorability rating of 60, the second-tier relationship, affectionate heart, will be triggered. At 70, the third-tier relationship, romantic intent, will emerge. At 80, the fourth-tier relationship, yours to pluck, will be activated. At 90, the fifth-tier relationship, only yours to follow, will manifest. At 100, the sixth-tier relationship, life and death together, will be initiated. Ding! Currently, Song Qingyan's favorability stands at 52, triggering the first-tier relationship of friendship. Congratulations, host, on receiving a mysterious reward. Would you like to activate it? A series of prompts echoed in Chao Yang's mind, causing him to shudder with excitement. The prospect of enhancing favorability and receiving such rewards was indeed remarkable and powerful. It was no wonder that this was an essential artifact for those who had traversed time and space. Chao Yang was somewhat surprised that his senior's favorability had swiftly surpassed the 50 mark, considering they had previously been complete strangers. However, after reflecting on it, he felt reassured. This favorability rating merely indicated the beginnings of friendship, with the campus Belle viewing him as a friend. The initial stage of friendship should be the easiest to achieve. As for the subsequent stages, he believed they would not pose a challenge. After all, he now possessed the aura of wealth, instilling him with confidence. Regardless of whether she was the aloof goddess or the virtuous woman, he felt undeterred. Undoubtedly, wealth could resolve 99 of the world's issues, with the remaining one being the system's domain. In such a life of privilege, defying the odds seemed inevitable. With these thoughts, Chao Yang smiled. System, activate the mysterious reward. Ding! Activation complete. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward. 1 free attribute point. Free attribute points can enhance any physical attribute. This is indeed a valuable asset. Moments later, a meaningful smile crept across Chao Yang's face. In the live broadcast room, birthday wishes flooded the screen for 2 minutes, and Chao Yang, recovering from the exhilaration of his newfound strength, regained his composure. Host, what happened? Why was your live stream so quiet before? Now calm. Chao Yang looked at the still troubled campus Belle and curiously sent a message. Upon reading his comment, Song Qingyan hesitated, opening her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately shook her head without saying anything. Seeing this, Chao Yang quickly typed another message. Is there something you cannot share? Perhaps I can assist you. After all, she was his first target for rewards. He was wholly reliant on her for returns. He could not afford to be indifferent. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability increased by 5. Although he received the system's notification, he observed Song Qingyan forcing a smile as she said, Actually, it doesn't matter anymore, free brother. I won't be streaming tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean, you won't be streaming? He still needed to shower her with gifts for returns. This was unacceptable. Chao Yang hurriedly placed his hands back on the keyboard, determined to uncover the reason behind this unexpected turn of events. At this very moment, a brilliant flash illuminated the live stream, revealing the prominent character of an emperor. Indeed, a wealthy individual of imperial rank had graced the stream with their presence. Chapter 7. A free-spirited father. Wow, such a crowd. Quite lively, isn't it? Exclaimed the user known as the 8th Master of the Aristocracy, as he swiftly sent a barrage of messages upon entering the live stream. The shimmering golden hue of his username was impossible to ignore, capturing the astonished attention of the audience. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. None had anticipated that this modest live stream would attract an emperor-level magnate. The prestige associated with the title of emperor is undeniably significant, representing absolute prowess in an era where a single dollar can still procure 4 steamed buns. To put it into perspective, merely obtaining such a title requires an investment of 180,000, a sum that could equate to several years of an average person's salary. In a county town, this amount could cover the down payment for a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. Across the entire platform, including the prominent guild leader accounts, the number of emperors is exceedingly limited. It is indisputable that each emperor account belongs to a distinguished figure among the wealthy elite. Typically, even in the realms of second-tier streamers, the sighting of an emperor is a rare occurrence, let alone in a stream that has recently languished in obscurity. This astonishing revelation left many in awe, especially players who were accustomed to mingling in the domains of lesser streamers, as it was their first encounter with such an esteemed individual. Goodness, this streamer is about to soar. If they can secure the favor of this emperor, they are bound to thrive. Surely, they must give a warm welcome. However, contrary to expectations of a jubilant reception, Song Qingyin's beautiful eyes darkened, and her delicate brows furrowed in distress. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted to an eerie silence. What is this? Am I not welcomed? Not even a simple greeting? In response to the unfolding scene, the emperor's messages appeared once more with remarkable speed. Did you see that? Even the top-tier user has turned their back. This streamer is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. I advise you all to leave. This live stream is not worth your time. The audience, accustomed to the antics of seasoned players, found themselves bewildered, yet they could sense the brewing drama. Eyes widened in anticipation. At that moment, Song Qingyin's complexion paled slightly. Despite biting her lip in frustration, she ultimately could not suppress a rather sardonic smile. Ah, 8th Master. Your information travels swiftly. Just as I have someone in my live stream, you arrive to chase them away. It's been 2 months, and you have truly worked hard. How amusing it is to engage in suppression. You go and play elsewhere while my fans scatter. And whenever a newcomer appears, you devise countless schemes to drive them away. Tell me, do you find this amusing? Does it bring you joy? A sense of accomplishment? Upon hearing her words, the 8th Master, seated at his computer, felt his already grim expression darken further. Oh, how audacious. After 2 months, you still maintain such arrogance. Fine, you think you're impressive. Let us see how long you can sustain this. Having become a streamer, how can you still pretend to be pure? Have I not treated you well? Back then, I supported you wholeheartedly, spending nearly 2 million in total. Without my backing, how could a newcomer like you have risen to the second tier of streamers in just 3 months? You have no idea how many eager streamers I turned down for your sake. It seems I was blind to have taken a liking to you, an ungrateful ingrate. What is it about me that you find so unworthy? In this moment, the audience in the live stream was too engrossed in the unfolding drama to type anything. The screen was flooded with messages from the emperor, filled with accusations. It became clear to everyone that this was a classic scenario of a streamer clashing with a benefactor. Such wealthy patrons are sought after by many streamers, and to offend one is sheer folly. No wonder the live stream had been so dull. A big shot like him could easily silence a small streamer. As she read the messages from the wealthy patron, Song Qingyin's dimmed eyes reflected sorrow and grievance, ultimately transforming into profound despair. In the face of such situations, she had always endured silently, bearing the immense pressure while teetering on the brink of collapse. For 2 months, she had seen no glimmer of hope. No longer able to endure, she thought, it no longer matters if I am Wu Jing's son. After all, I want to be streaming tomorrow. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she addressed the live stream. 8th Master, I admit you have treated me well, showering me with gifts during events, for which I am grateful and respectful. However, I cannot accept your demands. I've already promised to return the money I owe you. Isn't that enough? Do you derive pleasure from seeing me struggle? Upon hearing her words, 8th Master clenched his teeth and quickly typed again. Do I lack that little bit of money? I can elevate you or bring you down. Why must you resist me? You're forcing my hand. Can you not comply? I assure you, if you agree, I will treat you as well as before. Song Qingyin paused for a moment, her expression hardening as she replied calmly. That is impossible. Yes, you have been generous and showered me with gifts, but does that mean I must become your mistress? You already have a family, with a son in middle school. Upon hearing her words, the audience, initially sympathetic to the benefactor for his generous gifts, could no longer contain their shock. Wait, does the benefactor really play with so many women? They gasped. It's one thing to be a benefactor, but to coerce someone into being a mistress is utterly shameless. Is it true that what you cannot possess, you seek to destroy? At this moment, Chao Yang finally discerned the intricate web of events. No wonder the esteemed Campus Belle's livestream attracted nary a viewer. It was all due to this wretch. In a flash, his anger surged. How could one be so audaciously cruel? Unable to contain himself, Chao Yang swiftly typed a barrage of comments. Young master of the aristocracy, what kind of fool are you? Get lost. You've sullied the dignity of man. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You think just because you've defeated a duke, you're invincible? Ridiculous. I was informed that someone had entered Song Qingyan's livestream, prompting my arrival. I had already seen the 10,000 on the leaderboard. Initially, I dismissed it. But now I was taken aback by the audacity of my opponent. My mood, already foul, erupted in fury. How laughable that one could feel significant after merely amassing 10,000. This paltry sum wouldn't even suffice for a mere emperor. With such meager prowess, you dare to stand up for her? Truly amusing. Ask her how many dukes I've sent packing before. Are you trying to prick my pride? Fine. I'll grant you a chance. I 1T bully you. Take your time to gather funds, and let's have a showdown. Do you dare? All you know is fighting. Having money makes you special, doesn't it? When Chao Yang saw the barrage from the young master of the aristocracy, he was about to respond when Song Qingyan suddenly stood up, her gaze icy as she coldly commanded. After a brief pause, she unexpectedly broke into a radiant smile, illuminating the entire live stream as if spring had arrived. One need not heed the barking of dogs, right? Thank you, Freedom Father, for your generous support. Freedom Father? At her words, the young master of the aristocracy could not restrain himself from standing abruptly, nearly knocking over his keyboard from the drawer. Fortunate, it was a sliding one, or it would need repair. Even so, he winced in pain, his expression more dreadful than a funeral. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Chao Yang's hand trembled over the keyboard. Astonishment evident, yet his eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. This was utterly enchanting. Who would have thought that the senior's typically cool voice could emit such a sweet, enticing tone? This soul-stirring voice sent shivers through the audience, leaving them entranced. Chapter 8. If you're unconvinced, let us fight. Wow, what a voice. Consider it a vocal assassin. Streamer, you're amazing. No doubt about it. Whoever gifts me 10,000, I'll call them my father. When will we ever be called father by a goddess? I'd trade 3 years of my life for that. To the commenter above, not to discourage you, but you won't save 10,000 in 3 years. Ouch, that hits hard. My friend, Song Qingyan's suddenly alluring and sweet voice set the live stream's comments ablaze. The pain from bumping into the keyboard's drawer was fleeting. Yet the young master of the aristocracy remained gritting his teeth, his face contorted with even greater rage than before. A single utterance of freedom, Dad from Song Qingyan, struck him like a bloodless blade, shattering his defenses and piercing straight to his heart. Jealousy instantaneously tore apart the essence of the eighth master. How could she address others in such a manner? The audacity. As someone who had poured nearly 2 million into the top rankings, he had never experienced such treatment. This sensation felt akin to being unjustly adorned with a garish hat. A lump formed in his chest, and the eighth master felt as though he might explode in frustration. Fixing his gaze upon the screen, where the enchanting Song Qingyan smiled radiantly, he could not restrain his trembling hand from striking the keyboard to send a barrage of comments. You vixen, you are ruthless. Fine. If you want to let me have my way, you shan't enjoy it either. Let us see who can outplay whom. The beauty's smile was as radiant as a flower. Yet it was not for him, and at that moment, the eighth master was nearly grinding his teeth in fury. Upon witnessing the barrage of comments, Chao Yang, who felt as though he had consumed a mythical fruit upon being called Dad by the school bell, darkened in countenance, his eyes gleaming with cold light. He had determined that this elder sister, the school beauty, was his. A fortuitous encounter indeed. Now, in Chao Yang's eyes, Song Qingyan, the goddess-like school belle, was not merely a feast for the eyes, but an invaluable asset. Showering her with gifts could yield returns, bolster his favorability, and even bestow mysterious rewards that drove men to madness. She was nothing short of an indispensable treasure for both domestic bliss and wealth accumulation. Since fate had bestowed such a gem upon him, He vowed that he alone would have the privilege to bully her. If anyone else dared to encroach, he would ensure their hands were broken. The eighth master scoffed. What are you barking about? You're merely an emperor, flaunting your worth. You want to fight? Fine. I'm in a good mood today, so let me enlighten you on the art of gifting, you pauper. Chao Yang sneered, boldly retaliating. This precious elder sister was under his protection. No one would dare to bully her. Was gifting merely a trivial act? With 500 million in rewards at his disposal, he had no fear. In fact, he yearned to gift even more for better returns. A mere pauper, lacking even a title, had the audacity to label him as such. The eighth master's face darkened in an instant. All right, you've got guts. Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson on manners. You think you can just flaunt your 100,000? You're nothing but a big, showy wolf. Be a man and don't run away. Just wait for me. I'm not running anywhere. I'm right here for you to play with at your leisure, so scram. With that, the eighth master's eyes glinted with menace, and he stormed out of the live stream. As the eighth master exited, a flicker of triumph illuminated Song Qingyan's eyes at her successful retort. Yet her expression quickly morphed into one of complexity. Clutching her ample chest, she deeply bowed, and upon rising, bit her crimson lip, her voice turning cold and melancholic. Thank you, Freedom Brother, for your support earlier. I must end the stream now. You all should leave quickly, or else he will indeed bring his streamer over. Fortune smiled upon me as I encountered Brother Freedom during the final day of the live stream. Though I regret to inform you that I shall not be broadcasting tomorrow. If Brother Freedom feels disheartened, I would be grateful if he could share his contact information. Once I receive my salary, I would gladly return that portion to him. Brother Freedom? Why do I keep addressing him as brother? Upon hearing this, Chao Yang could not resist sending a teasing comment in the chat. I merely intended to provoke Lord Ba, so please do not take it to heart. Seeing Chao Yang's comment, Song Qingyan's delicate face flushed crimson, akin to a ripened apple, as she awkwardly explained. Yet, deep within, she sighed, realizing that she could not be as carefree as other streamers. Even a verbal benefit felt difficult to articulate. Perhaps this was the reason her fans vanished so quickly. She hoped to overcome this in future streams, sighing softly. Upon hearing her words, Chao Yang could not help but smile. I don't care. I believe you, my dear daughter. You better stay put. If he calls again, it would be the perfect opportunity for you to vent your frustrations. With me around, no one shall bully my daughter. As she read Chao Yang's comment, Song Qingyan's fair cheeks turned even redder, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Are you truly planning to confront him? He is an emperor, and a mere duke would not suffice against him. Knowing full well that the other party was a powerful figure, she thought him reckless for wanting to stand up to such an individual. At that moment, even the spectators in the live stream were stirred by the unfolding drama. No way. Brother Freedom, are you truly going to confront that emperor? Are you out of your mind, Brother Freedom? When the emperor strikes, it is not merely a matter of hundreds of thousands. Even the previously silent viewers expressed their concerns. Brother Freedom, we mean no offense. We are merely speaking the truth. To engage seriously requires at least 1 or 2 million. I just checked the list of wealthy patrons, and this individual ranks 30th. Having spent at least 6 or 7 million, he is undoubtedly a super rich benefactor. Amidst the torrent of comments, Chao Yang fell silent. What is this? He is ranked 30th among wealthy patrons and has only spent 6 or 7 million. That's rather unimpressive. Unable to suppress his thoughts, Chao Yang's fingers danced upon the keyboard, typing furiously. Thank you, brothers, for your kind intentions. I view life and death with indifference. If you are dissatisfied, then let us engage. It is merely a matter of spending money. After all, brothers, keep an eye on this silly girl. Do not let her end the stream. I must hurry to recharge. They have a limit, which is utterly frustrating. Is it not merely spending money? Do you even hear what you're saying? As Chao Yang's comment echoed in the live stream, an eerie silence enveloped the room, even causing Song Qingyan to stare in disbelief. Such bold proclamations could only stem from either an extraordinary benefactor or an absolute madman. At that moment, everyone could not help but entertain such speculations. A madman? That seemed unlikely. A benefactor? This truly seems almost unbelievable. After a considerable time, the ephemeral life like a dream sent out a barrage of comments. Regardless of the consequences, daring to confront the emperor is indeed impressive. As the free-spirited individual aptly stated, life and death should be taken lightly. If you are dissatisfied, then take action. Whether one can prevail, that is only revealed in the heat of battle, for now. I stand with the free-spirited one. I have saved my pocket money for 2 months, originally intending to assist a young lady in financial distress. But I have decided to contribute it to the free-spirited one instead. Floating life, you are amazing. I also enjoy helping those in need. Since you have expressed your intent, I shall contribute 168 as well. We are kindred spirits. I'll cover the cost of some cigarettes. Impressive indeed, being able to afford cigarettes. I can only spare enough for a bowl of pickled cabbage noodles. As the atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly frenzied, the host, Song Qingyan, felt an overwhelming urge to weep. If the audience fears nothing, why should she? She has endured for 2 months without yielding, with such support. What harm is there in persisting a little longer? Chapter 9. The 6,000 health points were instantly depleted. Oh, our iron-willed girl. It's been 2 months since we last met, and you truly have a short memory, daring to challenge my esteemed authority. I heard a formidable brother has joined your ranks. He even donated 100,000. How impressive. But you don't actually believe he can protect you, do you? Surely not. Surely not. This is utterly laughable. The heavily made-up, sharp-featured streamer giggled behind her hand, her laughter ringing out. Dear girl, I must express my gratitude. Had you not been so naive, I would never have encountered a super-rich brother like the esteemed one. My dear, I suggest you submit to him, serve him well, and you need not fear a lack of success. What do you say? Don't be stubborn. Just nod, and if you cannot strike back, I can plead on your behalf. Watching the flamboyant streamer take the stage, Song Qingyan felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Faced with the endless mockery and derision, she had grown accustomed to such displays over the past 2 months. The opposing streamer, known as Big Rabbit, who had once been a minor figure, soared to prominence after aligning with the esteemed one. The past 2 months had seen her, under the Brother-S directive, relentlessly attempting to provoke Song Qingyan. I thank you. And I thank your entire family. Song Qingyan coldly retorted, fixing her gaze on the insipid figure across from her before abruptly muting her microphone. What a peculiar species on the other side, utterly saturated in tea culture. Their makeup is frightful, akin to something from a horror film. How can the esteemed one have such disparate tastes? You simply do not understand. Though it may appear unattractive, it is undeniably tempting. A good performance is half the battle. The appearance of health points marked the beginning of the show after a half-hour wait. The speed of the live stream surged suddenly, racing towards a crescendo, and Song Qingyan's delicate face involuntarily flushed ever so slightly. With a light cough, Song Qingyan pressed her red lips together, somewhat uncertainly stating, "It has officially begun." Is there a kind-hearted elder brother willing to lend a generous hand and help Qingyan break through? Her words momentarily stilled the barrage of comments in the live stream, creating a tense atmosphere. After all, they were facing a formidable Tycoon ranked 30th on the wealth list. At this pivotal moment, the once jovial audience truly grasped the meaning of powerlessness. Such an influential figure loomed over them like an indomitable mountain, and the mere thought of it was daunting. The anguish of financial constraints was now acutely palpable. With a determined resolve, Fuxing Rumo hastily typed a comment. What is there to fear? One must be willing to risk everything to achieve great success. I have a gut feeling that Brother Zio 1T let us down. Brothers, trust in Brother Zio. Let us unite and eliminate the opposition. I shall be the first to contribute. Fuxing Rumo, send a card worth 33. Fuxing Rumo, send a card worth 33. Fuxing Rumo, send a card worth 33. Fuxing Gu was right. They look down on us small accounts. If we could topple the emperor, we'd be bragging for a year. This venture is worth it. I'm in. 666, no doubt about it. What is there to fear? Let us all join in. Feiyu Nanshan, send a plane. I am dead. Call my soul if needed. Sent 3 for love. As various gifts began to pour in like bamboo shoots after a rain, Song Qingyan felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. It had been over a month since such a vibrant scene had graced her live stream. It left her with a surreal sense of disbelief. In this moment, she realized that her perseverance through 2 months of adversity stemmed from her deep attachment to Feiyu. After all, this was where her dreams had begun, although the gifts were modest in price, with the most extravagant being merely a plane and the rest consisting of small tokens worth a few coins. They quickly propelled her vote count past the 1,000 yuan mark. Thank you all for your generous support, dear brothers. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. The camaraderie displayed by the audience brought a genuine smile to Song Qingyan's lips. Regardless of the outcome, the sight of such support amidst her previous struggles filled her with immense satisfaction. In the Datu 2 live stream, despite the dwindling health bar. Data 2 remained unfazed. The presence of a wealthy benefactor in the live stream instilled her with boundless confidence. With an unblemished record over the past 2 months, she felt a sense of elation. She was assured that as long as the elder brother intervened, she would face no pressure against even the top streamers, let alone this insignificant little streamer across from her. It took them ages to garner just over 1,000 votes. Are they even trying? Data2 scoffed inwardly, though outwardly she feigned sweetness, saying, "Eighth Master, look. The opposition dares to fire the first shot, utterly disrespecting you." Upon hearing this, her few loyal fans could no longer contain themselves. "Eighth Master, this is a challenge to your authority. Let us crush them." "Indeed, esteemed Eighth Master. This shall not be tolerated." As the comments flowed like a river, a golden barrage followed suit. The ants shaking the tree, a mere amateur demonstrating their skills. Almost simultaneously as this comment appeared, the dazzling effects of the super rocket erupted within the live stream. "Aristocratic 8 Master bestowed upon us a magnificent 10 super rockets." "Aristocratic 8 Master bestowed upon us a magnificent 10 super rockets." "Aristocratic 8 Master bestowed upon us a magnificent 10 super rockets." The super rocket, a gift of unparalleled distinction, eclipses the likes of mere confession fireworks. Priced at a staggering 520 yuan, a single confession firework pales in comparison. For the cost of one super rocket equates to 4 fireworks. This undeniably stands as the most formidable gift in Feiyu, valued at an astonishing 2,000 yuan. With a mere flick of the wrist, this emperor-like figure showered the platform with gifts totaling an impressive 60,000 yuan. This amount is akin to the annual salary of an ordinary individual, truly astonishing. Gratitude to society for the overwhelming display of 8 Master S super rockets. 8 Master is valiant. Followers of 8 Master, charge forth. The screen erupted with dazzling effects, invigorating the audience like a jolt of adrenaline. As a spirited battle anthem swiftly transitioned, leading to exuberant shouts of excitement. 666, it's undeniably 8 Master, who speaks little yet acts decisively. 8 Master is magnificent. Observing the opposing team's health bar, which had been painstakingly earned, disintegrating in an instant, the viewers erupted into laughter. The atmosphere became electrified. Small gifts of 33 and 66 began to float alongside. A singular thought arose in everyone's mind. This is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Taking on the opposing team of novices felt simpler than slaughtering a dog. Just as the battle commenced, a sense of certainty enveloped the room, making victory appear effortless. However, just when everyone believed this match was securely in hand, a collective gasp arose. The audience was stunned, and Big Bunny's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? A health bar exceeding 60,000 points was obliterated in an instant. Chapter 10. Are you out of your mind? White number good emperor at precisely 4 in the afternoon. The previously tranquil Feiyu platform erupted in chaos. Across the platform, an unceasing stream of super rocket announcements captivated the once bored viewers in every live stream, igniting a wave of exhilaration. Typically, even during the prime evening hours, such explosive gifts as the super rocket are a rare sight, given their hefty price tag of 2,000 yuan. In these times, the majority of small towns have average salaries that do not even reach 2,000 yuan. A single rocket would consume an entire month's wages. Yet, at this moment, the super rocket announcements surged forth as if they were free, triggering the sensitive nerves of all present. With no special events or major competitions underway, what extraordinary tycoon could be showering such lavish gifts? While novice viewers remained puzzled, many seasoned players quickly grasped the situation. This is truly a spectacle of celestial beings engaged in a fierce contest, with the intensity rivaling that of a grand finals event. Remarkable and exhilarating. In a matter of moments, throngs of onlookers eager for excitement flocked to the 2 live streaming rooms. The vibrant atmosphere in the live stream of the charming bunny was electrifying, with music pulsating with fervor and dazzling special effects captivating the viewers. A flurry of small gifts floated across the screen, enhancing the lively ambience. The influx of spectators was instantly swept away by this rare and magnificent scene. Their spirits lifted to euphoric heights. The esteemed, generously gifted 10 super rockets. The astonishing display of generosity was overwhelming. One blink, and he had spent a year's salary. So it is the illustrious 8 Master. No wonder the excitement is so intense. The aura of the great benefactor was commanding, urging him to continue unabated. Tens of thousands of eager onlookers, drawn in by the electrifying announcements, could not contain their exhilaration, flooding the screen with fervent comments. The livestream room erupted like boiling water. However, after the initial fervor of comments, many began to notice the health bars. In an instant, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. What on earth? The fully leveled emperor, unleashing his full power, still appeared to be dominated by his opponent, failing to gain any advantage. Who on earth is this formidable adversary? Countless viewers came to this shocking realization, their curiosity piqued, as they surged towards the opposing stream to uncover the mystery. Meanwhile, in Song Qingyan's livestream room, there was no rousing music, no extravagant gifts floating by, only relentless special effects bombarding the screen. Sent out 10 super rockets. In no time, the number of spectators surged from a mere 100 to 30,000, as both early and latecomers joined in to witness the spectacle. Gazing at the explosive effects, the audience was left in a daze. The sight of the relentless stream of super rockets being sent without restraint left everyone bewildered, particularly upon seeing the system notifications. Their eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. Congratulations on leveling up to 28. Congratulations on leveling up to 35. Congratulations on leveling up to 40. Incredible, my dear benefactor. This is astounding. Even without the backing of nobility, this prowess is formidable, effortlessly dominating the scene. The sheer level of performance clearly indicated that these super rockets had just been unleashed. Countless admirers could no longer maintain their composure. My goodness, brothers. Am I seeing this correctly? Is this great benefactor truly going all out with a white account? Dear friends, after a year of watching live streams, I have finally opened my eyes today. Can you believe it? A common account daring to challenge the emperor? Wang Defa, esteemed one. Is this your first foray into live streaming? Have you lost your senses? You ought to start with the emperor, and there are rewards to consider. To the person above, your vision is woefully limited. We are nearing a staggering 50,000. And do you truly think the mere 12,000 fish fins matter? Incredible, free-spirited master. You have redefined my perception of a wealthy benefactor. Though I am bewildered by the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar benefactor on this platform, and even more perplexed by how two esteemed individuals have suddenly engaged in such a fierce competition, it does not diminish the excitement of the onlookers. They revel in the sight of super rockets being flung around like radishes, their spirits soaring. Countless comments flood the screen like a torrent. And despite the absence of rousing music, nothing can quell the explosive atmosphere in the live stream. Before the camera, Song Qingyan is utterly transfixed. Her cool eyes wide with disbelief as she stares at the dazzling super fire effects and the deluge of comments. She fears that any movement might shatter this dream. Surely this must be a fantasy. How else could there be so many super rockets, so many viewers, so many comments? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Look, everyone, come quickly. The host has been rendered speechless. Hey, host, what are you doing? Hurry and thank the benefactor. Ha ha, how impressive. The esteemed one has left the host utterly flabbergasted. Suddenly, the tone of the comments shifts, and the screen fills with playful banter directed at the host. At this, Song Qingyan's heart races, her trembling hands pinching her thigh. Hiss. She cannot help but draw in a sharp breath. This is not a dream. It feels as though her chair is studded with nails. She leaps to her feet. This is real. It is all real. In an instant, her eyes brim with tears, overwhelming excitement pouring forth. For 2 long months, who could fathom how she has endured? She had nearly succumbed to despair. She had contemplated switching platforms, believing things might gradually improve, yet never did she expect that what was intended as a farewell broadcast would catapult her to such heights. There exists a saying in the streaming world about divine patrons descending from the heavens. It turns out, it is indeed true. A divine benefactor has descended and struck her. Even the typically composed Song Qingyan feels her blood surging with fervor, tears cascading down her face, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Her voice erupts in a triumphant shout. Free brother is magnificent. In a moment, she experiences both the depths of hell and the heights of paradise. The dramatic fluctuations of live streaming arriving with such unexpected swiftness. At this moment, Song Qingyan truly realizes that she has encountered yet another benefactor. It is no wonder that Free Brother appeared so unfazed in the presence of the affluent 8th Master. This formidable prowess is truly beyond compare. in 2 live streaming rooms. A total of 50 to 60,000 onlookers gaze in rapt attention, witnessing this explosive showdown, the most intense battle of flying fish in 3 months, without a moment's respite. With a mere breath, the scores experienced a remarkable transformation. 600,000, 800,000, 1 million. In just 2 short minutes, both titans amassed a staggering million. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. 120,000, 150,000. Everyone found themselves holding their breath, their hearts pounding like war drums. The scores on both sides surged past the terrifying 2 million mark. Good heavens! Master 8 fixated on the live stream's health bar, beads of sweat forming on his brow. How could it be that despite having spent 250,000, he still couldn't surpass his opponent? At that moment, he felt an immense pressure weighing down on him. The cold sweat on his forehead increased. He was acutely aware of his own situation. He had only invested 300,000, and even an additional 50 wouldn't ensure victory. Defeat seemed inevitable. However, the situation offered no glimmer of hope, as he astonishingly discovered that his opponent's gifts appeared inexhaustible. What kind of monster was this? Was he truly destined to lose? A shiver of despair surged within Master 8. Chapter 11. Unrelenting Brutality. Wealth beyond measure, 3 million. Goodness, it surpassed 3 million. Little Bunny, flushed with excitement, gazed at her own score, her heart pounding like a drum. An ordinary individual had reached a staggering height of 3 million. She couldn't contain her exhilaration, although she had been well supported by Master 8 over the past 2 months. The total gifts she received during this period paled in comparison to this one event. Having signed with a guild, she understood that after the platform and guild's deductions, along with taxes, her earnings would still be substantial, amounting to 60 or 70,000. Her efforts in this venture had not been in vain. She was on the verge of prosperity. Master 8 was magnificent, exuding unparalleled power. She adored him. Please, don't stop. Little Bunny's eyes sparkled as she could hardly suppress her excitement. Leaping from her chair, barely able to contain her joy. The 2 ample curves on her chest jiggled in response, and she nearly lost her silicone padding, oblivious to it all. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was oblivious to any notions of unfair advantage, their gazes fixated anxiously on the health bar. The scores, which had been escalating feverishly, suddenly came to a halt. Master 8. Boss, why has it stopped? Goodness, they VE surpassed us by 50,000. Master 8. Come on, don't hesitate. Just go for it. Master 8. Don't even think about sneaking a win. The opposing firepower is too fierce. There's no opportunity for that. Master 8. Boss. You should make a move. This is agonizing. Move? Move where? If only I had the funds. Master 8 glared at the barrage of comments in the live stream, his teeth nearly grinding to the point of drawing blood. With veins bulging on his forehead, his face turned a deep shade of red, appearing quite monstrous. He had not reserved a single cent for the upcoming event, having spent it all without a trace. And yet he found himself devoid of any glimmer of hope for victory. Were it not for his personal experience, he would never have believed it. At this moment, he felt akin to a pig roasting over an open flame, his body ablaze, each passing moment a torment. The thought of losing was unbearable for this super-rich individual, ranked 30th on the platform. How could he accept such a grim reality? It was merely a white account, lacking even the nobility of a proper title. How could he have spent so recklessly? Last year, the illustrious prince, hailed as the annual champion, had not been so extravagant from the outset. Was he truly on the verge of defeat? This deceitful game of pretending to be weak was infuriating. The immense pressure bore down on him like a mountain, inciting an uncontrollable rage, leading him to shatter a glass cup, still steeped in goji berries, into countless pieces. Before the outcome was determined, he was struck with the realization that the fool was none other than himself. What a disgrace. In Song Qingyan's live stream, the screen was ablaze with spectacular effects, bombarding the audience with an intensity that felt as though it were free. The viewers, riveted and engrossed, scarcely dared to blink. Under their unwavering gaze, the opposing score suddenly stagnated. It truly ceased to move. Soon, the crowd grasped the stark reality. The other side was completely out of ammunition. Astonishingly, the super-rich individual had blazed through 3 million. Yet, this was still not enough to secure a win. As the score on their side surged towards 4 million, the crowd was left in stunned silence. How could this super-rich individual be bested by a mere white account? Realizing this, The audience felt as if their life's mentor had been doused with milk, resulting in an overwhelming epiphany. It must be said, the two titans tossing money around as if it were mere waste paper was genuinely exhilarating. The excitement reached a fever pitch as the super-rich Tycoon ceased their contributions, while the white account continued to output steadily, showing no signs of stopping. Incredible! The crowd erupted in admiration, perspiring from the thrill of it all. How could it be that the total had reached 450,000, and yet the Tycoon showed no intention of halting their generosity? This was enough to purchase a spacious apartment. The sheer excellence of this individual was mind-boggling, revealing how poverty had indeed limited their imagination. The Tycoon was merciless, their generosity bordering on inhuman. In this surreal moment, the onlookers sat dumbfounded before the screen, their heart racing with excitement. Witnessing this free-spirited individual triumph over the Duke, he had sensed there was something extraordinary about him. Yet, he could never have imagined the extent of it. This was not merely extraordinary, it was astonishingly magnificent. The 30 prominent figures on the wealthy leaderboard have all been effortlessly subdued by the free brother. This ordinary match has unexpectedly transformed into an annual pinnacle showdown. The thrill is palpable. As the scores continue to soar, fleeting moments remind me of the previous encounter with that Duke, sending shivers down my spine. My trembling hands hastily typed a barrage of comments. Astonishing. It dawns on me that Free Brother is undoubtedly set to crush the competition with a double advantage. As this revelation struck, the dozens of viewers in the live stream, upon glancing at the health bar, began to comprehend as well. Yes, indeed. I understand too. Free Brother. It must be you. I am in awe. Truly remarkable. By the way, the score has already reached 5 million. At this rate, there's no turning back. Ha 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 indeed. Free Brother is bound to double the opposition into submission. What are those 30 affluent figures compared to a Duke? They are merely trampled beneath Free Brother's might. The sudden influx of comments left other viewers in the live stream in a state of shock, as if struck by lightning. What? Winning isn't enough. The magnate aims to double the onslaught. This is akin to a relentless beating. Free Brother is remarkably audacious. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, fixating intensely on the scores. Even Song Qingyan, whose hands were clenched tightly in nervousness and whose mind was in a state of collapse, was no exception. 460,000, 480,000, 5 million. The score in the live stream smoothly surpassed the 5 million mark without a hitch. And as anticipated, it continued to escalate without pause. 530,000, 550,000, 580,000, 6 million. 6 million indeed, a true annihilation. Ha ha. What of the Emperor Magnate? They too are being ground beneath the white account's heel. In the entire live streaming realm, this moment felt miraculous, and all witnesses were ablaze with excitement. Yet, the momentum of the rising scores showed no signs of abating. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gawk in astonishment, jaws nearly dropping. What on earth? How is the magnate still racking up points? Ding. Host consumption successful, receiving system double cashback. Ding. Host consumption successful, receiving system double cashback. Ding. Host consumption successful, receiving system double cashback. The ceaseless notifications in my mind sounded like a beautiful melody. At this moment, Chao Yang was entirely immersed in the ecstatic thrill of reckless spending. There was no stopping, absolutely no stopping. The sensation of effortlessly accumulating wealth with just a flick of the wrist was utterly intoxicating. I love it, I love it, I love it. Chapter 12. Unfathomable wealth, are we out of our minds? The score on the health bar has finally ceased its ascent. Yet the spectacular effects in the live stream continue to explode in grandeur. It seems that even in 20 minutes, it will not conclude, as the fervor has reached unprecedented heights. Observing the contribution value of Chao Yang on the leaderboard, an involuntary shiver ran down everyone's spine, their minds buzzing with disbelief. 10 million. A staggering sum. A mere freewheeling magnate has astonishingly amassed this amount. Now, glancing over at the opposing side, the 300,000 from the affluent 8 master seems almost laughable. It has been utterly obliterated. At this moment, Chao Yang's account has ascended to its maximum level. Having not activated any noble privileges, for such embellishments are entirely unnecessary. With this singular battle, his name shall resonate throughout the realm of Feiyu. The name Free Brother alone embodies his prowess. What? You claim to be an emperor? Apologies, but Free Brother treats emperors as mere playthings. Every spectator, without exception, was profoundly shaken and completely awed. The previous figure of such extravagant magnificence was none other than the annual champion, Prince Brother, who single-handedly engaged an entire guild, astonishingly racking up 18 million, leaving the entire Feiyu in sheer amazement. Yet that was during the pinnacle of the annual competition. In ordinary circumstances, he had never amassed such a tremendous sum. This is a full 10 million, a sum that would take the average individual several lifetimes to earn. Yet here it is, effortlessly conjured by a magnate. It is truly terrifying. One could assert that, at this moment, Free Brother has not only achieved fame in a single battle, but has also set a record for the most extravagant display by an ordinary individual. The audience, regaining their composure, could hardly contain their excitement as they bombarded the chat with comments, the atmosphere of the live stream reaching a fever pitch. Free Brother, unfathomably wealthy. Free Brother, unfathomably wealthy. Free Brother, unfathomably wealthy. The chat, a relentless torrent, swept through the live stream like a cascading river. Staring blankly at all of this, Song Qingyan's mind remained in a state of confusion, utterly overwhelmed by the terrifying super fireworks valued at millions. In this world, the most absurd occurrences are akin to falling pies from the sky. Yet now, she finds herself encountering an event even more ludicrous than that. A gold brick has fallen directly from the heavens. Among the thousands of streamers in Feiyu, it fortuitously landed upon her. Since entering the live streaming industry, Song Qingyan has always felt fortunate, having commenced her broadcast less than a month ago. She has already encountered the favor of a super magnate. In this brief period, she has emerged from the ranks of novice streamers, and within just over 2 months, thanks to the immense support of her benefactor, she possesses the prowess to compete with seasoned streamers of the second tier. The rapid ascent of her streaming career is nothing short of miraculous. Within 3 months, she has not only garnered a substantial following, but, more importantly, amassed wealth that has driven many of her peers to envy and despair. The illustrious benefactor, ranked first, had lavished nearly 2 million in gifts upon himself. Initially, he had entered the live streaming industry with a mere sense of curiosity, lacking any formal contract with the guild. Consequently, without the guild's commission, his share of the gifts far exceeded that of an ordinary streamer, allowing her to amass an astonishing sum of over 70,000, solely from his generosity. This moment led her to believe she had reached the pinnacle of her existence. However, in a cruel twist of fate, the esteemed benefactor, whom she had always respected deeply, suddenly made an outrageous request that shattered her composure. She resolutely declined, resulting in an immediate plummet from paradise to the depths of despair. The height of her prior success was matched only by the severity of her fall. In the span of 2 months, she was comprehensively blacklisted by the enraged benefactor, leaving her live streaming room desolate and devoid of viewers. Amidst repeated moments of despair, she pondered whether her fortune had been so extraordinary that even the heavens were envious, thus imposing such a punishment upon her. Just when she had succumbed to utter hopelessness, she decided to host one final stream to bid farewell to the place where her dreams had begun. To her astonishment, a wave of opulence unexpectedly descended upon her. This was indeed a windfall, a staggering fortune that sent ripples through her very soul. Was it possible she had saved the galaxy in a past life? At that moment, Song Qingyan was not only stunned, but her perception of reality was profoundly altered. Initially, meeting the 8th Master had made her feel like a favored child of destiny. Yet now, reflecting on that perceived fortune seemed laughable. Was that truly luck? Encountering the 8th Master had exposed her to the lavishness of the wealthy, but now, what she once considered extravagance paled in comparison. It took her 3 months to accumulate a mere 200,000, while this free-spirited benefactor had effortlessly gifted a staggering 10 million in just 10 minutes. As a student on the verge of her sophomore year, Song Qingyan could hardly fathom the terrifying wealth that allowed such reckless generosity. At that moment, she realized that if she were to receive her share of that 10 million in gifts, she would instantly transform into a millionaire. For someone raised in a single-parent household, this was nothing short of a life-altering opportunity. A mere event had enabled her to transcend social strata. One step in hell, another in heaven. Though her classmates had dubbed her the school beauty, she remained an ordinary person blessed with striking looks. Faced with a fortune capable of alleviating decades of struggle, how could she maintain her composure? Anyone in her position would be utterly bewildered. Gradually emerging from the overwhelming shock, Song Qingyan trembled uncontrollably, her once cold, despondent eyes now glistening with tears of joy. Ding. Song Qingyan's favorability increased by 5. Ding. Song Qingyan's favorability increased by 5. Grateful for the benefactor's generous affection, she clasped her heart, filled with overwhelming emotion, and bowed deeply to the camera. In a moment when no one cared for Qingyan, it was utterly unexpected to encounter the formidable Xiao Gu, who so fiercely protected her. A wave of gratitude washed over Song Qingyan, leaving her at a loss for words. Xiao Gu, I bow deeply to you. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her voice quivered with emotion, yet her reddened eyes sparkled with fervor. The once pitch-black world was suddenly illuminated by a radiant light, in the presence of Chao Yang, who seemed like a celestial being. She found every word inadequate to convey her profound appreciation. All she could do was bow deeply once more. Ding. Detection reveals Song Qingyan's favorability has risen to 62, achieving a second-tier relationship, marked by admiration. Congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious reward. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 points in the Freedom attribute. These points can be allocated to enhance various attributes at your discretion. Please distribute them wisely. Chao Yang, still reveling in the thrill of making money, was jolted back to reality by the sincere, tearful words of his senior and the system's notification. A satisfied smile crept onto his face. He barely had time to contemplate the newly acquired attribute points before his gaze fell upon the screen, his eyes lighting up. Although he had known this school beauty from his previous life, their interactions had been minimal, and she had always appeared aloof and silent. In truth, this was the general impression among classmates. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been dubbed the Cold Goddess. Yet now, the senior's eyes glistened with gratitude, her words tumbling out in a slightly incoherent rush, a stark contrast to her previously unattainable demeanor. Was this truly one of the 4 great school beauties, the Cold Goddess? Had she been moved so easily? Her favorability had crossed the 60 mark with such simplicity. He never anticipated that, even before their meeting, their relationship had already reached the stage of admiration. What would happen upon their first encounter? As he gazed at the captivating school beauty, Chao Yang's heart raced uncontrollably. However, a slight frown crossed his brow as he playfully sent a teasing message. Thank who? Streamer, you're doing well, but how come you're calling him Gu again? Upon seeing Chao Yang's message, Song Qingyan paused in surprise, recalling their previous interactions, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Thank you, Freedom Daddy. Listening to her voice, now imbued with a hint of sweetness, Chao Yang chuckled contentedly, resembling a kind, fatherly figure as he sent another message. Good. Chapter 13 First, I've secured it. I stand by my words. There's no error here. Following Xiao Gu means there's meat to eat. I must cling tightly to this big leg. No, I must weld myself to it. 6666, Freedom Daddy. I wonder if you like men. I could also start a stream. Upstairs, you can leave. How could my free father like men? Free father, hold on. I shall book a ticket to the land of transformation immediately. TCH, you all are merely dreaming. Free father. Let me be frank. In truth, he is a woman. I wonder if free father would fancy a divorcee with 2 children? With just a glance from you, I would soar over to play games together. As she observed the increasingly suggestive barrage of comments in the live stream, Song Qingyan's previously rosy cheeks transformed into the hue of a ripe apple. Though her heart was filled with shyness, it suddenly stirred to alertness. Such a prominent figure capable of effortlessly showering millions in gifts is an object of envy for all, inevitably becoming the center of attention wherever they go. She was immensely grateful that when facing the affluent Lord 8, she had not lost herself. In moments of despair, one can encounter a free brother who is 100 times more remarkable. No, it is free father. Yet, having learned profound lessons from the past, her heart raced uncontrollably, now lodged in her throat. If free father were to make similar demands, how would she choose? This is a being whose mere gesture could alter the course of her life. Could she truly refuse? What is free father's profession, and what accounts for his excellence? How old is free father, and does he have a family? Would free father be? Suddenly realizing her naivete, Song Qingyan hastily appointed Chao Yang as a moderator and secretly sent him a private message containing her personal WeChat details. After doing this, her face flushed, and she bit her red lips, her nervous heart brimming with curiosity and conflict, her mind a chaotic whirlwind. Yet, she understood that with free father present, She likely need not leave this dreamlike platform. As for the path ahead, she would ponder once she calmed down. Chao Yang, observing the rapidly scrolling comments, couldn't he help but smile. Once an avid viewer of live streams, he had merely been one among the legion of chatterers, never imagining he would someday be the chosen one by the system. In a rebirth, he had ironically become the center of admiration for countless people. It must be said, the sensation of being lauded and complimented is truly delightful. Perhaps this is the unique joy of being a big brother. However, at this moment, Chao Yang found himself too preoccupied to pay much attention to those comments. His thoughts fixated on the newly acquired free attribute points. Others' praise is ephemeral, yet attribute points are tangible. Having completed these actions, Chao Yang couldn't help but smile, his gaze returning to the Senior's live stream. Just then, a flash of golden light heralded the entry of a user with an emperor's title into the live stream. Come out, win like freedom. What the hell, playing the fool? Are we? Setting aside the outcome, do you think this is honorable? Observing the golden comment directed at him, Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback. But upon recognizing the owner of the comment, he could not help but feel enraged. Lord 8 from the affluent circle. Wasn't he this the very trash he had just stepped upon? As soon as it concluded, he, the streamer, scurried away, leaving me to contemplate how to confront them. To my astonishment, this audacious fellow dared to approach me without shame. And he had the gall to suggest that we set aside discussions of victory and defeat? Did he think he was an ethereal fairy, unburdened by reality? By heavens, even if he were a fairy, I would show him no leniency. Chao Yang emitted a cold snicker, his hands instinctively hovering over the keyboard, poised to unleash a barrage of comments. Little did he know, the viewers were quicker on the draw. How absurd. A loss is a loss, yet he dares to claim victory is irrelevant? What, then, should we focus on? Has his brain shriveled? Goodness, does he not acknowledge his defeat? What do you want to do? Force a cleanup of your reputation. Where is your dignity, my esteemed challenger? Observing the flurry of comments, Bai could hardly contain his fury. How could a prosperous individual like himself allow such puny adversaries to challenge him with impunity? These insolent brats, how should one converse with them? Had it not been for his cunning pretense, I would not have faltered. As Bai continued to type furiously, the entire chatroom gawked in disbelief. How could he not accept his loss? It appeared as if his intelligence had been stripped away. Is this truly a wealthy figure? How does he seem more foolish than the village simpleton? Heavens, this resembles the extravagant tales of wealthy protagonists I've read, complete with a forced descent into absurdity. I am truly enlightened. No wonder authors pen such narratives. Art indeed springs from life. Indeed, it seems that sometimes reality can outstrip fiction in its absurdity. At this moment, Chao Yang could no longer hold back and hastily typed a comment. How dare you come barking back? How can someone be so brazenly shameless? If you can't produce results, do you blame the earth for lacking gravity? Upon reading Chao Yang's comment, Bai instinctively narrowed his eyes, but soon his teeth clenched in rage. He had not lost. He was merely careless. Yes, that was it. So what if $1 million had been spent? His own savings amounted to $20 million. It was hardly an insurmountable expense. If it weren't for you pretending to be a novice, I wouldn't have underestimated you. Who can't afford to spend $1 million? In a few days, Feiyu will launch a new event. Dare you engage seriously? Are you not intent on elevating this wretched individual? How could you possibly shy away from even the simplest event? At that very moment, delayed notifications finally chimed. Chao Yang hurriedly opened the messages. Longhua Bank. Your account ending in 9966 has received a deposit of 40,000 yuan. Current account balance, 24,158, 695 yuan. Longhua Bank. Your account ending in 9966 has received a deposit of 40,000 yuan. Current balance. Shortly after, the final notification arrived, revealing his account's ultimate balance, 2,020, 158, 695 yuan. 20 million. A full 20 million more. In a single stroke, he had become a millionaire. This pace of wealth accumulation was swifter than a bank heist. And it all hinged on you, Brother Tom. I must devote myself to relentless spending. In the blink of an eye, Chao Yang, now a millionaire, restrained his exhilaration, delightfully setting aside his phone, his fingers striking the keyboard with commanding authority. You insolent wretch. He typed. Do you even possess the qualifications for such audacity? Depart at once, and should we cross paths again, I shall not hesitate to strike you. I shall attend the event, but it is not to engage in petty disputes with you. You are unworthy of my ire. Having finally recognized my eldest daughter, I shall support her unconditionally. Our victory is assured. Not even the arrival of Jesus can impede our progress. Mark my words. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the world, in a grand villa across the ocean, Joseph was abruptly awakened by the shrill ring of his phone. Cursing under his breath, he thought the despicable fiend ought to be condemned to hell, yet he answered the call. Upon hearing the financial assistance report, all remnants of sleep vanished. What? His assets had inexplicably evaporated by $3 million. Chapter 14. The privilege of wealth in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, at the headquarters of the Flying Fish platform. An unexpected uproar erupted among the operations department, nearly transforming the atmosphere into that of a lively marketplace, had it not been for the sudden appearance of Director Wang Xinmin. Nevertheless, excitement surged through the staff, for such electrifying occurrences were seldom witnessed outside major competitions. Director, the online audience for the singer Qin Yan's live stream has surpassed 60,000, exclaimed the operations staff member, Zhu Xiaoming, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he stared at his computer screen. With the director's presence, the other employees reluctantly returned to their desks. Yet they eagerly strained to listen, collectively gasping in astonishment at the news. Incredible! This level of popularity would cause even the platform's top-tier broadcasters to bow in submission. They were acutely aware that just a few hours prior, this broadcaster was barely a third-tier performer, practically at the brink of obscurity. Now, it was unequivocally evident that she was on the verge of a meteoric rise. In less than an hour, she embarked on a path of resurgence, a phenomenon that could only be described as miraculous within the realm of live streaming. Remarkable. With the backing of a lavish spender, the situation was formidable. The benefactor had lavishly contributed 10 million, making it nearly impossible for her not to soar. Stay alert and ensure the bandwidth is sufficient. We must guarantee a seamless streaming experience. Director Wang Xinmin adjusted his glasses and spoke in a measured tone. Understood, Director. Zhu Xiaoming promptly nodded in agreement. Just moments ago, had he not increased the bandwidth by 2 additional lines, the overwhelming effects triggered by the benefactor's generous contributions could have caused the live stream to falter. The staggering quantity of effects reached an astonishing 5,000. Despite having worked at the Flying Fish Operations Department for 2.5 years, witnessing such an overwhelming display of generosity was a first for Zhu Xiaoming. At that moment, Director Wang Xinmin did not rush to depart. Rather, he lingered, still harboring concerns, vigilantly observing the unfolding events. The sudden emergence of a new super spender in the live streaming realm demanded his utmost attention. Even President Zhou Qiang had been alerted and was taking the matter with utmost seriousness. It must be said that the prowess of the newly minted Tycoon, Free Brother, is truly formidable. At this moment, although Wang Xinmin appeared outwardly calm, he could not help but feel a profound shock within. This magnate spent millions in just a single ordinary session, setting a record for the Feiyu platform. Whether anyone will surpass this in the future remains uncertain, but Free Brother undoubtedly stands as a pioneer without precedent. Among all the affluent patrons on the platform, none have exhibited such audacity from the outset. Even the most illustrious tycoon of last year, Prince Brother, took a week to surpass the 10 million mark. Such a figure, on any platform, would undoubtedly be revered like a deity. This is indeed the god of wealth. Old Wang, how is the situation? A man's voice interrupted Wang Xinmin's reverie. It turned out to be a commanding middle-aged gentleman approaching. The entire operations department fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. And even the breaths of the staff grew more subdued, with Zhu Xiaoming, the operations young man, standing up straight in haste. Everyone could not help but marvel. Free Brother had indeed stirred enough awe to warrant the presence of President Zhou Qiang in the operations department. All is well, President Zhou. Currently, the number of viewers in Free Brother's supported streamer's room has surged dramatically. I have instructed Xiaoming to monitor closely and address any emergencies promptly. Wang Xinmin replied respectfully to Zhou Qiang. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang moved behind Zhu Xiaoming and peered at the computer screen. Thank you for your hard work. It is imperative to ensure that users enjoy an exceptional experience in the live broadcast. He patted Zhu Xiaoming's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Understood, President Zhou. You can rest assured. At this moment, Zhu Xiaoming felt as if his heart were leaping from his throat and nodded frantically. My goodness. After 2.5 years in the company, as a mere fry in the operations department, This was his first time engaging so closely with a high-ranking official. Old Wang, it seems we'll have to work overtime today. Please compile the information on this Tycoon swiftly. We have a meeting in an hour. After instructing Zhu Xiaoming, Zhou Qiang assigned tasks to Wang Xinmin before turning to leave. Zhou Qiang's eyes shimmered with excitement. The platform was on the verge of a financing round. At such a critical juncture, today's unexpected Tycoon could serve as an invaluable asset to the platform's reputation. The god of wealth. If such a Tycoon could remain on the platform and maintain stable spending, it would undoubtedly hold significant implications for the success of the forthcoming financing. 12-fold importance is by no means an exaggeration. In Song Qingyan's live broadcast room, facing tens of thousands of viewers, she felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Genuinely overwhelmed by such a grand occasion, it resembled the sensation of performing on stage for the first time at school. Nevertheless, her singing remained steady, her ethereal and melodious voice eliciting countless cheers in the barrage of comments that flooded the screen, particularly during a heartfelt rendition of Thank You. She sang with such fervor that her eyes glistened with emotions, moving even Chao Yang to the core. The barrage of comments in the live stream was as abundant as a flowing river, creating an atmosphere that reached a fever pitch. Her followers surged upward as if propelled by an invisible force, and she demonstrated her prowess, proving that her streaming abilities were second to none. Chao Yang firmly believed that given the opportunity to shine, this senior, already a dream goddess in the hearts of countless boys at school, could achieve accomplishments that rivaled those of well-known internet celebrities. Before he realized it, time had flown by, and it was already past 6 o'clock. His stomach began to rumble in protest. "Brothers, I'm too hungry. I'm logging off for now." Chao Yang patted his belly and couldn't help but send a comment. Seeing this, Song Qingyan, who had already sung several songs, quickly rose to bid farewell to Chao Yang. The comments in the live stream shifted instantaneously. "Goodbye, free brother. Free dad. Remember to eat well. Save some for yourself, bro. I want to eat abalone." As he scanned the screen filled with comments, Chao Yang amiably replied before exiting the live stream. Once logged out, he discovered that his account had amassed an astonishing 99 messages. Clicking in, he couldn't help but chuckle. There truly were a plethora of bored individuals. Messages ranged from sycophantic praises to mindless criticisms. However, the majority were from viewers seeking attention, and some even outright soliciting support. After glancing through a few, filled with ambiguous and insipid content, Chao Yang quickly lost interest. Nevertheless, he was delighted to find a private message from his senior. After adding her contact, he decisively cleared the rest of the unworthy and bothersome notifications. To avoid future complications, he adjusted his account settings to only accept messages from users he followed before finally logging off the platform. After wandering around his home, which was devoid of anything but instant noodles, Chao Yang shook his head in disappointment. He resolved to treat himself to a lavish meal. "If I say abalone, then I shall have abalone." There was no other option. He had the means. Chapter 15. Public Relations Manager. Food is the essence of life, and with wealth comes the freedom to indulge. After relishing a sumptuous seafood feast, Chao Yang stepped out of the restaurant, feeling content. He didn't rush home, but instead strolled towards the nearby pedestrian street. He replaced his outdated phone with the latest Huawei model from the Exquisite series. Upon spotting Heian home, he ventured inside and revamped his entire outfit. Exiting the store, he found a hair salon across the street and sought out Tony for a stylish and spirited short haircut. Stepping out of the salon, Chao Yang looked entirely transformed. As if he were a different person altogether. Even acquaintances would be taken aback. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. And with his inherent charm complemented by fashionable attire and a fresh hairstyle, he was nothing short of strikingly handsome. Most importantly, his aura had changed drastically. It must be said, wealth emboldens a man. With 20 million languishing in his bank account, he radiated an air of sunny confidence. At this very moment, Chao Yang could easily be likened to the Wu Yanzu of Shicheng as he strolled down the street, attracting the attention of numerous young women who frequently turned to glance at him. After a complete transformation, the sky had darkened entirely by the time he returned home. The cotton mill workers' housing complex was the residence left behind by his grandparents, as his parents had tragically perished in a car accident while working away from home. His grandparents had also passed away in the last couple of years, leaving him to bear the solitary burden of life, where he alone enjoyed the fruits of labor without any shared responsibilities. In the sweltering heat of July, Even the night retained a certain warmth. Yet his home felt eerily quiet. As he observed the creaking ceiling fan, a wave of loneliness washed over him momentarily. However, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset. In his previous life, he had been battered by the hardships of existence, striving tirelessly, yet barely managing to save a few coins throughout the year. The weight of life's responsibilities had left him no room for complacency. Now, having been granted a second chance at life, he felt it would be a disservice to not relish the opportunities bestowed upon him by the system. With this thought, Chaoyang activated his new smartphone and booked a flight to the bustling metropolis for the following day. After searching online, he discovered a renowned 5-star hotel in the city, reserving the presidential suite at a staggering 98,888 per day for an entire month. In his previous life, he had rushed to the metropolis upon receiving his acceptance letter. But this time, his journey was not for labor. Rather, it was to experience the simplicity of life in advance. He pondered how his senior, Song Qingyan, would react upon learning of his arrival in the city, and anticipation bubbled within him. After completing these arrangements, he took a shower and lay down on his bed. Feeling somewhat bored, he grabbed his new phone and logged onto Feiyu. Playing live broadcasts on his new device alleviated any concerns about lag, allowing him to enjoy the comfort of his bed rather than sitting on an old wooden chair. Song Qingyan had already ended her stream, and the virtual currency on the platform had been exhausted. Rather than rushing to watch other streamers, Chaoyang decided to invest in additional virtual currency, ensuring he was well prepared for any future needs. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Feiyu platform, executives convened in a conference room for a meeting. President Zhou Qiang passionately reiterated the future development plans of the platform, conducting a thorough analysis of the current challenges and issues they faced. He emphasized the utmost importance of the upcoming round of financing, as its successful completion would pave the way for potential public listing. As Zhou Qiang concluded his speech, a staff member from the legal department entered with a document. Observing this, Zhou Qiang shifted his tone, stating that while the prior discussion pertained to the company's strategic plans, the focal point of today's meeting was a different matter. He noted that everyone had likely heard whispers of a new super-rich benefactor who had joined the platform that afternoon, and he called upon General Manager Wang from the operations department to provide further details. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinmin, the director of operations, cleared his throat and said, "This afternoon, a user made an astonishingly large purchase on our platform, totaling a staggering 10 million in a single transaction. After our investigation, we confirmed that this affluent individual has no affiliations with any guilds. He is simply a pure consumer. Based on my experience, this appears to be a newly emerged tycoon in the industry. Starting with such a monumental expenditure, it is evident that his financial prowess is formidable. I preliminarily deduced that this free brother is no less formidable than last year's most powerful tycoon, Prince Brother, and may even surpass him." As Wang Xinmin concluded his statement, a buzz of discussion erupted in the conference room. Even among the senior executives of Feiyu, there was palpable astonishment. The terrifying prowess of Prince Brother had shocked the world during last year's peak competition. Could this free brother potentially be even more formidable? What an extraordinary phenomenon. This revelation would surely leave the executives from other platforms green with envy and sleepless. The head of the legal department coughed and interjected. "I must mention that we have received reliable information through our channels confirming that this free brother is indeed a pure consumer. Currently, there are no indications of any illegal activities." Upon hearing this, President Zhou Qiang could not contain his excitement, standing up with a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes as the last vestiges of his concern dissipated, replaced by sheer joy. After a moment of contemplation, he was about to speak when the door to the conference room was abruptly pushed open. In rushed Zhu Xiaoming, the operations staff, in a flurry of panic. Seeing this, Wang Xinmin furrowed his brow, ready to admonish him, only to be utterly stunned by Zhu Xiaoming's words. At that moment, not only Wang Xinmin but also all the senior executives, including President Zhou Qiang, were left aghast, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. What did you just say? How much did Free Brother spend?" Wang Xinmin stammered, swallowing hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. 100 million. Free Brother deposited a full 100 million. Gasp. The expansive conference room echoed with the sound of collective intake of breath. After delivering his report, Zhu Xiaoming exited, yet an extraordinary silence enveloped the room. How utterly terrifying. A recharge calculated in the hundreds of millions? Even with all the elite individuals present, 20 years of savings would scarcely suffice for such a transaction. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Qiang could no longer contain himself. He slammed his palm on the table, his face aglow with excitement, exclaiming, "You all heard that, right? This is a super tycoon. The significance of this for our platform cannot be overstated." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon a striking female executive. Pausing for effect, he solemnly addressed her. "Vice President Lin, the arduous task ahead now falls to your public relations department. I do not care what methods you employ, but you absolutely must ensure that this free brother remains firmly anchored to our platform. Vice President Lin, can you accomplish this task?" Upon hearing this, the alluring Vice President of Public Relations, with a glint of excitement in her eyes, could not help but reveal her enthusiasm. As long as she secures the support of that affluent benefactor, the leverage in her hands will indeed become formidable, and shedding the prefix of deputy will soon be within reach. She abruptly rose to her feet, poised to make an earnest promise when the crisp sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from outside the door. Moments later, the conference room door swung open once more, revealing a woman of striking beauty who instantly captivated everyone present. "Ms. Li, aren't you still on maternity leave? What brings you to the office at this late hour?" Zhou Qiang was the first to react, his surprise evident. The beautiful deputy, who had just stood, could not help but bite her crimson lip, a surge of resentment swelling within her. Yet, she dared not show it. For the woman who had just overshadowed her was none other than her superior, the head of the public relations department, Li Na. Chapter 16. Stewardess Man's Serendipitous Live Stream. Typically, a woman's maternity leave spans from the last month of pregnancy to 3 months post-delivery, amounting to at least 98 days of leave. At the age of 26, Li Na, benefiting from the policy of late marriage and late childbirth, along with the maternity leave provisions in the metropolis, was entitled to an additional 2 months off. At this moment, strictly speaking, she had a month and a half remaining in her maternity leave, yet Li Na had resolved to conclude her break and return to the workplace early. It is often said that the business world is akin to a battlefield, and how different is the corporate arena. It is equally rife with the cruelty of deceit and intrigue. Even if the company grants you a year off, would you dare indulge in it? If you did, upon your return, you might find yourself without a foothold. Having rested for too long, she felt almost stagnant, and the company was at a critical juncture of development. With a charming smile directed at Zhou Qiang, Li Na said, "Mr. Zhou, please permit me to conclude my maternity leave and return to my post to contribute my modest efforts to the company. Is your health adequate for this? Will returning now pose any issues?" Zhou Qiang inquired, his concern palpable. "You need not worry, Mr. Zhou. After giving birth, I have rested for another 3 months. My health has fully recuperated. I've gained quite a bit of weight staying at home." Li Na raised an eyebrow, feigning distress. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang observed her rosy complexion and lively demeanor, noting that she appeared even more stunning after childbirth than she had during her pregnancy. He chose not to voice any further concerns. "Very well, let us welcome Ms. Li back to her position ahead of schedule. Her return is a significant boon for the company." With Zhou Qiang's encouragement, the other executives gazed at Li Na as if drawn by an unseen force. Their eyes riveted upon her as they erupted into applause. As the head of the public relations department, Li Na had always been among the most beautiful women in the entire company. To everyone's astonishment, her allure had not diminished in the slightest after childbirth. In fact, it had intensified beyond her previous charm. A radiant maternal glow has graced her features, enhancing her already alluring charm, rendering her femininity utterly captivating. The allure of mature womanhood within her is unmistakably elevated. Astonishingly, her figure has remained intact. It has merely taken on a subtle voluptuousness that, rather than detracting from her appeal, renders her even more enticing. Her ample curves seem to have expanded beyond measure, tightly enveloped in her shirt, provoking an involuntary concern that they might soon break free from their constraints. Reflecting upon the drastic changes in their own wives post-childbirth, the executives are left with a bittersweet sense of envy. Truly, she is a stunning beauty, as if the heavens themselves have bestowed upon her an extraordinary gift. As Li Na approached the female vice president of the public relations department, the eyes of the onlookers sparkled with renewed interest. This vice president, known for her own beauty, appeared overshadowed in the presence of Li Na. "Shaolin, your efforts during my absence have not gone unnoticed," Li Na remarked with a nod and a smile. Were it not for her maternity leave, she might have overlooked that her once obedient subordinate harbored such ambition. It must have been a significant effort for her to maintain that facade of compliance. Not at all. It's all for the company's benefit. With your return, we finally have a guiding force. Lin Yin bit her crimson lip, her heart brimming with reluctance, yet she stepped aside for the rightful leader. Clenching the hem of her clothing tightly, her knuckles turned white with frustration. How she resented the timing of Lena's return. If only she had waited until her leave was over, her plans might have unfolded successfully. Very well, since you've returned ahead of schedule, I shall reiterate the tasks at hand, Zhou Qiang said with a smile, as Lena took her seat. Before Lena could respond, Lin Yin interjected, Zhou Lena, may I add that for someone as distinguished as Freedom Brother, we must assign our finest staff. During your absence, Xiao Mei has shown remarkable improvement in her professional capabilities, a fact acknowledged by all departments. I propose we appoint her as Freedom Brother's dedicated customer service representative. I am confident she will not disappoint the company. Power is a marvelous entity. Witnessing her swift descent from core management back to her former state, Lin Yin refused to relinquish her aspirations easily. Xiao Mei, her trusted confidant, could potentially elevate her own standing if she were to become Freedom Brother's personal representative. So what if she hadn't secured the position of leader? Her influence remained substantial. Upon hearing this, Lena furrowed her brow momentarily before breaking into a smile. She was well aware of Lin Yan's insidious ambitions. Did she truly believe that while on leave, she was oblivious to the affairs of the company? She too has ascended step by step, enduring trials and tribulations. Without a modicum of capability, how could she occupy her current position? Xiaolin, you are absolutely correct. Freedom Brother is undoubtedly a client that the company must maintain with utmost care. This is of paramount importance. I have decided to personally handle all matters pertaining to his dedicated customer service. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang's eyes instantly brightened, and he exclaimed, excellent. Since President Li is willing to take the reins, it's bound to be a success. Lin Yin, feeling a surge of resentment, nearly ground her teeth. She caught a whiff of a faint milky fragrance emanating from Li Na and couldn't help but maliciously think, why can't you experience a difficult labor with excessive bleeding? At that moment, she realized that with Li Na making such a declaration, there was no room for negotiation. Such a formidable resource as Freedom Brother was now slipping through her fingers. This realization filled her with bitterness. Yet she consoled herself with the fact that Prince Brother's customer service was firmly secured within her camp. In the public relations department, she still held a 50-50 chance. Qiao Yang, of course, was oblivious to the fact that in the pursuit of greater financial gain, he had inadvertently become a pivotal figure in the power struggle within the Feiyu Public Relations Department. At this moment, he was akin to a royal selecting concubines, sifting through female streamers. It is said that there are countless beauties, with Feiyu claiming half of them. After searching for quite some time, however, he had yet to encounter a satisfactory streamer, much to his dismay. This was not to say he hadn't seen beautiful streamers. On the contrary, many of those ranking on the first few pages were quite attractive, well acknowledged by the system. Several had comprehensive ratings exceeding 80, with 2 even surpassing 90. Yet, upon seeing the number of drivers detected by the system, Qiao Yang lost all interest. They were practically public transport, with some shockingly having been driven over 20 times, practically on the verge of being scrapped. He felt fortunate for the presence of System Brother, which spared him from becoming a significant disappointment. A bus, no matter how beautiful, was not to his taste. Who wouldn't he wish to drive a brand new supercar if they had the capability? Unbeknownst to him, Qiao Yang had nearly scrolled to the end of the recommendations. At this juncture, the system's notifications had become exceedingly sparse. Even when he glimpsed a relatively pleasing beauty, the absence of system alerts indicated that she was merely a product of technology and makeup. He had no interest in showering such streamers with money, as there would be no return on investment. Just as Qiao Yang was engulfed in disappointment, a stunning cover featuring a beauty clad in a navy blue flight attendant uniform suddenly captivated his attention. Flight attendant Man was live streaming at her leisure. A flight attendant? Ding. The system detected a target meeting the comprehensive rating criteria. By rewarding her with tips, the host would receive double the cashback. Target Zhao Sherman. Age 24. Height 175 centimeters. Weight 53 kilograms. Appearance 88 points. Figure 92 points. Drivers 0. Favorability 0. Gazing at the data on the light blue screen, Qiao Yang's heart raced with exhilaration, finally revealing a satisfied smile. The beautiful host has met all the evaluation criteria, and the key point is that she is yet to be driven by any driver. Ah, splendid. I have finally found you. Fortunately, I did not give up. Chapter 17. Brother Freedom, how are you? Without any hesitation, Chao Yang entered the live streaming room of the flight attendant Man. Inside the room, she was engaged in a punishment segment. At that moment, Zhao Sherman was adjusting the camera. She wore a blue off-shoulder dress that fully displayed her fair, alluring collarbone, and her ample bosom created a delightful curve in the fabric. Judging by appearances, she was undoubtedly a member of the elite. Her slender waist formed a graceful silhouette, exuding an enchanting allure. Although what lay beneath was concealed, the mere sight of her upper body was enough to provoke one's imagination of her perfect figure. It was no wonder the system awarded her a high score of 92. Chao Yang took a glance and felt an instant attraction. However, when his gaze fell upon her face, he could not help but burst into laughter in astonishment. At this moment, the outline of her features was unrecognizable. The edges of her mouth were painted black, her nose was dyed red, and her cheeks resembled a clowness, adorned in crimson. Even more outrageous, her long, jet-black hair was styled in a chaotic, voluminous manner, akin to an explosion. Chao Yang could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, momentarily stunned. But soon he regained his composure. It was evident she had lost, and was being punished, and judging by the state of her appearance, it seemed she had not been punished by just one person. The beautiful hostess' willingness to endure such a disfiguring punishment spoke volumes about her spirit. She truly knew how to embrace the game. Chao Yang could not suppress his laughter. This hairstyle could not be described as ugly, but rather, it was simply comical. Miss, just as we discussed earlier, perform 10 frog jumps, instructed the victorious host with a grin as Zhao Sherman adjusted the camera. All right. Zhao Shimon's voice was melodious and sweet, yet it was tinged with a sense of resignation at that moment. Despite her previous humiliating punishment, and now facing the challenge of frog jumps, her mental state appeared quite positive, reflecting a commendable attitude. After acknowledging, she did not hesitate. She took a few steps back, squatted down, and began her frog jumps. However, with the first leap, her bosom seemed to spring forth like two mischievous bunnies, startling her into covering her chest. At that moment, dozens of viewers in the live stream became restless. Host, your bunnies are so adorable. How could you hide them? Host, I have 2 little kittens that are missing. You must know where they are. The final act of love is to let go. Host, you wouldn't want to lose us, would you? The seasoned viewers instantly flooded the chat with a barrage of comments, but Zhao Sherman paid them no mind, focusing solely on her frog jumps. In no time, she completed the 10 jumps. She stood up, panting, and returned to the camera to readjust it. After watching the punishment, the streamer excused herself and left. At that moment, Zhao Sherman sat down, and despite the air conditioning, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. This streamer was incredibly earnest. A simple frog jump would have sufficed. Yet she executed it with such precision. Haha, you wouldn't know upstairs. This streamer is just too straightforward. While other streamers might cut corners, she spares no effort whatsoever. Losing, Man is willing to accept her fate, but is there a kind-hearted brother in the chat who could help alleviate her punishment? This is utterly embarrassing. All it takes is a small rocket to make it disappear. Upon reading these comments, Zhao Sherman let out a sigh of relief and smiled, only to then speak with a hint of despair. What? A small rocket? That is asking too much. Oh dear streamer, as much as I wish to assist you, I am powerless to do so. Please bear with me, and once I sell a kidney, I shall elevate you. Observing that the comments were predominantly from novice accounts, Zhao Sherman realized that these individuals were likely freeloaders, unlikely to gift even a small token, let alone a rocket worth 500 yuan. She couldn't help but feel disheartened. The absence of generous patrons was the lament of small streamers, especially since she was merely a part-time broadcaster who streamed only when time permitted. Her gaze drifted to the audience, hoping to spot someone with a bit of clout among the viewers. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that her frog jumps had her seeing things? A max-level account? Unable to resist, she rubbed her eyes and glanced again at the audience. Indeed, a max-level viewer had appeared in her stream. Zhao Sherman trembled with excitement. Despite being a part-time streamer with a vague understanding of the scene, she knew that achieving a max-level account was no small feat, and this person was undoubtedly a remarkable figure. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, she exclaimed, "Welcome, Brother Freedom. When did you arrive? I'm sorry I didn't notice you earlier." Upon hearing this, the viewers in the chat began to focus on the audience as well. In the next moment, the barrage of comments erupted. No way, no way. Brothers, I can't be mistaken. Is this the Freedom Brother from this afternoon? Max level. It has to be. Oh my, streamer, do you realize you've hit the jackpot? You're in for some good fortune. Haha, you've captured Freedom Brother live. Streamer, you better cling to him tightly. If Freedom Brother so much as drops a hint, you'll be set for life. Watching the viewers furiously typing with the fervor of excitement, Zhao Sherman found herself momentarily stunned. Having missed the afternoon's broadcast, she was unaware of Chao Yang's incredible reputation. Yet she now sensed that she had encountered an extraordinary figure. Hee, thank you for gracing Man's stream, Brother Freedom. Zhao Sherman stuck out her tongue and added, I was so focused on the punishment earlier that I didn't notice you. Please don't hold it against me. Once recognized, Chao Yang felt no need to maintain an aloof demeanor. Observing the barrage of messages flooding the screen, he amiably greeted his audience. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Freedom Brother. The excitement was palpable, especially for Zhao Sherman, who felt a mix of exhilaration and anxiety at encountering such a prominent figure. Having streamed sporadically for over half a year, it was her first time hosting a big name, and the nerves were unmistakable. Freedom Brother, if you enjoy my stream, please consider giving me a follow, she said, her voice slightly wavering. After a brief pause, she hesitantly added, Freedom Brother, could I possibly beg you for a small rocket, just to alleviate this awkwardness? When Chao Yang remained silent, she implored in a softer tone, Freedom Brother, I have no other recourse but to ask for your help. Please, help me, one to you? With her hands clasped in prayer before her chest, she earnestly beseeched, Freedom Brother, I beg of you. At that moment, Chao Yang could no longer restrain himself. His heart raced uncontrollably. The delicate and tender tone of her voice seemed to lift his spirit. It was no wonder that the brother calls had attracted a throng of admirers. Who could resist such charm? Thankfully, he was there for financial gain, ensuring he would never be at a loss. In a whirlwind of excitement, he sent 10 super rockets. Chapter 18. Taking flight. The live stream erupted with dazzling special effects, causing Zhao Sherman's eyes to widen in disbelief. Oh my goodness, it's a super rocket, she exclaimed. She had merely wished for a small rocket. Yet Freedom Brother had bestowed upon her 10 super rockets. How extravagant. After several months of intermittent streaming, Zhao Sherman's broadcasts were somewhat of a casual endeavor, as she was indeed a working flight attendant. Since venturing into the world of live streaming, she had developed a fondness for this leisurely pastime. A true homebody at heart, she had unwittingly stepped into the realm of broadcasting during her free time. With no set schedule or dedicated fanbase, she embraced a philosophy of going with the flow. Each time she went live, her modest ambition was to earn 200, content simply to pass the time and earn a little extra. Initially, her streams consisted of casual chats and singing, but as she grew more accustomed to the platform, she adapted her approach. Despite often being on the receiving end of criticism, her genuine and playful nature yielded tangible results, allowing her to consistently meet her modest goals. Thus, she persevered. Though she occasionally entertained dreams of achieving fame, she was acutely aware that such aspirations were little more than fanciful illusions, particularly as many full-time streamers struggled to make ends meet. Why would fortune favor her? Receiving even a single small rocket was akin to a festive celebration. She never imagined that one day she would be graced with 10 super rockets. Is this not a dream? The hand hidden beneath the table pinched Zhao Sherman's thigh fiercely, causing her to leap to her feet in surprise. Her heart raced like a drum. This was undeniably real. A heartfelt thanks to Brother Zio for the 10 super rockets. This marked Sherman's very first experience with such generosity. Brother Zio, you are truly remarkable. Thank you, thank you, Zhao Sherman exclaimed with elation, only then realizing why her viewers had mentioned she was destined to win big. Goodness, to launch 10 super rockets is a staggering 20,000 yuan. Truly, Brother Zio lives up to his reputation. Extraordinary indeed. Haha, 666. Hold on tight. You are about to soar. As she gazed at the barrage of comments flooding the screen, Zhao Sherman found herself overwhelmed with excitement. Over the past 6 months, she had barely earned a little over 10,000 yuan. Yet in an instant, her benefactor had generated 8,000 yuan with merely a gesture. How could she not be thrilled? Brother Zio, you are wonderful. I appreciate you. In her flustered state, she clasped her hands tightly against her chest, repeatedly forming a heart shape. Ding! Zhao Sherman's favorability increased by 20. Ding. Zhao Shimon's favorability increased by 10. Hearing the system's notifications in her mind, Chaoyang couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the power of cash was remarkable. Just 10 super rockets had elevated her favorability to 30. At this rate, reaching 50 should be an effortless task, and the mysterious rewards would be within reach. Observing Zhao Shimon's earnest heart gestures, Chaoyang felt his own heartbeat quicken. This charming lady was truly captivating, even more so than the senior sister. He resolved to personally validate her sincerity if the opportunity arose. Well, enough with the thanks. You can now proceed with your penalty. Please do so quickly, as it feels rather awkward. Hee. All right then, dear brother, please wait a moment. I will be right back. Zhao Shiman flashed a sweet smile, brimming with excitement, and promptly attended to her penalties. Soon, having tidied herself up, Zhao Shiman returned to her computer. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but be mesmerized, a wave of astonishment washing over them. Her lustrous black hair was styled into a bun, and after a refreshing cleanup, her face resembled that of a charming first love. Pure and unforgettable. This innocent beauty, coupled with her alluring off-shoulder dress, made her the epitome of ethereal allure. Instantly, the seasoned viewers flooded the chat with their admiration. However, Zhao Shiman had little time to concern herself with their comments. Encountering Brother Zio was a stroke of fortune, yet she pondered what he might enjoy. Perhaps, shall I sing a song for you? As she spoke, she touched up her lipstick, the sparkle of excitement in her eyes unwavering. However, I am no professional singer. If I perform poorly, Brother Zio mustn't ridicule me. At this, Chaoyang chuckled softly. He had not come to listen to singing. Earning money was the primary objective. Singing could wait. Let us proceed. Gazing at the barrage of comments from Chaoyang, Zhao Shiman was momentarily taken aback and sincerely remarked, "Ah, Brother Zio, you've already sent so much. It must be quite costly. Perhaps we should just enjoy some music or engage in a chat." The moment these words left her lips, the live stream's chat exploded with fervor. Is this host out of her mind? The gentleman is clearly offering money and she declines. Haha, this is hilarious. Who does the host look down upon? Does Brother Zio really need this little amount? You should know how much he has donated this afternoon. It might just leave you in shock. Host, I advise you to broaden your horizons. Let us witness the grandeur of the Tycoon. This beautiful sister truly is naive and straightforward. Observing this, Chaoyang couldn't help but chuckle, quickly typing in a comment. No worries, let us go. I'll take you flying. With the matter at hand, Zhao Shiman found it inappropriate to say anything further and soon connected randomly with another host. After engaging in a rather insipid exchange with the host across, the official broadcast commenced. Dear viewers, is there a kind soul willing to give Man a boost? Please, I beg you. Although she was fairly certain that Chaoyang would likely support her, Zhao Shiman still endeavored to gather votes. However, after a brief period with little success, Chaoyang could no longer hold back and began to contribute. When Like Freedom sent a Super Rocket X10. When Like Freedom sent a Super Rocket X10. When Like Freedom sent a Super Rocket X10. 60,000. 48 in an instant. The opposing host's health bar was completely depleted. The host was left dumbfounded, and not just her. Even Zhao Shiman was taken aback. Ha ha ha. Wow, it's indeed Brother Zio. 30 super rockets to break the egg. Incredible. 66,666. This is exhilarating. The gentleman's might is evident for all to see. Watching the continuous rise of super fire effects, Zhao Shiman could hardly contain herself and stood up in excitement. Thank you, Brother Zio, for the super fire. You are the best. With her scalp tingling, Zhao Shiman instinctively shouted in delight. Though her mind buzzed, she realized she was truly about to soar. Yet, this was not the end. When Like Freedom sent a Super Rocket X10. When Like Freedom sent a Super Rocket X10. When Like Freedom sent a Super Rocket X10. Zhao Shiman gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her perceptions had been utterly transformed. Oh my, Brother Zio. This is too extravagant. Chapter 19. Love you. Before she realized it, the time had slipped to 23:45. Throughout the evening, the relentless barrage of super fire notifications had sent Zhao Shiman's live stream into a frenzy of popularity. Typically, the evening hours belonged to the major streamers, yet now, even the most prominent hosts were outshone by Zhao Shiman, an otherwise obscure streamer. Tonight, she was the brightest star in the sea of flying fish. With a flawless record of 20 matches, she had triumphed over every opponent, whether they were small or large streamers. all brought to their knees. In every encounter, Brother Freedom consistently delivers an astonishing output that exceeds 100 super fire points, instilling despair in any broadcaster who witnesses such formidable prowess. This moment has nearly etched itself into the annals of Flyfish's history. Another underdog broadcaster has soared to unprecedented heights, a true miracle. Zhao Sherman has finally grasped that the arrival of a divine benefactor is not merely a figment of imagination. Such an extraordinary figure. This evening, Zhao Sherman has truly risen. No longer is she the one battered for a mere 200 yuan, enduring various humiliations as a struggling streamer. Although she is not a full-time broadcaster, after several months of streaming, this is the first time Man has pinched her own thigh in disbelief, fearing that this might all be a dream. She expresses her heartfelt gratitude to Brother Freedom for allowing her to experience the sweetness of being cherished and protected. Brother Freedom is indeed her savior, and she wishes to continue streaming indefinitely. However, the hour grows late, and she must sign off to prepare for work the following day, hoping for Brother Freedom's understanding. Zhao Shimon's excited, enchanting face is flushed with a charming crimson hue as she clutches her heavy chest, bowing repeatedly. Her sincere voice, trembling with exhilaration and nerves, stutters out. "Host, is this real? Am I hearing correctly? Over 5 million in gifts in a single night, and I still have to work." Astonished, she laments. "Why does such fortune elude me? Brother Freedom, I seek your patronage." "Host, Brother Chaoyang, you still have a job?" As she gazes at the frenzied barrage of comments flooding the chat, Zhao Shimon's beautiful eyes reveal a dazed expression. Tonight's experience feels nothing short of a dream. Brother Freedom's domineering affection and protection fills her heart with sweetness and security. And then there are those staggering gifts totaling over 5 million. Having longed for a mere 200 yuan from her broadcasts, she could never have imagined earning over 2 million one day. The mere thought sends her heart racing uncontrollably. As a flight attendant serving in first class, her income is slightly above that of a typical attendant, yet 2 million equates to 2 decades of her wages. One live stream has allowed her to forego 20 years of struggle. If her colleagues were to discover this, they would surely be envious. Ding! Zhao Shimon's favorability rating has risen by 5. Hearing the system's notification, Chaoyang couldn't help but smile. Zhao Shimon's favorability toward him has now reached 65. She has also entered the stage of infatuation, unlocking 2 mysterious rewards, albeit only 3 attribute points. This surpasses the favorability rating of senior sister Song, Qingyan, by 3 points. Upon reaching a favorability of 70, their relationship will ascend to the 3rd tier, romantic intentions. Romantic intentions. Who will be the first to reach this milestone? Will it be the campus Belle, senior sister Song Qingyan, or the charming flight attendant? Chaoyang finds himself quite eager to discover the answer. At this moment, he also receives the final bank notification, watching his balance swell by over 10 million, and a broad smile spreads across his face. In just a day, he amassed 30 million. How exhilarating. Well, it's getting late, so let's call it a night and take a break. With a contented sigh, Chaoyang sent a barrage of messages. After Zhao Sherman concluded her broadcast, Chaoyang also exited from Feiyu. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he set aside his phone, took a refreshing shower, and then lay down on his bed, ready to drift into slumber. After all, he had to fly to the magical city tomorrow. However, the notification sound of a green bubble interrupted the tranquility. Upon opening it, he found a message from Zhao Sherman. "Brother, I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Love you, Shy. If you love me, give me a kiss. If you love me, give me a hug." The voice message followed. "Good night, brother." At that moment, Zhao Sherman, who had also taken a simple shower, lay on her bed, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She placed her phone aside, unable to resist breaking into a silly smile. The taut nerves finally began to ease, and after a night filled with tension, drowsiness soon enveloped her. As if it were a form of self-protection, and before long, she fell into a deep slumber. Though she seldom spoke in her sleep, tonight, even in her dreams, she murmured intermittently. Meanwhile, Chaoyang quickly succumbed to sleep as well. However, one person was utterly sleepless, tossing and turning for over an hour after putting down her phone, yet still unable to find repose. In a dark rental room far away in the magical city, Song Qingyan lay on her bed, lost in thought. After finishing her broadcast in the afternoon, she took a brief nap. Upon waking up, feeling a bit idle, she opened Feiyu. As soon as she logged in, she was greeted by the sensational announcement from Freedom Daddy. and she stealthily slipped into Zhao Shimon's live stream. Having quietly observed for the entire evening, she witnessed the entire process of Chao Yang supporting Zhao Sherman. The same freedom daddy who had just spent 10 million in the afternoon continued to lavish over 5 million that night. The sheer magnitude of his financial prowess left her astounded and her scalp tingling, yet her heart was a tumult of emotions. It felt as though her own supreme treasure had become someone else's legendary figure. This realization brought her immense discomfort. A hint of jealousy coupled with a profound sense of unease consumed her. She dreaded that the brother, who had given her boundless hope amidst despair, might vanish without a trace. She yearned to immediately go live, pulling her brother into her stream to proclaim to everyone that Freedom Daddy belonged to her. Yet, upon reconsideration, she hesitated. Her brother was free to enjoy himself wherever he pleased. Who was she to demand that he linger solely for her? Nevertheless, she truly longed for him to pay her a bit more attention. Time and again, she contemplated sending him a message, typing and deleting it repeatedly, wrestling with her thoughts throughout the night, but ultimately refraining from sending anything. It was partly due to her reserved nature, partly out of fear of being overly sentimental. And while she excelled in singing and dancing, her naturally cool demeanor made socializing quite challenging for her. Although it was merely a small message, one couldn't help but liken it to warfare. The initial momentum surged, but as hesitation crept in, the chance to press the send button slipped further away. As she gazed at the live stream, her attention could still wander, yet when lying alone in bed, she found herself ensnared in a vortex of self-doubt, unable to escape. Would her beloved father figure abandon her? What must she do to retain his presence? He was so wonderful, surely he would not leave her. Yet, if he did depart, what would become of her? A myriad of emotions intertwined, gnawing at Song Qingyan's heart in the stillness of night, rendering her unable to find solace in sleep. Ding. Song Qingyan's favorability rating increased by 5. Ding. Song Qingyan's favorability rating decreased by 5. Ding. Song Qingyan's favorability rating increased by 5. Ding. Song Qingyan's favorability rating decreased by 5. The incessant chimes of the system jolted Chao Yang from his slumber, and in a daze, he absorbed the notifications with growing exasperation. What is going on, senior sister? At this hour, why engage in such arithmetic? Chapter 20. Flight attendant man favorable, marriage, travel. Unfavorable, opening a business, burial. Gazing at the inexpensive, outdated calendar, Chao Yang chuckled softly. Today was indeed a splendid day. Rising early, he tidied the old house with a light touch and stepped out the door, equipped only with essential documents, leaving behind even the second-hand notebook he had once cherished as a token of affection. With his newfound wealth, selecting a notebook would be a trivial pursuit. He deemed it unnecessary to subject himself to previous hardships. After a simple breakfast, he hailed a cab and headed straight for the provincial airport. At the airport's VIP lounge, after completing the necessary formalities, Chao Yang settled onto a sofa to await his boarding call. The lounge was sparsely populated, exuding a tranquil ambience that starkly contrasted with the bustling terminal. The few individuals present were elegantly attired, radiating affluence and sophistication, while the scantily represented ladies adorned themselves in opulence, embodying the essence of high society. In comparison, Chao Yang's attire, sourced from Hailan home, appeared rather unremarkable, even understated. Nevertheless, as he savored the complimentary fruits and passed the time watching television, he felt a sense of detachment and serenity, akin to witnessing the blooming and withering of flowers or the drifting of clouds. Having recently been reborn, he effortlessly transitioned from a nobody to a millionaire, filling him with confidence about his splendid new life. For him, possessing billions was merely a matter of time. Undoubtedly, the courage and dignity of adulthood were directly proportional to one's wealth. With affluence came the privilege of elevated treatment, and wealth provided men with the fortitude to confront all challenges. After waiting for over half an hour, a young flight attendant clad in a classic blue uniform approached, bowing slightly before softly informing Chao Yang that it was time to board. Nodding in acknowledgement, he rose to his feet. The beautiful flight attendant possesses an extraordinary appearance, with a tall and graceful figure complemented by a warm and enchanting smile that radiates elegance and poise. Clad in a well-fitted uniform, she exudes an allure that captivates all who gaze upon her, undeniably embodying the essence of a goddess in the eyes of the public. Upon encountering such a stunning flight attendant up close, Chao Yang found himself inexplicably drawn to her, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Sir, please follow me," she said, gracefully gesturing as she led him toward the boarding gate. As Chao Yang trailed slightly behind, he could not help but admire her enchanting silhouette, his heart aflame with excitement. However, upon reviewing her profile, a sense of disillusionment washed over him. In an instant, a classic phrase echoed in his mind: the goddess of the poor, the wealthies. Grateful for his second chance at life, Chao Yang reveled in the fact that he stood at a level unattainable for ordinary individuals who toil their entire lives. It became evident that regardless of the profession, those deemed beautiful often endure their own struggles. A truly exquisite beauty is as rare and cherished as a national treasure. Reflecting on his senior, Song Qingyan, and the stunning flight attendant he had encountered the previous night, Chao Yang acknowledged his fortunate circumstances. A brand new car seemed to be within his grasp. This brought to mind the well-known theory he had encountered in his past life, the Pareto principle, which posits that 20% of individuals control 80% of resources and wealth. This principle applies universally across society. Everyone strives to ascend the social ladder. And only by becoming part of the elite few can one gain the privilege of wielding enviable wealth and resources. It is undeniable that high-quality beauty constitutes a premium resource. Who among the masses does not yearn for such elevated status? Under the flight attendant's guidance, Chao Yang smoothly boarded the aircraft, first class. Seated by the window, he reveled in the spaciousness that comfortably accommodated his tall frame. The premium fare proved its worth. The enjoyment purchased with money was justified, for wealth signifies privilege, not affliction. In his previous life, Chao Yang had flown on several occasions, but with his modest means, he had only ever managed to secure economy-class tickets, where legroom was a mere luxury. Now, experiencing first class for the first time, he marveled at the numerous features he had never encountered before. While he explored these amenities, a melodious and sweet voice broke through his reverie. "Sir, do you need assistance?" The voice belonged to a flight attendant even more striking than the one who had initially escorted him. Equally tall, her uniform enveloped a figure that was even more exquisitely proportioned, her long legs accentuated by sheer black stockings, undeniably alluring. Instantly, the phrase "legs for days" sprang to mind. Her long hair was elegantly styled into an exquisite bun, complemented by graceful brows and pearly white teeth. Her eyes sparkled with a watery gleam, and her charming smile exuded an enchanting sweetness that felt like a gentle spring breeze, stirring the heartstrings. Upon recognizing the flight attendant's appearance, Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback, instantly struck by the realization of how small the world truly is. This oval face, reminiscent of first love, was unforgettable after just one glance, especially since he had spent the previous night captivated by her presence. Could it be Zhao Sherman? As he boarded the plane, he had pondered the possibility of encountering her. Yet he never expected it to come to fruition. In a world so vast, such coincidences are indeed remarkable. Noticing the peculiar expression on Chao Yang's face as he beheld her, Zhao Sherman was momentarily puzzled, though her professionalism prevented her from dwelling on it. She offered him a warm towel, gazing at him with a gentle smile, saying, "Sir, please take a moment to wipe your hands." At her words, Chao Yang snapped back to reality and accepted the warm towel. It must be said that Zhao Sherman in real life was even more visually striking than she appeared in her live streams. Her demeanor was dignified, her smile sweet. Although her professionalism shone through, it was still quite pleasant. Despite her enthusiastic service, it lacked the fervent familiarity of last night when she had referred to him as Brother Freedom. Instead, carrying an air of reserved distance that swiftly extinguished Chao Yang's delight at this serendipitous encounter. A thought crossed his mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle silently. He knew her, yet she had no idea who he was. The sensation was rather peculiar, yet given that she was at work, he felt it inappropriate to say much, resigning himself to the role of a stranger. Surely, he couldn't just divulge, "I am your Brother Freedom from last night's voice chat." Chapter 21. To withstand temptation. Should one cry or laugh? "Sir, if you require anything further, please feel free to call upon me. I shall be at your service. I won't disturb you any longer. Wishing you a pleasant journey." Zhao Shimon's eyes curved gently, her lips revealing a captivating smile as she bowed slightly and took her leave. Chao Yang nodded. He was not the only passenger in first class, and she had other duties to attend to, so he refrained from saying more. During her service, Zhao Sherman not only provided him with slippers and a blanket, but also presented a fruit platter, adjusting his seat to a more comfortable position. Even during the flight, She patiently explained the dining options and how to place an order, prompting Chao Yang to commend her professionalism and attentiveness. Zhao Sherman, of course, had no inkling that this young and handsome passenger was the formidable #1 supporter from her live stream the previous night. She simply performed her duties with diligence. Nevertheless, Chao Yang felt that his journey was worthwhile. He had witnessed the genuine persona of the beautiful streamer and enjoyed the warm hospitality. As the plane soared steadily, the early riser, Chao Yang, began to feel drowsy and soon succumbed to sleep. Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, he was abruptly awakened by a pressing urge to relieve himself. Rising, he made his way to the restroom. After attending to his needs, he emerged feeling quite liberated, only to have his gaze captured by a figure lurking in the corner. Though only a silhouette, the alluring curves of a slender waist, shapely hips, and long legs ignited a warmth in Chao Yang's heart. Even without seeing her face, he instantly recognized the owner of that captivating form, Zhao Sherman. At that moment, she was concealed in the shadows, her shoulders heaving slightly. Was she indulging in a snack? A playful smirk graced Chao Yang's lips as he approached her from behind and gently tapped her shoulder. In an instant, Zhao Sherman jolted, akin to a startled rabbit. Swiftly turning to face him, she hastily wiped at her flushed cheeks, but despite her rapid efforts, tears fell from her reddened eyes more swiftly than she could clean them. Why was she crying? Chao Yang's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had assumed this exquisite flight attendant was merely sneaking a bite, but it appeared she was actually wiping away tears. No, I'm not crying. Something just got in my eye. Zhao Sherman quickly stifled her tears, her hands frantically dabbing at her eyes. Her pale face indicated her reluctance to meet his gaze, and her voice trembled as she attempted to explain. Are you trying to deceive me? Observing Zhao Sherman's pitiful demeanor, Chao Yang furrowed his brow. What had happened to her, and why was she in tears? At his inquiry, Zhao Sherman, fighting back her tears, shook her head and murmured in a barely audible voice, "It's nothing. Just my eyes feel uncomfortable. I apologize, sir, for causing you concern." Chao Yang was at a loss for words, seeing her so distressed yet trying to act strong. Has someone been bullying you? It's all right, share it with me, and I may be able to assist, he stated earnestly, realizing that this woman, who could potentially bring him significant fortune, deserved his support. At his words, Zhao Sherman's body tensed, and she involuntarily raised her head, her tear-filled eyes unexpectedly meeting his. A flicker of warmth surged within her. As her nose tinged with the urge to cry again, she resolutely suppressed it. The breakdown of an adult often transpires in mere moments. Recently, a passenger had demanded her contact information, which she had firmly declined, inciting his displeasure and a threat to file a complaint against her. After finally escaping the harassment, she felt a wave of injustice wash over her, unable to hold back her emotions any longer. This month alone, she had been complained about 5 times for similar incidents. Moreover, she had consistently received the most complaints among the crew. Why? All she wished was to perform her duties honestly. Was that truly so difficult? Why is it that those trivial matters, filled with petty squabbles and chaos, invariably fall upon me? I merely strive to uphold my principles and adhere to the company's regulations, wishing not to conform to the actions of my colleagues. Is that truly a fault? Why can't I simply enjoy my work in peace? The position in first class comes with excellent benefits and a handsome salary, causing envy among many flight attendants who covet it. The pressure is already immense. We are all flight attendants. What warrants your claim to such a prestigious position? Zhao Sherman is well aware of this, and for that reason, she has diligently toiled, bearing the burdens without complaint. Yet, inexplicably, calamities seem to seek her out. Having suppressed her feelings for far too long, she recently reached a breaking point, even questioning the purpose of her existence and feeling disheartened about her career as a flight attendant. If this continues, she is certain that her position will be usurped by others, leading her to contemplate resignation. In that fleeting moment, the thought of retreat began to take root in her mind. What are you dawdling for? Who is bullying you? Speak up, and I shall help you seek justice. Observing Zhao Sherman lost in thought, Chao Yang could not resist the impulse to gently tap his finger on her smooth forehead, remarking playfully, "Ah." Instantly, Zhao Sherman's consciousness was jolted back to reality, though she appeared startled by Chao Yang's somewhat intimate gesture. With a soft gasp, she pressed her hand to her forehead and hastily stepped back, a blush rising to her cheeks. "No, it's truly fine." Casting a glance at the handsome young man who seemed eager to defend her, A flicker of gratitude appeared in Zhao Sherman's eyes, though it was fleeting. Thank you for your kindness, but I assure you, I am perfectly all right. The plane is in flight. Sir, you should return to your seat to avoid any mishaps. Zhao Sherman replied with a composed smile, her gaze still reflecting a hint of wariness towards the stranger. Is she truly refusing my goodwill? Taken aback for a moment, Chao Yang found himself at a loss for words, and with no inclination to prolong the conversation, he departed, bemused. Watching Chao Yang's retreating figure, Zhao Sherman secretly sighed in relief. He appeared younger than herself, and although his attire was unassuming, one could surmise that he belonged to a well-off family. Likely a privileged second-generation heir. She had encountered numerous such individuals in first class, often arrogant or aloof. Yet someone as unpretentious and pleasant as Chao Yang was indeed a rarity. Zhao Sherman held a favorable impression of him. She felt touched by his earlier kindness. Yet she hesitated to accept it. Little did anyone know, her mind was presently consumed by the name of one person, Freedom Brother. His domineering protection and affection from the previous night had left her both astonished and blissfully overwhelmed. His sudden appearance was akin to a celestial blessing, fulfilling all her childhood fantasies of a hero. If only Freedom Brother were here now, he would surely never allow her to suffer indignities. Contemplating, Zhao Shimon's mood brightened, and an involuntary smile graced her lips, though it bore an almost infatuated quality. Meanwhile, upon returning to his seat, Chao Yang felt a twinge of melancholy. He had intended to interact as an ordinary person, yet what he received in return was a sense of distance. However, upon reflection, he couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. This alluring flight attendant clearly possessed an admirable resilience to temptation. No wonder she had managed to remain untouched by suitors until now. The ability to endure solitude and withstand allure is indeed a rare virtue among women. Yet, it seems she had also shut herself off from potential connections, leaving Chao Yang uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Ding. Zhao Shimon's favorability rating increased by 2. Ding. Zhao Shimon's favorability rating increased by 2. The sudden notification from the system caused Chao Yang, who was feeling somewhat downcast, to widen his eyes in astonishment. How could her favorability have risen? She had seemed so guarded moments ago. Before he could ponder further, the total favorability score caught his attention, causing his heart to leap. 69. Just a fraction away from 70, which would signify a transition into a romantic phase. Ah, love. Chapter 22. The mature housekeeper. The airplane smoothly descended upon the bustling international airport of Magic City. First-class passengers disembarked first, as the flight attendants lined up to bid their final farewells. Among them stood Zhao Sherman, who, despite being surrounded by a bevy of beautiful flight attendants, stood out like a crane among chickens. Chao Yang spotted her instantly, his gaze lingering for a moment on her exquisitely refined oval face. Her favorability still hovered at 69, seemingly stuck, which left Chao Yang feeling a tinge of disappointment. He was curious to experience the surprises that a romantic relationship might bring. Nonetheless, he remained unhurried, believing it was merely a matter of time. Now free from financial worries, he found himself equally unburdened by the constraints of time. He would revisit this matter another day. Chao Yang smiled slightly, his demeanor calm and composed as he strolled toward the airport exit. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a man holding a sign with his name aloft, awaiting his arrival. Approaching the man, Chao Yang introduced himself. "Hello, I am Chao Yang." In response, the impeccably dressed man, complete with a white glove, lowered the sign and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Mr. Chao. I am Zhang Kuan, the driver from the Waldorf Hotel. You may call me Xiao Zhang." Chao Yang couldn't help but smile inwardly. The man appeared to be nearing 30, yet he was referred to as Xiao Zhang. Before Chao Yang could speak, a woman stepped forward from behind Zhang Kuan, slightly bowing as she extended her hand. "Hello, Mr. Chao. Welcome to our establishment. I am Kayaji, the private housekeeper of the Waldorf Hotel." She had been almost entirely obscured by the towering Zhang Kuan, and her sudden appearance caught Chao Yang off guard. However, upon noticing her outstretched hand before him, Chao Yang promptly regained his composure. "Hello," he greeted with a warm and approachable smile, simultaneously extending his own hand. It is often said that a woman's hands serve as her second visage. Kayaji's delicate fingers, pristine and flawless, resembled waxen skin, with elongated and graceful digits that still exuded a sense of fullness. Her meticulously manicured nails, devoid of polish, radiated a natural luster. Her hand appeared as if it were an exquisite piece of art, instantly evoking affection in those who beheld it. As Chao Yang clasped her hand, it felt akin to grasping a piece of warm, smooth jade, soft and supple, evoking an involuntary quickening of his heartbeat, as if he had unearthed a treasure, igniting an impulse to cherish it tenderly. Nevertheless, having lived 2 lives, he maintained his composure in the public eye, gently squeezing her hand before reluctantly letting go. Despite a twinge of regret in his heart, at that moment, he had the opportunity to scrutinize his private stewardess. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a uniform emblazoned with the hotel's name, her figure in stark contrast to the slenderness of a typical model. She possessed a voluptuous silhouette, curvaceous and alluring. She emanated the unique sensual charm of a mature woman, leaving an indelible impression. Particularly striking were her long, shapely legs, tightly encased in black stockings beneath her fitted skirt, exuding an enticing allure that stirred the imagination. Not only did she possess enchanting hands, but her features were also remarkably striking, with delicate facial traits and a fair complexion that bore a hint of youthful plumpness. At first glance, she may not have seemed breathtaking, yet a second look could ensnare one's senses. Ding! The system's prompt sounded, indicating the target had met the comprehensive evaluation criteria. Target, Tsuyaji. Age, 36 years. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Appearance score, 86 points. Figure score, 98 points. Drivers, 1 person. Affection level, 0. Chao Yang glanced at the assessment and was taken aback. A figure score of 98 points. Indeed, a slightly plump physique is the pinnacle of desirability for men, a notion even the system acknowledges. With such beauty and form, should she take to the floor for a lively dance, she would undoubtedly outshine any star from the land of kimchi. However, upon noticing the driver's designation, Chao Yang paused momentarily, only to quickly come to terms with her age. At 36, marriage and family were entirely natural, and conversely, having only 1 driver was quite commendable, reflecting her virtuous self-discipline. A respectable matron indeed. Mr. Chow, during your stay at the Waldorf, I shall be your dedicated private stewardess. I hope my services meet your satisfaction. Retracting her hand, Kai Yaji regarded Chao Yang with a poised and graceful smile. The distinguished guest before her, towering a good head and shoulders above, appeared strikingly handsome, dressed in a modest manner, and was relatively youthful. Yet Kai Yaji felt no inclination to underestimate him. In fact, she felt a hint of nervousness within her heart. In the luxurious presidential suite priced at $98,888, it is evident that such esteemed guests are a rarity, with their annual appearances being scarce. The room fee alone amounts to nearly $3 million. One can only imagine that even the general manager would treat such a distinguished visitor with utmost respect, let alone her humble role as a private steward. Upon hearing this, as she gazed at the strikingly attractive mature woman, Chao Yang nodded in satisfaction, a warm and approachable smile gracing his lips. Then I shall trouble you, Sister Kai, he said. Upon hearing this, Kai Yaji felt an involuntary joy swell within her. It appeared that this seemingly affluent young master was quite affable and easy to interact with, which greatly eased her heart. Ding! Kai Yaji's favorability towards him increased by 30. Mr. Chow, please do not say that. It is my honor to serve you, she replied, pursing her red lips and smiling. The car is parked outside. If you have no other matters, shall we head back to the hotel? Very well. Let's go to the hotel. Chao Yang nodded in agreement. Thus, the 3 made their way towards the airport exit. Upon reaching the vehicle, the driver, Xiao Zhang, opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce, respectfully inviting Chao Yang inside. In order to better attend to him, Kai Yaji also took her seat in the back. After Xiao Zhang closed the door, he entered the driver's seat, starting the engine and smoothly driving towards the hotel. One cannot deny that the preference for Rolls-Royce among business elites is justified, as its comfort and serenity are unparalleled, even in his 2 lifetimes. This was Chao Yang's first experience in such a top-tier luxury vehicle, especially as he gazed through the window at the familiar yet unfamiliar streets outside. It felt as though he were in a dream, his heart brimming with emotion. Kai Yaji, noticing his demeanor, couldn't help but smile and inquire, Mr. Chow, is this your first visit to the Magic City? Chao Yang, momentarily lost in thought, shook his head. Not quite. I simply haven't been here in several years. Who could have imagined he had returned from a rebirth? Indeed, it had been several years since his last visit. After a brief pause, he smiled and said, Sister Kai, We will have ample time together in the future, so there's no need for all this formality. Just call me by my name. That would be inappropriate. Kayaji quickly shook her head in protest. Seeing her reaction, Chaoyang couldn't help but smile at this captivating mature woman, feeling an undeniable urge to draw closer to her. It's all right. Trust me, the more you call me Mr. Chow, the more uncomfortable I feel. Ding. Kayaji's favorability increased by another 10. Noticing Chao Yang's serious expression, Kayaji hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly. Then, in private, I shall call you Yang. Chao Yang nodded, about to respond, when his phone rang from his pocket. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was an unfamiliar number, yet he answered nonetheless. As soon as he picked up, a respectful and gentle female voice greeted him. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Chow? I am Chao Yang. Who is this? Gazing at the plush backrest of the Rolls-Royce and observing the retreating streets through the window, Chao Yang inquired calmly. Hello, Mr. Chow. I sincerely apologize for taking up your valuable time. The melodious and respectful voice from the other end of the phone continued. I am Li Na, the public relations manager of the Feiyu platform. Mr. Chow, you have recently made substantial expenditures on our platform, and you have fully qualified for our supreme privileges. As one of our most esteemed clients, you are entitled to a dedicated one-on-one customer service experience. Feiyu, dedicated customer service? At these words, Chao Yang felt a flicker of surprise, which quickly transformed into amusement. Spending over 10 million in a single day and investing 100 million, although merely a reward for his money-making endeavors, was undoubtedly a significant sum for Feiyu. Such a lavish patron would make any live-streaming platform envious. Wealth indeed commands respect. No, wealth is akin to ancestral reverence. Provided the executives were not devoid of common sense, they would certainly strive to curry favor, as this client could yield immense profits for the platform. It must be said that Feiyu, being a leading platform, acted with remarkable swiftness. Mr. Chow, after careful consideration, the company has decided that I will be your dedicated customer service representative, providing you with personalized assistance. I hope you find this satisfactory. Although unseen, the voice emanating from the phone was genuinely delightful. Unlike the typical high-pitched tones of ordinary customer service, her voice was mature, elegant, and gentle. A true pleasure to the ears. Chao Yang raised an eyebrow and replied, All right, I have no objections. At this, Li Na's tone brightened with a hint of delight. Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Chow. I am even more grateful for your strong support of our platform. Should you encounter any issues, you may contact me at any time. I will be at your service 24/7. Chao Yang responded nonchalantly, Okay, understood. May I inquire if you are currently satisfied with our platform? Should you have any feedback or suggestions, please share them, as the company will take them seriously and strive for improvement. Upon hearing this, Chao Yang, who had initially been indifferent, suddenly recalled something and lost his composure. He said solemnly, Now that you mention it, I must express my dissatisfaction with your platform. A moment of silence followed on the phone. Li Na's voice, now tinged with apprehension, responded, Mr. Chow, please share your concerns so we may have the opportunity to rectify them. In response, Chao Yang could not suppress his dissatisfaction as he remarked, I am quite displeased with the recharge limits on your platform. They are far too low. 100 million. Do you know how I managed to transfer that amount? It took me a whole hour, and my fingers were nearly cramping from fatigue. The experience was abysmal. Moreover, why is the maximum number of transactions limited to 10 at a time? I can only transfer 20,000 at once. And to transfer 10 million, I must go through 500 transactions. It is both time-consuming and laborious. The platform you operate is rather stingy. Why cough, cough, cough? Before Chao Yang could finish his critique, a violent coughing fit erupted from his phone, as though he had choked on something. Unbeknownst to him, at the headquarters of Feiyu. In her office, Lena's alluring visage flushed crimson, nearly choking on her breath. The pristine white shirt at her chest was dampened extensively by water spilt from her cup, rendering the contours of her purple lace distinctly visible. Do you truly wish to hear what you are saying? 100 million. Exhausting to the point of cramping? 10 million. Laborious and time-consuming? Hastily, she grabbed a few tissues to dab at her chest, and even as a senior executive at Feiyu, Lena could not suppress a bemused smile. At this moment, in a Rolls-Royce, seated in the back row, the mature housekeeper Kai Yaji, who had inadvertently overheard Chao Yang's private remarks, widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Her heart swelled with disbelief. The mere mention of 100 million, 10 million, casually uttered by Chao Yang, sent waves of shock through her. She had already found it outrageous when Xiaoyang spent 3 million on a month's hotel stay. But now she realized it was merely the tip of the iceberg. What had she just heard? To speak so freely of 10 million, 100 million. This was an exorbitant sum. Goodness, not to mention money. Even the pixelation of her phone was merely 8 million. Unable to restrain herself, Kayaji stole a furtive glance at Xiaoyang. She discovered that this young man, who was only a couple of years older than her daughter, was utterly beyond her comprehension. His youth belied a wealth that surpassed her imagination. Mr. Chow, I sincerely apologize for the earlier interruption. Quickly tidying her somewhat disheveled appearance, Lena spoke with earnestness. Mr. Chow, the limits on single transactions and gifts are set by the platform as per policy, which is a standard practice in the industry. For regular users, this applies uniformly. However, as you have ascended to our supreme user status, you are now entitled to the privilege of significant transactions. The maximum limit for a single recharge can be elevated to 5 million, and I will ensure that the technical department activates this for you promptly. I hope you will forgive any inconvenience caused earlier. As for the gift limit you mentioned, it is of considerable importance and pertains to the entire platform's consumption proposals. I lack the authority to modify it, as it requires deliberation from upper management, but rest assured, I will report this to the company. Nonetheless, as your dedicated customer service representative, I can share a bit of insider information. Other platforms have already enabled customized gift features for Supreme users. Our Feiyu platform is also preparing to implement this. You may want to keep an eye on the upcoming activities. In those events, the top 3 affluent participants will enjoy the privilege of bespoke gifts. Listening to Lena's continuous explanations on his phone, Xiaoyang's previously displeased heart felt a slight alleviation. Upon hearing about the bespoke gift customization, his eyes sparkled with excitement. In a previous life, while watching live broadcasts, he had witnessed numerous wealthy individuals generously bestowing exclusive gifts. A spectacle indeed. This was quite impressive. He contemplated organizing a custom gift himself, for it would be a disservice to the system's 500 million in rewards otherwise. With this thought, Xiaoyang smiled and said, "All right, I understand. Let us proceed with this. Please expedite the recharge limit and, if possible, increase the gift cap as well. It's rather insufficient." Upon hearing this, Lina responded with some difficulty, "Very well, Mr. Chow. I will ensure this is handled promptly. I won't take up more of your time. I wish you a pleasant day." With that, Xiaoyang ended the call. On the other end, Lina let out a long sigh, feeling the weight of pressure lift. Yet, her eyes sparkled with excitement. There were indeed many affluent patrons on the platform, but she had never encountered someone as ostentatious as Xiaoyang before. It was as if he feared that his money might go unspent. What constitutes a true magnate? This was the epitome of affluence. Chapter 24. A life of opulence at 4 in the afternoon, after approximately an hour's drive. The Rolls-Royce glided into a hotel located in the heart of the Bund. Once the vehicle came to a halt, the driver, Xiaozhong, swiftly exited and opened the rear door for Xiaoyang. Stepping out, he was led by Kai Yaji into the opulent hotel. The establishment comprised 2 grand buildings. One was a modern structure erected later, while the other was a classical edifice steeped in historical and cultural significance. Accompanied by Kai Yaji, Xiaoyang embarked on a brief tour of the legendary old building, akin to wandering through an art gallery. Everywhere he looked, he was greeted by exquisite oil paintings and sculptures, classic stone columns, and under the brilliance of enormous crystal chandeliers, the marble floors sparkled resplendently. The hotel boasted an array of comprehensive facilities, featuring restaurants, bars, cigar lounges, and countless other leisure and entertainment options. As they strolled, listening to the mature housekeeper's extensive introductions, Xiaoyang's horizons were undoubtedly broadened. In his past life, he had only heard of the hotel's esteemed reputation, but had never set foot within, feeling utterly unworthy, as even a meal would have been a stretch with his meager finances. Now, he ambled confidently through the grand classical architecture, casually admiring the authentic masterpieces by the greatest oil painters of the 20th century adorning the corridors, remaining composed and unfazed. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by wealth. As he passed, hotel staff would pause to greet him with utmost respect, allowing Xiaoyang to genuinely experience the joys of affluence. After touring the historically rich older building, the duo proceeded to the modern main building. Ascending in the elevator, they arrived directly at the top-floor Riverview suite. The suite was expansive, covering nearly 300 square meters, and Xiaoyang couldn't help but marvel at the sheer luxury that enveloped him at every glance. Standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, he was treated to a breathtaking view of the dazzling and vibrant scenery of the Huangpu River, stirring within him a sense of grandeur, as if he were treading upon the great river itself. The suite was also exceptionally well appointed, featuring not only a dining room, living room, and walk-in closet, but also a gym, private cinema, and all amenities to satisfy the needs of discerning guests. Having taken a brief moment to familiarize himself with the various amenities of the room, Chao Yang could not help but marvel at the indulgent lifestyle of the affluent. If such ostentatious extravagance were deemed a sin, he would willingly bear the burden. Kai Yaji instructed the maidservant dedicated to the suite to bring Chao Yang a cup of hot tea. Settling into the luxurious, imported leather sofa, savoring the warmth of the tea while gazing at the distant river view, Chao Yang felt a profound sense of comfort. The life of the wealthy was indeed refreshingly unpretentious. Yang, Kai Yaji approached him with a catalog in hand, her voice soft and gentle. This slightly affectionate address seemed to leave her feeling somewhat unaccustomed, as a subtle blush crept across her dignified features. Kai Jia, what's the matter? Chao Yang gazed at the stately housekeeper, resembling a perfectly ripened peach, with her graceful demeanor and voluptuous figure causing his heart to race. Especially in that fleeting moment when she displayed a hint of bashfulness akin to that of a youthful maiden, it was utterly captivating. Was she married? Did she have a husband? Chao Yang could not suppress his curiosity as he pondered these questions in his mind. The folly of youth. Mistaking a sisterly figure for a mere girl, now, granted a second chance at life, he discovered an undeniable weakness for such mature women. Yang, after your long journey, would you care to take a bath to ease your fatigue? Kai Yaji composed herself and inquired with a smile. As familiarity grew, her use of the name Yang flowed more naturally. Sure, let us do that, Chao Yang responded, recalling the luxurious marble bathtub he had just seen, equipped with tidal massage features. Upon hearing this, Kai Yaji placed the catalog in front of him and said, Yang, choose a bath treatment, and I will have it prepared. What? ISNT bathing, just filling a tub with water? Do I really need to order a treatment? Chao Yang was momentarily bewildered upon seeing the menu-like catalog, yet his curiosity compelled him to peruse its pages. After flipping through a few pages, his eyes widened in astonishment. Rose bath, herbal bath, milk bath, red wine bath. Each bath water seemed to be transformed into an art form. Chao Yang was taken aback. He acknowledged that despite his newfound wealth, his experiences were still rather limited. It turned out that roses could create romance beyond mere aesthetics, and red wine could serve purposes beyond mere consumption. The ostentatiousness of the wealthy was indeed infuriating. Let us go with the red wine bath, he declared after a cursory glance at the catalog. He thought it pointless to deliberate over a single choice when he had booked the room for an entire month. He might as well indulge in all experiences. Very well, please hold on for a moment. I shall arrange it immediately, Kai Yaji replied briskly before turning to make the necessary preparations. At that moment, Chao Yang felt a flicker of anticipation. He suddenly recalled a colleague from his past life who, upon receiving his salary, would eagerly visit a certain club to enjoy a wooden tub bath, relishing the experience without fail. 688, however, was prohibitively expensive. Did not have to wait long. Soon, several servants, under the guidance of Kai Yaji, arrived, pushing barrels of red wine concentrate. Throughout the process, there was no need for him to lift a finger. He merely observed with curiosity. The servants poured barrel after barrel of red wine concentrate into the marble bathtub, enhancing it with various nourishing essences and water, diluting it to create a luxurious red wine bath. Yang, it's ready for you to soak. After the servants had prepared everything and left, Kai Yaji presented him with a genuine leather bathrobe, bowing slightly as she spoke. Nodding in response, Chao Yang stepped into the bathroom, while the experienced housekeeper gently closed the door behind him as she departed. Chao Yang indulged in the bath for an entire hour, the flowing water providing a soothing massage that left him utterly relaxed, prompting him to commend the opulence of the marble tub. As for the red wine bath, it was rather unremarkable. Alas, it lacked the presence of a charming companion, rendering even the 1888 vintage devoid of its soul. Having enjoyed a comforting soak, Chao Yang realized that time had slipped past 6 o'clock. Having only had a casual meal on the plane, his stomach rumbled with hunger. Without waiting for him to say a word, the diligent Kai Yaji approached at the opportune moment, inquiring about his dinner preferences. a thoughtful service that greatly pleased him. Our hotel sources many of its ingredients through direct air shipments from various countries, ensuring safety and freshness. Our kitchen is staffed by top chefs from around the world, capable of catering to diverse culinary tastes. Kai Yaji elaborated with patience and care. That sounds splendid. I have no dietary restrictions. Kai Jia, please prepare whatever you deem fit. Overwhelmed by the dazzling array of dishes, Chow Yang decided to leave the selection to the capable housekeeper. True to her profession, she promptly presented him with a nutritious and sumptuous dinner. Yang, do try this dish, garlic steamed abalone. It features abalone airlifted from Australia, incredibly fresh, paired with a secret broth that's both nutritious and delicious. Give it a taste. After Chow Yang finished his dinner and the table was cleared, Kai Yaji took her leave. In the private cinema, spanning over 20 square meters, a colossal silver screen showcased a newly released blockbuster. The precise sound placement and top-tier surround effects provided him with an immersive cinematic experience. Just as the film reached an exciting moment, a notification from Green Bubble interrupted the atmosphere. Chow Yang glanced at his phone to discover a message from the beautiful flight attendant, Zhao Sherman. Photo. Shy free brother. How do I look? Chow Yang was momentarily taken aback by the photo Zhao Sherman had sent, then couldn't resist zooming in for a closer look. It was a selfie of her in her flight attendant uniform, posed sideways with a deliberate flair, showcasing her perfect figure, curvaceous with long legs that could make anyone drool. Such a stunning physique, combined with her rosy, oval face, exuded an enticing blend of innocence and allure. Even though he had already encountered her in person on the plane today, Chow Yang was still utterly captivated upon seeing this photograph. Reflecting on how she had previously declined his kind offer with a certain reserve, he found it amusing that she had privately sent him such an intimate picture. With a wry smile, he felt a mix of delight and exasperation. Just as he was enlarging the photo, Zhao Sherman sent him another message. Even if I'm not pretty. Freedom brother, you mustn't mock me for being nervous. Seeing this, Chow Yang couldn't help but chuckle, casually typing back. You look quite lovely. I like it. Really? How embarrassing. Freedom brother, what are you up to? Am I disturbing you? Not at all, just watching a movie. At that moment, an exhilarating action scene unfolded on the screen. After sending his reply, Chow Yang set his phone aside, redirecting his focus to the film. To his surprise, once the gripping scene concluded, his phone buzzed with a flurry of messages from Zhao Sherman. Freedom brother, I just got home from the airport. I'm so tired and quite distressed. I feel so sad. Freedom brother, my heart aches. I really want to cry out my grievances. Freedom brother, today has been so unfortunate. A greasy old man insisted on getting my number. And when I refused, he threatened to file a complaint against me. I was on the verge of tears, and to my embarrassment, a young man witnessed my breakdown. How humiliating. It seems that young man wanted to help me, but I declined his offer. How infuriating. Freedom brother, you have no idea, after disembarking, that middle-aged man really did file a complaint against me. It's so maddening. Do you know how serious complaints are when working in first class? I've already been complained about 6 times this month. It's incredibly challenging. Why is it so difficult to do my job well? I feel increasingly unsuited to being a flight attendant. Freedom brother, I'm contemplating resigning. Freedom brother, what do you think about me quitting and becoming a full-time streamer? Would you support Man? In her single apartment, having returned home without even changing her clothes, Zhao Sherman threw herself onto the bed, losing her appetite. At that moment, she clutched a plush bear, curling up like a wounded kitten. Her expression was filled with sorrow, her downcast eyes fixated on her phone. Ding. After a considerable wait, the green bubble finally replied. I will. Zhao Sherman, teetering on the edge of despair, was momentarily shaken by such a simple yet profound message. Her dim eyes suddenly sparkled with light, her nose tinged with an ache, and tears of emotion welled up, yet a radiant smile blossomed on her lips. Forgetting to type, she directly sent a voice message. Freedom brother, is that true? Are you truly willing to support Man? Yes, as long as you behave. I'll treat you to something nice. After all, this venture bears no loss, came the playful reply. Seeing another message from the green bubble, Zhao Sherman couldn't contain her excitement and sat up straight. Is this the promise of Brother Zio? This information seems as ridiculous as a pie in the sky. No fool would believe it, yet Zhao Sherman does. Recalling that night when Brother Zio fiercely protected and cherished her without regard for cost, her heart was instantly filled with joy. She felt invigorated. With Brother Zio by her side, she could genuinely contemplate resigning to become a live stream host. To the average person, Being a flight attendant appears to be a prestigious profession with a high income and excellent benefits, allowing one to travel extensively. However, Zhao Sherman understands that fundamentally, it is merely a service role, offering assistance on an aircraft, making it seem glamorous due to its limited public exposure. In reality, it is not as sophisticated as outsiders imagine. Complaints can lead to reprimands from superiors. The hardships and competitive pressures are no less than those faced in other service industries. For instance, the competition for first-class positions is even more intense. Many colleagues view this job as a stepping stone, as it provides easier access to high-end clientele, with many adopting a fishing for a wealthy partner mentality in hopes of marrying into affluence. Zhao Sherman, however, does not share this ambition. She merely regards it as employment. With both parents being teachers with stable incomes, she only needs to support herself. Yet, to her disappointment, despite her diligent work ethic, troubles seem to find her. At one point, a colleague, who had a good rapport with her, remarked on her stubbornness, questioning why she wouldn't give herself or others a chance. Perhaps she could indeed find a quality man and alleviate her future worries. Could she really spend her life without dating, marriage, or companionship? Zhao Sherman had always brushed off such notions. Of course, she desired a partner to end her single status, to have someone to lean on, to enjoy a life of abundance, and to experience a higher quality of living. But the condition was that the man must genuinely like her. In her 24 years, no man had ever made her heart race, until she met Brother Zio. That night, her heart raced wildly. Even now, just thinking of Brother Zio sends her heart into a frenzy. She admits that the sheer extravagance of spending hundreds of thousands is quite overwhelming. Yet more than that, it is the dominating and protective manner in which he treats her that fills her with an indescribable sweetness. Brother Zio, I love you. Brother Zio, you are truly wonderful. Meeting you has made me feel incredibly fortunate. Unable to contain herself, Zhao Sherman sent 2 voice messages, and afterward, as if the phone had burned her, she tossed it aside. Her hands instinctively flew to cover her flushed cheeks. Zhao Sherman, oh Zhao Sherman, how infatuated you have become. She could not help but mock herself. Yet her heart, which had been empty for 24 years, was now overflowing with an irresistible sweetness. Ding! Zhao Sherman's affection rating increased by 5. Meanwhile, after listening to the 2 voice messages, a faint smile graced the lips of Chao Yang. However, his heart subsequently skipped a beat, for the system's prompt echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. Zhao Sherman's favorability has surpassed 70, elevating your relationship to the 3rd tier, romantic intent. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have received a mysterious reward. Would you like to activate it? Chapter 26. The goddess also feels insecure. The speed at which Zhao Sherman's favorability increased was astonishing, surpassing even that of senior sister Song Qingyan, as she was the first to reach the stage of romantic intent. This revelation genuinely surprised Chao Yang. During their brief encounter on the plane, he sensed that this exceptional flight attendant was not the type to be frivolous. At this moment, he could not help but speculate. Could this sister be somewhat infatuated, or was it merely the radiance of his financial prowess that was truly extraordinary? Regardless, the elevation of their relationship to romantic intent filled Chao Yang with immense joy, especially upon hearing of the mysterious reward, which made him unable to suppress his laughter. Activate, he commanded with a thought. Ding! Mysterious reward activated. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 million in auction funds. The system's notification resonated in his mind, and upon hearing the figure of 100 million, Chao Yang felt a surge of exhilaration, thinking to himself that such a reward befitted a 3rd-tier relationship. However, his enthusiasm quickly waned. This was not cash, nor was it a gratuity. It was auction funds. System, what on earth are auction funds? As the name implies, auction funds are designated capital for various auctions. At any auction, the host can pay for acquired items using these funds. The source of the auction funds is legitimate and cannot be cashed out, serving as a targeted expenditure for those meeting comprehensive scoring criteria, with the possibility of double cashback. After the system's explanation, Chao Yang finally understood. It seemed that auction funds were quite similar to the previous gratuity funds, with the distinction that one could only be used for online purchases, while the other was strictly for auction purposes. Once he grasped this, his excitement diminished slightly, primarily due to the need to locate an auction, which struck him as somewhat tedious. This was evidently more cumbersome than utilizing gratuity funds. However, Observing that both auction and gratuity funds had no expiration date for usage, Chao Yang felt a sense of relief. Having something was better than having nothing. Should he indeed encounter an auction, he would be able to indulge extravagantly, while others would need to pay cash for items they bid on. He would merely have to subtract a figure from his auction funds. If someone raised the bid by 1 million, they would have to part with 1 million, while he would only be adjusting his auction funds by a mere numeral. How could they possibly compete with him? The thought was undeniably exhilarating. Freedom, brother. What are you doing? Why are you silent? Freedom, brother. You don't want to ignore me, do you? I'm feeling down. Just as Chao Yang was examining the mysterious reward, Zhao Sherman could no longer contain herself and sent 3 messages in quick succession. As Chao Yang gazed upon this classic trio of inquiries, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Their relationship had just transitioned into a romantic phase, and it seemed this exquisite flight attendant was becoming somewhat clingy. No, I was merely watching a movie, he replied, in her single apartment, upon receiving Chao Yang's message. Zhao Shimon's face instantly illuminated with a joyful smile. However, as she read the content, she couldn't suppress a sulky pout. How annoying. Is chatting more enjoyable than the movie? I won't talk to you anymore. At that moment, Zhao Sherman was brimming with words she longed to share with Chao Yang. Yet his simple mention of the film left her feeling as if her warm enthusiasm had collided with an icy indifference. Her heart was laden with resentment and disappointment. This was the first time she had bared her soul to a male acquaintance, and the outcome was driving her to the brink of madness. Throwing her phone aside, she impulsively pummeled the plush teddy bear in her arms. However, after venting her frustrations, her heart began to oscillate with uncertainty, akin to a cat's paw, and she bit her ruby lips, instinctively reaching for her phone once more. Brother Freedom, I've truly decided to resign and become a full-time streamer. Well, as long as you've thought it through, I support you. As she read Chao Yang's reply, Zhao Sherman felt a sweetness blossom within her heart. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with renewed brightness and fervor. She momentarily basked in dreams of the future, only to suddenly burst into a fit of laughter. A delicate blush adorned her exquisite face. Brother Freedom, once I resign, I'll surprise you, she said shyly. What kind of surprise? Brother, guess. Zhao Sherman quickly sent the message, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Will you guess or not? Seeing this, Zhao Sherman couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, sending a playful voice message. Brother Freedom, you're so uncooperative. I'm ignoring you. After a brief pause, she couldn't resist adding, Brother Freedom, just take a guess. If you can't guess, just tell me. Hee hee, I won't tell you. You'll find out when the time comes. Zhao Sherman teased, deliberately withholding the details. Though their conversation had been brief, Zhao Shimon's spirits had lifted considerably. There was a thrill, a touch of nervousness, but above all, an irresistible joy. She had never anticipated that she could be so deeply captivated by a man she had never met. Inside, her heart brimmed with shyness. In reality, she had always projected an air of disdain towards men. What would her colleagues think if they knew? Goodness, was this not a quintessential online romance? Zhao Sherman herself found the situation rather absurd, yet the rush of emotions was akin to a whirlwind, ensnaring her in its tempestuous embrace, leaving her no chance of escape. She admonished herself, stop thinking about it, just stop. Yet, the more she tried, the more she desired to dwell on it. Just moments ago, she had even considered that once she finished her work, she would rush to meet him in person. Am I truly beyond redemption? She mused, feeling utterly bewildered. At this moment, Zhao Shimon's smooth and tender feet, with their dainty toes, were nearly entangled, yet her heart raced with an invigorating vitality. The previous despondency evaporated entirely, and she became acutely aware of her empty stomach grumbling, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Today, not only had she faced criticism due to complaints, but she had also been subjected to compulsory training, leaving her in a dismal mood. However, she now felt rejuvenated. I shan't disturb someone engrossed in a movie. I must head to the kitchen, for I am famished. Brother you, I miss you. With rosy cheeks, Zhao Sherman sent off 2 voice messages. Finally setting her phone aside and making her way to the kitchen, her improved spirits reflecting her genuine hunger. Chao Yang, upon hearing Zhao Shimon's voice messages, couldn't help but chuckle, too lazy to reply. He placed his phone aside, his attention returning to the film. How could she think of this? Chao Yang mused, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. In his previous life, a goddess like Zhao Sherman was someone he could only admire from afar, an unattainable presence. Now, however, the tables had turned completely, Life is indeed wondrous. Today he possessed the financial means to indulge, confident that catching any fish would be a trivial matter. With this thought, a smile crept upon his lips. Yet, the next moment, he found himself chuckling, realizing that this film was destined to be anything but peaceful. Ding. Song Qingyin's favorability increased by 5. Ding. Song Qingyin's favorability decreased by 4. Ding. Song Qingyin's favorability increased by 5. Ding. Song Qingyin's favorability decreased by 3. The sudden notifications echoed in Chao Yang's mind, eliciting amusement. What antics is senior sister up to now? Is she playing with addition and subtraction? Chapter 27. Freedom, Father. See you tomorrow. Senior sister Song Qingyin's favorability fluctuated like a roller coaster, yet this time it still maintained an overall upward trend. Chao Yang couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he logged into Feiyu, realizing that the senior sister was no longer live streaming. She must have ended her broadcast. He had no time to spare on other streamers and promptly exited Feiyu. As thoughts of Song Qingyin's ethereal beauty crossed his mind, Chao Yang found himself drifting into daydreams. To be candid, senior sister Song Qingyin, recognized as one of the campus beauties at Magic City University, was undeniably regarded by many boys as their dream goddess. In his previous life, even though Chao Yang had a crush on another campus beauty, he still found himself instinctively following news about this senior sister. Such is the allure of a goddess. Recalling his past experiences, Chao Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. In high school, he harbored a secret crush on a classmate, a girl adorned with the titles of class flower, campus beauty, and academic prodigy, a veritable white moonlight in his heart. To draw closer to her, he dedicated himself to his studies, ultimately following in her footsteps to enroll at Magic City University. Shortly after entering the university, his white moonlight was recognized as one of the 4 campus beauties, alongside senior sister Song Qingyin. Her brilliance shone even more brightly. Chao Yang, who must earn his own living expenses, finds that the distance between him and her has not only failed to diminish but has instead become increasingly pronounced. University is akin to a microcosm of society, illuminating Chao Yang's own reality. Struggling to make ends meet, how can he possibly be worthy of her? He perceives himself as merely an inconspicuous passerby, while she is a revered academic goddess, belonging to an entirely different echelon. Unsurprisingly, apart from his relentless pursuit of academics and the daily grind for funds, he has yet to establish any meaningful connection with the radiant figure until graduation. It is undeniably tragic. Reflecting on the myriad disappointments of his past life, Chao Yang is overcome with melancholy, prompting him to shake his head in an effort to suppress these negative emotions before they take root. Fortuitously, he has been reborn. This new incarnation possesses resources beyond what others can fathom. The once unattainable school beauty is now within his grasp. He intends to reclaim the regrets of his previous life, aspiring to possess the light of his heart and to mend the wounds that have left him heartbroken. No longer the mediocre and inconspicuous individual he once was, Chao Yang now exudes confidence. He opens the green chat bubble of Song Qingyin, a classmate who shares the status of campus beauty with the one he idolizes. Though they had not conversed prior, he wishes to engage this cool and composed senior. However, upon opening the chat, he is momentarily taken aback to see a notification indicating that the other party is typing. Is there a connection between them? A smile breaks across his face as he refrains from rushing to respond, opting instead to patiently await her words. Yet, 5 minutes pass in silence. The chat interface continues to flicker with the indication of typing, yet no message materializes. This scenario feels eerily familiar. Recalling his previous attempts at flirting, he remembers the hesitance, the back and forth of typing and deleting, the prolonged uncertainty that prevented him from sending a single message for fear of eliciting disdain. Unable to contain his amusement, he chuckles at the irony that even a prestigious beauty grapples with similar dilemmas. In a rental room near Magic City University, Song Qingyin hesitates just before pressing the send button on her phone, only to delete the message she had painstakingly crafted. Biting her crimson lip, her brows furrowed in concentration, her typically composed demeanor is now fraught with anxiety and indecision. As per her routine, she begins her live stream, and within moments, hundreds flock to her channel, eventually swelling to 1,000 viewers, an astonishing shift from the past, surpassing even the support she received from the esteemed 8th Master. She recognizes this surge in viewership as the result of her father's generosity. While she streams earnestly and joyfully, A growing sense of discomfort envelopes her, for her father has not graced her stream with his presence. Delaying her broadcast by 2 hours, she still finds herself waiting in vain for him to appear. Exhausted in body and spirit after concluding her stream, Song Qingyan cannot escape the spiral of self-doubt that ensues. Why does Free Dad not come to watch my live stream? Is he busy, or does he simply lack the desire to support me long-term? Reflecting on last night, when Free Dad generously supported that streamer named Man throughout the evening, my heart sank even further. Have I offended him in some way, causing him to abandon me after just one instance? The more I ponder, the more overwhelmed I become, regretting that after yesterday's broadcast, I didn't engage in more conversation with Free Brother. Having been a streamer for quite some time, I am acutely aware that other streamers maintain connections with their benefactors, chatting and gaming together. I realize how naive I am regarding these tactics. I struggle with even the most fundamental of conversations. When the 8th Master made such an audacious request, I firmly refused, and I have never regretted that decision. Yet, I have reflected on my own shortcomings. My lack of social finesse is indeed a flaw for a streamer, even if I turned down his advances. Perhaps if I had been more tactful, I could have avoided creating animosity. While I have no regrets about severing ties with the 8th Master, I genuinely do not wish to lose Free Dad. He not only illuminated my path in moments of despair, but also facilitated a dramatic leap in my fortunes with just one event. The sheer magnitude of 1 million in support is nothing short of miraculous. Such a benefactor is rare, someone whose fortune eludes most throughout their entire lives. I feel incredibly fortunate to have encountered him. The income from that single event has alleviated my financial worries for a lifetime. His generosity is overwhelming, and even with my principles, I find it challenging to maintain composure in the presence of someone who can effortlessly transform my life. If I do not seize this opportunity, I shall forever lament it. I understand that I can no longer remain passive. I must actively nurture this connection and ensure Free Dad does not perceive me as unappreciative. In truth, I do not intend to be aloof. Rather, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Free Dad, for your overwhelming support yesterday. I am profoundly touched and eternally grateful. I will hold this in my heart, and, should the opportunity arise, I truly want to thank you properly. Swiftly composing a message, I sighed, resigning myself to the fact that this would have to suffice, hoping at least that it wouldn't offend him. Gritting my teeth, I hit send. To my astonishment, the moment my message was dispatched, Free Dad promptly replied, "How would you like to be thanked?" Elation surged within me, yet upon reading this message, trepidation replaced my joy. After a moment as contemplation, I cautiously responded, I would like to treat you to a meal, a grand feast." Awkwardly, he replied, "All right, then tomorrow." Staring at the subsequent message, I was momentarily rendered speechless. No way, Free Dad, tomorrow? Why the reluctance? No, you've misunderstood. I am concerned because I am in Magic City and unsure of your location. If you are far away, I fear I won't make it in time. Not far at all. Coincidentally, I am also in Magic City. What? You are in Magic City too? At this moment, Song Qingyan could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. She never anticipated that her father, a symbol of freedom, resided in the same city as herself. Her heart was immediately embroiled in a tumultuous internal conflict, for she recognized that such a rare and invaluable figure must not be relinquished lightly. "Do you have time tomorrow afternoon? Qingyan would like to treat you to a sumptuous meal." With a slight bite of her crimson lip, she hesitated not, sending the message forthwith. Before long, she received a reply, "Sure." Chapter 28. A surprise akin to a grand prize. Life is easy, living is simple, yet existence itself is fraught with challenges. In days past, Chao Yang would awaken with a hint of morning irritability, but now that was a thing of the past. He rose from slumber only when he felt truly rested. The graceful and dignified housekeeper, Kai Yaji, had been awaiting him in the living room for quite some time. Upon his arrival, she was greeted by the sight of a beauty as ripe as a peach, which only elevated Chao Yang's spirits further. As Chao Yang emerged from his chamber, Kai Yaji promptly approached him, inquiring with genuine concern about his breakfast preferences. Now nearing 10 o'clock, Chao Yang had little desire for breakfast, as he was not hungry. Nevertheless, after completing his morning routine, Kai Yaji still presented him with a warm glass of milk. "Yang, do you have any plans for today?" she asked, noticing his attire suggesting he was about to venture outside. "Yes, I have a meeting with a friend." "Is something the matter, Sister Kai?" Chow Yong replied with a friendly smile, nodding in acknowledgement. In response, Kai Yazi handed him an elegantly embossed invitation. Smiling as she spoke, the hotel's 60th anniversary celebration, lasting 2 days, commences today. This evening, a grand performance will be held at the Opera House, featuring illustrious stars and extravagant arrangements. It is said that a supernova of talent will also grace us with their presence. Would you be interested in attending? If so, as a distinguished guest of the hotel, I could secure a VIP box for you. Chow Yong, having heard of the hotel's celebration upon his arrival yesterday, had paid it little mind. However, learning of the star-studded performance piqued his interest. Perusing the exquisitely crafted invitation, he nodded and remarked, "Very well. Since I have no other commitments, I shall go and see." Despite having lived 2 lives, he had never attended a live performance by a celebrity. It would indeed be delightful to experience it alongside his senior, Song Qingyan. Upon hearing this, Kai Yaji etched the plan into her memory. Gazing at Chow Yong as she said, "Are you heading out now? I shall arrange for a vehicle." A short while later, Chow Yong found himself seated in a luxurious Rolls-Royce, en route to the address sent by his senior, Song Qingyan. In a modest old rental apartment, before a simple vanity, Song Qingyan anxiously arranged the strands of her hair in the mirror, her heart racing with trepidation. The thought of meeting her father, a man who had once extravagantly spent millions, filled her with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. She had never envisioned meeting him so soon in reality. She knew little about him. Who he was, what he did, or his age, all remained an enigma to her. She had never dined alone with male classmates, let alone faced a man whom she could hardly consider familiar. It was only natural for her to feel nervous, and she even entertained thoughts of fleeing at the last moment. However, she understood that there was no turning back now. She could only take it one step at a time. Earlier, she had applied a simple yet exquisite light makeup, but now she found herself checking it repeatedly. Ding dong. The sound of a green bubble notification sent a shiver down her spine. "I've arrived, come out." Upon seeing the message from Chow Yong, her heart began to race uncontrollably. She rubbed her face, which had stiffened from anxiety, and managed to force a smile, only to realize how unnatural it appeared, leaving her feeling somewhat distressed. In her daily life, she was accustomed to a cool demeanor, rarely indulging in frivolity. Such pretense had become second nature, and she couldn't alter it in an instant. Oh well, she hoped that her father wouldn't misunderstand, thinking she was sulking. Taking a deep breath, she rose, her heart fluttering with trepidation as she stepped outside. The sun shone brightly on this sweltering day, nearing 11 o'clock. As she approached the entrance of her building, Song Qingyan spotted a spotless luxury car parked outside, gleaming under the sunlight. Even without extensive knowledge of automobiles, she could discern that this was an extravagant vehicle of considerable worth. "Hello, are you Miss Song?" As she stepped out, a man dressed in black trousers and a white shirt, with white gloves adorning his hands, approached her with a bow. I am." Song Qingyan instinctively halted, nodding awkwardly. "Greetings, Miss Song. Mr. Chow is waiting for you in the car. Please follow me." The man spoke with utmost politeness, gesturing for her to enter the luxury vehicle with a respectful demeanor. Coming from a modest background, this was the first time Song Qingyan had ever experienced such deference. In an instant, her vanity was greatly appeased, yet it also made her acutely aware of the class disparities. Her already anxious heart began to race even more violently. Though she had never encountered him before, it was evident that the competent man before her was the type of chauffeur often seen on television, driving for the wealthy. Spending over 10 million without a second thought, accompanied by a luxury chauffeur, spoke volumes about her father's high status. He was undoubtedly a member of the upper echelons, a world that ordinary people could hardly aspire to reach. Gazing at herself, she felt a profound disconnect. As if in a dream, Song Qingyan timidly approached the car, acutely aware of her heart's erratic drumming, echoing like a drum roll. The capable chauffeur swiftly opened the door, and at last, she beheld the radiant figure of her benefactor, a beacon of light dispelling her inner despair. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though time had frozen, and she could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Before his eyes stood a young man, clad in simplicity, a shirt paired with khaki casual trousers and stylish athletic shoes. His demeanor exuded a weighty yet carefree charm, complemented by a sun-kissed, handsome visage. Especially seated within the opulent confines of this luxury vehicle, he presented a striking visual impact. However, Song Qingyan could ascertain that he was undoubtedly youthful, seemingly around her own age. Was he the elusive free dad? The cabin was glaringly apparent, devoid of any other presence, causing Song Qingyan to momentarily falter, but as clarity returned, her heart raced, as if a revelation dawned upon her. Could he indeed be the free brother? Song Qingyan's cool countenance instantaneously transformed into one of incredulity. In her imagination, one who could effortlessly spend over 10 million should resemble the likes of Master Ba, a successful individual in his 40s, perhaps with children close to her age. She never anticipated him to be such a young gentleman. After half a year of live streaming, she had never heard of such a youthful figure associated with that family. Unlike the renowned prince brother, who, albeit a super-rich second-generation heir, was already in his 30s. Where could one find a free dad, or rather, free brother, so young? At that moment, Song Qingyan's heart seemed ready to leap from her throat, akin to winning a grand prize in sheer delight. Stop dawdling. Come on, get in the car before the air conditioning runs out, Chaoyang urged, rising and extending his hand. At his words, Song Qingyan snapped back to reality, gazing at the outstretched hand before her. After a brief hesitation and a determined bite of her lip, she placed her hand in his. He then powerfully drew her into the vehicle. It was not merely this hand that ushered her into the luxury car, but also into a resplendent future ahead. Chapter 29. She is not foolish. She desires the same. Chaoyang's driver, Xiaozhong, secured the car door from the outside. The lavish interior of the Rolls-Royce became an intimate sanctuary for the two. In his 2 lifetimes, Chaoyang had never scrutinized so closely the enchanting senior who captivated countless hearts. She donned an oversized short-sleeve shirt over a white cropped camisole, complemented by denim shorts and white platform shoes. Her exquisite collarbones were prominently displayed, and her flat abdomen revealed no trace of excess. Her smooth, long legs glistened with a milky sheen. This ensemble radiated youthful vitality while exuding an alluring sensuality, rendering her irresistibly charming. In the minds of all the male students at Magic City University, this senior epitomized aloofness, an object of distant admiration rather than casual approach. Yet, at this moment, seated just across from her, Chaoyang felt no trace of her previously perceived chill. Song Qingyan's strikingly beautiful face remained as captivating as ever, but the subtle blush adorning her cheeks rendered her utterly endearing to Chaoyang. He couldn't help but gently squeeze her delicate hand. Though these delicate, fair hands may lack the fullness of Kai Yaji's, they possess a softness akin to jade, as if one could extract water from them. Song Qingyan instinctively tugged her hand, yet found herself unable to withdraw it, allowing Chaoyang to hold it instead. In that moment, the tips of her ears flushed crimson. How infuriating! Who was the scoundrel in her past life that insisted her senior was merely feigning aloofness while leading a debauched lifestyle? Such relentless slanderers. Could someone as bashful as her, blushing at the mere act of holding hands, truly be that kind of person? Chaoyang chuckled lightly. Is it hot? The air conditioning in this car isn't the best. No, it's quite pleasant. The air conditioning is refreshing. I even feel a bit cold, Song Qingyan replied hastily, attempting to calm her racing heart. As she spoke, she instinctively drew her fair, delicate legs closer to the air conditioning vent and tightened her grip on her shirt, momentarily obscuring a lovely view. Seeing this, Chaoyang was both amused and bewildered. Did she truly not understand that luxury cars often had subpar air conditioning? Are you really the free dad, free brother? Feeling the warmth of his hand, Song Qingyan trembled slightly and asked, Doesn't it look like it? No, it's just that you're so young. Why should I call you that? She had never imagined that the man she had been addressing as free dad was nearly her age, leaving her feeling utterly embarrassed. Well, you were the one who spoke first. Is it my fault? Chaoyang teased. You did it on purpose. Why didn't you tell me how old you are? The bashful Song Qingyan mustered her courage and shot him a playful glare. But you never asked. Chaoyang replied innocently. Then how old are you? 18. What? You're even a year younger than I am. Upon hearing Chaoyang's age, Song Qingyan was utterly astonished. She had envisioned someone in their 50s or 60s, but never anticipated that this remarkable young man, a veritable tycoon, was younger than herself. Well, now that I know your age. Song Qingyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Just call me Chaoyang. You can address me by my name. As he held her delicate hand, smooth as soft jade, Chaoyang found it difficult to let go, winking and smiling at her. Song Qingyan's face instantly flushed, and she stole a glance at Chaoyang before lowering her head in shyness. Though it was their first encounter, their interaction felt remarkably harmonious. They didn't chatter incessantly. Yet whenever silence enveloped them, she would always find a topic to break the quiet. In his past life, Chao Yang, like many others, had perceived her as an aloof goddess. Yet now, in their interactions, he felt otherwise. This realization brought a knowing smile to his lips. Perhaps there truly are no cold-hearted women in the world. If one appears distant, it may simply be that the key does not fit the lock to her heart. In the midst of their intermittent conversation, the car came to a halt before a renowned local cuisine restaurant. Once the vehicle was parked securely, Xiaozhang opened the door, and both individuals exited. "Mr. Chow, I shall not intrude upon your dining experience. I will remain nearby. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call." After closing the car door, Xiaozhang bowed slightly and took his leave. "Thank you, you have worked hard." Chao Yang responded with a nod. "Are we dining here?" After Xiaozhang drove away, Song Qingyan gazed at the magnificent restaurant before her, unable to suppress her awe. Indeed, this place serves authentic local cuisine, and the flavors are delightful. Chao Yang remarked with a smile, yet he noticed her expression was tinged with anxiety. "What is the matter? Is this cuisine not to your liking?" he inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan's countenance grew even more embarrassed. Biting her lip, she finally uttered, almost inaudibly, "No. It's just that the prices here are evidently quite high. I cannot afford to treat you. Perhaps we should choose another place?" Having streamed for half a year, although she had earned some money with the support of her benefactor, she had returned most of it after their falling out. The commissions from other gifts were meager, and she had very little left after spending over the past 2 months. Despite Chao Yang having bestowed upon her $1 million, she would not receive her share until next month. At present, her finances were exceedingly constrained. Dining at such an establishment would surely leave her penniless for the foreseeable future. Chao Yang could not help but chuckle at her predicament. "Oh, silly girl, put your worries aside. Eat heartily. The room has already been reserved, and I assure you that I will treat you." With playful affection, he pinched her delicate nose, eliciting a smile from him. In such a public setting, his intimate gesture left Song Qingyan momentarily frozen, her heart racing wildly. "All right, stop standing there foolishly. Let us enter." His hand rested on her enviable waist, as he gently guided her towards the restaurant. Inside, the decor exuded an air of opulence and sophistication, radiating grandeur at every turn. For an ordinary person, a single visit to such a place could easily consume a month's salary. Although she had felt intimidated outside, once inside, Song Qingyan was overwhelmed by a sense of exhilaration. Had it not been for Chao Yang, she felt she might never have set foot in such a place. In that moment, enveloped in his embrace, her heart brimmed with gratitude. Even when they had first met, he had generously gifted her $1 million. Now, despite their brief interaction, she sensed his kindness towards her. At that instant, Song Qingyan found herself profoundly moved, even enamored. He was so wealthy, so young, so handsome, truly a modern-day Prince Charming. Among the multitude of women in the world and the myriad of choices available to him, he chose to treat her with such kindness. This stirred an unprecedented sweetness within her, causing ripples of emotion to spread across her heart. Women adorn themselves for those who please them, and within her, a powerful yearning surged forth uncontrollably. Such an exceptional man, is he not the very embodiment of every woman's dreams? She was not naive, she desired him as well. Chapter 30. Do not be like this. Ding. Song Qingyan's favorability increased by 2. Ding. Song Qingyan's favorability increased by 5. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Song Qingyan's favorability has surpassed 70, ascending to a third-tier relationship, feelings of romance. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have received a mysterious reward. Would you like to unveil it? In the opulent private room, exquisite dishes were presented by waitresses clad in kipeos. The taste of the food is one matter, but merely the visual appeal was enough to make one salivate. A side dish of white radish shaped like a lifelike lotus flower left Song Qingyan utterly astonished. The culinary creations resembled works of art, and witnessing this delicacy, usually only seen on television, expanded her horizons immensely. Is this the refined enjoyment of the affluent? She never imagined that, as an ordinary person, she could one day experience such high-end indulgence. Even though she often presented a cool demeanor, her heart brimmed with excitement. It felt akin to the dream of a swan emerging from the guise of a duckling, a powerful shock to Song Qingyan's senses. However, She was acutely aware that all she could touch in this moment was a gift from the man beside her, and she could not help but cast a deep glance at Chao Yang. Her beautiful eyes involuntarily sparkled with fervor. There was reverence, admiration, and an uncontrollable sentiment blooming like wildflowers. At this moment, Chao Yang too was filled with exhilaration, delighted that senior sister's song, Qingyin's favorability, had swiftly surpassed 70. Oh, feelings of romance. This cool, serene lotus flower was destined to blossom brilliantly in his pond. Chao Yang's mood instantly lifted, hearing that the system had dispensed a mysterious reward. Chao Yang's mind sparked with anticipation as he issued the command. Open. Ding. The mysterious reward has been unveiled. Congratulations to the host for acquiring intermediate driving skills along with a driving license. Upon seeing this reward, Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback, his composure shattered. No way. Is this for real? It's just driving. In his previous life, he was a seasoned expert behind the wheel. He drove with finesse, and those who rode with him could not get enough of the experience. What use is this skill? It seemed rather superfluous, and Chao Yang could not help but feel a wave of discontent. However, upon further reflection, he suddenly realized that while his driving skills were impeccable in his past life, they were honed only after obtaining a license in university. Considering that he had yet to acquire a license at this point in his rebirth, the timing of this reward was indeed thoughtful and timely. He was in love with this moment. With this reward, there is no need to squander time obtaining a driver's license. One can effortlessly become a legitimate seasoned driver on the road. In an instant, Chao Yang, now possessing intermediate driving skills, felt a profound understanding of driving techniques wash over him, filling him with newfound confidence. Brothers, hop in. I'll take you on the highway. It's incredibly stable, no chance of flipping. Why are you laughing? No teasing. Hearing Chao Yang's sudden outburst, Song Qingyin, holding her phone and snapping pictures of the artfully arranged dishes, felt a blush of embarrassment spread across her strikingly beautiful face. Realizing this, Chao Yang couldn't help but smile. It wasn't time to eat yet. The dishes were first captured in photographs. Who would have thought that such a goddess as his senior would share this hobby? Amidst laughter and conversation, the two spent over an hour enjoying their meal, growing more familiar with each other. All 8 dishes were devoured, though the portions were modest, focusing more on flavor than quantity. Most of the food found its way into Chao Yang's stomach, while Song Qingyin merely sampled each dish. Yet even so, her little belly felt quite full. Are you satisfied? Eating so little, like a little kitty, Chao Yang teased, gently stroking Song Qingyin's silky long hair. I'm full. Anymore, and I burst. I usually can't eat this much. Feeling Chao Yang's affectionate concern, Song Qingyin's heart raced like a startled deer, causing her to lower her gaze and, somewhat disregarding her ladylike image, pat her slightly distended belly shyly. All right, if you're full, let us head out. With that, Chao Yang stood up first, guiding Song Qingyin out of the luxurious private room. However, when it came time to settle the bill, Song Qingyin was taken aback to discover the meal had cost a staggering 100,000. She was aware that the establishment was expensive, but had not anticipated such an outrageous sum. The dishes were pricey, but it was primarily due to Chao Yang casually ordering a bottle of red wine, which alone was worth 88,000. Upon hearing the price, Song Qingyin was utterly stunned. Oh dear, what a pity. How can a bottle of wine be so exorbitant? We hardly drank any. My goodness, over 80,000. How precious. What a shame. Stepping out of the restaurant, she couldn't help but feel a mix of heartache and regret. Had she known, she would have savored every sip. For each was worth a fortune. There's nothing to lament. No matter how expensive the wine, it pales in comparison to your worth. Seeing her distressed expression, Chao Yang couldn't resist a light chuckle, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist and drawing her close. Ding! Song Qingyin's fondness for him increased by 2. The two strolled down the street like affectionate lovers, wandering aimlessly, without a destination, feeling utterly at ease. When thirst struck, they sought out a cold drink shop, and when they spotted street snacks, they indulged in those as well. Having acquired a system and the wealth that came with it, Chao Yang felt liberated from his worries. At that moment, in the company of a goddess, he truly experienced the joys of life. Meanwhile, Song Qingyin temporarily cast aside her troubles, her mind consumed by a whimsical thought. If she could hold his hand and walk through life like this, it wouldn't be so bad. Until the mature housekeeper, Kai Yaji, made a phone call, thoughtfully reminding Chao Yang that the VIP room at the performance venue had been reserved for him, to enter early. It was only then that Chow Yong realized that several hours had slipped away unnoticed. After calculating the time, they hastily had a bite to eat and hurried towards the opera house. Upon hearing that a celebrity was performing, Song Qingyan was filled with excitement. Chapter 31. Ascending to the fourth tier, yours to pluck. If she is inexperienced in the world, I shall show her the splendor of life. As the clock struck 6 p.m., the entrance of the opera house was bustling with activity, a scene of extraordinary vibrancy. The parking lot was a spectacle of luxury cars, rivaling that of an auto show. From these exquisite vehicles emerged individuals of remarkable stature, accompanied by elegantly attired socialites and noble women. Chow Yong led the somewhat awkward Song Qingyan to the entrance, where they were promptly greeted by a reception team formed by the event organizers and the hotel. After verifying Chow Yang's identity, one member of the team respectfully guided them through a private passageway to the VIP room on the second floor. The Waldorf's 60th anniversary celebration was indeed grand and opulent, having booked a concert hall capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 people, featuring performances from over 30 celebrities, thus demonstrating substantial investment. This soiree was not open to the public. The attendees were esteemed guests of the hotel, and those seated on the second floor were the elite among the elite. Every individual present was a prominent figure in society, a person of considerable status and influence. Although Chow Yong had only recently taken residence at the Waldorf, he had already spent $3 million, thereby earning the hotel's utmost reverence. The VIP room, though not expansive, exuded sophistication, offering a pleasant view and an array of snacks, fruits, pastries, and beverages, all prepared in advance, highlighting the hotel's meticulous attention to detail. Chow Yong and Song Qingyan arrived neither too early nor too late. At this moment, the venue was already bustling with guests, with more arriving steadily. As they waited, the time felt both ample and tedious. Chow Yong casually leaned back on the sofa, munching on an apple. In contrast, Song Qingyan was not so at ease. Being a soon-to-be sophomore, she felt a sense of nervousness that seemed disproportionate to the grandeur of the occasion. She sat quietly, though the sparkle in her eyes could not conceal her excitement and joy. Feel free to take what you want to eat. Relax a bit, Chow Yong said, biting into his apple, as he gently grasped Song Qingyan's delicate hand, which felt as if it could produce dew. With a nonchalant smile, he added, I understand. Song Qingyan nodded in response. Moments later, she pursed her lips, gazing at Chow Yong with a radiant smile, exclaiming, You know, I've loved music since childhood and have worked hard to become an art student. However, I've never seen a live performance by a celebrity. Chow Yong, thank you for bringing me here. Just saying thank you with words? Chow Yong chuckled, pointing to his own face, teasingly suggesting, You can express your gratitude with a kiss. How annoying. I'm being serious. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Qingyan couldn't help but roll her eyes, playfully chiding, I am serious. I have never been kissed by a girl before. You should feel honored. Chow Yong, with a grave expression, replied, I truly mean it. I don't believe you. Song Qingyan shyly averted her gaze from Chow Yong, unwilling to acquiesce to his desires. However, biting her rosy lip, she embraced Chow Yang's arm and gently rested her head on his shoulder, a rosy hue adorning her fair cheeks. Ding. Song Qingyan's affection level has increased by 1. Ding. Song Qingyan's affection level has increased by 1. The notification echoed in her mind, accompanied by the soft, warm sensation radiating from Chow Yang's arm, causing a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. Ah, we are getting closer to blooming. Chow Yong, which university do you intend to attend? You've been secretive all afternoon. I want to tell you. Guess instead. Chow Yong, do you have a girl you like? Indeed. Who? You. I don't believe it. All right, truthfully, I have an affection for all beautiful girls. I wish to provide all goddesses with a warm home. You just said you liked me. Uft. Casanova, scoundrel. Men are indeed all like big, clumsy pigs. As their playful banter continued, time swiftly approached 7 p.m., and the performance was finally set to commence. After a brief speech from the hotel manager and several invited dignitaries, the show officially began. With the host's impassioned introduction, the audience's spirits were lifted. Song Qingyan instinctively sat up straight. The first performer was a veteran singer, whose electrifying rock song seemed to transport the audience back to the 1990s, igniting a fervent atmosphere within the concert hall. As the song concluded, the venue erupted in applause, living up to expectations. It must be said that experiencing a live performance was infinitely more exhilarating than watching it on a screen. Even Chao Yang found himself swaying to the rhythm. The second performer was an unfamiliar female singer, delivering a heartfelt ballad with a beautifully captivating voice, fully immersed in her performance, which sounded delightful. However, Song Qingyan appeared somewhat unimpressed. What? Do you find it unappealing? It is pleasant, but she is lip-syncing. Upon hearing Chao Yang's query, Song Qingyan leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly. Chao Yang couldn't help but chuckle at her observation. A singer lip-syncing? He couldn't discern it. Yet he trusted Song Qingyan's judgment, for she was a music major with exceptional skills. How enviable. A profound yearning glimmered in Song Qingyan's eyes. Do you know? She was merely a streamer before, but she ascended to a grander stage step by step. Now she has truly become a star. A quintessential representation of a successful rise from obscurity. Song Qingyan exclaimed with excitement and admiration. Upon hearing this, Chao Yang looked at Song Qingyan and smiled. Why are you envious? Do you wish to become a great star? At this remark, Song Qingyan's delicate face flushed slightly. However, she responded with poise, of course. I am not ashamed to admit it. My greatest childhood dream was to become a singer, to stand on stage and let everyone hear my voice. Pausing for a moment, she sighed wistfully. Now that I am grown, I realize how difficult that is. It remains merely a dream, utterly unrealistic. Given her lifelong passion for singing, it is entirely natural for her to harbor such aspirations. Chao Yang chuckled. How is it unrealistic? As long as you don't give up, success will surely come one day. At his words, Song Qingyan shook her head gently, her voice tinged with melancholy. It is far too difficult. Every year, so many study music, yet how many actually succeed? It is not easy at all. Without money, connections, or assistance, there is simply no opportunity to shine. Forget about being a star. Even becoming a well-known streamer is a challenge. How can you say no one is helping? Am I not here for you? At that moment, Chao Yang's words struck Song Qingyan like a clap of thunder, causing her to tremble in shock. She was momentarily taken aback. Is it just about money? That is something I have in abundance. And with wealth, forming connections is not insurmountable. If you have a dream, pursue it. I will support you. Chao Yang could not resist affectionately ruffling Song Qingyan's hair. In disbelief, she gazed at him with wide eyes, unable to fathom why such good fortune would befall her. An ordinary girl. Chao Yang, we are merely transient acquaintances. Why are you so kind to me? What do you hope to gain from this? Is it worth it? Because I can benefit from it. It's not a loss for me, he thought to himself. After a moment's contemplation, while stroking the hair of his senior, he spoke earnestly. You are quite remarkable in your own right. It's simple. I help you because you deserve it, just as one loves another without reason. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan's eyes brimmed with tears, and soon, they cascaded down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. Silly girl, why are you crying? Chao Yang quickly reached out to wipe her tears, but instead, they flowed even more freely. Suddenly, Song Qingyan threw herself at him, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. In the next moment, her soft lips pressed against his. Ding. Song Qingyan's affection level increased by 5. Ding. Congratulations, host. Song Qingyan's affection level has surpassed 80. Elevating to a 4th-tier relationship. Yours to cherish. Chapter 32. May we first listen to a song? In the throes of emotion, Song Qingyan, for the first time in her life, fervently expressed the deep feelings she could no longer contain. At this moment, Chao Yang could not help but be utterly astonished. The typically aloof senior sister had taken the initiative to kiss him, a sight that would surely leave the male students at their school utterly dumbfounded and consumed by jealousy. His affection for her had unexpectedly surged past 80, ascending to a stage ripe for the picking, which only heightened Chao Yang's excitement. Yet, he found himself too consumed by the moment to ponder such matters. The mysterious rewards he had earned slipped from his mind, as all he desired was to savor the fragrance of the senior sister. Passive defense was not in his nature. What he received in return was an inexperienced yet fervent response, steeped in tenderness. After a protracted moment, the senior sister could no longer restrain herself. She reached out with her delicate hand to caress Chao Yang's handsome face, her misty eyes brimming with emotion and bliss. After planting another kiss upon his cheek, Song Qingyan could not help but choke back her words, exclaiming, "What have I done to deserve such fortune? How could fate allow me to encounter someone as wonderful as you?" In that moment, Song Qingyan truly felt like the luckiest and happiest woman in the world. She found it hard to believe Chao Yang's sincerity. How could someone who could so easily amass 15 million be deceitful? There was simply no need for such trickery. She could not fathom what made her so valuable that he would resort to lying. Love? Her body? Please, these were trivial matters in the face of 1 million. With just 500,000, no, even 200,000, he could have any woman he desired. Not to mention, if he sought a kidney, there would undoubtedly be those willing to part with theirs to offer him. How fortunate she was to have encountered such a benefactor, one capable of transforming her life. Countless individuals toil away for meager wages, adhering to a 9-to-5 routine, diligently bowing and scraping, yet remain trapped in their circumstances for a lifetime. Many young women sell themselves for mere luxuries, driven by vanity, even resorting to fruit loans to satisfy their desires. This man had the potential to alter her entire existence. How could she remain unmoved? Perhaps we have all, at some point, saved the galaxy. Holding the senior sister's graceful waist and reflecting on the system's favor, Chao Yang found himself momentarily dazed, his tone laden with significance as he remarked, "When it comes to luck, who could rival me, the chosen one of the system?" While others might enjoy minor gains, he would never suffer a loss. In that instant, Song Qingyan could not help but clutch Chao Yang tightly, as if seeking to dissolve herself within his embrace, leaning against his broad chest and feeling sweetness burgeon wildly within her heart, as if she had discovered the anchor for her future. Despite her striking beauty, she was, at her core, merely an ordinary girl. In fact, her family background was less than that of an average person. Her father had passed away when she was very young, leaving her resilient mother to raise her and her younger sister alone. She was a child of a single-parent household. From an early age, she had endured the scrutiny of others and often found herself bullied. Yet her precocious maturity allowed her to inherit her mother's strength and independence. Gradually, she donned a facade of indifference, not only to shield herself from bullying, but also to protect her younger sister, who was 2 years her junior. Her exterior always bore the message "do not approach," instilling a sense of trepidation among her classmates, effectively safeguarding her solitude. Yet this very shield also resulted in her lack of companions. Music became her closest confidant. She regarded her mother as the most remarkable person in the world, a source of immense pride, for not only did she toil tirelessly to raise her and her sister, but she also offered profound understanding and unwavering support for her passions. As she matured, she deeply appreciated her mother's struggles and gradually sought ways to alleviate her burdens. The melodies that once moved her lonely spirit inspired dreams of one day standing on stage, touching hearts with her voice. However, upon entering university and stepping into the realm of the arts, she realized that this aspiration was but a distant fantasy. A serendipitous encounter with live streaming unveiled a window to a new world. Observing streamers effortlessly singing, dancing, or simply conversing on their computers while receiving generous donations profoundly impacted her. If she could not be a star, perhaps becoming a streamer was a viable alternative. It would allow her to showcase her talents while earning money, thus alleviating her mother's hardships. With her sister soon to embark on her own university journey, financial contributions from her would be invaluable. Thus, Song Qingyan boldly ventured into the world of live streaming. Amidst moments of hope and inspiration, despair soon followed. Yet, fortune smiled upon her when a man, radiant as sunlight, entered her streaming room. He bestowed upon her extraordinary wealth, something ordinary individuals toil a lifetime to attain. Now, she felt as if her entire existence was being illuminated. With her heart racing, she cast aside her protective facade. She was merely a woman yearning for affection and tenderness. Faced with such an exceptional man who treated her with such kindness, it was impossible for her not to feel a spark. For the rest of her life, she was willing to reciprocate his warmth with fervent passion. "What are you thinking?" As she nestled against him like a contented cat, Chao Yang felt a surge of emotions. She was the goddess he could only admire from afar in a past life. "It's nothing, Chao Yang. I feel so happy," she murmured. Her cheek pressed against his chest, her face aglow with a rosy hue. Hearing this, Chao Yang was filled with gratitude. "Thank you, system, for granting me such an enviable life." Suddenly, he remembered that the mysterious reward had yet to be activated, and a smile crept across his face. "System, activate the mysterious reward." Ding. Reward activated. "Congratulations, host. You have received a 10-fold cashback card." Chao Yang was taken aback. Previously, the rewards and auction returns had only offered double cashback. This was astonishing, A tenfold cashback card. System, how do I use this tenfold cashback card? He inquired impatiently. Ding. The tenfold cashback card is a one-time consumable, valid for only 3 days. Once expired, it becomes void. The host can use cash for consumption. And utilizing the tenfold cashback card allows for a single occasion of tenfold cashback on the amount spent. Upon hearing this, Chaoyang couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. What on earth is this? Only one opportunity for cashback? And there's a time limit. In an instant, his excitement waned, but upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief. After all, it was a gift. What more could one ask for? If he could spend 10 million at once using this card, that would yield a staggering 1 billion in return. A young person should not aim too high. Let us set a modest goal first. 1 billion in cashback sounds feasible. A smile of delight crept onto Chaoyang's lips. At this moment, the senior in his arms couldn't help but squirm slightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Please, can we just listen to the music first? Don't touch me, the bashful Song Qingyan murmured, hardly daring to breathe. Chapter 33, A Milk Bath in Milk. If you suddenly sneezed, it must mean I am thinking of you. I enjoy playfully causing mischief in your embrace. Your world is a castle. I wish to accompany you for more than just a day. Let me willingly love you a little more. Amidst the sweet melodies of the beloved pop diva, the 2.5-hour star-studded performance came to a splendid conclusion. Immersed in the tender ambience, Chaoyang reluctantly sat up. At the concert, while he was playing basketball instead of listening to the music, he received a yellow card warning from the anxious referee. Feeling quite hurt, Chaoyang could only rest his head on the senior's soft, alluring legs, seeking solace. Song Qingyan, who had never even experienced driving, remained inherently shy and reserved, unable to let loose in such a setting. This was something Chaoyang could understand. He did not wish to put her in an uncomfortable position. As they exited the performance venue, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and the weather had turned considerably cooler, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. It's quite late, Song Qingyan said, brushing her hair that had been tousled by the wind, her gaze fixed on the ground. Indeed, it is late. We should head back to the hotel. Chaoyang chuckled softly, gently taking hold of the senior's hand, which seemed to have nowhere to rest. A shiver ran through Song Qingyan, and her heart began to race uncontrollably, her eyes filled with shyness as she looked down. She understood what being taken to the hotel implied, yet she did not pull her hand away. At that moment, she did not place Chaoyang in an awkward position either. She had her own principles, but she never paraded her virtues. Faced with a man who could elevate her beyond her current station and transform her entire life, her heart had completely surrendered. He was young yet wielded immense wealth, tall and handsome, with a gentle temperament. Wasn't he precisely the kind of man countless women sought after? To give herself to him. She had no regrets. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the hotel. As they entered the grand lobby, Song Qingyan had mentally prepared herself. Yet the sight of the opulent palace-like structure left her profoundly astonished. The lavish surroundings and various artistic decorations dazzled her, rendering her momentarily speechless and increasingly self-conscious. For the past 19 years, she had never even stepped foot in an ordinary hotel, let alone this luxurious 5-star establishment. It was evident that those who could afford to stay here were either affluent or aristocratic. Was this the life enjoyed by the upper echelons of society? At noon, the high-end restaurant and its exquisite culinary offerings had already provided Song Qingyan with a glimpse into the lives of the wealthy. Now, as she walked across the gleaming marble floor, she finally comprehended why some would expend generations of effort to transcend the shackles of social class. Why would parents tighten their belts and economize, merely to enroll their children in so-called elite schools, if not to draw closer to the upper echelons? And here she was, effortlessly ushered into a world she had previously deemed unimaginable. How fortunate she was, tightly clutching Chaoyang's arm. The reserved Song Qingyan felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. Ding. Song Qingyan's favorability rating increased by 1. They traversed the hotel's old wing and arrived at the modern main building, taking the elevator directly to the top floor. The door to Chaoyang's riverside suite was ajar, with several servants just wheeling in buckets of milk. The private housekeeper, Kai Yaji, was also present. Mr. Chao, you're back. Upon seeing Chaoyang, Kai Yaji promptly approached with a respectful bow and a smile, maintaining the decorum expected in the presence of guests. Upon noticing Song Qingyan behind Chaoyang, she paused momentarily before quickly recovering and greeting her with a warm smile. Having worked in the hotel for many years, She was no stranger to guests bringing women to their rooms. Those who could afford to stay here were all part of the wealthy class, and it was not unusual for them to have multiple companions throughout the day. For a young, handsome, and affluent man like Chow Yang to be without several women around him would seem rather odd to her. "Mr. Chow, please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." Chow Yang nodded in acknowledgement and led Song Qingyan into the living room. How beautiful! Unable to contain her excitement, Song Qingyan dashed to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the night view outside, her heart fluttering as she exclaimed in awe. Indeed, it was stunning. Chow Yang strolled over, wrapping his arm around Song Qingyan's delicate shoulder as they both admired the dazzling nightscape. The evening's beauty eclipsed that of the day. "What is that white liquid they are pushing? Is it milk?" A faint scent of milk wafted through the air, prompting Song Qingyan to inquire with curiosity. "Yes, fresh milk," Chow Yang replied. "What on earth do you need so much milk for?" Song Qingyan asked, perplexed. "A milk bath, for your soaking pleasure," Chow Yang explained. "What? A bath?" Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan couldn't help but exclaim, quickly covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. It is well known that there are no wives in wife cakes, nor fish and fish-flavored shredded pork. But is a milk bath truly made with milk? Song Qingyan felt utterly bewildered. The lifestyle of the affluent exceeded her wildest imagination. Under the adept hands of the maid, the milk bath was soon prepared. Kai Yaji also presented 2 pristine bathrobes. "Mr. Chow, everything is ready. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Indeed, it's quite late. Thank you for your efforts, Sister Kai," Chow Yang replied with a warm smile. Observing the courteous, mature housekeeper. "You are too kind. It is our duty," Kai Yaji said with a smile, gracefully exiting the room with a few attendants. The opulent suite now held only Chow Yang and Song Qingyan. "Shall we take a bath?" Chow Yang suggested with a smile. Song Qingyan responded softly, her voice barely audible, her delicate face involuntarily flushing, her earlobes turning pink, hesitating slightly. Observing the alluring demeanor of his senior, Chow Yang's heart raced uncontrollably, without hesitation. He swept her up in a princess carry. The next morning, waking naturally, Chow Yang felt invigorated, marveling at the vitality of youth, especially with the added advantage of attributes. Glancing at the time, he was taken aback to find it already past 10 o'clock. He couldn't help but chuckle. It wasn't he that he woke late, but rather that he had gone to bed late the previous night. She must have been exhausted. It wasn't until noon that they finally rose, and after freshening up, housekeeper Kai Yaji arrived with their ordered lunch. After waking and engaging in some exercise, hunger overwhelmed them, and soon their lunch was devoured. With their appetites satisfied, both regained their energy, though Song Qingyan still walked with a hint of discomfort. Chow Yang couldn't resist teasing her, which earned him a playful little punch. "Chow Yang, while you may help me, I must also strive on my own. I wish to return to live streaming." Sitting on the luxurious sofa, Song Qingyan, her cheeks flushed, clung to Chow Yang's arm, her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance, though her tone was resolute. Upon hearing this, Chow Yang paused, raising an eyebrow. "Do you think your body can handle it? It's perfectly fine to rest for a few days. Singing while seated is fine. The Flying Fish event has already released its preview, and the mid-year grand event is an opportunity one do not wish to miss. All right, since you have given it thought, I support you. Wait a moment, and I will call the driver to take you back." Chow Yang affectionately caressed Song Qingyan's tender face, smiling, with her ambition and understanding. Yet not clingy, such a senior was hard for Chow Yang not to admire. "Chow Yang, you are too good to me." Song Qingyan couldn't help but wrap her arms around Chow Yang's neck, planting a soft kiss on his cheek. After bidding farewell to his senior sister, the spacious suite once again left Chow Yang in solitude. At that moment, the mature housekeeper, Kai Yaji, entered and respectfully inquired, "Yang, do you have any plans for this evening?" Hearing this, Chow Yang shook his head and amiably replied, "I should have none." "What is on your mind, Sister Kai?" "Well," she began, "tonight there is an appreciation ball for our esteemed clients at the hotel, and I was wondering if you would like to attend." A sense of boredom began to lift as Chow Yang's interest piqued at her words. "Oh, what activities will this ball entail? Is there anything entertaining?" Kai Yaji smiled gently and patiently elaborated. "The soirée primarily invites our hotel's major patrons, and there will be performances by renowned celebrities. It serves as a platform for free interaction and relationship building. Such an upscale event presented an excellent opportunity for networking. To ensure the evening was not monotonous, the hotel had also arranged for a small auction to take place. Upon hearing the mention of an auction, Chao Yang's interest surged. He suddenly recalled possessing 100 million in auction funds and had been pondering where to spend it. Well, isn't this a stroke of luck? He exclaimed. I shall attend the ball. Kai Yaji hesitated for a moment, then remarked, such a high-profile event typically calls for formal attire. Yang, you will need to wear a suit. Before she could finish, Chao Yang furrowed his brow, realizing the inconvenience of needing to purchase one. Kai Yaji remembered that when he arrived, he hadn't even brought a suitcase, undoubtedly lacking suitable clothing. Not to worry, she reassured him. Many upscale clothing boutiques within the hotel offer bespoke services, which are quite favored by our esteemed guests. If you don't mind, I can arrange for them to come to you. They provide both custom-tailored and ready-made options, making it very convenient. At her words, Chao Yang smiled, recognizing the practicality of it. He preferred not to venture out alone to shop. With money now at his disposal, it was indeed time to have some fitting attire crafted. After all, there was no joy in donning shabby attire when one had the means to dress well. Clothing is settled then. Kai Yaji observed him and continued. However, for the ball, it is customary to bring a female companion. So you should arrange one in advance to avoid any last-minute complications. A companion? Chao Yang was taken aback. He had barely met any women, and it certainly wouldn't be appropriate to invite his senior sister in her current state. This predicament left him in a quandary until his gaze fell upon Kai Yaji. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Why not have you as my partner for the evening? He suggested with a smile, admiring her mature allure. Me? She replied, a hint of surprise evident in her voice. Upon hearing this, Kai Yaji was momentarily taken aback, and then she hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, No, no. This simply cannot be. After a pause, she quickly elaborated, in such a high-profile setting, it would be inappropriate for me to attend. It would bring you too much embarrassment. You should invite a socialite who truly matches your stature. Upon hearing her words and observing her ample and graceful figure, Chao Yang dismissed her concerns, saying, Sister Kai, what are you talking about? Socialite or not, in my eyes, you are far more beautiful than any of them. That is too much flattery. How can I be beautiful? I'm already 36, and I feel like I've lost my youthful charm. Chao Yang's comment elicited a soft laugh from Kai Yaji, though her gaze flickered momentarily. Typically poised and elegantly mature, this time, a blush akin to that of a young woman graced her stunning face. What? Sister Kai, you are 36? You look no older than 23 or 24. With such beauty, figure, and allure, who would believe you are in your 30s? At that moment, Chao Yang felt as if he had channeled an Oscar-winning actor. He grasped Kai Yaji's delicate hand and insisted, Sister Kai, don't deceive me. Just look at your hand. So fair and soft, akin to exquisite jade. I refuse to believe this is the hand of someone in their 30s. As he toyed with her hand, warm and smooth like jade, he spoke with conviction. When she attempted to withdraw her hand, she found it impossible, causing the mature woman to feel a twinge of panic. Her cheeks flushed crimson. You truly know how to flatter. It's clear you've had your fair share of charming women. The steady rhythm of her heart suddenly quickened, prompting Kai Yaji to lower her gaze involuntarily. Honestly, I'm no longer young, and yet here you are, teasing me, you little rascal. Biting her red lip, Kai Yaji replied with a lack of conviction, what I said is true. It would be inappropriate for me to accompany you. Come now, Sister Kai. Are you afraid that if you go with me, your husband might get jealous? Upon hearing this, Kai Yaji paused, her expression suddenly becoming somewhat awkward. You're joking, right? I'm single. Where would I have a husband? However, my daughter is almost your age, which indeed makes it quite inappropriate. A remarkable mature woman with a daughter and no husband. What more could be said? Chao Yang, however, was not willing to relent, stating resolutely, Sister Kai, no, I insist you accompany me. It's settled. Seeing Chao Yang's stubborn demeanor, as if he would not let go until she agreed, Kai Yaji felt her heart racing, and her ears turned red. Why, among so many young and beautiful women, did he insist on pursuing her? Though her thoughts were a jumble, Kai Yaji found herself nodding in acquiescence despite her inner turmoil. Ding. Kai Yaji's favorability increased by 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. Kai Yaji's favorability has surpassed 50, elevating your relationship to the first tier, friendship. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious reward. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Hearing the system's prompt, Chao Yang joyfully issued the command. Ding. Reward activated. Congratulations, host. You have gained access to any body part of your choice. This I am utterly smitten. Kai Yaji facilitated connections for Chao Yang with 2 luxury flagship stores. Within half an hour, representatives from both establishments arrived promptly. The meticulous Kai Yaji had previously provided the consultants with Chao Yang's approximate height and physique, and both brought along 2 complete outfits from renowned designers. After trying them on, Chao Yang expressed his satisfaction and decided to keep them, additionally placing orders for 5 ensembles from each store, ensuring his wardrobe was well stocked with summer and winter attire. The consultants delivered exceptional service, meticulously measuring Chao Yang's body dimensions and presenting a myriad of samples and information concerning fabrics, designers, and design styles for his selection. After a thorough hour of deliberation, the entire expenditure amounted to over 2 million yuan. Mr. Chao, please be patient. The garments will undoubtedly meet your expectations and will be delivered to you promptly upon completion. We appreciate your trust, and you may rest assured. The consultants assured him respectfully, their faces adorned with smiles that revealed their satisfaction. Having spent over 2 million yuan, Chao Yang felt as though he had ascended from a mere patron to a figure of reverence. However, once the consultants departed, a frown creased his brow. With hotel expenses nearing 3 million yuan, the recent expenditure of over 2 million brought his total to over 5 million. If this continued, the previously refunded amount of over 30 million would soon vanish. Although he recalled possessing a tenfold cashback card, the 2 million yuan spent would yield only a little over 2 million in return, which felt like a considerable loss, a sheer waste. Determined not to deplete his resources idly, Chao Yang sensed an urgency to generate more income. He promptly retrieved his phone and opened the Feiyu app, noticing that his senior, Song Qingyan, had commenced her live broadcast. He quickly entered the stream. Inside the live room, she was singing, her voice melodious and ethereal, captivating the audience and rivaling even the performances of last night's female vocalists. At that moment, she appeared vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of distress. Upon entering the live room, Chao Yang was immediately recognized by attentive viewers. A frenzy ensued, with viewers flooding the chat with messages. Look, Free Brother has arrived. Welcome, Free Brother. One particular viewer caught Chao Yang's attention, his loyal follower. Surprised, he realized he had garnered a small entourage without even realizing it. The barrage of welcoming messages became a tidal wave, with viewers eagerly expressing their enthusiasm. Welcome, Free Brother. Good afternoon, Free Brother. Welcome, Free Brother. As he observed the chat inundated with welcoming remarks, Chao Yang felt invigorated, his status undeniably elevated. It must be said, the sensation of being pursued is truly exhilarating, allowing him to once again relish the joy of being the big brother. After a mere 2 days of absence, he was pleasantly surprised to find so many followers donning his avatar. Chao Yang was genuinely taken aback. Upon encountering some familiar old friends, he felt a sense of gratification. Good afternoon, brothers. Chao Yang couldn't help but quickly send a message in the chat. Welcome, Freedom Brother. Good afternoon. At that moment, the senior who had been singing paused her song, joyfully welcoming him, though a hint of shy embarrassment flickered in her beautiful eyes. Continue singing, don't mind me. Chao Yang smiled knowingly and sent another message. Although the atmosphere in the live stream was vibrant, the number of online viewers was merely a little over 500. While this was a significant improvement from the beginning, it still paled in comparison to larger streamers. This simply wouldn't do. His woman could not be inferior to others. Chao Yang furrowed his brow and directly opened the gift options. Supporting his woman was only natural. He was ready to shower her with gifts and earn some money. However, instead of immediately sending gifts, he turned his attention to the red envelopes. When players send red envelopes, all viewers in the live stream can snatch them up. Although streamers typically do not earn commissions from red envelopes, they are undoubtedly more effective for attracting viewers than gifts. Moreover, with so many supportive fans in the live stream, Chao Yang had no qualms about playing the generous big brother. He clicked on the red envelope, unhesitatingly selecting the maximum value, and sent it out. Win Like Freedom sends a super red envelope of 9,999. Win Like Freedom sends a super red envelope of 9,999. Win Like Freedom sends a super red envelope of 9,999. As he sent out 3 consecutive red envelopes, an announcement lit up across the entire platform, and over 100 new viewers flooded into the live stream. Chao Yang couldn't help but chuckle, for he once again heard the familiar notification sound from the system. Ding! Host consumption successful, double cashback from the system received. The 3 red envelopes were snatched up almost instantaneously. The live stream erupted with excitement. I got it. I got 20 bucks. Thanks, Freedom Brother, awesome. What the heck? I grabbed 50. The boss is generous. Wow. I knew that Big Brother was extravagant. Turns out he's the Freedom Boss. 666. Damn it, I didn't get any. Come on, your speed is too fast. How long have you been single? Young people, be careful. Countless messages flooded the screen, with those who managed to snag a red envelope overjoyed, while those who missed out lamented their misfortune. Truly, a tale of contrasting fortunes. But in the next moment, everyone's eyes widened, and their fingers began to furiously tap on the screen with lightning speed. No one could have anticipated that this fervent tapping would continue for several minutes. Win Like Freedom sends a super red envelope of 9,999. Win Like Freedom sends a super red envelope of 9,999 in just 5 minutes. The number of viewers in the live streaming room surged from over 500 to an astonishing 50,000. The atmosphere exploded, and the barrage of comments flooded the screen like a torrent, creating an ambience as boiling as water on the verge of boiling. Everyone couldn't help but cheer with excitement. Goodness, my fingers are about to break. Freedom Brother, you are so incredible that I feel compelled to kneel before you. My eyes have been opened to what it means to be a true Big Brother. Just look at Freedom Brother. This is what a true Big Brother of the Dragon Nation looks like. Brothers, does anyone know how many red envelopes this big shot has distributed? My eyes are dazzled. 3 million, a staggering 3 million. Foster father, Freedom Dad, you are my long-lost guardian. I wept. I managed to grab over 1,000. Freedom Dad, from this moment on, I shall be your loyal follower. Anyone who dares to harm you must first contend with me. Damn it, I hereby declare that in the future, when it comes to flying fish, I shall only bow to Freedom Dad. No need for words, just follow my barrage. Freedom Dad is magnificent. Freedom Dad is magnificent. Freedom Dad is magnificent. At the height of the excitement in Song Qingyin's live streaming room, within a group of over 100 members called Green Bubbles, someone first shared a few screenshots and then sent a message. Grandmaster 8. Hurry and look. The few screenshots instantly invigorated the previously quiet bubble group. Grandmaster Liang Qingwao? Those red envelopes are astonishing. Who is this subordinate? Grandmaster Spicy Pursuer. Is it too late to join in? I need to grab some. Haha, I've been broke lately. Grandmaster Fried Egg. Oh come on, Spicy Brother. Are you still crying poor? I saw you spend nearly 100,000 yesterday. Grandmaster Lantern. Haha. Isn't this the white account that slapped Grandmaster 8 in the face? Grandmaster 8, can you tolerate this? At this moment, Grandmaster 8, who had been in a fairly good mood, felt utterly miserable upon reading the messages in the group. As the 5th-ranked top-tier tycoon in the group, he had always held significant prestige, but ever since the sudden rise of the white account that had humiliated him, his authority had been shattered, turning him into a laughingstock among his peers. He hadn't dared to make a peep these past couple of days. Veins bulged on his forehead, and he was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, but he could no longer restrain himself and sent a message in the group. Damn it! What is there to boast about? With such extravagance, even if you have a mind, it will all be gone soon. Those who are new to live streaming inevitably want to showcase their prowess. It's normal to start off strong. There are plenty of newcomers who bask in glory for a moment, but throughout the history of the live streaming industry, not one has been able to sustain such momentum. In the past couple of days, Grandmaster 8, having calmed down, had to admit that the newly risen Tycoon, Freedom Brother, is indeed impressive. Even more so than Prince Brother during his initial foray. Yet Grandmaster 8 was also certain that such extravagant spending would lead to a swift downfall. A steadfast streamer and a stream of big shots. This is no laughing matter. Does the elder brother not wish to indulge in a glamorous escapade? Incorrect. It is simply that he can no longer muster the energy. How infuriating. You may be bold, but do you intend to use me as a stepping stone? Alas, even when he has regained his composure, the profound sense of humiliation gnaws at him, akin to countless ants feasting upon his heart. He cannot help but harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Chao Yang. Finally, the elder brother has resurfaced. What now? When shall vengeance be exacted? I shall cheer you on. Have you lost your senses? He is formidable. How could one seek revenge unless one is prepared with a substantial sum, perhaps several million? Pity the elder brother. Reduced to a mere stepping stone. A sagacious figure from the mortal realm has also conveyed a message. This fellow seems intoxicated with success. If he does not invite me to partake in this endeavor a month hence, let us endure this humiliation for just a month. Surely, an opportunity for retribution will arise. Upon reading these messages, the elder brother felt not a sense of relief, but rather an intensified humiliation. Waiting a month seems unbearable. He is nearly driven to madness. He has never endured such indignity in reality. To engage in a live stream only to be trampled upon, his face utterly tarnished. This affront is one he cannot swallow. Brothers, it appears everyone has forgotten our motto. Just as the elder brother was silently seething, a group message suddenly jolted him. Upon recognizing the sender, his heart leapt with joy. The esteemed judge of the elite, a true core member of the group, who ranks 12th on the super wealthy list of Feiyu, with total expenditures exceeding 30 million. As the judge made his entrance, everyone immediately greeted him. Greetings, everyone. Old 8 has shared his sentiments with me. Brothers, have you forgotten the purpose of our gathering? We are a family. He has been slapped in the face. Do you take pride in that? It has been far too long since we engaged in battle. It seems the recent activities on Feiyu have caused us to be forgotten. We must reclaim our honor. Upon hearing the judge's words, the crowd fell silent. Yet their hearts stirred with renewed resolve. Since we all enjoy live streaming, let us indulge wholeheartedly. Those who dare to challenge the elite must not underestimate our strength. Old 8, how do you propose we reclaim our honor? Inspired by the judge's words, the elder brother felt invigorated and quickly responded. The announcement for the Feiyu event has already been released. I trust everyone has seen it. This is a significant mid-year event, with not only substantial online rewards, but also an extravagant offline celebration, rivaling that of a mini-anniversary. As the elder brother spoke of the event, a sense of anticipation filled the room. The Glory Star Anchor Championship. Indeed, from the announcement, it is evident that this event is being orchestrated with great grandeur, almost rivaling that of an annual celebration. The anchors who secure a ranking will not only receive remarkable promotional resources, but will also be invited to the luxurious offline cruise gala hosted by the officials, an opportunity for both fame and fortune. The rewards are indeed bountiful, and for the elder brother, this time, the officials have spared no expense, with an abundance of incentives, including participation in the opulent cruise gala. Certainly, the most dazzling reward of this event is that the top contenders on the consumption leaderboard will be bestowed with exclusive vehicles and the privilege of customizing gifts. This marks a first for the Flying Fish platform. However, with such generous rewards, the difficulty of the event is undoubtedly set to escalate. As the officials are known for their shrewdness, the announcement has already made it clear that following the update of the event version, many gift limits have been significantly raised, which can be regarded as the most substantial change on the Flying Fish platform. The most noteworthy alteration pertains to the Super Rocket, with its limit increased from the original 10 to a staggering 20, an entire doubling. This implies that previously, one could only launch up to 20,000 at a time, but now one can unleash a formidable 40,000. Such a transformation is indeed of great significance. For the event, this indicates that it will become more exhilarating, more challenging, with greater uncertainties in victory and defeat, and naturally, it will also demand more financial investment. With such a prominent event on the horizon, the stakes are undeniably high. I have resolved to target him during the event, determined to diminish his competitive edge. Let it be known that I am not to be trifled with. Brother 8 expressed his fervent intent in a message. In response, the esteemed judge of the affluent quickly remarked, "All right, Brother 8, your boldness is commendable. If you can reach the finals, our brotherhood will assist you in confronting him. Even if he is a fierce tiger, we shall see if he can withstand a pack of wolves." Brothers, although Prince Brother has been preoccupied with real-life matters and has not made an appearance in a while, I, the judge, remain steadfast. Our illustrious family stands strong, and it is time to showcase our might. The affluent faction is a family composed of numerous esteemed leaders within the Flying Fish community, founded by last year's most illustrious super tycoon, Prince Brother. Currently, the family boasts over 100 members. Among them, there are 8 emperors, more than 20 kings, and the rest are dukes. What? You claim to be a marquis? Apologies. But that does not suffice for membership. During the peak of the affluent faction's activity, they were truly invincible within the realm of Flying Fish, achieving unmatched prowess. After the legendary Tycoon, floating and sinking, and his legion exited the scene, Knife Brother and his Blade Alliance momentarily dominated the platform. However, in last year's annual peak competition, Prince Brother outshone Knife Brother, ascending to the throne of the annual Super Tycoon, subsequently establishing the affluent family. It is not the quantity of members that matters, but the quality. Following its establishment, the affluent family engaged in several confrontations with Knife Brothers' Blade Alliance, ultimately achieving resounding victories. Henceforth, the name of the affluent family echoed throughout Flying Fish, instilling fear in smaller factions that dared not challenge them, earning the title of the unrivaled First Family of Flying Fish. Even without currency infusion, the mere presence of the affluent family emblem commands respect. Brother 8 declared, "Brothers, although we may be low-key now, do not forget our past glories. When the affluent march forth, not a blade of grass shall remain." These 8 words instantly evoked memories of their united battles, leaving everyone in awe, their lips curling into defiant smiles. Indeed, when the affluent advance, no one stands a chance. Regardless of who you are, you shall be brought to your knees. Chapter 37. A life dedicated to freedom at this very moment. The most dazzling and vibrant place on the entire Feiyu platform is undoubtedly Song Qingyan's live broadcast room. Who could have imagined that a small streamer, who once struggled to keep her audience engaged, would suddenly rise to prominence, eclipsing even the major broadcasters? Gratitude is due to Brother Zio, a formidable figure. And let us all give him a resounding 666. With 10 consecutive victories, Song Qingyan's heart swells with excitement and deep gratitude. In this moment, Qiao Yang truly embodies her supreme treasure, showering her with unparalleled affection, leaving her, the otherwise strong-willed woman, on the verge of tears. Meeting him feels like a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Entrusting herself to such a man as Qiao Yang, she harbors no regrets. Suddenly, she realizes this is the wisest decision she has ever made. With the immense support and indulgence from Qiao Yang, Song Qingyan can foresee her rising popularity. Coupled with her own capabilities, she firmly believes that one day, she too can achieve the stardom of the legendary Feiyu broadcaster, Liang Xiaowei. It is said that Liang Xiaowei's extraordinary achievements were largely propelled by a super-rich supporter known as Brother Fuchen. Although this ancient benefactor has long departed from Feiyu alongside Liang Xiaowei, tales of his legendary exploits continue to be whispered among the community. Brother Zio's loyal follower proclaims, "Brother Zio is phenomenal. When it comes to the greats of Feiyu, you must look to him." Another ardent supporter adds, "Whether Feiyu is chaotic or not, my brother Zio holds the final say." Currently, Song Qingyan's live broadcast room boasts nearly 60,000 viewers online, with peaks surpassing 80,000, truly setting the standard for afternoon broadcasts on Feiyu. Brother Zio extravagantly distributed 3 million in red envelopes, following up with 10 rounds, each starting with astonishingly generous gifts, creating an unending spectacle of excitement. This not only attracted an immense audience, but also elevated the atmosphere of the entire broadcast room to euphoric heights. The screen was inundated with dense streams of comments, flowing like a torrent, which failed to fully capture the viewer's exhilaration. Those who managed to snatch hundreds or even thousands of red envelopes were nearly moved to tears. What a great brother in Longhua! Brother Zio truly is a paragon of generosity. His grandiosity, audacity, and overwhelming wealth left all in awe. Watching him lavishly shower the screen with exuberant gifts, everyone indulged in a visual feast. Although most viewers were merely passive participants, having not contributed gifts themselves, they felt as if they were stepping into Brother Zio's shoes, reveling in the experience. They finally comprehended that life is not solely about the mundane struggles. It's not just about the daily grind of chores, commuting on crowded buses, or enduring the scolding of minor supervisors. It isn't merely about revising a proposal 10 times to meet the client's demands only to revert to the original version. It isn't just about purchasing cheap fruit for one's spouse while treating oneself to extravagant gifts and facing criticism for frivolous spending. Life can indeed be so grand and unrestrained. In this lifetime, may one aspire to be like Brother Zio. And even if one cannot be that, simply observing is exhilarating. In the adjacent broadcast room, a whirlwind of freedom sends forth a super rocket. Gratitude is extended to the benevolent benefactor for the medical expenses. The benefactor is deeply cherished. The female streamer, who had been mercilessly subdued by the overwhelming score of 25 for a full 10 minutes, was jolted from her seat upon witnessing 5 generous contributions for her medical fees. She erupted into laughter, her legs no longer able to remain crossed. "Dear benefactor, I possess a multitude of talents. I earnestly beseech you to follow me and return often, she exclaimed, leaning forward as if her voice were about to burst forth like water. In that fleeting moment, a menacing gaze from the abyss seemed to beckon towards Chao Yang, as if to say, "Come here." In stark contrast, Chao Yang remained impassive and unmoved, failing to meet the system's scoring requirements, rendering him entirely disinterested in the financial gains. After sending the medical fees, he returned to the senior's livestream. What a predicament! There wasn't a single formidable opponent in sight, leaving him vexed. How to proceed? With over 1,000 votes, it would be unreasonable to disregard and ruthlessly attack her. Alas, he could only restrain himself further, perhaps offering a mere 200,000 to 300,000 as a token gesture. Yet, this only served to highlight his own foolishness and wealth. He needed to amass funds. The struggle was profound, and who could truly comprehend this anguish? Fortunately, the official announcements had been posted in all live streams, which Chao Yang duly noted. All he could say was, "Splendid, a grand opportunity for financial gain had arrived." It was indeed thanks to the diligent officials. "Miss, shall we engage in another round? Anything you wish to play is fine. I am quite resilient, please." Upon seeing Chao Yang exit her livestream, the opposing streamer immediately pleaded with Song Qingyan. One round equates to 10,000 in medical fees. Such a fortune is rare to find. "I apologize, but we shall play another time. I must proceed to the next match." Song Qingyan politely declined. Chao Yang had instructed her to play only one match, and she would adhere to that directive. Streamers lurking with alternate accounts in Song Qingyan's livestream perked up at this development, their focus sharpened. They were keenly observing when she would press the match button, hoping to synchronize their clicks. Should they match with her, it would be a significant windfall, though defeat was inevitable. The prospect of receiving medical fees was enticing, and more importantly, being highlighted by the benefactor's generous contributions would also bring them recognition. This opportunity for exposure was truly a rare find. Though merely streamers, the young lady was equally adept at seizing the spotlight. Soon, Song Qingyan successfully matched with another streamer, and the one who had cleverly orchestrated this connection shouted in joy. The matches continued relentlessly until just past 6 o'clock, with 18 consecutive victories. The afternoon session lacked strong competitors, leaving Chao Yang to scrape by with only 200,000 to 300,000 per match, totaling around 5 million in contributions. He is still concerned about others labeling him as foolish and wealthy, or accusing him of bullying. He must also consider the feelings of the opposing streamer, which makes things exceedingly challenging. With the recent consumption and previous red envelopes, Chao Yang managed to spend a staggering 8 million at Feiyu in just one afternoon, yielding a substantial cashback of 16 million. As he glanced at the flurry of transaction notifications, a smile crept onto his face. His bespoke collection of clothing had cost him over 2 million, yet this afternoon's endeavors had garnered him 16 million. Quite a profitable venture indeed. "Yang, are you busy? The ball is approaching. You should prepare and get going." The voice of Kai Yaji echoed from the living room, startling Chao Yang, who had been lost in thought and laughter. He realized, rather unexpectedly, that the time for the ball was nearly upon him. Kai Yaji had evidently come to accompany him as his dance partner. A smile involuntarily graced his lips as he rose from his bedroom. However, upon entering the living room and catching sight of Kai Yaji, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes sparkled with delight. She was truly stunning. Chapter 38. The Prince of Magic City. Kai Yaji stood in the living room, adorned in a purple off-shoulder dress that cinched at the waist, resembling a peony in full bloom, graceful and alluring. The design accentuated her voluptuous figure, revealing her enchanting curves. Standing elegantly with her legs together, she created a picturesque scene, exuding a blend of sophistication and the unique sensuality of a mature woman, captivating all who beheld her. In that instant, Chao Yang found himself irresistibly drawn to this captivating, mature beauty, his heart racing uncontrollably. Having grown accustomed to Kai Yaji's professional attire over the past few days, this sudden transformation was breathtaking. Not only was her outfit striking, but her hairstyle had also been meticulously styled, from a simple bun to cascading waves that added an extra touch of allure to her demeanor. The ruffled, one-shoulder dress showcased her fair, rounded shoulders and collarbone, embodying a fullness that was both elegant and desirable, devoid of any semblance of being overweight. A phrase spontaneously surfaced in Chao Yang's mind: round and lustrous. Yes, that distinct, ripe quality unique to a mature woman was undeniably impactful. Although Chao Yang had not personally encountered many so-called socialites or affluent ladies, he was certain that the enchanting woman before him could rival any of them. Ayang, what's wrong? Do I look unappealing? Kai Yaji blushed slightly, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her as she noticed Chao Yang's unwavering gaze upon her. Living a monotonous routine of work and home, she had forgotten how long it had been since she had adorned herself with such care. Even in the finest attire from her wardrobe, her confidence was shaky and anxiety filled her heart. With keen insight, Chao Yang observed Kai Yaji, her delicate toes, as white as tender bamboo shoots, curled up inside her high-heeled crystal shoes. Unable to contain his amusement, he chuckled softly. Approaching her, he gazed at her tense expression and, without reservation, remarked with a smile, "Sister Kai, you worry too much. Your attire is simply enchanting. I am utterly captivated. You truly know how to flatter. It's not that exaggerated. Please, don't tease me." Kai Yaji responded, smoothing her hair and lowering her head slightly, yet the blush on her cheeks blossomed even more. "I speak nothing but the truth, Sister Kai. You should genuinely consider experimenting with different outfits. You would be even more alluring," Chao Yang said earnestly. For a mature woman, sincerity is indeed a potent charm. At his words, Kai Yaji trembled slightly, taken aback, before a radiant smile illuminated her flushed face as she laughed. "Ha. I'm usually too busy with work to have time to pamper myself." Seemingly reluctant to delve further into such matters, she paused and gently asked, "Ayang, do you need to prepare anything else? If not, shall we head over?" Having not changed from her earlier attire, Chao Yang nodded and replied with a smile, "Nothing to prepare, let us go." As they stepped out together, walking side by side, the 30-something Kai Yaji suddenly felt as giddy as a schoolgirl, unable to resist stealing glances at the younger man beside her, who stood nearly a head taller. Her heart raced noticeably faster than usual. What woman could genuinely disregard her appearance? What woman would not relish being complimented? Despite being a mother, she found it astonishing that she could still capture the attention of this younger man. Reflecting on the way Chao Yang had looked at her earlier stirred a flicker of joy within her long silent heart. Perhaps she could indeed invest more time in her appearance moving forward. Yet, for whom was she dressing up? For him? No, she chided herself. At her age? Such thoughts were absurd. Flushed with a hint of crimson, Kai Yaji felt both delighted and embarrassed by her own thoughts. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the grand banquet hall where the dance was to be held. At the reception, after verifying their identities, Kai Yaji gracefully linked her arm with Chao Yang's, and together they stepped inside. The expansive banquet hall was filled with melodious music, illuminated by magnificent crystal chandeliers, casting a splendid glow over the meticulously arranged venue, which exuded an air of sophistication and luxury. Chao Yang and Kai Yaji casually chose a table to sit at. Although the ball had yet to officially commence, many esteemed guests had already arrived, each adorned in resplendent attire that radiated the elegance of high society. Numerous socialites and noble women, bedecked in glittering jewels, vied for attention, their adornments shimmering brilliantly under the lights. Some indulged in exquisite cuisine, while others mingled in small groups, engaged in lively conversations. Chao Yang glanced around and noticed that the women present were predominantly youthful, while among the 40 to 50 men, most appeared to be in their 40s, with a few in their 50s. However, those in their 30s were a rarity, and he did not spot a single individual in their 20s, let alone younger. This observation left Chao Yang feeling somewhat disheartened, as if he were adrift without a sense of belonging. "Let us first indulge in some food," he remarked to Kai Yaji, who seemed rather bored. "Now that we are here, we should satiate our hunger before anything else." Along the sides of the hall, long tables resembling a buffet were laden with an array of culinary delights, pastries, fruits, beverages, and more. Chinese, Western, Japanese, and various other cuisines were all available. After retrieving their utensils, the two began to select dishes that suited their palates. As they perused the offerings, Chao Yang gradually found himself alongside a young man. The young man appeared to be in his 20s, making him the only person of similar age that Chao Yang had encountered thus far. Unable to resist, Chao Yang studied him with keen interest. The young man was slightly shorter than Chao Yang and had a slender build, his fashion choices reflecting a certain sophistication. At that moment, he was casually gnawing on a duck head, exuding an air of nonchalance and ease. When Chao Yang finally discerned the young man's remarkably refined features, he was momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment. To his surprise, he recognized him. Though in his previous life, Chao Yang was merely a struggling individual with no ties to the elite. He had often come across this young man's exploits online. This was none other than Qin Lei, the most prominent second-generation rich heir of the Magic City, often referred to as the Prince of the Magic City. As Chao Yang observed Qin Lei, the latter seemed to have also noticed him. With a slight pause while gnawing on the duck head, Qin Lei was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Chao Yang. While he could not possibly know Chao Yang, encountering someone younger than himself at a gathering predominantly filled with older men was indeed a surprise. He looked at Chao Yang with curiosity and nodded in acknowledgement. "Hey there, you look unfamiliar. Were you also compelled to attend by your family?" Qin Lei inquired with a smile. Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected interaction, never imagining that he would have the opportunity to engage with such a top-tier heir. He had read numerous articles about this prince of the Magic City, with the most memorable being the incident where a multi-million-dollar supercar was wrecked, and yet he had remained unfazed, casually seated within the vehicle while posting on social media. Upon recalling this news, Chao Yang had often thought that such a life must involve a certain level of skill in one's birth circumstances. The audacity displayed was almost exasperating. In the past, meeting someone of such elite status would have thrilled Chao Yang immensely. Yet, at this moment, as he faced Qin Lei's friendly overture, he found himself surprisingly composed. Just as the gentleman expressed in his social media posts, he approached everything with a sense of detachment. Having experienced death and rebirth, he was endowed with an extraordinary system, placing his life in an undefeated position. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to have undergone a profound transformation. This newfound confidence allowed him to face various challenges with remarkable composure. Even when encountering a top-tier second-generation individual from the metropolis, he remained unfazed. "I live here, and I often come by to have some fun," Chao Yang remarked, casting a casual smile at Qin Lei. Upon hearing this, Qin Lei could not help but scrutinize Chao Yang once more. From his understanding, today's ball had a rather high standard, not something just any hotel guest could attend. Being invited clearly indicated that Chao Yang's background was not ordinary. "I thought you looked unfamiliar, not like a local. Have you come to the metropolis for leisure?" "Not just for leisure. I will be starting university soon, so I thought I'd take a look around." "University? Freshman?" Qin Lei was taken aback by Chao Yang's words. "Indeed, I'm about to begin my freshman year." Chao Yang nodded with a smile. "Wow, I thought you just looked youthful, but it turns out you are genuinely young," Qin Lei exclaimed, astonished at Chao Yang's composed demeanor. After a brief pause, he continued with a laugh. "I didn't expect you to be 10 years younger than me." "Haha. Nice to meet you. I'm Qin Lei." Feeling a sense of camaraderie with this unpretentious and affable top-tier individual from the metropolis, Chao Yang responded with a smile. "I'm Chao Yang." As they engaged in light conversation, they selected some refreshments and found a table to sit at. Shortly thereafter, Kai Yaji approached with some items. And soon, a stunning woman, exuding an aura of grace, arrived, Qin Lei's companion. "After we've had our fill, let us give the dance a try." As the event commenced, a renowned singer performed an electrifying dance number. Witnessing such a performance up close made the satisfied Chao Yang's heart flutter. However, after checking the information from the system, his interest waned. Following the star's lively opening, some dignitaries delivered tedious speeches. Then, the music transitioned to the Blue Danube Waltz, signaling the start of the first dance. Qin Tian called out to Chao Yang, taking his partner to the dance floor. Noticing that Chao Yang remained seated with unwavering calm, Kai Yaji bit her lip and hesitantly inquired, Yang, aren't you going to dance?" Suppressing a light chuckle, Chao Yang raised an eyebrow and replied candidly, "I would love to, but I simply don't know how." In his previous life, while at university, he had attempted to learn street dance, but he had never mastered ballroom dancing. Upon hearing this, Kai Yaji, initially thinking Chao Yang was reluctant to dance with her, let out a sigh of relief and then burst into laughter, her face lighting up. "No worries, the waltz isn't too difficult. I'll teach you." With that, Kai Yaji quickly explained some fundamental steps, igniting Chao Yang's interest. They then moved to an open area, where Chao Yang began to give it a try. Though his body remained rigid and his movements were far from graceful, Chao Yang almost stumbled onto Kai Yaji's toes several times. Despite the awkwardness, he paid it no mind, finding the experience quite amusing. At that moment, Kai Yaji assumed the role of an elder sister, exuding a remarkable sense of responsibility as she patiently and meticulously guided him. Holding her delicate hand, soft as jade, with one hand, and wrapping his other arm around her gentle back, Chaoyang felt as though he were embracing a cloud of cotton. His frequent missteps made him focus on his feet, yet he felt a profound gaze upon him. Ayang, don't be so stiff, relax a bit. You're holding me too tightly. Kai Yaji's charming face began to flush with a rosy hue. Every brush against Chaoyang sent electric sensations coursing through her, rendering her body weak with an overwhelming rush of emotions. Gazing at the young man before her, she bit her lip tightly, her body's reaction filling her with an intense sense of shame. As the first waltz came to a conclusion, Chaoyang, who had only just begun to develop a keen interest in the dance, felt a pang of disappointment. Just as he was starting to enjoy it, it was over. Much to his dismay, Kai Yaji, her cheeks still radiant, returned to her seat, secretly relieved. Teaching someone to dance was far more exhausting than she had anticipated, leaving her utterly drained. Stealing a glance at the spirited Chaoyang, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Despite their close contact, he seemed unfazed while she felt a profound embarrassment. Am I too sensitive? She pondered, her heart racing after years of tranquility. The dance event was structured in segments, with the waltz concluding and a singer taking the stage. Guests had a brief respite before the second dance began. Just as Kai Yaji was lost in thought, a voice jolted her back to reality. Kai Jia, let us dance again. What? More dancing? Faced with Chaoyang's enthusiasm, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed anew. But I haven't mastered it yet. You don't think I'm too clumsy to teach, do you? Of course not. How could I? Kai Yaji replied, feeling a bit anxious. However, before she could finish her sentence, a large hand grasped hers, pulling her up as she found herself being led towards the dance floor by the exuberant young man. The hour-and-a-half-long dance event thrilled Chaoyang, though his dancing remained novice-like. It did not detract from his enjoyment. The gentle guidance of the elder sister and her soft, warm presence provided him with an ethereal sense of joy. In his youth, he had been oblivious to the beauty of an older sister and had mistakenly cherished youth as a treasure. He now realized that the true wisdom lay in understanding women. As the ball progressed, Kai Yaji gradually let herself go, her face blossoming with a genuine smile that made her feel rejuvenated by several years. The monotonous and tedious routine of her life had ensnared her in a dull cycle, where each day was new yet indistinguishable from the last. She had long forgotten the last time she had shattered the shackles of her existence to allow herself a moment of relaxation. Although Chaoyang's dance was clumsy and juvenile, and despite having stepped on her feet several times, each misstep brought her a sense of ease and amusement, as if her worries had been whimsically banished. Of course, the unavoidable physical contact ignited a stirring sensation within her, leaving her feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Ding! Kai Yaji's affinity level increased by 5. As time and energy waned, the initial fervor of the guests gradually dissipated, ushering the ball into its next exciting phase, the auction. The room was filled with billionaires, evidently piqued by the prospect of bidding. Holding the bidding paddle, Chaoyang felt a surge of exhilaration. He had thoroughly enjoyed the previous revelries, but it was not yet time to be lost in merriment. The pursuit of wealth was paramount. Although he had essentially achieved financial independence, his savings paled in comparison to true affluence. The journey of amassing wealth was still long and arduous. This auction house was among the finest in the city, and tonight promised an array of splendid items. Chaoyang, you seem quite interested. What are you considering bidding on? Qin Lei inquired with a knowing smile, observing Chaoyang's eager demeanor. Just browsing, nothing in particular I wish to acquire. Don't laugh, but this is my first auction, Chaoyang replied, raising an eyebrow with candidness. Auctions are nothing to be overly concerned about. The items are assuredly of high quality. However, popular items will attract intense bidding, which is thrilling yet costly. Qin Lei chuckled, recalling his own youth when his monthly allowance barely reached $1 million, insufficient for his needs, much less for such extravagant pursuits. Upon hearing this, Chaoyang nodded in agreement. Spending money is fantastic. After all, how else would one spend $1 billion in auction funds? Before long, the well-prepared staff efficiently set the stage, and the auction commenced. Amid the auctioneer's passionate introduction, the first item was revealed, a landscape painting. Chaoyang immediately lost interest. However, among the wealthy attendees, several older patrons were quite captivated. Starting at a base price of $3 million, the painting quickly escalated to $6 million after several rounds of bidding, ultimately being sold for $7 million to a rather refined gentleman. The successful sale of the first item exhilarated the auctioneer, who promptly introduced the second item, a pair of imperial green jade bracelets. The introduction of the auctioneer instantly illuminated the eyes of many socialites and aristocratic ladies in the audience. Even Kayaji was moved. This illustrates the unparalleled allure that jewelry holds for women. At this moment, a smile unconsciously crept onto Chao Yang's lips as he finally spotted a lucrative opportunity. The second item for auction had a starting bid of 650 million, with increments no less than 200,000. The auctioneer's dynamic voice resonated, prompting several wealthy attendees to begin bidding. Soon, the jade bracelet, which started at 650 million, soared to a staggering 10 million. However, as the price escalated, the number of bidders dwindled until it surpassed 10 million, at which point the last wealthy participant withdrew from the competition. A resplendent lady, adorned in jewels, could not suppress her victorious smile. She bid 1,040 million. Was there anyone among the esteemed guests willing to bid 1,040 million once? 1,001 million. Just as the affluent lady believed the bracelet was destined for her, Chao Yang raised his paddle and spoke nonchalantly. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. An astonishment swept across the crowd upon recognizing his youthful visage. No one anticipated that such a young individual could effortlessly call out over 10 million. Beside him, Kayaji was equally astonished, her eyes widening. She knew that Chao Yang could afford a presidential suite for a month, indicating his wealth. Yet she never imagined he could be so extravagant. My goodness, over 10 million for a pair of bracelets? Kayaji's mind buzzed, leaving her incapable of coherent thought. Seated at the same table, young Master Qin couldn't help but exclaim internally in disbelief. He too was stunned. At his age, he had to plead with his family even for a 5 million sports car. How could someone so young manage such wealth? Reflecting on his social circle, he realized that none of his peers possessed such remarkable affluence, leaving him in a state of shock. The lady who initially believed the bracelet was within her grasp shot a fierce glare at Chao Yang, unwilling to concede. She immediately raised her bid to 1,150 million, 1,002 million. Yet, as soon as the words escaped her lips, Chao Yang swiftly countered, leading her to feel utterly defeated and reluctantly withdraw from the bidding. Chao Yang successfully acquired the jade bracelet for 1,002 million, provoking a wave of astonishment. It wasn't that these affluent individuals had never seen such sums of money before. Rather, they were astonished by Chao Yang's exceptional audacity at such a tender age. Whose heir could he possibly be? Everyone couldn't help but speculate, yet found themselves unable to uncover the truth. After the conclusion of the second item, 2 more antiques were auctioned, neither of which piqued Chao Yang's interest. However, the fifth item ignited a spark in his eyes. It was a renowned watch, from the brand celebrated as the king of timepieces, Patek Philippe. The wealthy indulge in watches, while the less fortunate find solace in computers. In his previous life, Chao Yang was a quintessential impoverished individual, devoid of both a car and a watch, relegated to the solitary pleasure of gaming on his computer, savoring each fleeting moment of comfort. However, in this life, where boundless wealth lay tantalizingly within reach, he resolved not to endure any further indignities. He would possess all that was rightfully his, whether it be a luxurious vehicle or an exquisite timepiece. At this moment, Qin Lei, who had exhibited a lack of enthusiasm since the auction commenced, suddenly found his gaze ignited with fervor upon beholding a particular watch. Chapter 41. The True Spendthrift. The Patek Philippe 5004. Its dial, crafted from pure gold, is adorned with intricately hand-engraved twisted patterns, complemented by a black leather strap and carbon fiber accents, epitomizing opulence. This timepiece is powered by the 2770 movement, with every aspect of its production and design stemming from the esteemed Patek Philippe factory, comprising 407 individual components. It features a remarkably intricate chronograph complication alongside an elegantly sophisticated perpetual calendar function. As the auctioneer passionately extolled its virtues, the affluent attendees, much like Qin Lei, exhibited palpable interest in this auction masterpiece from the realm of horological royalty. The starting bid was set at 14 million, with increments no less than 500,000. Ladies and gentlemen, please commence your bidding. Upon the auctioneer's announcement, an immediate silence enveloped the room. However, the audience, consisting of the city's elite, quickly regained their composure after a fleeting moment of astonishment. 5 million, came the first bid, breaking the stillness and rekindling the fervor of the auction. 15 million, 5 million. The bids escalated rapidly, soon surging past the 20 million mark. As the bidding reached 20 million, it became evident that the number of participants had dwindled, and the frequency of bids began to wane. 21 million, 21, 5 million, 22 million. At this juncture, the prior bidder hesitated momentarily before committing to raise the stakes, as if reaching a personal threshold. 23 million. Just then, observing that nearly everyone had withdrawn, young Master Qin made his move. He boldly raised the bid by 1 million, exuding an air of determination that captivated the attention of all present. Many affluent individuals recognized him as the illustrious heir of the city, their expressions reflecting a dawning realization. At this moment, the previous bidder of 22 million displayed visible indecision. Before he could utter a word, the bidding resumed, this time from Chao Yang. 24 million. Chao Yang, too, raised his bid by 1 million, leaving the audience astounded. As they regarded the two young men, an intriguing smile spread across their faces. One was the city's top-tier heir, while the other, despite their inability to recall his lineage, clearly emanated the demeanor of a wealthy scion. It appeared that a rivalry was brewing, promising an enthralling spectacle ahead. Chao Laudi, do you also desire this watch? I was completely taken aback that after burning through 12 million, Chao Yang still had the strength to bid again. Qin Lei remarked in astonishment. My apologies. But I too wish to acquire this watch. Upon hearing this, Chao Yang shrugged and smiled, saying, it's nothing, since we both admire it. Let our strengths be the deciding factor. After all, this is an auction, and naturally, the highest price prevails. Haha, Chao Laudi, I won't hold back. Qin Lei chuckled nonchalantly and raised his paddle once more. 25 million. Observing this, Chao Yang did not hesitate to raise his bid. 26 million. At this, Qin Lei gritted his teeth and directly added 200,000 more. 28 million. This bid had now doubled the base price, and amongst the wealthy onlookers, whispers of discussion erupted. At this moment, Kayaji, who was already overwhelmed by the staggering sums being tossed around, sums that would terrify an ordinary person, watched Chao Yang with palpable tension, her heart racing for him. Yet, she saw Chao Yang calmly lift his paddle again. 31 million. He boldly added 300,000, and upon hearing this figure, Kayaji felt her heart nearly leap out of her throat. At this revelation, Qin Lei's eyes widened, and an array of exclamations surged in his mind. This was the first time he encountered someone younger than himself, yet more audacious. Qin Lei raised his hand once more, but this time directed a thumbs up towards Chao Yang. Impressive, my brother, truly impressive. The watch is yours. With a pained expression, Qin Lei gazed at Chao Yang and lamented. Having first spent 12 million, and now calling out a staggering 32 million, how can you remain so composed? This left Qin Lei, a super-wealthy young man, feeling quite vexed. Is it necessary to outshine me as well? Without a shadow of a doubt, this exquisite timepiece from Patek Philippe was effortlessly secured by Chao Yang. Oh, the thrill of auction proceeds is delightful, Chao Yang thought to himself, already chuckling with glee. Brother Tong, I confess, you are truly the love of my life. Promise me. When we quarrel, let us swiftly call for a halt. Promise me, let there be no secrets. Transparency shall prevail between us. I will love you dearly, foolishly love you. System. Beep. Level 10 warning. Host, please cease speaking. You wouldn't want to be unbound, would you? After the auction of the exquisite timepiece brought about a minor climax, the event continued on. However, the subsequent items up for bid were rather lackluster, until a piece titled Heart of Deep Space emerged, causing quite a stir. Every lady present revealed a look of enchantment. This was a necklace composed of 108 natural diamonds, with the piece de resistance being a pigeon egg-sized sapphire that left all the women present utterly captivated. The starting price soared to an astonishing 20 million, surpassing the previous top watch. Observing this, Chao Yang couldn't help but display a keen interest. Greetings. He remains uninterested. Only by spending lavishly can one hope to gain abundantly. Each bid must exceed no less than 500,000. Now, esteemed guests, let the bidding commence. As the auctioneer's words echoed, numerous wealthy women and celebrities revealed their fervent enthusiasm, eager to claim the treasures as their own. Yet, before they could utter a word, Chao Yang boldly raised the stakes. 23 million. He had no desire to engage in gradual increases. With a mere declaration, he surged by 3 million, determined to secure victory. Sitting beside him, Kayaji nearly suffered a heart attack from his audacious bid. Goodness, they are indeed continuing the auction. At that moment, Qin Lei felt his heart leap, utterly astonished by Chao Yang's extravagance. How is it reasonable that at merely 18 he possesses such wealth? Are his family members truly so understanding? The comparison is simply disheartening. Recalling his own youth, when he dared to request an extra 500,000 from his family, only to be scolded as a spendthrift, Qin Lei felt a pang of bitterness. He wished to bring his father to witness what true extravagance looked like. Once Chao Yang placed his bid, he instantly became the target of disdain among the affluent women who directed their murderous glares towards him. This young man shows no regard for decorum. Undeterred by his substantial increase, the affluent women, fueled by competitive fervor, raised their paddles in defiance. Ultimately, the starting price of 20 million for the heart of deep space escalated to a staggering 50 million. Nevertheless, it was claimed by Chao Yang. The venomous gazes of the wealthy women seemed to wish to devour him whole. With 3 items secured, he calculated that his auction expenditure had nearly reached 100 million, and he found himself disinterested in the remaining lots. Rising from his seat, he appeared calm, yet within he was exhilarated. Suddenly, the urge to relieve himself surged forth. "Bro, where are you headed?" Qin Lei inquired, assuming Chao Yang was eager to collect his acquisitions. "Nothing, just a trip to the restroom." Upon hearing this, Qin Lei paused momentarily before responding. "All right, I'll join you." 3 minutes later, in the restroom, Qin Lei regarded Chao Yang as if he were a creature from another world, his eyes wide with disbelief. Goodness, at such a young age, possessing such wealth, and with such an attitude, is there no respite for the rest of us? Chapter 42. Wanton trampling. It is excessive. Truly excessive. I am overcome with envy and resentment. At the sink, as Qin Lei washed his hands, he cast furtive glances at Chao Yang, feeling a pang of bitterness in his jaw. This super-wealthy heir, born with a silver spoon, has always been the object of others' envy. For the first time, he tasted the bitterness of envy himself. Money is one thing, but the innate advantages of a man are simply irreplaceable. Feeling the gaze of Qin Lei, which resembled that of a discontented young bride, filled Chao Yang with unease. After washing his hands, he sought to hastily distance himself from the man, only to be unexpectedly embraced by Qin Lei, who draped an arm over his shoulder. In that instant, a chill ran down Chao Yang's spine, startled by the suddenness of the gesture. "What are you doing? I have no affinity for men," Chao Yang exclaimed, his expression one of wariness. "Get lost. What kind of look is that? As if I were fond of men. I only have eyes for lovely women," Qin Lei retorted, grimacing before breaking into a smile. "Come on, brother, let us go admire that watch you bid on." Since he had no intention of pursuing any further purchases, Chao Yang nodded in agreement. Thus, they ventured to the makeshift office of the auction house located behind the banquet hall. Upon confirming Chao Yang's information, the notary produced 3 certificates and similar documents, and after a flurry of signatures, the transfer of funds was executed seamlessly. The auction proceeds were processed through a virtual account provided by the system, eliminating any concerns about limits. Gazing at the 3 items, each a veritable treasure of timeless value, which he had acquired in exchange for a mere string of auction funds, Chao Yang felt a surge of exhilaration. Qin Lei, with unrelenting enthusiasm, opened the Patek Philippe box and took out the exquisite timepiece, handling it with great reverence. Chao Yang, too, was captivated. Unlike some wealthy individuals who acquired such prestigious watches purely for collection, he intended to wear it. Amidst Qin Lei's sighs of admiration, Chao Yang directly donned the watch on his wrist. They lingered there for quite some time, and as several affluent individuals began to enter, it dawned on them that the auction had concluded. The newly arrived magnates, upon spotting Chao Yang and Qin Lei, approached them for casual conversation, albeit filled with trivialities. Noticing the increasing crowd, the two decided to take their leave. With the auction's end, the ball had officially concluded, and most of the esteemed guests had departed. In the opulent banquet hall, only a handful of individuals remained, huddled together, as if something significant had transpired. As Chao Yang and Qin Lei returned to the hall, his gaze immediately fell upon a figure at the center of the scattered crowd. It was Kai Yaji. Sensing that something was amiss, Chao Yang's heart raced involuntarily, and he furrowed his brows in concern. Quickening his pace, he approached her. At that moment, Kai Yaji had her head bent low, her delicate hands, soft as jade, clutched tightly to her garment, her knuckles pale with tension. Her complexion was ashen, biting her red lip, her beautiful eyes filled with a look of sheer panic. The elegant and composed woman, who exuded grace and sophistication in public, now resembled a fragile, wounded wildflower, trembling with fear. Opposite her stood a striking socialite, draped in an exquisite gown, her once alluring visage now marred by an expression of utmost fury. "What terrible luck to encounter you, the harbinger of misfortune. My dress has been utterly ruined by your presence." The socialite gazed sorrowfully at the dampened fabric of her dress, her eyes shifting to Kayaji, revealing a profound disdain. Her voice laced with venomous hatred. "I'm so sorry, truly, it was unintentional. I assure you, I will compensate you for your dress." Faced with the fury of the socialite, Kayaji bowed repeatedly in a display of contrition, lowering herself to the utmost degree. "Compensation? As if I would accept your paltry offer. You've utterly ruined my day." Despite Kayaji's earnest apologies, the socialite remained unmoved, her contempt only intensifying. "What bad luck. Just look at your attire. It bears no label. I fail to comprehend how someone like you could even dare to appear in such an upscale setting." The socialite scrutinized Kayaji from her lofty perch, her voice seething with disdainful derision. "You don't belong in this circle. Why force yourself here? How dare you show up in such cheap clothing? You've ruined my newly purchased dress." She continued, "Can you truly afford to compensate me? This dress is the latest limited edition for summer. Even if you were to pay, you might not be able to procure it. Such misfortune. You can't even afford decent clothes. Must you insist on infiltrating spaces that are beyond your reach? You lower the standards here. One should possess self-awareness. Why not remain within your own sphere instead of bringing harm to others? You think that by associating with wealthy men, you can elevate yourself? How laughable. Individuals like you are utterly detestable." The socialite, now resembling a figure ignited with fury, spat biting words laced with scorn. Her derisive gaze fixed on Kayaji. Particularly loathing her attire, she epitomized superiority, resembling a celestial being repulsed by refuse. At that moment, Kayaji's complexion drained of color, her face turned ashen. The socialite's sharp, acrid remarks echoed in her ears, while the surrounding elite cast judgmental glances, which compelled her to bite her lip tighter, tasting the metallic tang of blood. A wave of dizziness washed over her, her body swaying precariously, nearly toppling over. A barrage of humiliating words struck her heart like a hammer, leaving her chilled to the bone. Why was this happening? She had sincerely apologized and promised to compensate for the dress, yet the onslaught continued unabated. In the midst of this opulent crowd, Kayaji felt like a mere jester, dwarfed by the pretentiousness of the so-called socialite, reduced to a speck of dust. Even as she felt the sting of humiliation and the urge to weep, she could only endure the outpouring of wrath. The entirety of her savings might not suffice to compensate for a single dress. How could she possibly resist? She was merely an ordinary person from the lower echelons of society, while her adversary was a privileged daughter of fortune. Did she stand a chance to fight back? The social divide loomed like an immense chasm, rendering Kayaji devoid of the courage to resist. Enduring humiliation and grievances, she silently bore the weight of it all, nursing her wounds in solitude. Trembling with fear and unease, she felt as though she had traversed a century, waiting for the socialite to finish her tirade. When she finally dared to lift her gaze cautiously towards her, hoping to negotiate a resolution that would appease the other, she was met with a fierce glare and a contemptuous retort. "What are you staring at? Is it a problem if I speak a few words to you? You worthless wretch?" At those words, Kayaji's body involuntarily shuddered, her eyes wide with disbelief. A person who had always been earnest and kind could not fathom why another would stoop so low as to insult someone else. Her attempts at appeasement only resulted in further humiliation. In that instant, she could no longer contain her emotions, and her eyes brimmed with tears. On the periphery of the crowd, Chao Yang observed the helpless and pitiable Kayaji, and his expression shifted dramatically. He was reminded of his former self, timid and subservient, enduring the scorn of a petty leader. Why should he be deemed inferior? In that moment, Chao Yang's heart ached. If she is a worthless wretch, then what manner of being are you? With determination, Chao Yang pushed through the crowd and strode to Kayaji's side, directing a piercing gaze at the socialite as he disdainfully remarked, "What kind of language is that? What a lack of decorum." Under the intensity of Chao Yang's gaze, the socialite instinctively took a step back. At that evening's auction, Chao Yang's imposing demeanor had been strikingly evident, and she recognized him immediately, her eyes betraying a deep-seated apprehension. The woman who had just been spewing venom now feigned sophistication, leaving Chao Yang utterly astonished. Truly, she was a fragile creature who thrived on preying upon the weak. Beside her, a sharply dressed man, upon seeing Chao Yang, fell silent and positioned himself near the socialite, as if to bolster her confidence. In response, the woman seemed to regain her composure, casting a contemptuous glance at Kai Yaji before addressing Chao Yang with a tone that remained acerbic. Did I say anything incorrect, sir? I fail to understand why you would bring her here. Someone like her has no place at this event. Frankly, your choice in company diminishes your own standing. Chao Yang could not help but chuckle at her audacity. Who the hell are you to judge? He retorted, his expression one of cold amusement. My standing is not for you to concern yourself with. But tell me, what gives you the audacity to consider yourself superior? Is it merely the designer labels you wear? The luxurious handbag you clutch? It's laughable to think that simply by associating with a wealthy man, you can ascend to the ranks of high society. How dare you look down upon others? You, such a worthless individual, are not even worthy of a single strand of her hair. I truly pity your man. The moment Chao Yang spoke, the expression on the face of the man beside her darkened instantly. He wished to say something, but Chao Yang was too indifferent to acknowledge them. Sister Kai, what on earth happened? Chao Yang turned to the woman beside him, Kai Yaji, and gently inquired. Kai Yaji, feeling flustered, anxious, helpless, and wronged, heard Chao Yang's tender voice, akin to a drowning person finding salvation, causing her body to tremble involuntarily, unable to restrain herself any longer. Her beautiful eyes, now tinged with red, brimmed with tears in an instant. It was an accident. I bumped into the table and spilled orange juice on her. I truly didn't mean to. I just didn't react in time. Kai Yazi managed to speak through her suppressed urge to cry. So, it was this wretched person who collided with the table first, and now she dares to turn the tables? Upon hearing this, Chao Yang's fury surged uncontrollably. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze suddenly narrowed. Previously, he had only seen the left side of Kai Yaji's face, but now, as she turned to him, he noticed the right side. To his horror, he saw a distinct handprint on her pale face, already swollen. His heart sank heavily, and he instinctively reached out, only for Kai Yaji to flinch in pain at his touch. Did she strike you? Kai Yaji bit down on her already bruised lip, remaining silent. She feared that Chao Yang would act impulsively and did not wish to bring him more trouble because of her. However, the tears she could not hold back had already provided Chao Yang with his answer. This vile creature truly deserves punishment. Chao Yang suddenly turned, his fury boiling over. With a resounding slap, he struck the socialite across the face. The blow sent her reeling, her eyes swirling with stars. Had it not been for the man beside her instinctively catching her, she would have undoubtedly fallen to the ground. The sudden turn of events drew gasps of shock from all present, leaving everyone astounded. After a moment of stunned silence, the man holding the socialite whirled around, enraged at the sight of his woman being struck. How dare you? He exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with malice as he prepared to retaliate. To this, Chao Yang remained unfazed, having been ready for a physical confrontation the moment he delivered that slap. However, to his surprise, Qin Lei chose that moment to speak up. I advise you to think twice before acting impulsively. Upon hearing this, the impeccably dressed man froze in his tracks. Qin Xiao this. The man in the suit looked at Qin Lei with uncertainty. He well recognized the illustrious heir of the Shanghai elite, and his family had business dealings with the Qin family. However, he was merely a subordinate to the Qin family. He is my friend, Qin Lei stated calmly. Upon hearing these words, the man in the suit subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Faced with the unfamiliar Chao Yang, he dared to confront him boldly. Yet when it came to the esteemed young master of the Qin family, he wouldn't have the audacity to act against him, even if he were endowed with tenfold courage. Witnessing the swift transformation of the once confident man into a cowardly figure, Chao Yang couldn't help but let out a disdainful sneer. At this moment, the socialite, whose face had swollen significantly, began to regain her senses from the daze, revealing a gaze filled with both terror and resentment. How dare they bully her without the awareness of potential repercussions? What could they possibly do if she refused to comply? Chao Yang coldly remarked. Do you believe yourself to be noble and lofty, looking down on others? Have you considered your own character? You, a pretentious wretch, dare to masquerade as a lady of high status. With that, Chao Yang retrieved a bag containing the deep space heart, valued at 50 million, and extracted a breathtaking sapphire necklace that would leave any woman utterly captivated. He stepped before Kai Yaji, who was now gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression entranced. At over 30, Kayaji had long passed the age of naive romanticism. She now valued a man's strength and sense of responsibility. Having raised her daughter alone while facing the myriad challenges of life, she had always yearned for a sturdy shoulder to lean on, a powerful arm to shield her from life's tempests. Yet, such a virtuous partner seemed almost mythical, a treasure rarely found. However, just moments ago, the figure of this small man, standing resolutely for her, filled her with an overwhelming sense of admiration, as if he were a towering hero, single-handedly crafting a haven for her. In that instant, her heart stirred, overwhelmed by the bold presence of this small man, and a flower named Happiness blossomed within. Ding! Kayaji's favorability increased by 3. Ding! Kayaji's favorability increased by 5. Ding! Congratulations, the favorability of Kayaji has surpassed 60, elevating to the second-tier relationship, admiration. Ignoring the system's notifications, Xiao Yang turned to stand behind Kayaji and adorned her delicate, elegant neck with the exquisite necklace worth 50 million. As she came to her senses, she froze, her beautiful, tear-filled eyes reflecting disbelief. The socialites and affluent ladies present were thrown into disarray at this scene, their expressions shifting to one of shock and envy. Meanwhile, the woman who had been struck by Xiao Yang's rebuke stared in utter disbelief. How could a woman clad in mere off-brand garments possibly wear a necklace worth 50 million? But the answer soon became clear. Xiao Yang, with a look of disdain, regarded her and scoffed. You, no matter how resplendent your attire, remain nothing more than a public bus. How dare you look down on the woman I brought? She is 1,000 times more noble than you, wretch. After finishing his words, Xiao Yang felt as if his eyes had been sullied by lingering a moment longer. He grasped Kayaji's hand and turned to leave. Thank you, Qin. Outside the banquet hall, Xiao Yang cast a lingering glance at Qin Lei, who emerged with his companion, and spoke sincerely. In response, Qin Lei playfully thumped Xiao Yang's chest, chuckling dismissively. It's getting late. We should take our leave and keep in touch. With a knowing, ambiguous smile that only men could understand, Qin Lei departed with his companion. Kayaji, a mature woman who dared not move her neck, followed closely behind Xiao Yang into his luxurious suite at Linjiang. Chapter 44. Master, drive faster, Yang. I truly appreciate your help just now. I cannot thank you enough. In the opulent living room of the Linjiang suite, Kayaji gazed at Xiao Yang with gratitude reflected in her gentle eyes, unable to contain her emotions. Had Xiao Yang not arrived in the nick of time, she shuddered to think of the humiliation she would have had to endure. Enduring humiliation was one thing. Losing her meager savings would have been another burden to bear. Although fundamentally, she knew she was not entirely to blame. Would the other party acknowledge reason? If they were inclined to reason, they would not have been so scornful and acerbic in their remarks. Kayaji, a single woman carrying the weight of a dependent, had long faced countless sneers and difficulties. At her age, she had deeply experienced the harsh realities of society. There was no fairness in this world, nor had there ever been. As a private housekeeper at the hotel, her title sounded prestigious, but in truth, she was merely a service worker at the bottom of the social hierarchy, while others enjoyed wealth and power. Fairness? Even if matters escalated to the hotel or public authorities, the scales of justice would not necessarily tip in her favor. If the other party held a grudge, a mere word could jeopardize her employment. Wealth and power wield the ultimate influence. That is the nature of society. Yet, in her most constrained and helpless moments, a small man had come to her rescue. At a critical juncture, he did not abandon her. Instead, he fiercely defended her and sought retribution on her behalf. What was even more astonishing was that he willingly adorned her neck with a luxurious necklace worth 50 million, restoring her dignity in front of all those envious socialites. The mere thought of their incredulous and jealous gazes filled her with a sense of vindication. How could all of this not touch her heart? Every time Kayaji reflected on these moments, a wave of happiness surged within her. Xiao Yang looked at Kayaji, who radiated a fragrance as alluring as a ripe peach, and smiled lightly. In his previous life, he had always adhered to the principle of kindness towards others, even in similar situations, opting for the path of least resistance, believing that retreating could lead to a broader horizon. Living with such clarity and openness? Nonsense. It was nothing but a compromise rooted in impotence. Now, having been reborn and empowered, if he did not dare to resist and was unable to protect those he wished to safeguard, he might as well have been struck dead. There's no need for formality. Sister Kai, you are one of my own, and no one shall dare to bully you. Although Chao Yang's voice was soft, the undeniable tone conveyed a hint of dominance. Hearing this, Kai Yaji felt a sudden stir in her heart, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Had she truly been regarded as his own by this young man? The somewhat ambiguous words sent her heart racing inexplicably. Ding! Kai Yaji's affection level increased by 2. With a lingering gaze upon Chao Yang, her heart filled with sweetness, Kai Yaji ultimately refrained from saying more, believing that no additional words could adequately express her feelings of gratitude. Instead, she resolved to repay this young man with even better service in the future. Regaining her composure, Kai Yaji cautiously reached for the rigid necklace around her neck, feeling a flutter of nerves, fearing that she might inadvertently damage the exquisite gemstone necklace that had captivated those affluent ladies. My goodness, 50 million. The thought was utterly daunting. She could hardly fathom earning such a sum over a lifetime without food or drink, even if she were to barter her very self. She doubted it could equate to this precious piece. Having donned it earlier had certainly elevated her status, and now that the matter was concluded, it was time for the necklace to return to its rightful owner. Noticing Kai Yaji's actions, Chao Yang's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, Sister Kai, what are you doing? Yang, I'm taking it off to return it to you. Kai Yaji hurriedly clarified, pausing for a moment before awkwardly adding, Yang, could you come over and help me? I'm afraid I might damage it. What a joke, 50 million. Kai Yaji dared not move hastily lest she ruin it. What are you talking about? Just wear it. Jewelry complements beauty. Consider it a gift. Chao Yang raised an eyebrow, speaking with feigned seriousness. Kai Yaji was momentarily taken aback, then smiled demurely, her face flushed. Yang, you're joking again. I'm merely a mother of a beauty now. Besides, how could I possibly accept such an expensive gift? Don't decline. I'm not joking. It's just a necklace. I say it's a gift, and it is a gift. Accept it with peace of mind. Before Kai Yaji could finish her protest, Chao Yang interrupted, his expression earnest. At this, Kai Yaji trembled, momentarily bewildered. Do you even realize what you're saying? It's just a necklace? This is not merely 5 or 50,000. It is a necklace worth 50 million. The thought of such an alarming price made her heart tremble uncontrollably. Heavens, a gift for me? No, Yang. Your willingness to help me is already a tremendous blessing. I cannot accept something so extravagant. I am unworthy of such a valuable item. Regaining her senses, Kai Yaji waved her hands repeatedly, her beautiful eyes filled with a mixture of gratitude and panic, and anxiety stemming from feeling undeserving. The most expensive garment she owned had only cost a little over 1,000. How could she ever be worthy of a 50 million necklace? Kai Yaji's refusal left Chao Yang utterly speechless. Such an expensive necklace, and yet I would not accept it even if it were given for free. How can this be? I am still anticipating a return on my investment. This is merely a waste of my opportunity to earn money. What do you mean I am unworthy? Sister Kai? In my eyes, you are infinitely more noble than those so-called socialites and affluent women. Do not belittle yourself. Hearing these earnest words, Kai Yaji felt a surge of joy within her, unable to meet the unsettling gaze of Chao Yangliang. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she instinctively lowered her head. Nevertheless, she insisted, Yang, I am genuinely happy that you see me this way, but it is far too precious. Upon witnessing Kai Yaji's continued reluctance, Chao Yang became increasingly agitated. Is it truly so difficult to earn a living? Moreover, is there a woman who remains indifferent to a necklace of such immense value? It was as if he would soon be scolded by the readers for being a sycophant, and yet she still declined? His frustration reached its zenith. Can you not just accept it? It is a gift. Chao Yang's brows furrowed, his voice laced with irritation. Observing the sudden storm brewing in the small man before her, Kai Yaji was genuinely taken aback and frightened. She opened her mouth in astonishment, but ultimately refrained from uttering any further refusals. Instead, her head hung low, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your transaction was successful, and you have received a double cashback from the system. Nice. It seems that to win over a woman, one must possess strength. Longhua Bank. Your account ending in 9966 has received a deposit of 100,000,000 yuan. Upon seeing the notification, Chao Yang's spirits soared. Good heavens! I have now stepped into the ranks of billionaires. Kai Yaji could not recall how she exited the hotel, hailed a taxi, or settled into the vehicle. All she remembered was carefully removing the sapphire necklace, placing it into her modest purse and clutching it tightly against her chest. At that moment, she felt as if she were a mere shell of a person, though seated in the taxi heading home. Her soul had been whisked away by that small man in the hotel. As the saying goes, couples are like birds of a feather, but when disaster strikes, each will fly their own way. In times of hardship, even those who have shared years together may not be able to rely on one another. Yet today, that small man stood resolutely by her side. He boldly defended her. It is worth noting that in such high-profile gatherings, every connection made could yield immense benefits. His actions undoubtedly offended many, yet he remained unfazed. A necklace of unparalleled worth, and he truly gifted it to her. What merit do I possess to deserve such generosity? Kayazi's heart trembled incessantly. Why are you so kind to me? Covering her mouth, she could no longer contain the silent tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Your concubine was born before you, and now that you are alive, I have grown old. I am so much older than you. My daughter is already of age. How should I possibly repay you for this kindness? Madam, are you all right? We have arrived. Her mind was filled with vivid images of the domineering figure of a man. And as she gazed out at the desolate night through the car window, her heart raced uncontrollably. Suddenly, the indulgent desires within her surged forth like rampant weeds. Driver, turn back. Driver, please drive faster. Chapter 45. Kayaji breaks through to the fourth tier of relationship. Ding. Kayaji's favorability rating increased by 2. Ding. Kayaji's favorability rating increased by 5. Ding. Congratulations, host. Kayaji's favorability rating has surpassed 70, elevating to a third-tier relationship, romantic interest. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious reward. In the luxurious suite by the river, on a custom-made grand bed, Chao Yang, deep in slumber, was abruptly awakened by the system's incessant notifications. Suddenly, in a state of confusion, Chao Yang noticed a shadow by the bedside, jolting him fully awake. Who is there? He instinctively shouted, hastily switching on the bedside lamp. Kaijia, you scared me. I thought you had left. Seeing that the figure beside the bed was indeed Kayaji, Chao Yang let out a sigh of relief, though confusion quickly replaced it. Ah, Yang, I'm so sorry. I startled you. Kayaji stammered. Her startled beauty momentarily flushed crimson in the suddenly bright room. Overcome with agitation, she stood frozen, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. What on earth was happening to her? Despite shedding her pride and restraint, she was still in the throes of passion. Chao Yang could not help but rise and gently grasp her delicate hand, which was burning with fever. Kaijia, are you running a fever? He looked at her in astonishment, then chuckled. The next day, the sun hung high in the sky. What are you doing? Rubbing his sleepy eyes. Chao Yang caught sight of Kayaji and couldn't help but smile. And nothing. I should get to work. Kayaji's face flushed with embarrassment, and she hesitated, unsure of how to face Chao Yang. You're just going to work now? Come here, Chao Yang said, bemused, waving her over. No, Yang. I really need to go to work, Kayaji insisted, shaking her head resolutely. You're being disobedient. Chao Yang frowned slightly. At this, Kayaji's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a surge of anxiety. Yang, we're not suitable for each other. Last night had been so beautiful. Yet Kayaji could not ignore the disparity between them. She couldn't disregard societal judgment, while she had grown accustomed to disdain. She could not allow her actions to tarnish the reputation of the young man. Last night, she would consider it her way of repaying his kindness. But was it right to continue down this path, knowing it was wrong? Sensing something amiss in Kayaji's demeanor, Chao Yang rose and approached her. As the woman was about to turn her head away, Chao Yang couldn't help but furrow his brows and, with a focused gaze, asked, Yaji, what do you mean? Hearing her name affectionately called by Chao Yang, Kayaji's heart trembled suddenly, a sensation akin to being wrenched by a knife. Yang, I cannot allow you to be subjected to gossip. What nonsense! Chao Yang looked at the woman before him, who exuded maturity from her very core, and couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Gossip? Is a person who has already faced death truly afraid of such trivialities? Having lived constrained by societal norms in his previous life, how could he cower in this one? Absolutely not. To live authentically, to embrace joy, to revel in life's indulgences. These are the pursuits one should chase in this life. Yaji, you are overthinking it. Life spans but a few decades. Why should we concern ourselves with others' opinions? Chao Yang declared with unabashed nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Kayaji was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, life is but a fleeting few decades. and she could hardly deny that she had squandered half of it. Should she continue to waste the rest in solitude? Faced with such an extraordinary man, one who would stand up for her and fiercely support her, her heart could no longer remain tranquil. She could no longer be indifferent. Ayong, I know I am not worthy of you, and I shouldn't be so greedy, but if you desire me, I will want for nothing. I will obediently remain by your side until you no longer wish for me. He was so young, so exceptional, even a champion in games. How could she truly suppress her emotions? In truth, since last night, she had realized she could never forget him. Unable to contain herself, Kai Yaji wrapped her arms around Chao Yang's neck, her eyes brimming with tender affection. Ding. Kai Yaji's favorability has increased by 5. Ding. Congratulations, host. Kai Yaji's favorability has surpassed 80, elevating to a 4th-tier relationship. Yours to cherish. Hearing the system's notification, Chao Yang couldn't help but smile. Chapter 46. Not everyone is as carefree as Chao Yang at noon. Kai Yaji prepared a nutritious and lavish lunch for Chao Yang. After sharing the meal, she felt her body and soul reintegrate into one. Ayong, promise me we will maintain a professional facade, all right? Kai Yaji lowered her head, gazing at Chao Yang, who rested on her lap, unable to resist gently caressing his handsome, youthful face, her eyes overflowing with tenderness. You are so young. Your splendid life is just beginning. While I am nearing the twilight of my youth, having children will only subject you to societal scorn. Kai Yaji's voice was soft yet sincere, her heartfelt words spilling forth. Ayong, I speak earnestly. You are so young and talented. Countless admirable women will be drawn to you. You deserve a better match. I will not compete with others. As long as you hold me in your heart and can spare me a moment of your time, I will be content. Is that all right, Ayong? Looking at Chao Yang, Kai Yaji, a woman ripe with emotion, revealed her longing and devotion, speaking with heartfelt intensity. In this poignant moment, Chao Yang found himself deeply moved. What an extraordinary woman she was. Their honest exchange, marked by mutual respect and restraint, was indeed a rarity. A sense of compassion welled up within him. Unable to resist, he embraced the mature woman, her body as soft as cotton, igniting a flutter in his heart. Yaji, this is too much of a concession. The affectionate address seemed to momentarily erase the chasm of age, rejuvenating Kai Yaji by a decade as she nestled contentedly against Chao Yang's chest. Meeting you has already brought me immense happiness. I've reached this age alone, and the concept of marital status has become inconsequential to me. Having someone to lean on, especially a man who can provide support during crucial times, is all I desire. You need not overthink this. Ding. Kai Yaji's affection level increased by 1. Ayong. Whether we are seen or not is irrelevant. All I ask is for a small corner in your heart to be reserved for me. Upon hearing this, Chao Yang was genuinely touched. This mature sister's understanding was intoxicating, compelling him to reward her. However, just as he began to react, Kai Yaji suddenly leapt from his embrace like a startled rabbit. Ayong, you should rest. I have some work to attend to and can't stay with you. Goodness. Her waist felt as though it might snap from his attentions, yet he still possessed such vigor, truly an overwhelming prospect. Kai Yaji hurriedly departed, leaving Chao Yang in astonished amusement. As he lay on the sofa in a state of ennui, it was only then that he recalled the recent progression in his relationship with the mature sister, which had surpassed 2 stages, and the mysterious rewards he had yet to unveil. A smile crept across his lips as he eagerly accessed the system. System. Activate the mysterious rewards. Ding. Rewards activated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 distributable, free attribute points. Ding. Rewards activated. Congratulations to the host for receiving an investment fund of 1.5 billion. As the system announced the rewards, Chao Yang felt a surge of excitement. Attribute points, though seemingly insignificant, were, in truth, invaluable treasures. They could dramatically enhance various physical attributes, improving not only one's appearance, but also overall vitality, and crucially, prolonging a man's endurance. This was nothing short of a gem. If tradable, it could drive countless men, who merely ventured out for a brief excursion, to madness. Upon seeing the staggering investment fund of 1.5 billion, Chao Yang, having experienced auction funds, couldn't help but smile. He surmised that this was akin to rewards and auction funds, money designated for specific domains. Indeed, upon further inquiry into the system, his hypothesis was confirmed. Investment funds, as the name suggests, were earmarked exclusively for investment purposes and could not be maliciously liquidated. The host could utilize it for any legitimate investment project, with the ensuing profits considered the host's reasonable assets, freely disposable. If the investment target is a goddess with a scoring label, the host can receive double the cashback. Listening to the system's explanation, Chao Yang felt elated. 1. 5 billion is no small sum. If he invests in a woman he finds satisfying, he could reap double the rewards. Excluding the ongoing returns from the investment, the cashback alone could yield 3 billion. Simply exhilarating. It is indeed time to set a modest goal, aiming for that 3 billion first. Where to find a woman who is both system-approved and personally appealing for investment? This question plunged Chao Yang into contemplation, but after much thought, he could not arrive at a suitable answer, so he decided to let it be. After all, he had already amassed over $1 billion in savings in a short period. He wasn't in immediate need of funds. Life is long, and there is no rush. Ding dong. At that moment, the notification sound of a green bubble echoed. Chao Yang took out his phone and was surprised to see a message from the beautiful flight attendant. Zhao Sherman. A picture. Brother Freedom, I miss you. Have you thought of me? She said shyly. Upon seeing the image Zhao Sherman sent, Chao Yang's eyes widened. But he couldn't help but chuckle. The girl had sent a picture of herself wrapped in a towel post-bath, though it was tightly secured, revealing only her alluring collarbone and fair shoulders, with nothing crucial visible. You could have been bolder, otherwise one might think you were shy. Disappointed. You're too naughty. I'm not talking to you anymore. Seeing Zhao Shimon's reply filled with slight anger, Chao Yang beamed. Mischief is delightful. A man must have a bit of edge to attract a woman. So annoying, the flight is over, but I still have to study. She added. I submitted my resignation, but it hasn't been approved yet. My recent flight schedule has been packed, and I haven't had time to go live. Will Brother Freedom forget me? In one moment, she claimed to ignore him, and in the next, she sent 3 messages. Chao Yang couldn't help but smile. Women are indeed full of contradictions. Never. Take your time, and I'll wait for your live stream. He understood Zhao Shimon's frustrations. Ordinary people often face various difficulties. After all, not everyone can be like him, free of worries. As soon as Chao Yang sent his message, Zhao Sherman instantly replied with an excited voice message. Brother Freedom, you're so wonderful. I love you. Chapter 47. Building a family. After engaging in light banter with the beautiful flight attendant, who had to return to her studies, they bid farewell. With nothing to do, Chao Yang logged on to Feiyu, where his senior, Song Qingyan, was live streaming. The saying absence makes the heart grow fonder certainly applied here. The transformation of Song Qingyan's live stream could only be described as remarkable. Chao Yang, the suddenly ascendant super tycoon, had made his name resonate throughout the entire Feiyu platform in a short span. Anyone who was frequently online these past few days, even if they hadn't met him, had undoubtedly heard of Brother Freedom. Song Qingyan's fame had also soared alongside Chao Yang's rise. With his overwhelming gifts and red envelopes, he had brought tremendous popularity to her live stream. Certainly, the increasing popularity of senior sister Song Qingyan's live streams is inextricably linked to her inherent talents. After all, there are many streamers who possess charm, yet fail to captivate an audience. Is senior sister lacking in any aspect? As one of the 4 campus beauties of Magic City University, she is anything but mediocre. Her artistic skills and striking beauty rival those of the most prominent internet celebrities. With her ethereal goddess-like appearance, she has recently left viewers, accustomed to more seductive hosts, utterly astonished. Her professional singing voice has also provided a refreshing auditory experience for all. In an era where 90% of streamers resort to suggestive tactics to attract viewers, she stands out as a breath of fresh air. Not only has she garnered substantial popularity, but she has also attracted fellow streamers eager to collaborate with her. Naturally, the intentions of these streamers are not entirely altruistic. They seek to gain favor in the eyes of the affluent Chao Yang. Such a wealthy benefactor is a rarity indeed, and who wouldn't covet such an opportunity? After all, gaining the affection of a wealthy patron could swiftly lead to success, even if they do not win his favor. Merely sharing in his expenses could be immensely lucrative. Chao Yang entered senior sister S livestream, where the number of online viewers had already surpassed 2,000, suggesting that she had just concluded a successful session. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. At that moment, Song Qingyan was interacting with her audience, expressing her gratitude to various supporters. Thank you, Brother Past Winds. Thank you, Brother Irritable Fish. Thank you, Brother Lifting. Thank you, Brother Number 894. and many others whose names I could not mention. Thank you all for your unwavering support. As she spoke, Song Qingyan stood up, raising her hands above her head, and continued. Thank you all for your support and affection, sending you love. Family, let us see a wave of 666. At her call, the chat was soon overflowing with 666 messages. Chaoyang noticed that many newcomers had joined the live stream, including the irritable fish, who was a Duke-level supporter. Others like Past Winds, Scholarly, and number 894 were also among the noble patrons. With Senior Sister S popularity on the rise, Chaoyang felt a sense of joy. His support had not been in vain. 66,666. He too humbly contributed his 666. Many observant viewers quickly recognized him. Brother Freedom, our esteemed patron has arrived. Welcome, esteemed patron. Welcome, esteemed patron. Life is but a dream. Welcome, Brother Freedom. The atmosphere in the live stream shifted dramatically as a deluge of welcoming messages flooded the screen. Welcome, Brother Freedom. Good afternoon. At that moment, Senior Sister S' cool demeanor could not help but break into a sweet smile, and a spark of warmth flickered in her beautiful eyes. Observing the unwavering enthusiasm of the audience, Chaoyang felt a surge of confidence. When Like Freedom sent a super red envelope of 9,999. When Like Freedom sent a super red envelope of 9,999. When Like Freedom sent a super red envelope of 9,999. Chaoyang, with an unyielding spirit, generously cast 3 magnificent red envelopes, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the live stream. Long live Freedom Daddy. In this society, we hail Freedom Daddy. What grandeur! Any greeting that does not commence with the distribution of red envelopes is mere folly. Freedom Daddy, love abounds. The fervent fish exclaimed, as free as the wind. Respect. Esteemed one, it is an honor to meet you. Upon noticing the Duke user tagging his own bullet screen, Chaoyang could not help but chuckle. Responding amiably, you flatter me. I merely wish to enliven the gathering. The spirited fish replied, haha, the esteemed one is humble. Your generosity commands admiration, and I have been enchanted by the host's melodious voice. I shall frequent this place henceforth, and I look forward to your guidance. This message prompted a chorus of agreement. Li Jiren chimed in. Respect, I feel the same. Digital 894 added, esteemed one, I too. The past blows with the wind declared. Count me in. Observing the screen filled with enthusiastic comments, memories of her previous solitude washed over Song Qingyan, and she felt moved to express her gratitude. Thank you, dear family, for staying. You are the finest. At that moment, Chaoyang also felt a surge of joy, for the more vibrant the live stream, the higher they could soar. He expressed gratitude for the support of his brothers, stating that there was no need for formalities, and they would enjoy themselves together from now on. When a woman is touched, she might shed tears, but for Freedom Daddy, the beloved patron of the flying fish, emotional moments translate into generosity. After all, spending money is merely a means to earn, and the boxes of red envelopes signify immense generosity. This incited the water friends to erupt with excitement, and those fortunate enough to seize a red envelope would likely express their gratitude to Freedom Daddy in their dreams that night. Amidst the lively atmosphere, the spirited fish's comments suddenly piqued Chaoyang's interest. Freedom Brother exudes generosity. It is undeniable. Having played for so many years, he has encountered many magnanimous individuals. Yet few rival Freedom Brother's grandiosity in the entire flying fish community. Freedom Brother stands shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Knife Brother and Prince Brother. Knife Brother boasts the formidable Blade Alliance, while Prince Brother has established a prestigious family, both impressive in their own rights. Perhaps Freedom Brother should also create a family, allowing his brothers to bask in its glory and reputation. I, Old Fish, would be the first to join. As he read the spirited fish's comments, a glimmer of inspiration ignited in Chaoyang's eyes. Having delved into the world of live streaming in his previous life, he fully understood the power of a family. When one steps out with a collective, it not only brings vibrancy but also commands respect, and more importantly, the cohesion and combat effectiveness are unparalleled. He recalled a family known as the Floating and Sinking Legion, which nearly swept the competition across all popular platforms, ultimately establishing a stronghold on the Douyin platform. Even as they settled on Douyin, the titan of the live streaming realm, the Floating and Sinking Legion's strength was among the very best. Their leader, known as I am the Master of Floating and Sinking, is a legendary figure in the live streaming community. It is said that this prominent figure initially began his journey on the Feiyu platform, earning the title of an ancient elder brother of the community. Reflecting on some amusing anecdotes from the world of live streaming, Chao Yang could not help but chuckle. All right, since I enjoy the lively atmosphere, let us establish a group. In the future, when time permits, we can all gather and play together. However, I am rather occupied, so let Xingyan take the lead in creating the group. Those interested may contact her to sign up. Upon hearing this, the live streaming room erupted with excitement. One enthusiastic follower exclaimed, Me. Freedom Dad. Your time is limited, but I have plenty of it. I am utterly bored. Please allow me to assume the role of administrator. Chapter 48, The Social Freedom Dad, the Great Brother of Feiyu. Oh, esteemed one, please take me along. What are the requirements to join the family? Am I eligible? Another voice chimed in, Me too. Dear esteemed one, are you accepting members from the 1,000 Yuan Club? A timid inquiry followed. Freedom Dad, may I ask if the Penny Club is welcome? To which a voice from above retorted, I must say, what business do you have in a family if you belong to the Penny Club? Isn't it more enjoyable to simply observe the spectacle? Seeing that Freedom Dad was also planning to establish a family, the thousands of viewers in the live streaming room grew increasingly exhilarated. The atmosphere became electrified, especially for some of the more competitive seasoned players. Their spirits soared as they eagerly anticipated participation. The reason they continued to engage in live streaming was the opportunity to encounter a diverse array of captivating individuals and witness numerous entertaining programs. The vibrant and jovial environment allowed them to effortlessly forget their worries and the passage of time. Essentially, it was a means to alleviate their existential solitude. Engaging in the spectacle is a universal trait. After all, even the most independent individuals cannot escape the grasp of society. In a strict sense, humans are social beings. There is a profound sense of fulfillment and enjoyment in being an active participant rather than merely a spectator. When discussing families, many seasoned players inevitably recalled the formidable clans of Feiyu, the illustrious Wealthy Clan, and the Blade Alliance. The Wealthy Clan was established by the illustrious Tycoon brother, known as the strongest wealthy heir of the previous year. Following the annual event, Tycoon brother led the Wealthy Clan in fierce confrontations against the well-established Blade Alliance, helmed by the legendary Dao brother, for an extended period. In the early months of the year, Feiyu reached unprecedented levels of excitement, with the thrill of countless dramatic revelations upon logging in, sending adrenaline levels soaring and igniting a series of exhilarating battles. The excitement surpassed that of the annual event, igniting the fervor of countless spectators. Such turbulence and shockwaves reverberated throughout the Feiyu community until the Blade Alliance was ultimately subdued, leading to a cessation of hostilities. The Wealthy Clan emerged as the preeminent family within Feiyu. This surge in prominence elevated the name and reputation of the super-rich Tycoon brother, overshadowing Dao brother and establishing him as a household name within Feiyu. As Tycoon brother achieved success and gradually withdrew from Feiyu, the once dominant Wealthy Clan adopted a more understated approach, allowing the platform to return to a state of tranquility. However, tranquility often breeds ennui, and the subsequent months offered little in the way of engaging entertainment. Even when events occurred, they were mere trifles, lacking in excitement. During that period, the media's public accounts ceased to present captivating news that could instantly pique interest. This situation persisted until the emergence of the wealthy and charismatic figure known as Free Brother, which shattered the tranquility and rejuvenated the platform with excitement. The memories of those passionate battles, the fervor of collective confrontations, were so grand that they reverberated throughout the platform, igniting the fervor of the warriors in the live stream. The sensation was entirely distinct from the usual experience of gifting during streams. The collective effort of the family brought a greater sense of prestige and influence. Family battles fostered a heightened passion, a deeper sense of belonging, and an invigorating sense of honor, surpassing even the thrill of in-game guild wars. Honor, indeed honor. To outsiders, it may seem ludicrous to derive honor from live streaming. But as the saying goes, how can one understand the joy of a fish if one is not a fish? Who dares to claim themselves an outsider? One may not exist in this particular realm, yet they are merely immersed in another. Life is short, spanning merely a few decades. To find joy and happiness is what truly matters. Many warriors lament their inability to partake in such legendary battles, not because they lack the desire, but simply because they are not invited. Whether large or small, families have their conditions for admission. It is not as simple as wanting to join and being welcomed. At this moment, the barrage of comments in Song Qingyan's live stream surged like a torrent across the screen. Countless individuals felt both excitement and trepidation. Associating with such an impressive figure as Free Brother promised immense prestige and thrill. But would such a distinguished individual even consider them? Observing the overwhelming comments inquiring about the conditions for joining, Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had not even contemplated setting any conditions. His unrestrained gifting was driven by the desire for returns. More participants would undoubtedly lead to greater enjoyment, alleviating his own boredom. Anyone wishing to join could do so. As for spending requirements, there were no rigid rules. The family's purpose was to foster joy. Reflecting on his previous life as a mere freeloader, unable to afford gifts and often ignored by streamers, he realized how fortunate he was now. In this society, where the barriers of class loom large, it must be noted that the online realm, where everyone can engage, remains starkly divided. Some arrogant figures, with their noses in the air, show no regard for lower-tier players. Contemplating the plight of the common audience members, Chao Yang typed in the comments, emphasizing that this family was established to create a more lively and enjoyable environment, free from stringent conditions. He reminded everyone that whether they engage in playful antics or not, moderation is key. And he proposed 4 guiding principles for the family: freedom of choice, rational consumption, gifts from the heart, presents at will. As they read Chao Yang's comments, the diverse audience members from all walks of life, whether new or seasoned players, widened their eyes in astonishment. Some freeloader participants, when inquiring about the joining conditions, felt a sense of embarrassment. How could such a distinguished individual possibly take notice of someone like them? At this moment, they could hardly anticipate that this super wealthy individual, known for his extravagant spending of millions and billions, would utter such approachable and uplifting words. What is true vision? This is true vision. Despite being affluent, the disparity is astonishing. It's no wonder that this free-spirited benefactor is thriving. Observing the barrage of comments from the audience, many emotional viewers were moved to tears. They had once aspired to join those prestigious families, such as Brother Dao's Blade Alliance or Prince's illustrious clan, yet they were utterly disregarded. The Blade Alliance demanded noble status, while the Prince's family was even more exclusive, requiring players of at least Duke rank, with a minimum monthly expenditure of 100,000. What? You're merely a marquis? Then you are unworthy of joining our esteemed circle. If you can't even afford to be a duke, perhaps you should reflect on your work ethic. Consider why your salary hasn't increased and why you haven't achieved wealth yet. The contrast is stark. After a moment of astonishment, the viewers in the live stream were profoundly touched, their emotions surging, igniting a fervor within them. Goodness, brothers, even I, a grown man, feel like crying. This grand vision of the benefactor truly moves me. Tears well up. I am genuinely captivated by you, benefactor. I am your devoted fan. With such vision, I am inclined to proclaim the benefactor as the strongest among us. Who agrees? Who opposes? To those who disagree, I am ready to confront you. Social benefactor, our esteemed elder brother. Amid the emotions and excitement of many viewers, Chao Yang's family began to expand. 3 groups of 1,000 members each filled up within half an hour. A family named after freedom was officially founded at this moment. No one could foresee that yet another vibrant legend was being born in the realm of live streaming. Chapter 49. The radiant debut of the Freedom family in less than an hour. The atmosphere in Song Qingyan's live stream transformed dramatically. Freedom Fish, Freedom Wind, Freedom Scholar. Freedom 894, Freedom Cool City, Freedom Dimming Light, Freedom Floating Life, Freedom Follower, Freedom Lackey. These names lined up neatly in the live stream, some familiar, others unfamiliar, with the mouse barely able to scroll to the end. As her captivating gaze swept across the crowd, Song Qingyan's heart raced with astonishment. This is the allure of that super wealthy individual who, with his lavish spending, stirred up a sensation in an instant. Only a person of such magnetic charm could possess such formidable influence. The fervor surged, the spectacle was grand, and the scene was bustling with life. Sitting before her computer, witnessing this explosive spectacle, even as the dream goddess of countless boys at Magic City University, she couldn't help but feel a profound admiration. A smile of delight unconsciously graced her lips. Such an outstanding and powerful figure is indeed her man. In this moment, she felt a sense of pride and honor. Ding! Song Qingyan's favorability has risen by 2. A flurry of super red envelopes worth $99.99 has been sent by wind like freedom. The live broadcast room, already buzzing with excitement, has reached a fever pitch. The joy of sharing is far superior to solitary enjoyment. Even the most impressive solo efforts lose their charm. In this moment, Chao Yang is also filled with high spirits and a sense of elation. Life resembles a continuous drama, where everyone aspires to be the protagonist. However, as most people grow, they inevitably become mere supporting characters, or rather, just passers-by. In his previous life, Chao Yang was always an unnoticed shadow, overlooked wherever he went. Fortunately, he has been granted a second chance. In this life, he has transformed into the unequivocal main character of this narrative. Even online, he has become the center of attention, captivating thousands. One cannot deny the thrill of it all. And it is no wonder that many influential figures in the business world find themselves enthralled within the confines of a small live broadcast room. Brother Freedom, let us indulge in some fun. Let us go on an adventure. After a lively session in the senior sisters' broadcast room, most have changed into their designated family avatars. And the brothers of the Freedom family are eager to showcase their new identities. All right, let us venture out. Find a suitable broadcast room. Chao Yang readily agrees to the brothers' suggestion. It's all about having fun and enjoying oneself. That's what truly matters. In his past life, he never witnessed those major streamers or popular figures parachuting into another streamer's broadcast room with their fans, creating a scene filled with joy and fervor. As the leader of this family, he envisions a thrilling experience, descending into a certain streamer's room with thousands of loyal followers in unified avatars. Surely it would be more exhilarating, more astonishing, and bound to catch the streamer's eye. Building a family is one thing, now that it exists. It's time to shine and elevate their status. What are those so-called alliances or prestigious circles compared to the Freedom family? Why be subtle when one can be bold? Chao Yang thinks confidently, filled with determination. While others burn through cash, he is here to make money. Soon, the group settles on a room number, and at Chao Yang's command, everyone promptly switches over. They arrive at the room of Sister Meatball, a third-tier dance streamer, where there are only 500 to 600 viewers. At this moment, she is not dancing, but rather pleading for gifts with a distressed expression. Brothers in the room, no one is requesting a dance. A small rocket can prompt 2 dances. It's quite a bargain. Don't you enjoy watching Meatball dance? Brothers, I'm in such a tough spot. Please, use your prosperous hands to help out a bit. Meatball is struggling to make ends meet. Despite her earnest pleas, the responses in the chat are scarce, with the few that do appear lamenting their own financial woes. This left one Z utterly disheartened. Ever since her previous marquee brother had garnered a surge of support, she had been languishing in obscurity. In her streaming room, a staggering 90% of the viewers were freeloaders, with new entrants dwindling to a trickle, creating a vicious cycle that was driving her to despair. At that moment, having pleaded for what felt like an eternity without even a single rose to her name, her spirits plummeted further. Why was it that such fortuitous windfalls, like the arrival of a wealthy patron, never graced her presence? Just as her gloom reached its zenith, she suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary event. The influx of new viewers, typically a rare occurrence, surged by several thousand in an instant. Goodness! She was momentarily taken aback. Look at this, the host is stunned. Haha, this is hilarious. Hey, wake up, host, it's time to entertain. With a resounding crash, the Free family made their grand entrance. Host, stop staring and wake up. As she gazed at the flood of comments filling the screen, Wanzi snapped out of her astonishment, ready to welcome her new audience. However, a glance at the viewer list rendered her speechless, her words caught in her throat. Her mouth fell agape at the sea of aliases, nearly blinding her with their brilliance. Fortunately, as a seasoned streamer, she quickly deduced that this seemed to be a collective appearance from a family of streamers. Such occurrences, while not common in her own stream, were not unheard of on the platform. Yet, she had never heard of a family with the Free alias before. The sheer number and spectacle were simply astounding. In that moment, Chao Yang observed the bewildered host, who was momentarily struck dumb by the sudden influx of thousands of viewers. Though her appearance was rather ordinary, her figure was undeniably alluring, clad in revealing attire that threatened to burst from her straps. It was clear she was a host who flirted with the edges of propriety. Understanding the intentions of the men who had chosen to support her, Chao Yang could not help but smile wryly. Suddenly, like the wind, he dispatched a super rocket. Instantly, the explosive effects of the super rocket erupted in the streaming room, causing Wan Zi, who had struggled for a mere rose, to feel her heart leap into her throat. "Thank you, esteemed patron. You are incredible," Wan Zi exclaimed, propelled out of her chair in an ecstatic outburst, only to be struck with shock in the next moment. Free like the wind. ISNT that the illustrious Free Daddy that has been featured prominently across various media outlets in recent days? In an instant, tears nearly welled in her eyes. Such a powerful benefactor had graced her stream. "Thank you, Free Daddy. Your might is unmatched. You are truly remarkable." Upon recognizing Chao Yang, her voice trembled with excitement. "Are you a dancing host? Allow me to showcase a performance. If my brothers are pleased, there will be generous rewards." Haha. Free Daddy is formidable. He truly understands us. The host has been granted an opportunity. Whether she can seize it depends on her abilities. Hee, you know what I mean. Chapter 50, The Twin Sisters. The exuberance of the live stream, ignited by a generous donation of 10,000 from Chao Yang, along with various small gifts from his brothers, left the host, known as Maruko, utterly ecstatic. She put forth tremendous effort in delivering her rewards. Although her appearance may not be particularly striking, her enchanting gaze, with a hint of allure, radiated an irresistible charm. It must be said that she has mastered the art of temptation. This lively dance performance of the sultry host was indeed captivating. One cannot deny the appeal. Truly, it would be a pity if she didn't bear a healthy child. Maruko's tantalizingly provocative dance had the male audience in the live chat enthralled, their fervor ignited. The once quiet chatroom was now a flurry of comments, the screen flooded with messages. The atmosphere was electrifying. Having never witnessed such a fervent scene, Maruko was overwhelmed with excitement, her enthusiasm fueling her rewards even further. "Oh, esteemed benefactor, how did I perform? Are you satisfied?" After completing an extended version of her dance, Maruko was left breathless, a soft blush adorning her cheeks, clearly having given her all. At that moment, while adjusting her camera, she respectfully expressed her gratitude, her excitement barely contained. The platform's most illustrious patron had graced her live stream with his presence. Accompanied by numerous family members, how could she remain composed in such an impressive setting? Such audacity in adjusting the camera, truly remarkable. In this scenario, even the most serious of gentlemen would struggle to maintain their composure. In just a few years, such hosts might vanish from the scene altogether. Chao Yang, watching intently, felt a surge of emotions. Upon hearing the host speak, he couldn't help but send a message. "Your dance was spot on. Such a positive performance deserves praise." Wind Like Freedom sends a super rocket 10. As Chao Yang clicked on the screen, the explosive effects erupted, and Maruko, who had just settled back into her chair, was instantly jolted, then sprang up in exhilaration. "Thank you, esteemed benefactor." Her voice, now filled with excitement, nearly broke. After a whirlwind of 100 superfire donations, Chao Yang finally paused, the screen ablaze with effects that left Maruko wide-eyed in astonishment. "My goodness, that's 200,000. Such generosity." After showering her with gifts, he glanced at the group chat, where his brothers had already decided on their next target. "Brothers, let us change locations. Onward to the next stop." After sending a message, Chao Yang discreetly exited, choosing to keep his contributions under wraps. The brothers of the family soon followed suit in departing, while the favored broadcaster remained in a euphoric daze as if caught in a dream. Subsequently, such astonishing spectacles unfolded in one broadcaster's live stream after another, with each selected host left utterly astonished yet exhilarated. This delightful engagement instantly elevated the reputation of the Free family. Each time they entered a live stream, Chao Yang would unleash a flurry of 100 extravagant gifts, which in turn attracted thousands of onlookers. The super wealthy benefactor of freedom had formed a family. The magnate, accompanied by the brothers of the family, was checking in on the streams. These two sensational pieces of news spread rapidly after Chao Yang and his companions had only explored a couple of live streams, disseminated by the curious viewers and broadcasters alike. Various groups, including player and broadcaster collectives, soon buzzed with this news, and once again, Feiyu became a sensation. Many broadcasters who had yet to commence their streams eagerly opened their broadcasts, yearning to be graced by the generous benefactor, hoping to be the fortunate one. Not to mention, when the benefactor was in high spirits, a casual gesture could easily translate to extravagant gifts worth over 200,000. What broadcaster wouldn't be enthralled by such generosity? Typically, One would expend all their efforts to garner such gifts from their fans, and even prominent broadcasters could hardly remain composed. Alas, the magnate could not be summoned at will. While some rejoiced, others were left in despair. Nevertheless, it must be said that the renown of the Free family was undeniably on full display, and it was only a matter of time before major guilds and media outlets would have fresh material for their publications. After traversing about 10 live streams, Chaoyang began to feel somewhat disenchanted. His companions sought out those alluring and vivacious female broadcasters. While entertaining, it grew tiresome after a while. This prompted him to contemplate inviting the mature and insightful Kai Yaji to discuss the profound truths of life. Throughout this exploration, he had amassed over 2 million in gifts. After watching a dozen broadcasters, only one could provide a return on investment. The others, despite their initial allure enhanced by makeup and filters, failed to meet the standards for refunds. The sole broadcaster who could offer a return had as many as 5 drivers, causing Chaoyang to lose interest immediately. In truth, he had only profited around 400,000, but he remained unconcerned. Today was not about earning money, but finding joy. However, this experience revealed that while there are countless beauties on the streaming platform, genuinely high-rated and quality women are indeed quite rare. Such encounters are truly serendipitous. In the group, Chaoyang announced the conclusion of his exploration and prepared to leave. Yet, his sycophantic companion called out to him, "Boss, don't go just yet. I recently followed a new broadcaster who just started streaming. It's only been a short while, but the host is absolutely top-notch. Let us check it out together. I swear on my honor, it'll be worth it. I've seen enough to guarantee everyone will be impressed. I just saw they went live. Come on, let us have some fun." In the group chat, Dogleg Brother extolled the virtues of a particular female streamer to celestial heights, shrouding his words in an air of mystery that piqued the curiosity of the brothers. Even Chaoyang felt a flicker of interest and casually remarked, "All right, let's go take a look." Thus, the group made their way to the live broadcast room, guided by the room number. Upon entering, their eyes instantly brightened, and an uncontrollable excitement surged through them. Dogleg Brother had indeed not misled them. The system's notification sound for scoring reverberated in Chaoyang's mind, prompting his heart to race with exhilaration. A stunning score of 90 for appearance, with 0 drivers in sight. This was truly a rare gem among streamers. What astonished them even further was the sight of 2 identical streamers gracing the room, an enchanting pair of twin sisters. Chapter 51. The Golden Phoenix emerges targets. Li Wenwen. Li Qianqian age, 23 height, 160 centimeters weight, 55 kilograms appearance score, 92 figure score, 95 drivers, 0 favorability, 0 gazing at the information provided by the system. Chaoyang was filled with wonder at the identical statistics for 2 distinct individuals. Truly, they were the epitome of twins. Their looks were strikingly similar, and their figures equally captivating. Even among the multitude of twins, they were a rarity of exceptional quality, though standing at 160 centimeters. Slightly shorter than their senior and the mature Kai Yaji, this height was still commendable among women. For this height, the standard weight typically ranges between 48 to 65 kilograms. And at 55 kilograms, some might appear a tad plump. Yet, the sisters' figures were slender and alluring, rivaling the esteemed senior Song Qingyan, with their additional weight perfectly distributed in all the right places. What ambition they possessed! The exquisite symmetry of their high beauty scores and their voluptuous figures left the audience in awe as they descended into the live room. Even Chaoyang found his emotions soaring, invigorated by the serendipity of encountering not one, but 2 rare treasures, both devoid of drivers. Nice, this trip is worth it. Wow, I've fallen in love. That one is my wife, and the other is my sister-in-law. Dogleg Brother, you're dependable and a good person. I'm going crazy. I should marry one of them. What should I do? I'm eagerly waiting for advice. As the brothers marveled at the identical sisters, their excitement could not be contained, leading to an explosion of messages in the chat. The once quiet screen was suddenly inundated with a flurry of comments. At this moment, the 2 sisters seated before the computer found themselves utterly bewildered. Originally, there were merely 40 or 50 viewers, yet suddenly, the numbers surged into the thousands. The uniformity of usernames and the flood of comments left them in a state of shock. What was happening? Having only been broadcasting for less than a month, the sisters were still novices, and faced with such an explosive turn of events, they became flustered and disoriented. "Welcome, Welcome, esteemed viewers, to our live stream. I am your host, 11, and this is my sister, Chanchian. We extend our warmest greetings to everyone. The first to regain her composure, Li 11, spoke up, her voice trembling with apprehension. The leader of their guild had repeatedly advised them that when welcoming new viewers, they must call out their names to foster a better connection. But with so many people, how could she possibly manage that? As her sister spoke, the bewildered Li Chanchian also snapped back to reality, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Although she did not understand why so many viewers had suddenly joined the stream, it felt as though a glimmer of hope had appeared before her. Thank you to all the esteemed viewers for your support. Is there anyone who enjoys our hosting? Please lend us your support. We don't want to lose. Lu Chanchian exclaimed, her eyes shining with enthusiasm as she took in the electrifying atmosphere. Indeed, at that moment, they were engaged in a fierce competition. Previously, they had been striving to garner votes. But with only a handful of viewers, 99 of whom were merely spectating, they had managed to accumulate a meager sum after hours of effort. Their spirits had been severely dampened. Who would have thought that so many people would suddenly enter their stream? The opposing host appeared to have some charm, yet in comparison to the captivating sister duo, she was quickly overshadowed and rendered nearly invisible. After all, the allure of these exceptional sisters was not something that could be simply quantified. Upon hearing her sister's words, the mood in the chat room shifted dramatically. Lose. Huh. The other side has just over 1,000. The Free family is here, and will secure victory in no time. These sisters seem quite inexperienced. They don't even recognize my Free dad. Clearly, they are fresh faces in the industry, unaware that fortune is smiling upon them. Boss, what do we say? Chao Yang chuckled as he observed the sisters, who were both dazed and exhilarated. These two were indeed novices in the streaming world. He noticed that the opposing host was named Dreaming Little Flower, while the sisters were called Dreaming Newbie Sisters Seeking Attention. They were clearly part of the same guild, with the seasoned host merely guiding the newcomers. Nevertheless, he was determined that his crew would not allow them to fail. The Free family would never let their stage be diminished. Brothers, draw your swords. Chao Yang swiftly replied in the chat, a smile spreading across his face. Like the wind, the Super Rocket 10 was bestowed. The dazzling effects of the super fire erupted in the live stream, immediately followed by a flurry of small gifts floating across the screen. The tide of the situation turned dramatically, leaving the opposing side with but a sliver of health. Oh my, super fire! I too have received the super fire. Li Wenwen and Li Chanchian were utterly astonished the moment the super fire effects ascended, their mouths agape in disbelief, their hearts pounding like war drums. Throughout the month of live streaming, they had yet to receive even the smallest of rockets, let alone a super fire. Wow, 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 a super rocket, thank you. Dear brother. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Chanchian suddenly leaped to her feet, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, thank you. Thank you all for supporting us, dear sisters. Startled by her sister's exuberant shout, Li Wenwen clumsily stood up as well. With her mind still reeling from the shock, she struggled to find words of gratitude, feeling utterly at a loss. She simply tugged at her sister's arm, and together they raised their arms, one with the right and the other with the left, forming a large heart. Fortunately, this gesture had been practiced countless times in private. At that moment, it was not only the two sisters who were bewildered, even the host on the opposite side was taken aback. This was merely an effort to support a new streamer, with no personal gain for her and the potential risk of losing fans. She was reluctant to take on this task, but had no choice due to the president's firm order. Previously, when the fans had gathered 1,000 votes in the live stream, Xiao Huakai had believed victory was assured. She had ceased her efforts to solicit votes and instead engaged with fans about the news of the newly minted wealthy patron, the free-spirited lord, visiting. Little did she anticipate that a brief lapse in attention would lead to her being utterly vanquished by the opposing side. It was truly unbelievable, causing her to stare wide-eyed in astonishment. She was all too familiar with the capabilities of these novice streamers. How could they possibly amass over 20,000 votes? Without further contemplation, Xiao Huakai swiftly opened her alternate account to join the sisters' live stream. Her gaze immediately locked onto the top of the leaderboard. Like the wind, free as air. Wasn't he this the very figure they had been fervently discussing in her own live stream just moments ago, the illustrious Free Daddy? My heavens! Free Daddy had descended into the live stream of these novice sisters. In the Dream Echo Guild, within the president's office, The previously tranquil group of streamers suddenly buzzed with activity. The president, affectionately referred to as Sister Hua by her underlings, could not resist opening the chat. 3 seconds later, she found herself leaning closer to the screen, her eyes widening in disbelief at the enlarged screenshot. Free Daddy had actually entered her stream. This revelation left her utterly astonished, her mind racing with a singular thought. They had struck gold. They were destined for success. Finally, this humble third-rate guild had an opportunity to soar like a golden phoenix. They must ensure that the free-spirited lord remained. No, they could not let this chance slip away. Chapter 52. Embracing freedom and the future in a breathtaking rush. Sister Hua ascended aboard the Flying Fish and arrived at the live streaming studio of the two sisters. With the swiftness of the wind, she sent forth 10 super rockets. The screen was ablaze with dazzling special effects, while the barrage of comments surged like a torrential flood, creating an atmosphere in the live room that was as fervent as boiling water. To the uninitiated, one might easily mistake this for the stream of a top-tier celebrity host. Yet, in truth, this was merely the live room of newcomers who had only been broadcasting for half a month. Witnessing such an explosive scene, even Sister Hua, who had been in the industry for some time, momentarily felt her gaze narrow, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. The prowess of a super tycoon was indeed terrifying. The family that Freedom Daddy had amassed in such a short span was truly remarkable. The greatness of this magnate surpassed all rumors. Sister Hua's eyes sparkled like light bulbs powered by electricity. After 3 years of grappling within her guild, she had only managed to reach a mediocre status, with her pillar host, Xiaowakai, merely a second-tier streamer. Presently, her guild was precariously teetering on the edge of survival. Fortune had finally smiled upon her, and the day she had longed for had arrived. If she could retain the attention of Freedom Daddy, a super tycoon rare across the entire platform, not only would the twin sisters soar to great heights, but her guild could also ascend to new realms of success. At that moment in the live room, Li Wenwen and Li Qianqian were dancing. Unlike other dance streamers who relied on split-screen effects, these sisters, seemingly carved from the same mold, could produce stunning results with their performance. Their alluring K-pop dance, paired with their striking figures, created a tantalizing spectacle. However, in the presence of so many viewers, the two appeared somewhat restrained. Yet, as the saying goes, a casual act can yield unforeseen results, and their performance, rather than diminishing in appeal, only enhanced it. Their blend of sensuality and modesty was a perfect harmony of purity and desire. Observing this scene, Sister Hua could not help but nod in approval. These two girls had not been cultivated in vain. Their dance skills had flourished remarkably. Her efforts to nurture them had not gone unnoticed. With their looks and physique, either of them could easily outshine the current hosts in her guild, especially since they were an extraordinary pair of twins. When recruiting, Sister Hua had immediately recognized the potential of this sister duo. Believing herself fortunate to have discovered such gems, she was determined to nurture them diligently, confident they would rise to prominence. It was fortunate that the sisters had years of dance training, making their transition into dance streamers all the more seamless. Little did she expect that this pair of sisters would attract the attention of a super tycoon merely half a month into their broadcasting journey. It was as if fate had conspired to serve them a bountiful feast. Unable to restrain herself, she glanced at the contribution leaderboard, where the illustrious Free Master soared ahead. The numbers already approaching 2 million, causing Sister Hua's eyes to crinkle with delight. However, upon noticing that the esteemed figure lacked even a single moderator beside his name, her expression paled, and anxiety surged within her. These two girls were still too inexperienced. They hadn't even assigned a manager to the master. What kind of dance were they attempting? While retaining talent is commendable, timing is essential. Even if every other individual remained, losing Free Master would be utterly nonsensical. A single Free Daddy could surpass them all. At this moment, it was paramount to flatter the elder brother. How foolish, truly foolish. Free Master was the focal point. Securing him, granting him some attention, assigning management, and most importantly, adding him as a friend. This was essential. Sister Hua hastily typed a message to the two girls in their group chat. Fearing they might not notice their phones, she rushed out of her office and arrived at their livestream room door, but the duo was only halfway through their performance, making it awkward for her to interrupt. Standing outside, anxiety gnawed at her heart. Surely, these two newcomers were unaware of the extraordinary opportunity that lay before them, blissfully ignorant. It felt as though a century had passed before they finally concluded their dance. Sister Huahua quickly knocked on the door, anxiously raising her phone to signal them to check their messages. Only when they picked up their phones did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the fear of leaving a hasty impression on the master and her own waning youth, she might have been unable to resist stepping in herself. After their dynamic and sultry dance, a faint blush adorned the girls' cheeks as they sat down, holding their phones without a clue as to what they were viewing. Appearing adorably naive. Clearly, in terms of live streaming quality and atmosphere management, the sisters still had considerable ground to cover before reaching maturity, but being newcomers, that was understandable. Nonetheless, their dance was undeniably tantalizing, exuding a rare charm that transcended the sum of its parts. One couldn't help but think of the idiom, killing two birds with one stone. With a smile, Chaoyang quickly curbed his wandering thoughts, fearing that continuing down this path could lead to trouble. All right, brothers, let us call it a day. We'll play again next time. After giving this treasure of a sister duo a follow, Chaoyang prepared to log off, partly because it was time for dinner, and partly because the temptation of such alluring visuals was indeed overwhelming. Ah, free brother, are you logging off? Wait a moment. Just as he set his phone down, he lifted his gaze to see Chaoyang's comments, prompting Li Wenwen to exclaim in surprise. Burdened with thoughts, she hurriedly followed Chaoyang, adding him as a friend and assigning him a badge. Her fingers danced across the keyboard with urgency. What's wrong? Chaoyang inquired through the comments. Free brother. It's nothing. Just remember to check your private messages. You must check. Beside her, Lu Qianqian playfully winked and solemnly remarked, Goodness. Are you really chatting with the big brother in front of us? Streamer, are you attempting to set me up with my freedom daddy? Her words sparked a flurry of teasing comments in the chat. The sisters' faces flushed with embarrassment. A notification chimed. Lu Wenwen's favorability increased by 30. Another chime. Lu Qianqian's favorability rose by 40. Hearing the system's prompt, Chaoyang smiled faintly and exited the live stream. Upon checking his private messages, he discovered that the sisters had sent their contact information. He added their green bubbles, a smile creeping onto his lips. Rare gems like these sisters would surely entice any man. Chaoyang's life philosophy was to eschew gambling and drugs, while pursuing a carefree existence. With the departure of the esteemed figure, the audience dwindled by more than half within a minute. Despite gaining over 5,000 followers and an abundance of gifts, it all felt surreal. The sisters exchanged glances filled with nervousness, confusion, shock, and a hint of excitement. Had they really received so many gifts? Were they on the cusp of fortune? During that brief 20-minute live stream, the novice sisters were left stunned, their minds blank, feeling as though they were lost in a dream. As the live stream room grew quieter, they bid farewell and ended the broadcast. Upon checking their phones, they noticed a friend request from the esteemed individual, which they eagerly accepted. At that moment, President Huahua entered the room. Her previously stern expression was now radiant with a maternal warmth, as if she were reuniting with her own daughters. Wenwen, Qianqian, have you added the big brother? She inquired. The sisters, still somewhat bewildered, nodded in response. Well done. If we can keep such a prominent figure, immense wealth will surely follow. You two are destined for greatness. Do you realize that? Witnessing Huahua's exuberance, Lu Wenwen smiled demurely, while Lu Qianqian playfully stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, This is too thrilling. That freedom brother sent so many gifts. Huahua, if we can keep him around, wouldn't that mean we've latched onto a major benefactor? You both are thinking too small. Huahua replied, her gaze filled with reverence and aspiration. To retain such a prominent figure is not merely to grasp a leg. It is to embrace the future. Chapter 53, The Influence of Freedom Daddy Ha. You two are truly my lucky stars. In such a short time, you've captured the attention of a big shot. Well done. At this moment, Huahua, brimming with excitement, couldn't help but grasp the hands of Li Wenwen and Li Qianqian, gazing at the exquisite twin sisters, increasingly exhilarated by their beauty and stature. Embracing the embodiment of freedom signifies seizing the future. Do not mistake my words for mere folly. Sister Huahua, unable to contain her fervor, exclaimed, You are still newcomers. Preoccupied with dance rehearsals after broadcasts, and unfamiliar with the essence of this esteemed figure. Allow me to enlighten you. This magnate has only engaged for a mere few days. Yet do you grasp the magnitude of his expenditure? Nearly 30 million. Not 3,000, nor 300,000, but 30 million. This surpasses even the renowned prince, the top spender of last year. Just imagine, If such a distinguished patron were to take an interest in you, would prosperity not be assured? Previously, a small streamer named Qing Yan received over 15 million from this benefactor, excluding the generous red envelopes he bestowed. Once an obscure figure, she now outshines even the most prominent streamers, with her ascent merely a matter of time. And then there's the little streamer Man, who captured the attention of this patron, receiving an astonishing 5 million in a single night, an event that surely left countless streamers envious. Yet, it appears she is merely a part-time streamer and has not broadcasted recently. Oh, my dear sisters, this is truly an extraordinary opportunity. Akin to a pie falling from the heavens, you must seize it with fervor. Sister Hua Hua spoke with exuberance, causing the two sisters to open their mouths in astonishment. The staggering figures of millions evoked a sense of enchantment, as if they were listening to a fairy tale. They had never dared to dream so grandly. Initially, they merely hoped to earn their modest base salary of 5,000. In this moment, they belatedly realized that the unattainable wealth was tantalizingly close at hand. Millions. The mere thought of such staggering fortune and the faintest possibility of obtaining it made their hearts race. Yet, could such a dreamlike stroke of luck truly befall their sisters? Wenwen and Qianqian, I have great faith in you both. Tomorrow I shall draft a new contract, elevating your agreements to that of top-tier streamers. This is settled. Suppressing her excitement, Sister Hua Hua smiled warmly and spoke with gravitas. As a leader, she understood the necessity of timely investment. Delaying until the twins achieved great success would render her efforts futile. Upon hearing this, the sisters were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Simply because this benefactor played around in the streaming room, their contracts were elevated by several tiers. How astonishing! Just as they were grappling with their overwhelming surprise, the door to the streaming room swung open, and a vibrant figure burst in. Oh, Wenwen, Qianqian, I adore you both. With a melodious laugh, the newcomer enveloped the sisters in an exuberant embrace, practically bouncing with excitement. At that moment, the sisters found themselves bewildered. The visitor was none other than the streamer Xiaohua, who had previously guided them. This esteemed lady is the leading figure of the Dream Echo Guild. Although she has recently taken 2 individuals under her wing, she has never displayed such warmth in private. In fact, she has maintained a somewhat aloof demeanor, hardly acknowledging the sisters during their tenure. Yet, her current attitude resembles that of a long-lost sibling reunited. It seems our 2 younger sisters have accomplished something remarkable, captivating the attention of the illustrious father figure. Impressive indeed. It appears I shall be following your lead from now on. Without further ado, let us dine together. Having previously collected a hefty sum for medical expenses from Chaoyang, the exuberance of our dear Zaiwakai is palpable. She understands that winning the favor of the esteemed father figure with her own looks is but a fanciful dream, yet these twins possess a significant potential. If they can indeed capture his heart, cultivating a good rapport with them would ensure her well-being. Please allow me, Wenwen and Qianqian. Having been in the guild for quite some time, I had been intending to treat them to a meal. Upon hearing Zaiwakai's words, Sister Hua Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement, swiftly interjecting. At this moment, as mealtime approached, several streamers concluded their broadcasts, and their first action was to dash into the twins' live streaming room. In an instant, a flurry of chatter erupted, resembling the joyous reunion of long-lost sisters. Witnessing this scene, Sister Hua Hua realized that her plan to treat the sisters to a meal alone was dashed, so she decided to arrange a grand group dinner instead. As they made their way to the restaurant, Li Wenwen and Li Qianqian were filled with astonishment. As newcomers to the guild, they had remained relatively unnoticed. But Sister Hua Hua's intention to elevate them had caused the veteran streamers to distance themselves. They never anticipated that one day they would receive such treatment. Akin to being the center of attention, the arrival of that legendary figure, who merely visited their live streaming room for a brief moment, had dramatically transformed their circumstances. At this moment, having stepped into society for a year, the sisters experienced the exhilaration of pride, their vanity thoroughly satisfied. Ding. Li Wenwen's favorability increased by 20. Ding. Li Qianqian's favorability increased by 30. By the way, Wenwen, Qianqian, the esteemed figure visited your live stream today, but that does not guarantee his future presence. However, since he has added you both as friends, it signifies a favorable impression. In the private dining room, Sister Hua Hua spoke earnestly to the sisters. Without clinging to the leg of a big shot, you both must strive diligently. Being a streamer can be quite arduous, Not only must you perform well during broadcasts, but you must also dedicate ample time to nurture your relationship with the big brother in private. You must appeal to his preferences to capture his heart. Otherwise, with countless streamers vying for attention, why would he choose to support you? You must be proactive and engage with him more. If you do not make the effort, there are plenty of other charming individuals ready to seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Xiaowakai nodded in agreement and remarked, Sister Huahua speaks wisely. Allow me to enlighten you. My dear sisters, men are akin to gluttonous swine. If you do not offer them a taste of sweetness, they will inevitably stray towards other temptresses. It is imperative to maintain their interest, perhaps by sharing a few private photographs. For a rare gem like our esteemed Father Zio, one must be willing to make sacrifices. I would argue that offering oneself is a worthy investment. If the esteemed gentleman is pleased, one's fortunes are assured for a lifetime. Xiaowakai said with a face full of longing. Indeed, men are creatures governed by their lower desires. Presenting oneself is the most secure route. It is merely a matter of giving. Whether to whom, it matters little. Bestowing it upon Father Zio is undoubtedly a profitable endeavor. Reflecting on my previous boyfriend, after a year together, I ended up with nothing upon our breakup, and now I am filled with regret. Exactly. One should seek a man like Father Zio. I would not hesitate to spend $1 million or even $10 million if it meant securing such a wealthy benefactor. However, it seems that men of Father Zio's caliber are likely beyond the reach of ordinary women like us. Upon hearing Xiaowakai's words, a chorus of streamers erupted into animated discussion. The expansive private room transformed into a den of ravenous wolves, and the sisters present could hardly contain themselves. Listening to such fervent and brazen remarks, the gentle and demure Li Wanwen felt her cheeks flush involuntarily, her head lowered in contemplation. Meanwhile, the vivacious Li Qianqian also blushed. Yet her sparkling eyes shimmered with curiosity. Chapter 54. What to do if there's a leak? What does the future hold? For Li Wanwen and Li Qianqian, who have been navigating the world for over a year, it has become a distant concept, one they can only secretly yearn for in dreams. Upon exiting the ivory tower of university, they, like all graduates, were filled with ambition, believing they could wrestle life to their advantage. However, after enduring the trials of society for a year, they came to a profound realization. They were nothing, having circled back to find even a satisfactory job elusive. Once proud to believe they had entered the world, freed from constraints, finally able to seize control of their lives and chase the dreams they had envisioned, they soon discovered that life delivered a stinging slap of reality. More than half a year after stepping through the school gates, not only had their imagined lives become unattainable, but even the prospect of stability seemed a luxury. Providing for their families? When the landlord came knocking for rent, the stark reality forced them to even consider asking their families for money. In that moment, all notions of pride and confidence lay shattered, and they found themselves on the brink of tears. Grand ambitions and lofty goals felt like mere illusions. The greatest desires became simply to survive, to find solid footing, to avoid the landlord's demands, and to indulge in a carefree meal at Hadaleo when the craving struck. Like all recent graduates, they found themselves struggling to secure a desirable position. After much effort, they landed a job at a reputable company, only to endure 2 months of harassment and insinuations from a sleazy supervisor. Before even completing their probationary period, the sisters, trembling with apprehension, decided to resign. Fortunately, just days later, they came across a post from Dream Sound Guild seeking streamers, and they eagerly joined. Although they had previously watched live streams, they were not well versed in the industry and were met with grand promises during their interviews. However, having been battered by the harsh realities of life for a year, they approached this opportunity with tempered expectations. What truly captivated them was the enticing base salary of 5,000 yuan per month, with a background in dance. They quickly began broadcasting after a brief training period, dedicating themselves to both live streaming and honing their dance skills. Their days became quite fulfilling, yet success proved elusive. Despite the guild's support, progress was slow. Within a fortnight, the sisters realized that while the industry held immense potential, attaining success was not a straightforward endeavor. The path was fraught with challenges, and the glory of soaring to great heights was reserved for a select few fortunate souls. Nevertheless, having committed to this journey, they were determined to persevere, reassured by the stability of their salary. After half a month, they remained somewhat bewildered and uncertain, until a man entered their live stream like a deity, showering them with extravagant gifts, a scene that left them profoundly shaken. Even now, the memory sends their hearts racing with excitement. Hearing tales of Daddy Freedom's lavish spending, often reaching millions, was a shocking revelation that reshaped their perspectives. The thought of receiving such generosity for themselves felt like a shortcut to decades of hard work. Faced with such temptation, it was impossible for any rational person to remain composed. The future, once perceived as distant, now seemed within reach. Yet, the question lingered. How could they seize this opportunity? Ding. Congratulations, host. Li Wenwen's favorability has surpassed 50, elevating her relationship to the first tier, friendship. Ding. Congratulations, host. Li Qianqian's favorability has surpassed 50, elevating her relationship to the first tier, friendship. Ding. Congratulations, host. Li Qianqian's favorability has surpassed 60, elevating her relationship to the second tier, admiration. In the opulent dining room of a riverside suite, Chao Yang, enjoying his dinner, couldn't help but smile at the system's notifications. It seemed the exquisite sister duo could no longer remain indifferent to the bait he had cast. Chao Yang was not surprised. After all, the allure of wealth was a powerful force that few could resist. Even heroes bow for a mere handful of rice, let alone two young women. However, the differing rates at which their favorability increased piqued Chao Yang's curiosity. Although they were identical twins in appearance and physique, it appeared they possessed distinct qualities. The same exterior, yet different charms. This made the pursuit all the more intriguing, waiting to be discovered. Upon this realization, Chao Yang's smile blossomed even more. He silently activated the rewards, receiving 2 first-tier rewards and 1 second-tier reward, ultimately garnering 4 free attribute points without any surprises. Considering these were merely low-tier rewards, Chao Yang held no extravagant expectations and joyfully pocketed his gains. What are you laughing at? Why aren't you eating? Kai Yaji remarked playfully, placing a peeled crayfish onto Chao Yang's plate, observing his bouts of laughter. Guess what? Chao Yang, having returned to his senses, teased as he gazed at the increasingly enchanting mature woman before him, her allure enhanced by their previous indulgences. I want to guess, you're clearly up to no good. Kai Yaji's cheeks flushed slightly, reminiscent of the similar smiles she had seen the night before, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes with a tantalizing flare. In an instant, the dignified beauty transformed, her charm unveiled, causing Chao Yang's heart to skip a beat. Throughout the afternoon, the excitement stirred by those streamers nearly reached a fever pitch. Yaji, don't leave tonight. Unable to resist, Chao Yang grasped her delicate hand, his gaze intense. At his words, Kai Yaji's heart raced, and her face blushed furiously. Yang, I want to go back and check on Yu. If I leave her, she might go mad playing games. In that moment of vulnerability, reason prevailed. Kai Yaji, looking at Chao Yang's fervent eyes, bit her lip anxiously and spoke. Fearing Chao Yang might misinterpret her, she added shyly, I'm still feeling sore from earlier. Let us save it for another day, all right? While a strong man is admirable, Kai Yaji found his overwhelming vigor somewhat daunting. Observing her sudden timid demeanor akin to a frightened rabbit, Chao Yang couldn't help but chuckle affectionately. All right. Then you should rest well tonight. After their meal, Kai Yaji departed, having arranged everything. At that moment, Chao Yang received a message from the exquisite sister duo. Li Wenwen expressed her gratitude profusely, earnest yet lacking substance, while Li Qianqian, even more audacious than flight attendant Zhao Sherman, sent several alluring photos of her legs clad in black stockings, which made Chao Yang's eyes widen in surprise. Engaging in lively conversation with the two sisters, he gradually discerned that elder sister Li Wenwen was always quite reserved and slightly bashful, whereas younger sister Li Qianqian exuded bold enthusiasm. Despite their similarities, their contrasting personalities struck Chao Yang profoundly. During their chat, Chao Yang learned that they were far away in the mountainous city, and a wave of loneliness washed over him, prompting thoughts of Song Qingyan. How comforting it is to have a senior around. Unable to resist, Chao Yang called Song Qingyan, only to be met with silence, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Fortunately, 10 minutes later, his senior returned the call. What's wrong? Why didn't you answer the phone? Chao Yang casually inquired. But the anxious voice of his senior sister, Song Qingyan, came through the phone. Chao Yang, my water pipe is leaking. It's flooding everywhere. What should I do? Chapter 55. The passionate senior sister in the opulent riverside suite. Comfort and ease enveloped him, yet lingering too long felt stifling. Thus, Chao Yang hailed a cab and arrived at Song Qinyan's residence. Indeed, her home was beset by a leak. The old water pipe had burst, inundating the entire room. By the time Chao Yang arrived, the landlord had already turned off the external water valve, halting the flow, but repairs would have to wait until the following day. As Song Qinyan wielded a mop to clear the remnants of water, Chao Yang approached to assist, only to find her flustered and vehemently refusing his help. In her eyes, given Chao Yang's wealth and status, his presence in her modest abode already felt like a condescension. How could she allow him to toil? Despite her repeated objections, Chao Yang relented, thankful that most of the water had already been mopped up. The apartment was a relic of a bygone era, small yet complete, adorned with the delicate touches only a girl like her could impart. Seated on the neatly arranged bed, leaning against the headboard, the faint fragrance in the air enveloped him as he watched her graceful silhouette busying herself. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, recalling his previous life spent in similar dilapidated lodgings, where he toiled tirelessly yet remained mired in poverty. He never imagined that one day he would command boundless wealth, that a mere gesture could astonish a goddess, someone he once deemed unattainable. What are you thinking about? Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Are you done? Song Qinyan's sweet voice interrupted his reverie, prompting him to sit up. My apologies, Chao Yang. I must have embarrassed myself. She brushed aside her disheveled hair, her pale face tinged with a hint of embarrassment. In such a disheveled state, she felt more like an ugly duckling. While he appeared as a prince from a fairy tale, far too illustrious for her, Chao Yang couldn't help but smile, patting his thigh to beckon her closer. Perhaps not. I've worked up quite a sweat, and I'm a mess. Upon hearing this, Song Qinyan's cheeks flushed deeper, and she lowered her gaze, speaking awkwardly. I don't mind your appearance. Chao Yang laughed heartily, reaching out to pull the nervous senior sister into his embrace. In that instant, Song Qinyan froze, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. Such an exceptional man did not disdain her. In that moment, she truly felt like the happiest woman in the world. In that moment, devoid of elaborate adornments, dressed simply in home attire, and without makeup, her natural beauty was still enough to stir one's heart. Chao Yang retrieved the bag he had brought from the bedside. Here, a gift for you. With a tender smile, Chao Yang placed the bag into Song Qinyan's embrace. What is this? Song Qinyan exclaimed in astonishment. She had noticed the bag when Chao Yang visited earlier, but she never anticipated it would contain a gift for her. Open it and see. Chao Yang raised an eyebrow, casually encouraging her. Having already experienced Chao Yang's extravagant nature, Song Qinyan knew that whatever he bestowed would not be ordinary. Instantly, her heart swelled with a sense of cherished affection. Unable to resist, she carefully opened the bag and extracted an exquisitely crafted wooden box, adorned with gilded patterns and encircled by a string of pearls, though she was unaware of its contents. The mere sight of such a luxurious box left Song Qinyan utterly stunned. Overcome with curiosity, she held her breath and delicately opened the wooden lid. What met her gaze was a pair of jadeite bangles, radiating a translucent green hue. Under the light, they shimmered with a pristine clarity, devoid of any impurities, exuding a subtle verdant glow. No woman can withstand the allure of exquisite jewelry, and upon seeing the jade bangles, Song Qinyan's formerly tranquil eyes sparkled with delight. Chao Yang, these jade bangles must be quite expensive. After a moment of exhilaration, she stammered in excitement. Not too bad, just 12 million. Chao Yang replied with a nonchalant smile, as if it were a trivial matter. This was not an attempt to boast. To him, it was merely an auction price, a string of abstract numbers that held little emotional weight. However, upon hearing his words, Song Qinyan felt her heart leap into her throat, her body momentarily stiffened, paralyzed by the fear of damaging the precious bangles. Oh my, 12 million for a pair of bangles, and they are for me? She thought, overwhelmed by a mix of gratitude and trepidation. How could she ever be worthy of such opulent adornments? Chao Yang, no, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Even if you offer it to me, I wouldn't dare wear it. What if I were to accidentally damage it? She gazed at him with heartfelt emotion. Yet her expression was fraught with anxiety. Observing her reaction, reminiscent of Kai Yaji's when she donned the starry heart, Chao Yang couldn't help but chuckle softly. It's for you, just accept it. Can my woman not wear a bangle? If it breaks, we can simply buy a new one. Having already encountered a similar situation with Kai Yaji, Chao Yang refrained from further pleasantries and directly placed the bangles on a Song Qinyan's trembling wrists. This is my gift. No refusals, be obedient. Once both bangles were in place, he affectionately ruffled her hair, asserting his playful dominance. At his words, Song Qingyan shivered, lowering her head, ultimately conceding to his wishes. Ding. Congratulations, host. Transaction successful, double cashback received. Without any unexpected occurrences, upon hearing the system's notification sound, a broad smile involuntarily graced Chao Yang's lips. Another 24 million had been secured. How delightful. After a moment of private elation, Chao Yang noticed that his senior's shoulders were gently trembling. Unable to resist, he reached out and lifted her drooping chin, only to find her once composed visage marred by trails of tears. Why are you crying? Chao Yang could not help but chuckle in bewilderment. You have been so supportive of me, pouring in so much money, and now presenting me with such an extravagant gift. Even if I were sold, it wouldn't be worth this much. You needn't treat me so well just because you desire me. Tears cascaded down Song Qingyan's reddened cheeks as she spoke with a choked voice. At that moment, she was utterly overwhelmed with emotion. I don't know what to say. I feel so foolish. Chao Yang, you shower me with such affection, yet I am at a loss for how to repay you. She had always maintained a facade of aloofness, a form of self-protection born from her childhood experiences of being bullied, where no one stood up for her. She had to grow strong to defend herself and protect her sister. Now, being cherished in such a manner made her heart feel like it was melting. Foolish girl, you are my woman. If I do not pamper you, should I allow another man to do so? Chao Yang said with a light laugh as he caressed her smooth, fair chin. Upon hearing this, Song Qingyan could no longer maintain her composure. The goddess known for her icy demeanor now radiated warmth that was more intense than fire. Chapter 56. Buying a house the following morning, as the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Chao Yang awakened from his slumber. In the modest kitchen transformed from the small balcony, Song Qingyan donned an apron and was busy preparing breakfast. The once unapproachable goddess now transformed into an adorable little chef, her alluring figure captivating to behold. Chao Yang was instantly wide awake. What is that delightful smell? Resting his chin on her delicate shoulder and inhaling her faint, fresh fragrance, he sleepily inquired. Just frying an egg. She turned to glance at the still sleepy Chao Yang, her lips curving into a sweet smile. With a gentle peck on his cheek, she playfully added, it will be ready soon. You should wash up. Chao Yang glanced at the egg in the pan, perfectly golden and appetizing, awakening his hunger. In his previous life as a struggling pauper, cooking was an essential skill for survival. Yet, even in this age, few young maidens could cook, making Song Qingyan's culinary skills all the more impressive. Her beauty surpassed that of a fairy, combined with her cooking prowess, made her a rare gem, further deepening Chao Yang's admiration for her. Still feeling the effects of last night's exertions, he found himself genuinely hungry and decided to head to the bathroom without further delay. The water valve remains shut, and the pipes yield no water. Only a bucket of spare water collected by the senior sister is available, making personal hygiene rather inconvenient. After having grown accustomed to the opulence of a 5-star presidential suite, Chao Yang finds everything here rather unsettling. After a simple wash, he gazes at his reflection in the mirror and cannot help but chuckle softly. The wisdom of our ancestors holds true. It is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, but the reverse is far more challenging. Nonetheless, even if the pipes aren't leaking, the living conditions in this dilapidated apartment leave much to be desired, and the surrounding environment is a chaotic mix of people. Song Qingyan, one of the campus beauties at Moda University, residing here, feels like a pearl tarnished. Now that he has wealth in this life, there is no need for self-deprecation, nor for his woman. Otherwise, what is the point of amassing such riches, which one cannot take with them upon death? Chao Yang silently resolves that it is time to fulfill his greatest aspiration from his previous life. Chao Yang, come eat. Upon seeing him emerge from the bathroom, the senior sister calls out sweetly, with no water, there's little we can do, so bear with me, please. On the modest dining table, a simple fare of milk, bread, and a lovingly prepared fried egg awaits, and Song Qingyan feels a little embarrassed. In her eyes, given Chao Yang's immense wealth, such a humble breakfast seems to do him an injustice. Hearing this, Chao Yang, noticing the nervous expression on the goddess-like senior sister's face, affectionately pinches her nose and smiles warmly. He may be wealthy now, but he has not acquired any perverse habits. He enjoys delicacies, yet holds no disdain for milk and bread. After finishing the simple breakfast, it isn't long before the landlord arrives with a repairman to fix the plumbing. With the landlord present, Chao Yang feels at ease and takes Song Qingyan out. "Chao Yang, where are we going?" she inquires, curiosity evident in her voice. "To buy a house," Chao Yang declares with exuberance. Purchasing a home is a significant affair for anyone. Countless individuals toil their entire lives striving for a single property. With the terrifying real estate prices in Modu, it seems a lofty ambition, especially for someone like Chao Yang, who was once a poor soul in his previous life. However, with his current standing, acquiring a home is merely a matter of course. Having witnessed the senior sister's living conditions, he promptly decides that this is a priority. He cannot reside in a hotel indefinitely. Presenting a starry heart to the mature beauty Kai Yaji, he receives a return of 100 million. Gifting a jade bracelet to the senior sister yields a return of 24 million. His expenditures in the live streaming room over the past few days amount to over 50 million. And despite having spent 5 million previously, he still possesses over 40 million. At this point, he finds himself with nearly 170 million in savings. While purchasing top-tier luxury residences such as Tanga Palace, Dongjiao No. 1, or Shi Mountain Manor may be beyond reach, acquiring a grand villa is more than sufficient. Chao Yang was acutely aware that he possessed a tenfold cashback card, and he hoped to exhaust his current funds in one fell swoop, thereby activating the card. Oh, the prospect of reaping billions and acquiring a lavish residence was tantalizing. The only source of discontent for Chao Yang stemmed from the realization that his genuine savings, even when bestowed upon a goddess like his senior, would not yield any cashback, which significantly curtailed his earning potential. However, upon further reflection, he reconciled with this notion. After all, perfection is a rare commodity in this world, and possessing an extraordinary system was already a remarkable boon. One mustn't be overly greedy. The urban oasis, a hidden gem amidst the bustling city, was indeed a timeless estate. 20 minutes later, Chao Yang escorted Song Qingyan into a splendidly grand sales office, Guanlan Yujing. Although it could not rival those renowned top-tier luxury mansions, it certainly embodied a level of opulence that left countless ordinary individuals in awe, making it a favored choice among the elite. When the decision to purchase a home was made, Chao Yang immediately thought of this place. Firstly, it was the closest luxury community to the university. Secondly, he had long yearned for this location, having dreamt of owning a residence here countless times in his previous life. Alas, he had never even saved enough to afford a restroom in this estate, a true tragedy. Now, it seemed he was on the verge of realizing a dream from his former existence. Upon entering the sales office of Guanlan Yujing, a shrewd gentleman in his 30s approached them with enthusiasm. There were no pretentious airs of disdain. Despite Chao Yang's youth, the confidence he exuded was palpable, and anyone with sight would dare not underestimate him. Moreover, he was accompanied by a goddess of campus beauty. It is often said that a man's taste is reflected in the company he keeps, and this was no exception. Such a woman could never belong to the unremarkable. Furthermore, Chao Yang's attire hinted at his exceptional status, and the discerning salesman quickly noticed the luxurious watch adorning his wrist. "Good morning, esteemed guests. Welcome to Guanlan Yujing. I am Han Xiaoyang, and it is my honor to assist you today." The salesman, with a knowing smile, respectfully greeted them after a brief assessment. In response, Chao Yang nodded and replied coolly, "Do you currently have any available properties?" "I intend to purchase a villa." "Absolutely. Please follow me." The salesman's smile widened as he led them to the central hall, showcasing a massive model of the estate. Chapter 57, The Stunning Goddess. Star Suli Guanlan Yujing comprised 18 standalone villas, each uniquely designed and varying in size, all qualifying as rare, timeless residences. Each villa was a dream that ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to aspire to in 8 lifetimes. "Sir, the majority of the villas have already been sold, but we still have options available. Numbers 5, 8, 12, 14, 15, and 18, the salesman, Han Xiaoyang, indicated respectfully while gesturing towards the model. Chao Yang gazed eagerly at the vividly detailed sand table, pointing to the central villa, number 8, which stood out like a radiant star amidst a constellation. With keen interest, he inquired, "This one looks splendid. Could you tell me more about it?" "Sir, you possess an extraordinary eye," exclaimed the sales representative with a beaming smile, promptly showering him with flattery before continuing. "Villa number 8 is undoubtedly the finest residence in our Guanlan Yujing development. Commonly referred to as the King of Villas, The main villa spans nearly 1,000 square meters, complemented by a 300 square meter fountain garden and a 100 square meter outdoor swimming pool. The villa features a basement level that houses a garage and a wine cellar, while the 3 above-ground levels are designed to embody the essence of an opulent, aristocratic lifestyle. In terms of amenities, it boasts a luxurious living room, dining area, and several private bedrooms, as well as a plethora of recreational facilities, including an immersive private cinema, an esports room, a gym, and a family bar, everything one could desire. The male salesperson passionately elaborated, yet Chao Yang remained somewhat indifferent. Once he finished, Chao Yang arched an eyebrow and asked, "Can we view the 8th villa now?" "Of course," the salesperson replied eagerly. Shortly thereafter, a tour vehicle arrived to transport Chao Yang and Song Qingyan into the community. True to its reputation as a luxurious estate advertised as the green lungs of the city, the entire community featured an impressive greenery ratio, with tree-lined paths and fresh air gracing the picturesque surroundings. As the salesperson drove and narrated the features, they soon arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 8. Upon disembarking, the trio paused, noticing another tour vehicle parked outside, indicating that others were also viewing the property. However, it appeared that their tour had concluded, as a female salesperson was seen escorting a couple out, their voices faintly audible. "Shaoli, what do you think of this villa?" the man inquired. "Mr. Wang, such a lavish villa is certainly appealing. It is truly aspirational." The man chuckled heartily and replied with enthusiasm, "Shaoli, please consider my previous suggestion. If you agree, not only will I invest in your script, but I could also present you with a villa just like this." At this, the woman fell silent, taking a few steps before responding. "Mr. Wang, you jest. I am unworthy of such a luxurious residence." Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Meanwhile, the trio reached the entrance of the villa, and Chao Yang finally caught a glimpse of the man's appearance. He appeared to be in his 40s, portly with a prominent belly, dressed in the attire of a successful individual. Chao Yang merely glanced at him before his gaze shifted to the woman beside the middle-aged man. In an instant, he was struck by her beauty. She donned a simple yet elegant outfit, a white camisole paired with fitted casual trousers, topped with a lightweight short trench coat. Her understated appearance radiated an air of nobility and grace, particularly accentuated by her stunningly beautiful face, exuding an alluring aura that was impossible to forget. She was a star. Chao Yang immediately recognized her, for at the previous gala at the hotel, she had performed a song that left everyone in awe with her captivating voice. Although he had not paid her particular attention at the time, she left a lasting impression on him. Even without her performance at the ball, in his previous life, Chao Yang had heard of her illustrious name. In the entertainment industry, where beauty is abundant, her allure was undeniably exceptional. In terms of beauty, she surpassed even his senior, Song Qingyan, by several degrees. She possessed a visage that seemed destined for leading roles, renowned as a prominent figure in the realm of performing arts. Her name was Su Li, acclaimed as the most beautiful campus belle in the history of the Dragon Kingdom Drama Academy, a title universally acknowledged. Ding! A notification sounded as the system detected a target meeting the comprehensive rating criteria, prompting the host to consider a monetary reward for double the return. Target, Su Li. Age, 28. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Beauty rating, 98 points. Body rating, 95 points. Partners, 2. Affection level, 0. The instant Chao Yang glanced at her, the system chimed in with an alert. He could not resist the urge to examine her data, with a beauty score soaring to 98. It was no surprise she was heralded as a once in 200 years beauty, making her the highest-rated beauty he had encountered thus far. Her physique also garnered an impressive score of 95, second only to the voluptuous and graceful Kai Yaji. Although she had already had 2 partners, considering her age and attributes, it was entirely normal for her to have had 2 boyfriends. Viewed from another perspective, one could even argue that she maintained an admirable level of propriety. As an actress navigating the murky waters of the entertainment industry, her integrity was indeed commendable. Chao Yang recalled attending celebrity performances with his senior, where each actress he encountered had an average of 7 or 8 former partners. After witnessing a few, he found himself losing interest. Yet now, faced with this stunningly elegant star radiating an air of sophistication, he was genuinely taken aback by her exceptional ratings. As Chao Yang momentarily drifted into thought, The male and female sales representatives exchanged greetings and led two individuals past him. However, as the middle-aged man took a few steps forward, he suddenly returned. "Chow Xiao, it truly is you. What a pleasure," the middle-aged man exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement, pulling Chow Yang back to reality. Bewildered, Chow Yang stared at the man before him and realized he did not recognize him at all. Haha, perhaps Chow Xiao did not notice me. Your extravagant bidding at the Waldorf Astoria Gala was quite enviable. Sensing that Chow Yang had no recollection of him, the middle-aged man chuckled heartily. Producing a gilded business card from his pocket, he extended it towards Chow Yang, adding, "I am Wang Mingxian. What a coincidence to encounter you here. Truly a stroke of fate." Chow Yang accepted the card and glanced at it. Hanhai Media Company, Limited, chaired by Wang Mingxian. "Apologies. I do not possess a business card." After accepting the card, Chow Yang remarked coolly. His impression of this boss Wang was far from favorable. "Young Master Chow, are you here to view the property as well?" "Haha, I shall not disturb you any further. Perhaps we shall meet again." Observing Chow Yang's indifferent demeanor, Wang Mingxian awkwardly chuckled, feeling as though he had pressed a warm face against a cold rear. He left with a parting remark and turned away. In the midst of Wang Mingxuan's attempt at conversation, the strikingly beautiful Su Li's gaze fell upon Chow Yang. Realizing who he was, her heart stirred. Recalling his extravagant presence at the auction, an image that left a lasting impression. At that moment, Su Li, who had appeared troubled, suddenly brightened her beautiful eyes as she regarded Chow Yang. Chapter 58. Tenfold return, sir, madam. Please, right this way. After Wang Mingxian and Su Li boarded the sightseeing vehicle driven by a female sales associate and departed, Han Xiaoyang guided Chow Yang and Song Qingyan toward the villa, his demeanor increasingly respectful. The name of the prominent figure from the entertainment industry, Wang Mingxian, had long echoed within their small sales circle. His reputation was indeed formidable. The female sales associate's connection with Wang Mingxian elicited envy from her colleagues, Han Xiaoyang included. He had witnessed the demeanor of that influential figure toward Chow Yang. The juxtaposition was striking. Faced with such a powerful individual eager to connect, his young client remained composed and seemingly indifferent. Han Xiaoyang could hardly contain his astonishment. The contrast was clear. This young client was, in fact, an even more impressive presence than the esteemed Wang Mingxian. This revelation left Han Xiaoyang both shocked and exhilarated. Initially perceiving him as merely a moderately affluent second-generation heir, he now recognized the depth of his oversight. At this moment, Han Xiaoyang was certain he stood before a figure more formidable than Wang Mingxian himself, a veritable deity of wealth. Fortuitously, he had not treated the individual with disdain earlier. Han Xiaoyang's smile deepened with enthusiasm as he eagerly detailed the villa's features. The trio traversed a small path through a 300-square-meter garden adorned with blooming flowers, invigorating the spirit. At the end of the path lay an artificial mountain fountain, where a few koi swam gracefully in the pond. Beyond the fountain, they approached an opulent 3-story villa, sprawling nearly 1,000 square meters. The entire estate was luxuriously decorated. Stepping inside, one was enveloped in an aura of sophistication. Walking on the marble flooring, they entered an expansive living room, where the surfaces of marble, leather, and solid wood harmonized with the grandeur of a colossal crystal chandelier, exuding an air of nobility. All furnishings and decorations were said to be high-end custom pieces. Chow Yang settled into a genuine leather sofa, experiencing unparalleled quality and comfort. In such a luxurious setting, whether seated or reclining, one could only revel in the delight of the experience. Within the expansive living room, a spiral staircase leads to the upper floors, while at its center lies a panoramic elevator connecting the underground garage to the penthouse. After a thorough tour of the first floor, the trio ascends to the third floor via the all-glass elevator. This level primarily comprises bedrooms, with the master suite and guest rooms totaling over a dozen, each a fully equipped luxurious suite. Undoubtedly, the most opulent of all is the master bedroom, complete with an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in closet, spanning nearly 200 square meters. Chow Yang, after surveying the space, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The utilization of space and the design of the DCOR epitomize a high quality of life. Even the faucets are bespoke luxury pieces crafted from pure brass. In the bedroom, the grand floor-to-ceiling windows ensure ample natural light and a sense of openness. Sitting on the haute couture sofa by the window, Chow Yang marveled at the size of the bedroom, which dwarfed the homes of ordinary people. Living in such an extravagant mansion is indeed a lavish indulgence. Every inch of flooring exudes the pungent aroma of wealth. Such opulence would surely incite the wrath of those envious keyboard warriors online. Let them criticize. If enjoyment is a sin, then let me be an irredeemable sinner. A subtle smile graced Zhao Yang's lips as he snapped his fingers, summoning the sales representative, Han Xiaoyang, who approached eagerly. How much for this villa? Zhao Yang inquired. Han Xiaoyang promptly retrieved a price list from his briefcase and replied, Sir, the total price for this villa is 165 million. Hearing the straightforward quote without unnecessary embellishment, Zhao Yang nodded in approval. Compared to the astronomical prices of other top-tier mansions that often exceed several hundred million, this villa seemed rather affordable. Very well, it's not expensive. I'll take it. Taken aback, Han Xiaoyang froze in astonishment. This is over 100 million. Are you sure? He stammered, incredulous. Had he not witnessed the humble demeanor of a certain entertainment mogul earlier, he would have thought Zhao Yang was boasting. Yet, seeing the calm expression on Zhao Yang's face sent his heart racing with a mix of joy and disbelief. Mr. Zhao, did I hear you correctly? You intend to purchase this villa? Yes, you heard correctly. Is there a problem? I want it now, full payment, prepare the contract. No, no problem at all. Please hold on. Han Xiaoyang, still in shock, felt his face flush with excitement, his voice trembling. He could scarcely believe that this architectural marvel was so effortlessly sold from his hands. It felt as if his ancestors had struck gold. The previous female sales representative had engaged in countless discussions with a certain Mr. Wang, only to yield minimal interest, primarily concerning financing options. Yet here stood this magnate, who, after merely a cursory glance, had made the decision to purchase outright. This is what true greatness looks like. For such a figure, 100 million is but a bargain. Observing Mr. Wang, one might question his status as a prominent figure in the entertainment industry. He is, after all, merely an unremarkable individual, which explains the need to ingratiate himself with others. After a fervent display of nods and deference, Han Xiaoyang hurried out to make a phone call regarding the contract. What's wrong? You've been silent. After Han Xiaoyang's departure, Zhao Yang stood up and embraced the perpetually quiet Song Qingyan, gently smiling as he spoke. At that moment, the senior was striving to maintain her composure, yet her beautiful eyes were brimming with astonishment. Previously, when faced with such opulent grandeur, she refrained from speaking, fearing that any ill-timed words might embarrass Zhao Yang. Now, her silence stemmed from the sheer shock of witnessing Zhao Yang's nonchalance towards an amount exceeding 100 million. His previous extravagant displays of wealth had already reshaped her understanding of affluence. She had thought she grasped the extent of Zhao Yang's wealth. Yet it became painfully evident that her comprehension was woefully inadequate. The magnitude of his riches was beyond her wildest imaginings. Noticing the astonishment in his senior's eyes, Zhao Yang couldn't help but chuckle, kissing her smooth forehead and affectionately asking, What do you think of this place? Do you like it? Upon hearing his words, Song Qingyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Her cheeks flushed with a charming rosy hue as she bit her lip and nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Who wouldn't adore such a magnificent villa, appealing to all, from the most seasoned adults to the tiniest toddlers? Once everything is ready here, you should move in as well. Although this place is luxuriously furnished, it still requires many essentials for living. With such a vast space, we will need to hire several servants and a chef. However, that should be arranged swiftly. The thought of one day indulging in a lifestyle akin to that of a wealthy landowner brought a smile to Zhao Yang's face. At that moment, his senior's eyes shimmered with excitement, gratitude, admiration, and a hint of romantic longing. She rose on her toes and, unable to contain herself, kissed Zhao Yang passionately, overwhelmed by a sense of profound happiness. What have I done to deserve such a wonderful person in my life? I am at a loss for how to repay him, other than with this fervent kiss. Before Zhao Yang had to wait long, the manager of the sales department personally delivered the purchase contract. With wealth, everything becomes uncomplicated. Under the watchful gazes of those present, Zhao Yang affixed his signature to the contract and made an outright payment. Mr. Zhao, congratulations on becoming the most esteemed owner of our Guanlan Yujing. The sale of the penthouse filled the manager and sales staff with such excitement that they nearly wished to express their gratitude to Zhao Yang, the benefactor. Little did they know that the seemingly indifferent Zhao Yang had just pulled out his phone, and upon seeing the message, his excitement soared to new heights. Longhua Bank. Your account ending in 9966 has received a deposit of 16.5 billion yuan. Current account balance. Goodness, over 16 billion. The tenfold cashback card is truly impressive. After a round of congratulations, the manager extended numerous benefits to such a distinguished owner, including waiving 2 years of property management fees, which amounted to a generous sum of 5 million. However, for Chao Yang, who had already secured over 1.6 billion, this was but a trifling matter, a mere drop in the ocean. After the manager and sales team departed, the senior sister excitedly paced around the villa several times, capturing numerous photographs until noon arrived, prompting the two of them to finally leave. Yet, as they stepped out of the grand entrance, their laughter faded as they were momentarily halted by the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful figure standing at the door. Unbeknownst to them, she had been waiting there for quite some time, perspiring profusely. Chao Yang could not help but cast a surprised glance at the stunning woman, who radiated an air of elegance reminiscent of a celebrity, none other than Su Li. Chapter 59. Bringing the script to you tonight. Upon seeing Chao Yang and Song Qingyan emerge from the villa, a spark lit up in Su Li's enchanting eyes as she hurried towards them. Hello, Chao Yang. Upon reaching him, Su Li slightly tilted her head, and a captivating smile graced her exquisite features. In that instant, her beauty was simply breathtaking. Even though Chao Yang had grown accustomed to the presence of beautiful women in recent days, he found himself momentarily entranced. Truly, the Drama Academy was renowned for its stunning campus beauties, and witnessing one up close was astonishing. Were you waiting for me? After a brief pause, Chao Yang, observing the radiant beauty whose face was flushed from the heat, asked in surprise. Given her appearance, it was evident she had been waiting there for quite some time, which left him rather astonished. Yes, Chao Xiao, I specifically waited for you. I hope I haven't disturbed you. Su Li wiped the perspiration from her brow with a tissue, her voice sincere. Although she was not a major star, she was still quite famous. So to wait outside in such sweltering heat for him piqued Chao Yang's curiosity even further. What brings you to me? Upon hearing Chao Yang's question, a hint of embarrassment washed over Su Li's stunning visage. Biting her luscious lip, she delicately replied, I apologize for the intrusion, but I admire your charisma. Additionally, I have a promising script in hand and was wondering if you might be interested in investing. After a brief pause, and before Chao Yang could respond, she quickly added, This script has great potential, and if you decide to invest, I am confident that it will yield substantial returns for you. A script? Investment? At first glance, these matters seemed utterly unrelated to him, and Chao Yang was not particularly interested. Just as he was about to decline, a sudden realization struck him. He still had an unused investment fund of 1.5 billion. Investing in this stunning woman not only promised returns, but also ensured that the principal amount would be doubled. This was an opportunity too good to pass up. With that thought in mind, Chao Yang's interest was piqued. What script do you have? Do you have it with you? Let me see. Ding. Su Li's favorability rating increased by 20. Observing Chao Yang's newfound interest in her script, Su Li felt a surge of joy within, although her expression betrayed a hint of awkwardness. I apologize, Chao Xiao. I did not expect to encounter you today, and unfortunately, I did not bring the script. Would it be possible for you to share your contact information? When you have time, I can deliver the script to you. Very well, let us exchange a green bubble. Upon hearing this, Chao Yang smiled amiably, taking out his phone to display the QR code for the green bubble. Seeing this, Su Li hastily retrieved her phone and scanned it. I have added you. Please accept my request. Previously, when Su Li saw Chao Yang interacting with someone as esteemed as President Wang, she assumed he would be difficult to approach. To her surprise, he was remarkably affable upon their first interaction. Spending time outdoors on such a sweltering day was indeed worthwhile. Su Li felt an unexpected joy swell within her. Ding. Su Li's favorability rating increased by 20. As she noticed Chao Yang accepting her friend request, her smile became even more enchanting. To avoid any lingering uncertainties, she could not resist pressing forward. Chao Xiao, when would you be available today for me to present the script to you? Observing Su Li's exquisite visage, Chao Yang raised an eyebrow and replied, This evening. Su Li's body momentarily stiffened, as if recalling something, and her gaze fell contemplatively upon Chao Yang's youthful, handsome face. Yet, seeing the calm demeanor on his face, a hint of skepticism flickered in her beautiful eyes. A wave of anxiety and confusion washed over her, but after a brief moment, she resolutely said, Very well, Chao Xiao. I shall bring the script to you this evening. Chao Yang nodded and departed with his senior sister. The midday heat rendered him disinclined to engage in further conversation. Chao Yang, that sister was truly beautiful. As they exited the community, Song Qingyan remarked wistfully, "What's this? Are you envious?" Observing the slightly downcast expression on his senior sister's face, Chao Yang could not help but chuckle softly, gently grasping her delicate hand and saying, "Silly. You are beautiful too." "Chao Yang, I am not envious. I am simply feeling a bit anxious." Song Qingyan halted her steps, her face clouded with sorrow. "I understand that with your dazzling qualities, many girls must surround you. Just like earlier, women would approach you even if you did not seek them out. Chao Yang, I suddenly feel afraid that you might abandon me at any moment." Song Qingyan expressed her insecurities, as if she could be discarded at any time. Witnessing her vulnerable demeanor, Chao Yang found himself momentarily entranced. In his past life, he had observed her from afar countless times. She had always exuded an air of aloof confidence and charm, undeterred by the rumors that surrounded her, captivating many male classmates who regarded her as their dream girl. Yet, never before had she appeared so forlorn and anxious. This realization stirred deep emotions within Chao Yang. In this world, what truly exists are not goddesses perched high above, but rather women who have yet to be conquered by a man. When one genuinely penetrates the fortress of her heart, she reveals herself to be merely a woman fraught with apprehension. Chao Yang reached out, tilting his senior sister's delicate chin, and then pressed his lips firmly against her alluring crimson mouth. 10 sweet nothings cannot compare to a single kiss, which brings a profound sense of reassurance to a woman. Song Qingyan's body tensed momentarily, yet she was unable to restrain herself, tightly embracing Chao Yang's waist in fervent response. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and the enchanting senior drew in deep breaths, her eyes shimmering with allure. Standing in the midst of the bustling street, her delicate face flushed with shyness. "Fool, are you still lost in thought?" Chao Yang teased, grasping Song Qingyan's hand. At his words, she couldn't help but lower her head. Yet, Chao Yang lifted her chin, a playful smile gracing his lips as he said, "Come on, give your freedom daddy a smile. You naughty boy." Song Qingyan, initially intent on holding back, burst into laughter within mere seconds, her cheeks aflame with embarrassment as she playfully pounded her small fist against Chao Yang's chest. After their light-hearted antics, both of them, drenched in sweat, could no longer resist and swiftly sought out a nearby upscale restaurant. Stepping inside, after enjoying their lunch, Song Qingyan announced her need to return to her live stream. The highly anticipated Glory Anchor Championship, orchestrated by Feiyu Dog, had finally commenced its preliminary rounds today. At this moment, Song Qingyan certainly did not wish to falter. Chao Yang understood and, after their meal, escorted her back home before returning to his hotel. Across the ocean, in a villa, Joseph, having just attended a soiree and engaged in a friendly match with a sultry blonde, returned home in high spirits. However, upon his arrival, he received an unexpected call from his financial advisor. One moment he was elated, and the next, his eyes widened in shock as though he had seen a ghost. Before the conversation concluded, he clutched his heart in agony and collapsed to the floor. In a frantic scramble, he retrieved a pill bottle from the drawer, trembling as he swallowed a heart-saving tablet. After what felt like an eternity, he regained a semblance of composure. Joseph muttered incessantly, in anguish pulling at his thinning hair, nearly pulling it out entirely. "What the hell? My assets have either been diminishing or are on the verge of doing so. Today alone, I lost nearly $200 million in an instant. How have I angered the damn deity?" Chapter 60. First, I must resign. Chao Yang returned to the hotel and summoned the mature housekeeper, Kai Yaji, to his side. Having not seen him all morning, she felt an inexplicable emptiness. Upon his return, a gentle smile blossomed on her poised and elegant face. "Ayong, where have you been? I haven't seen you all morning." Her beautiful eyes sparkled with tenderness as she inquired with a beaming smile. At that moment, the room held only the two of them, and her gaze inadvertently radiated a subtle affection, causing Chao Yang's heart to leap as he responded with a smile of his own. After being nurtured by Chao Yang, Kai Yazi, this fully ripened peach, became increasingly radiant and captivating, especially when the two were alone together. Perhaps she was unaware that she seemed to have rejuvenated by a decade, her dignified yet charming face occasionally revealing the playful essence of a young woman. A mature woman possesses an irresistible allure. A mature woman with glimmering eyes is even more enchanting, yet a mature woman, imbued with tenderness and a hint of shyness, is utterly mesmerizing. Are you missing me? A flutter of emotions surged within Chao Yang as he chuckled softly, unable to resist reaching out to grasp Kai Yaji's warm and delicate hand. With a hint of possessiveness, he drew her into his embrace, inevitably seated upon his lap. Kai Yaji's face instantly flushed with a rosy hue, although they had laid bare their hearts to each other. Surrendering her body and soul to this assertive yet responsible young man, the proximity, particularly in broad daylight, made her feel bashful due to their age difference. Nevertheless, her heart raced with an exhilarating thrill and an unmistakable joy. As a mother, she had bravely assumed both parental roles, raising her daughter single-handedly. It was only recently, in her time with Chao Yang, that she truly began to experience the joys of womanhood. Observing the mature woman's flushed cheeks, Chao Yang could not resist planting a kiss upon her, though he refrained from teasing her further. He understood that despite Kai Yaji's older age, she often displayed even more shyness than her junior, Song Qingyan, particularly in the light of day. His hand rested on her waist, soft as cotton, and he smiled, feeling a surge of excitement as he shared the news of his recent purchase of a villa. Acquiring a home is undoubtedly a significant milestone for anyone. In the eyes of the Chinese, home is a deeply ingrained sentiment, with the house forming its very foundation. In his previous life, Chao Yang toiled relentlessly, his greatest aspiration being to possess a place of his own in the bustling metropolis, a dream he tragically never realized before his demise. Yet, in this new life, he had swiftly transformed that aspiration into reality. His heart brimmed with exhilaration. "Yang, you truly are remarkable. Congratulations." Upon hearing that Chao Yang had acquired a luxurious residence, Kai Yaji felt a wave of excitement wash over her, genuinely delighted for him. However, amidst her joy, an unexpected pang of melancholy surged within her. With the young man now owning his grand abode, he would no longer need to reside in a hotel. Did this not imply that she would no longer have the luxury of seeing him whenever she wished? Contemplating this, Kai Yaji felt as though her heart had been tightly squeezed, a profound sense of loss stirring within her. Though she sought nothing and desired no undue demands, who would not wish for their partner to pay them a little more attention? He is young, handsome, and affluent. Such a man possesses an irresistible allure for any woman, drawing countless admirers like moths to a flame. Kai Yaji is acutely aware that she cannot possibly be his sole interest. His affection for her is merely a fleeting novelty, and once he no longer resides in the hotel, their opportunities to meet will undoubtedly diminish. Should new romantic interests emerge, he might very well forget her over time. After all, the age gap between them is significant, leaving her at a distinct disadvantage compared to the youthful and beautiful young women. Lost in her thoughts, Kai Yaji's eyes darken, and her heart fills with apprehension and sorrow. Yet, Chao Yang seems oblivious to the subtle shift in the demeanor of this mature woman in his arms, continuing to speak with enthusiasm. The villa is spacious and comfortable, yet it also presents its own set of challenges. The daily upkeep requires considerable effort, necessitating the hiring of several servants, including a chef. The crucial aspect lies in management. Caressing her soft, cotton-like waist, Chao Yang chuckles lightly. "Yaji, I fear you might need to resign. I still require your devoted services as my esteemed housekeeper." At his words, Kai Yaji momentarily feels a pang of disbelief and stares at him in astonishment. After a brief pause, as if processing this unexpected revelation, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkle with joy. "Yang, you still want me to continue as your housekeeper?" she asks, her voice laced with excitement. "Of course. Do you not wish to remain by my side?" Over the past few days, Chao Yang has grown accustomed to the meticulous care provided by this mature woman. If he were to part with her, how could he continue to indulge in his lavish lifestyle? "You are not merely my woman. In my eyes, you are family. I can only feel at ease in trusting the household to you. There is no rush to resign. Take your time to consider." "No need for consideration. I shall resign today. Yang, thank you for allowing me to stay by your side, even if it is just in the capacity of a housekeeper. I truly appreciate it." Before Chao Yang can finish his sentence, tears well up in Kai Yaji's eyes. At that moment, she is genuinely overwhelmed by surprise and emotion, and she can now be completely certain that Chao Yang's feelings for her are not a mere passing fancy. She does not crave any formal title. As long as she can remain near him and see him whenever she wishes, even as a housekeeper, that suffices. She feels utterly fulfilled, genuinely content. "Yang, thank you for thinking of me. Casting aside her shyness, Kai Yaji suddenly presses her rosy lips against Chao Yang's. After a prolonged moment, she rises to her feet, brimming with vitality. Yang, I shall go resign now. The mature woman suddenly displays a youthful smile, leaving Chao Yang astonished. However, Kai Yaji is blissfully happy. Although her hotel job is respectable, it merely equates to being a higher-end service worker, all about serving others. It pales in comparison to serving her own man. Without a moment's hesitation, he gives her a luxurious necklace valued at 50 million. She knows that this young man would never shortchange her. To still be needed by him, to remain by his side, filled Kai Yaji's heart with an exquisite sweetness akin to honey. Not only did she contemplate resigning, but she also eagerly began considering candidates for the roles of servants and chefs. Fortunate that her years of experience as a housekeeper provided her with ample resources in this regard. As Kai Yaji rushed out with fervor, Chao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. With her managing the trivialities of the villa, he could simply await his residence there. With this thought, Chao Yang languidly reclined on the sofa, feeling utterly relaxed. He took out his phone and opened Feiyu. At last, he had awaited the Feiyu event, which promised to make earning money more enjoyable. As expected, his senior had already started her stream, and he promptly clicked in. Chapter 61. The main supporter is the 8th master. Welcome, Big Brother. Thank you for coming to my place. He has arrived. He has arrived. He comes bearing gifts. Big Brother of Heaven, Big Brother of Earth. Big Brother stands tall and proud. Big Brother of Wind, Big Brother of Rain. Big Brother can summon them at will. Upon entering the live stream, Chao Yang was greeted by pulsating, energetic music. It turned out that his senior had quickly noticed his arrival and switched the music almost simultaneously. She rose to her feet. Welcome to the social realm, my free brother. Family, let the welcoming comments flow. With a gaze full of tenderness, his senior passionately shouted out, startling Chao Yang momentarily. However, once he regained his composure, he felt immense joy. It was evident that his senior had been striving diligently, continuously pushing her boundaries, and had not become complacent due to his support. Her ambition was a source of great comfort to Chao Yang. Yet, witnessing this earnest welcome from a woman so candid filled him with a sense of humor, prompting a chuckle from him. Welcome, my free brother. Welcome, Big Brother. Welcome, free dad. With his senior's enthusiasm, the viewers in the live stream also recognized Chao Yang, and in an instant, an avalanche of welcoming comments flooded the screen, creating a lively atmosphere. Observing this impressive scene, Chao Yang couldn't help but smile. He was gradually acclimating to his role as Big Brother. Among the familiar faces adorned with free aliases, he felt compelled to respond with a comment. Brothers are all here. Good afternoon, everyone. Big Brother, good afternoon. Haha. Big Brother has arrived. Now, the competition will be thrilling. Free Brother, a new activity has emerged on the platform. What are your thoughts? Excitement is in the air. Big Brother, are we fighting, or are we fighting, or are we fighting? In the blink of an eye, the direction of the live stream shifted dramatically. With discussions swirling around the new activity, everyone appearing eager to participate. The most enthusiastic and proactive were the members of the Free family, seemingly more invested in the event than their leader, which left Chao Yang quite astonished. Truly, they were a band of warriors. However, Chao Yang could understand that since they had joined this so-called family, they were naturally individuals who enjoyed play, much like joining a guild in a game. Humans are inherently solitary beings. Once they find an organization and integrate into it, a sense of honor emerges, and they begin to yearn for recognition and admiration from others. Competing is essential, yet he wished to first observe how the event unfolded, having previously overlooked the details. As he gazed at the enthusiastic comments from his fellow viewers, Chao Yang felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to make money. With the competition underway and the skilled players at hand, securing a place in the top 5 seemed assured. As soon as Chao Yang sent out his comment, an exhilarated viewer promptly responded. But it was this very reply that ignited a frenzy in the chat. Are you still half asleep? With my prowess, entering the top 5 is a given. Indeed. Who do you underestimate? The revered Free Father could easily distribute millions in red envelopes. How dare you question his strength? We, the entire family, rally behind Free Father. Let's set a modest goal of securing first place. Oh dear, I was mistaken. Please don't attack me, brothers. The lively banter in the chat created an electrifying atmosphere in the live stream, with all the playful exchanges fostering a harmonious environment despite the occasional quarrel. Chao Yang chuckled and chose to ignore the commotion, turning his attention to the activity details in the lower right corner of the livestream. This event was divided into 3 phases: the preliminary round, the points competition, and the finals. The preliminary round lasted 5 days, the points competition 3 days, and the final showdown was confined to a single day. As the name suggests, the preliminary round serves as a selection phase. All participating streamers would be ranked in real time based on the total value of gifts received over the 5 days, culminating at midnight on the 5th day. The top 50 streamers would advance. The second phase, the points competition, involved a 3-day period during which the system would randomly match streamers in pairs. Each streamer began with a base score of 50 points. Winning a match would add 10 points, while a loss would deduct 10 points. The rankings were updated in real time, with the top 8 streamers ultimately advancing to the finals. The final stage was quite ruthless, employing a random elimination format. Losers would be eliminated, while winners would proceed to the next challenger until a champion emerged. The top 5 ranked streamers would receive substantial rewards, the most enticing of which was an invitation to the official Fly Fish offline cruise gala. This event would feature a red carpet showcase, an awards ceremony, and the chance to embark on a luxurious cruise along the Pujiang River. Notably, the Fly Fish organization had spared no expense in organizing this grand affair, reminiscent of their annual events, with multiple categories including gaming, singing, dancing, aesthetics, and stand-up comedy. Each category would determine its top 5, all of whom would participate in the offline gala. As for the esteemed contributors, the top 5 on the consumption leaderboard would receive custom mounts and gift rewards for the first time, while the top 20 would also be invited as special guests to the gala. The seniors label is that of a singing broadcaster. Thus, she is participating in the singing competition. After half a day's effort in this arena, Chao Yang has only received gifts worth 800 yuan, placing him far beyond the top 100. Although it is merely the first day of the preliminary rounds, it is evident that the broadcasters are taking this competition seriously and are quite enthusiastic. The atmosphere of competition is palpable. At this moment, the leading broadcaster in the singing category has amassed gifts totaling 1,200,000. The second place follows closely, also reaching the million mark. The least among the top 10 has surpassed 500,000. The competition is indeed fierce. A touch of intensity is delightful. It adds to the excitement when one engages in the act of gifting. Turning off the event details, Chao Yang couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the live broadcast room was bustling with activity, and discussions about the popular broadcasters piqued Chao Yang's interest. Which broadcaster do you think possesses the most prowess? Haha. As for Free Dad, I certainly have the authority to speak on this. I have already conducted my reconnaissance. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Observing Chao Yang's comments, Dogleg Brother, a competent sycophant, proved his worth by gathering intelligence at a critical moment, even invoking military strategy. This prompted Chao Yang to chuckle softly. Free Dad, despite the multitude of broadcasters participating in the singing category, when it comes to the most formidable threats, there are actually just 2. The first is the current top-tier broadcaster, Qian Duo. Seasoned players know that this is the broadcaster of the illustrious Tycoon, Brother Dao, whose formidable prowess is renowned throughout the Feiyu platform. The second is the current second-ranked broadcaster, Xia Xinger, an extraordinarily talented first-tier broadcaster. However, the once invincible brother of the Iron Clan has seen many of his top broadcasters step back this year, leading to a diminishment of their strength. Yet, even a starving camel is larger than a horse. Free Dad, do you know who her current primary broadcaster is? Who? It's the esteemed 8th master of the aristocratic clan. Chapter 62. Free Dad, please don't stop. The 8th master of the aristocratic clan has also become the primary broadcaster? Chao Yang could not help but feel disheartened and sent a comment. He had initially been intrigued, but upon hearing that it was the same mediocre individual he had once bested, his disappointment was palpable. His capabilities barely reach 18 million in gifting, hardly noteworthy. However, the broadcaster supported by the illustrious Brother Dao is also competing in the singing category, which brought Chao Yang some delight. Chao Yang was aware that Brother Dao is one of the few long-standing tycoons on Feiyu, having once held the 8th position on the Tycoon leaderboard. In the past 2 years, the Tycoon has consistently gifted in waves, yet this powerhouse continues to support vigorously, showcasing a truly formidable strength. He even established the Grand Dao Alliance. Before the rise of the aristocratic clan, The Grand Dao Alliance was the mightiest family in Feiyu, dominating for over a year. It is said that during his prime, Brother Dao even had an arm wrestling match with the ancient Tycoon, Brother Fuchun, although he lost. He earned respect for his valiant effort. To comprehend this prominent figure who has captivated the entire internet, one must acknowledge him as a super-rich individual whose influence has traversed nearly all live streaming platforms, with few worthy adversaries. Not only has he outshone competitors like Feiyu, but he has also surpassed those on slower platforms like Douyin. Although last year, Brother Dao faced a setback against the unexpectedly rising Prince Brother, and the Dadao Alliance struggled to compete with the grand establishment he founded, resulting in a slight tarnish on his reputation. His prowess on Feiyu remains unparalleled by other affluent individuals. However, following this setback, this super-rich persona has been in a semi-retirement state for the past 6 months. His whereabouts unpredictable. Should he choose to return for this event, he would undoubtedly make for a formidable opponent. Contemplating this, Chaoyang couldn't help but reveal a hint of a wistful smile. Is the legendary 8 Yi, at the age of 30, unworthy of being the primary leader? Upon uttering this remark, the barrage of comments in the live stream momentarily fell silent. Were it anyone else making such a boastful declaration, they would surely face scorn. Yet when it emerged from the lips of the sensational Feiyu Zio dad, not only was he spared criticism, but the viewers erupted with excitement. Haha, my Zio dad is impressive. I am indeed a loyal follower. Indeed, the super-rich individuals who have been mercilessly crushed by Zio dad's 10 million are hardly worth mentioning. 666. I find myself utterly incapable of refuting Zio Dad's words. Without Zio Dad, Feiyu would remain in eternal darkness. The truth lies above, with a single command from Zio Dad. Everyone trembles. Observing the sudden eruption of comments in the live stream, Chaoyang couldn't suppress his laughter. Truly, there are remarkable talents among them. Even the arrows of wit are flying. Though amused, he could not deny the exhilarating sensation of being admired and adored, as if he were the center of the universe. Yet, despite the joyous reverie, Chaoyang was acutely aware that this was not the time to bask in glory. His partner's ranking still languished far beyond the top 100. While being revered is indeed delightful, amassing wealth is even more gratifying. He opened the gift section and discovered that with the commencement of the event, several new gifts had been added, the Honor Super Rocket and the Honor Small Rocket. Upon inspection, he noted that while the names and colors had changed, the prices remained the same, suggesting a mere rebranding for the occasion. However, the adjustment allowing a higher quantity per transaction brought him some joy. For instance, the Super Rocket could now be sent in quantities of 20 instead of the previous 10. He recalled having expressed his frustrations to his dedicated customer service representative, Lina, regarding the low gift limits, and now, to his surprise, the limit had doubled. It seemed the official team was indeed quite adept at catering to their audience. Without hesitation, Chaoyang opted for the Honor Super Rocket, filling his quota to the maximum of 20. After all, the more one sends, the more one can earn. With a single transaction of 40,000, his return would be 80,000. How exhilarating. However, just as Chaoyang prepared to commence his generous gifting, his senior colleague received a call. The host on the other end was a familiar face. He recalled having sent her medical fees on 2 occasions, seemingly having tasted the sweetness of success. I don't want to answer, she insisted, repeatedly dismissing the call. After the microphone was turned off, the senior sister expressed her exasperation. Since the meteoric rise of Chaoyang, which sent shockwaves across the platform, the reputation of senior sister Song Qingyan also soared under his influence. Each day, a steady stream of streamers seeking to ride the coattails of his fame and fund their medical expenses inundated her, leaving her quite overwhelmed. However, Chaoyang remained unfazed, as it did not impede his ability to earn money. In fact, the bustling activity made it all the more entertaining. Brothers, let us launch an attack. Chaoyang cheerfully typed into the chat, ready to commence his spree. Yet, with his casual call to action, an avalanche of gifts flooded the screen in the next moment. In an instant, Chaoyang couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. Freedom Fish sent a Glory Super Fire 1. Freedom on the Wind sent a Glory Rocket 10. Freedom Mountain King sent a Confession Fireworks 5. Freedom Trainee sent a Glory Plane 10. Freedom Family is mighty. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Love you all. Hearts. The various gifts in the live stream resembled ferocious beasts breaking free from their confines, instantly revealing their sharp fangs. This unprecedented show of unity ignited the viewers' passion, causing their blood to race. The impact was utterly astounding, prompting the senior sister to rise in excitement, her voice ringing out in exhilaration. In this wave of support, the barrage lasted a full minute, reducing the opposing streamer's health bar to a mere 0.5 millimeters. But more importantly, amidst the onslaught of gifts, the senior sister's ranking in the singing competition catapulted from beyond the 100th position straight to the 10th, before Chaoyang even made a move. The brothers of the Freedom family had already amassed over 500,000 in gifts. This sense of cohesion, this fighting spirit, and this enthusiasm stirred even Chaoyang, the leader, into a state of exhilaration. "Brothers, you're amazing," he typed rapidly into the chat, his spirit soaring. At that moment, he no longer hesitated and plunged directly into action. Freedom like the wind sent a glory superfire 20. Freedom like the wind sent a glory superfire 20. Freedom like the wind sent a glory superfire 20. As Chaoyang unleashed his gifts, the dazzling effects, far more spectacular than the usual superfire, detonated in the live stream. In an instant, the already vibrant atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Visitors drawn in by the barrage of glory superfire were electrified upon entering the stream, their excitement palpable and impossible to contain. "Wow, this big shot is incredible. Does glory superfire even cost money? As a bona fide second-generation poor kid, I'm finally witnessing the splendor of a wealthy patron. Indeed, I too can finally tell my mother not to worry about my lack of exposure. Big shot, are you out of your mind? To spend so recklessly in the preliminaries is sheer waste. Upstairs, you don't understand. This is true strength. Otherwise, why would they be called Freedom Daddy?" At this moment, Chaoyang was thoroughly exhilarated, the continuous chimes of system notifications echoing in his mind, akin to ethereal music. Loneliness, no one understands. After an intense session, Chaoyang finally paused to rub his stiff fingers, having astonishingly racked up 5,000 instances of glory superfire. It was utterly frightening. With just a casual gesture, 10 million had vanished. My goodness, 10 million. The prowess of the big shots is terrifying. At that moment, everyone felt a shiver run down their spine, left speechless by the shock. Only the female streamer, whose health bar was so depleted it could barely be seen even with a magnifying glass, had her eyes sparkling with electrifying excitement. Stability restored, the medical expenses were secured. Being beaten to such an extent, any other streamer would feel utterly insulted. Yet now, she found herself fervently wishing in her heart, "Come, Daddy Freedom, insult me. Do it to your heart's content. Just hurl your massive rocket at my face. Yes, right at my face. Please, Daddy, don't stop." Chapter 63, Daddy Freedom firmly anchored. Daddy Freedom is formidable. "Brother Freedom, is it time for me to apply for a streamer position too? Would you support me?" she shyly asked. "Everyone, step aside. Let me awaken the deceased upstairs. Otherwise, outsiders might think there's no excitement in our livestream." Chaoyang's explosive display of 10 million reappeared, and though 10 minutes had passed, the effects of glory superfire were still resonating. The excited senior sister was at a loss for words, opting to sing a gentle love song to express her sentiments. Her voice was melodious, yet few in the livestream paid her singing any mind. Their blood still boiling with fervor, they busied themselves with frivolous banter to release their pent-up excitement. In a mere moment, 10 million glory superfire propelled Song Qingyan to the top of the singing competition, once again capturing the astonished gaze of the onlookers. Tens of thousands of viewers erupted in cheers, though mixed with some discordant voices. Some critics claimed he couldn't play at all, qualifying for the preliminary rounds was sufficient, and spending so much was merely a waste. Others made snide remarks, suggesting that regardless of wealth, such excessive spending would lead to ruin. In response, as he watched the continuous bank notifications on his phone, Chaoyang could only smirk and think, others mock me for my madness, yet I find amusement in their ignorance. In Summer Shinger's livestream room, Shinger, "Don't worry, I'm here for you. We've already reached 1 million, qualifying 1 TB an issue. I'll keep a close watch, and if it's not enough, I'll supplement it." He relished in the spectacle, letting others create the hype. It's merely the preliminary rounds. Even if he spends 100 million now, he won't seize the championship. The more he spends, the better it is for us. He is only weakening his own strength, which increases our chances in the finals. The wealthy young master, filled with frustration akin to constipation, rapidly typed his barrage of comments. While comforting Summer Shing, He was also reassuring himself. Within less than half a day of securing second place, she was suddenly relegated to third, as the frontrunner astonishingly surged ahead with a staggering bid of over 10 million. Summer Shinger wore an expression of deep concern. That super wealthy individual, relentlessly covered by all the guild media, truly exuded a terrifying presence. She was already aware of the long-standing grievances between the Eighth Master and this affluent benefactor. Could this defeated subordinate truly assist her in clinching victory? Despite the Eighth Master's fervent reassurances, a sense of pessimism lingered in his demeanor. However, having lost two formidable allies in quick succession, she felt compelled to summon the Eighth Master back for assistance, for without the guild's support, victory was a mere illusion. Sighing deeply, Summer Shinger could not suppress her dismay. Was that affluent benefactor merely seeking attention? Yet, such a captivating figure was precisely what she desired. Albeit from another ranks. A whirlwind of envy and admiration stirred within her, though she outwardly feigned a look of heartfelt gratitude. Eighth Master, thank you. Your presence is truly a blessing. I believe you won't let me down. Of course, I assure you. Witnessing the redness around Summer Shinger's eyes and hearing her sweet voice, the Eighth Master felt a surge of excitement coursing through him, his heart racing fervently. The allure of the renowned and charming first-tier anchor, Summer Shinger, was undeniably potent. At that moment, the Eighth Master couldn't help but smile, exuding an air of confidence as he prepared to engage in the contest. His focus was set on the enchanting Summer Shinger. Yet, despite achieving the 30th position on the wealth leaderboard, he found himself in third place among her numerous powerful supporters. The two leading figures above him exerted immense pressure, igniting a sense of jealousy that ultimately led him to withdraw from Summer Shinger, only to encounter Song Qingyan, which set off a chain of subsequent events. Now, with two prominent supporters having departed, he returned to Summer Shinger's side, invigorated and eager. He was determined to channel all his energy into defeating Chao Yang and elevating Summer Shinger to champion status. This would not only redeem his past failures, but also win him the affection of a beautiful woman, an exquisite twofold triumph. The mere thought filled him with delight. The judge had promised him that should he reach the finals, he could count on the support of the illustrious brothers. Haha, with the esteemed faction behind me. Victory is assured. As Song Qingyan surged towards the top of the singing competition, Summer Shinger, now languishing in third place, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Even Qian Duo, the second-place super anchor, was fraught with concern. In the realm of live broadcasting, there are myriad secrets to success. Some rely on talent, others on beauty, some on emotional connections, and others still on sheer audacity. Qian Duo, however, was a unique breed of anchor. The influential figures neither sought romance nor intimacy with her. Instead, they wished to forge brotherly bonds. She was a female streamer capable of transforming rivals into comrades, with a boisterous personality and an exterior that belied her high emotional intelligence. She commanded a substantial following as a top-tier anchor. Although Brother Knife has not made an appearance for quite some time, the essence of the Blade Alliance is all encapsulated within her live streaming room. Nevertheless, upon witnessing Song Qingyan ascend to the top with a staggering gift value exceeding 10 million, she could not maintain her composure. It was not that she feared failing to advance. Rather, she perceived a signal. The other party was evidently also vying for the championship title. She was equally determined. To her mind, if one were to engage, it must be for the pinnacle. The world is well aware of the highest peak, but who knows the second? Even if known, no one pays it heed. She aspired for first place. Yet the overwhelming generosity of the free-spending magnate on the platform truly left her feeling uncertain of victory. This magnate was exceedingly extravagant. Just as Qian Duo was lost in her thoughts, a private message arrived, sent by the guild leader. The guild would continue to support her. Yet the odds of victory remained tenuous. She must seek Brother Knife's assistance. Upon this realization, Qian Duo could not help but sigh. Indeed, only by enlisting Brother Knife could she secure a win. Chao Yang, unaware that his casual expenditure of 10 million had caused many streamers to fret and prepare in advance, thought of the exceptional twin streamers he had recently met. Noticing that the sisters were also live streaming, he departed from his senior's room and joined theirs. The live streaming room of these newcomer sisters typically lacked viewership, especially today as the platform's event had commenced, drawing even many seasoned streamers into the fray. Consequently, their room was even more desolate, with fewer than 40 viewers. The moment Chao Yang entered, the sisters immediately spotted him. Both were momentarily stunned, but in the next instant, their hearts raced with excitement. He had arrived. The impressive man had finally come. "Welcome, Daddy Freedom." Li Qianqian reacted first, exuberantly bouncing up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. "Welcome, Daddy Freedom." Li Wenwen followed suit, albeit with a more subdued tone compared to her sister's animated exclamations. When she uttered the words daddy, she appeared somewhat bashful, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Chapter 64. The bewildered sisters. After much anticipation, they had finally welcomed Daddy Freedom. Heaven knows how exhilarated the sisters felt in this moment. The lively and cheerful younger sister, Li Qianqian, had her delight and jubilation written all over her face. Meanwhile, the composed and reserved elder sister, Li Wenwen, struggled to maintain her poise, yet her heart thumped uncontrollably like a drum, her face radiating a captivating crimson hue. When surrounded by many, ignorance breeds fearlessness, yet, upon truly comprehending, one is filled with reverence. The first time Daddy Freedom brought those individuals into the live streaming room, the scene was indeed a revelation for the sisters. When the live stream was bombarded with 100 fiery gifts, the excitement was palpable among the hosts. However, due to their unfamiliarity with this influential figure, their exhilaration was largely naive. They felt fortunate and believed they had struck gold. Yet, it was the events following the broadcast that truly touched their hearts. The usually stern guild leader, Sister Huahua, suddenly transformed into a figure more amiable than a mother. The once haughty number one of the guild, Sister Zaiwakai, shed her lofty demeanor and became as warm as a long-lost sister. Other streamers also gathered around, eager to curry favor, openly displaying their desire to ingratiate themselves. All of this deeply moved the sisters, who had struggled for a year in society, feeling invisible everywhere they went. The mere presence of this powerful figure in their live stream, where he casually played and sent out 100 fiery gifts, had dramatically altered their standing within the guild. The influence of this individual was indeed formidable. Once they had a moment to themselves, they could not help but immerse themselves in all the news regarding Freedom Daddy, losing sleep over it. Their minds were awash with various fantasies throughout the night. Sister Huahua's words were not exaggerated. If they could secure a connection with Freedom Daddy, their futures would be within reach. This was a figure capable of sparing individuals 3 decades of hard work. Today, from the moment they started their stream, they kept a close watch on Freedom Daddy's activities, eagerly hoping for his return to their live broadcast. Fortune smiled upon them, for Freedom Daddy indeed graced them with his presence. "Freedom Daddy, we saw you competing with that lovely Miss Qin Yin just now. You were truly impressive," Li Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, her voice laced with admiration. Her gaze held a glimmer of hope. They had been following Chao Yang's account since the beginning of the broadcast, and when he logged in to shower Song Qin Yin with a staggering 10 million honor gifts, they naturally noticed immediately. Witnessing it firsthand left them in awe and inexplicably exhilarated. While ordinary people dream of winning a 5 million jackpot, they know it is an elusive fantasy. Yet, compared to this influential figure, a 5 million prize seemed trivial. He could effortlessly throw out 2 5 million jackpots in a heartbeat. Li Wenwen and Li Qianqian had never imagined that such life-changing wealth could be so within reach. They realized that with just one thought from this powerful individual, their lives could be turned upside down. Ding. Li Qianqian's favorability increased by 5. Ding. Li Wenwen's favorability increased by 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. Li Wenwen's favorability has surpassed 60, elevating to a second-tier relationship. Admiration. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious reward. Would you like to unlock it? Hearing Li Qianqian's words, Chao Yang, who was about to reply in the chat, suddenly recalled a series of notification sounds in his mind, leaving him both astonished and amused. Having merely entered the live stream of the two individuals without uttering a single word, the affinity has inexplicably surged. The composed and reserved Li Wenwen has astonishingly transcended to the stage of infatuation. It appears that my recent enhancements in charm and charisma have proven to be remarkably astute. An increasingly handsome visage is indeed a virtue. Yet, hold on, they cannot see through the screen. It must be my approachable demeanor that even the barrier of the screen cannot hinder. The preliminary matches hold little significance. It's merely a casual affair. Are you two participating in the competition? Chao Yang activated the rewards for surpassing his relationship level with Li Wenwen, and unsurprisingly, he received 2 attribute points. 1 point was allocated to stamina, while the other was devoted to charm. Feeling the warm flow of bodily transformation, a smile graced Chao Yang's lips as he hastily sent a barrage of messages. Indeed, we also wish to compete. However, the room is rather empty, and we may struggle to pass the preliminaries. Upon reading Chao Yang's message, Li Qianqian stuck out her tongue, speaking somewhat wistfully, though her sparkling eyes seemed to anticipate something. Chao Yang refrained from responding, instead perusing the event details to locate the leaderboard for the dance competition. For these novice streamers, they did not even possess a specific ranking. Merely displaying 500. Chao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. This epitomizes the survival reality of most streamers, seemingly filled with hope, yet steeped in despair. Freedom Daddy, would you like to see us dance? Let us perform for you. Upon noticing Chao Yang's silence, Li Wenwen quickly interjected. All right, then choose a dance. Closing the event details, Chao Yang sent another message. So, Freedom Daddy, what dance would you like to see? Train shake. This message caused the typically composed Li Wenwen's cheeks to flush a deeper shade, yet she and her sister rose to prepare for the performance. Freedom Daddy, we are just beginning to learn, so please don't laugh at us, Lu Wenwen said, biting her lip with a hint of shyness before commencing the dance. As the lively music resonated, Chao Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although the sisters danced with a semblance of clumsiness, their effort was palpable and commendable. Their stunning figures, scoring an impressive 95, were on full display, complemented by their extraordinary beauty, resulting in a striking allure. The remarkable aspect is that there are 2 exquisite beauties, identical in every way. At that moment, the dormant spectators in the live stream were roused from their stupor. Chao Yang felt a surge of emotion, an uncontrollable urge to claim them as his own. Such a pair of sisters, possessing both striking looks and enviable figures, would undoubtedly evoke desire in any man. When Like Freedom has gifted 20 honors Superfire. When Like Freedom has gifted 20 honors Superfire. When Like Freedom has gifted 20 honors Superfire. Gratitude to the illustrious father of freedom, whose grandeur is unmatched. I adore you. A scintillating performance concluded, leaving the 2 enraptured souls breathless, marveling at the dazzling array of visual effects. With arms extended, they formed a unique heart shape, exuding exuberance. The performance was exhilarating. They urged each other to continue the broadcast, while one of them decided to take her leave. After sending a greeting following an impressive display of 100 extravagant rockets, Chao Yang exited the live stream. What? Father of Freedom is leaving already. The sisters, still brimming with excitement, were momentarily stunned. What had seemed like attainable fortune turned out to be mere illusions, akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them, leaving them chilled to their very cores. In an instant, their spirits plummeted, as if their souls had been wrenched away. Chapter 65. Brother Freedom Goes Fishing. Those willing may take the bait. Shortly after Chao Yang departed, Li Wenwen and Li Qianqian, the inseparable sisters, ended their broadcast, not due to a scheduled time limit, but because their morale had shattered. Although Father of Freedom had graced them with his presence and showered them with 100 extravagant rockets, elevating their standing to 15th place in the competition, it fell far short of their aspirations. When one has not touched or encountered something, they remain indifferent. Yet, upon discovering the possibility of possessing it, apathy cannot endure. Such is the nature of humanity. In the Dream Sound headquarters, Li Wenwen and Lu Qianqian sat side by side on the sofa, disheartened, resembling wilted vegetables. Envious, are you? This is the allure of live streaming. Otherwise, why would so many streamers flock to it like moths to a flame? Being a streamer can indeed lead to substantial wealth. With a stroke of luck and seizing opportunities, a turnaround in life is far from a dream. Look at that streamer, Qing Yan. She has garnered over 20 million in just a few days, all thanks to the patronage of the esteemed Father of Freedom. Who wouldn't be envious? Sister Huahua, seated across from the sisters, sighed deeply. Upon hearing these words, the sisters felt even more despondent. Indeed, they had witnessed firsthand how Father of Freedom showered a staggering 1 million in gifts within moments. That is a sum that an ordinary person could not amass in several lifetimes. How could anyone remain unmoved by such temptation? It was one thing for Father of Freedom not to show up, but now that he had, the sisters could not help but indulge in fantasies of envy and hope. It felt as though untold wealth was within their grasp, yet painfully out of reach. Such a reality was bound to shatter one's composure. This was a life-altering opportunity. They were merely girls from ordinary families. Throughout their childhoods, parents and teachers had always preached the virtues of diligent study, asserting that knowledge could alter destiny, and that attending university would lead to success. Yet upon graduation, they discovered that graduates were as numerous as dogs, and securing a respectable position was a challenge. Finding a satisfactory job was a distant dream. They are enveloped in confusion, feeling as though hope for the future eludes them. Yet, unexpectedly, they encounter a significant figure capable of transforming their lives, an encounter that seems too fantastical to be true. They yearn to garner the favor of this influential individual, much like that esteemed broadcaster. In truth, there is no need for sorrow. Opportunities abound. The very fact that this prominent figure has taken the time to notice them is a testament to his interest. At the very least, they have captured his attention, rendering them far luckier than 99% of other broadcasters. Observing the despondence of the two sisters, Sister Huahua could not help but let out a deep sigh. In this world, opportunities rarely fall into one's lap effortlessly. What merit do they possess that would justify such generosity? To speak candidly, every endeavor comes at a cost. The more one wishes to gain, the more one must be prepared to invest. This is especially true in the realm of live streaming. To win the affection of a benefactor requires sacrifice. Otherwise, with countless broadcasters vying for attention, what reason would one have to choose them? As newcomers, they ought not to be burdened with such overwhelming expectations, lest they be intimidated. Yet, opportunities can be fleeting. If they truly wish to seize the chance presented by this influential figure, as Xiaowakai suggested, it would be worth their while to put themselves forward. Alas, if I were as youthful and beautiful as you, I would have already made my move. After all, as you have witnessed, a mere act from this benefactor could alter the course of our lives. Such a prospect is invaluable. Sister Huahua's words struck the sisters like a heavy hammer, causing them to tremble. Having witnessed the benefactor's grandeur firsthand, they found themselves unable to refute her sentiments. Rather, they wholeheartedly agreed, for it was indeed the truth. Enough of this drooping demeanor. In the world of live streaming, setbacks are plentiful. One must grow accustomed to them. It's not too late to rally your spirits. Contemplate ways to win over the benefactor. If you can amuse him in the coming days and earn his support during the event, your ascent could be imminent. Upon hearing this, the sisters exchanged a glance, each reflecting the complexity of emotions in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, Chao Yang lay leisurely on the sofa, engrossed in a film. In a brief span of time, he had amassed immense wealth, his demeanor exuding confidence and tranquility, a testament to the security that wealth affords. The pursuit of wealth can be exhilarating. However, Chao Yang was determined not to become a slave to it. Money should not be the entirety of life. Enjoying existence is paramount. Otherwise, what distinguishes him from his past self, forever ensnared in the relentless chase for money? Those exquisite sisters undoubtedly represented a lucrative opportunity. Nonetheless, Chao Yang wished to take his time in assessing the situation. He was no longer in desperate need of funds, so haste was unnecessary. He had previously told flight attendant Zhao Sherman that as long as she behaved, he would reward her. He was not a miser. He did not mind sharing his fortune, provided the recipient appreciated it. He certainly did not wish to be perceived as a naive fool with deep pockets. In a single phrase, wealth resides here. Whether one can grasp it depends on the gestures made. Presently, Chao Yang possesses a leisurely disposition reminiscent of Jiang Taigong fishing, inviting those willing to take the bait. The enchanting sisters, blessed with exceptional beauty and figure, undoubtedly stir thoughts within Chao Yang, who holds a deep-seated disdain for gambling and drugs. Yet, he does not impose. Having cast his bait, whether it is taken or not rests upon fate. With his current affluence, he is untroubled by the prospect of finding remarkable women. Should they not bite, it merely indicates their disconnect from prosperity. As Chao Yang concluded a lengthy cinematic experience, a green notification bubble appeared on his phone. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from Li Qianqian. Daddy Freedom, do you enjoy watching me and my sister dance? Indeed. Chao Yang's lips curved into a smile as he promptly replied with a succinct affirmation. Almost 10 minutes later, he received another message from Li Qianqian. How delightful that Daddy Freedom enjoys it. I've learned many dances, but I wish to perform one just for you. This message elicited an involuntary chuckle from Chao Yang. Oh, how do you wish to showcase your dance for me? If it's convenient for Daddy Freedom, I could come to you and perform in person. At this, Chao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. How astute this sister is. It is truly hard not to be fond of her. He responded with a simple, all right. The clever fish had taken the bait, yet Chao Yang remained composed. After all, the mountain city was not nearby, and it would be impossible for her to come tonight. Nonetheless, this attitude brought him joy. However, the next moment, Chao Yang's excitement surged anew as another message appeared in the green bubble. Chao Xiao, are you available? I could bring the script to the hotel shortly. As night deepened and the city lights illuminated the sky, the doorbell rang. Chao Yang rose to answer it. The moment the door swung open, despite his anticipation, he was nonetheless captivated. Standing at the threshold was a stunningly radiant woman, none other than Su Li, acclaimed as the most beautiful flower of the Drama Academy. At this moment, she had evidently undergone meticulous preparation, her allure elevated beyond what he had previously encountered. Dressed in a one-shoulder black top, paired with a flowing golden skirt, she exuded an elegant and captivating femininity, her alluring figure on full display. Her voluptuous waves cascaded down her porcelain shoulders, and her exquisitely delicate face, adorned with subtle makeup, radiated an ethereal beauty. The piece d'or assistance was her crimson lips, undeniably sensual and enticing, leaving one yearning to savor her fragrance. Upon encountering this strikingly charismatic woman, exuding an air of sophistication and allure, even the typically composed Chao Yang found himself momentarily entranced. I apologize for the intrusion, Mr. Chao. May I come in? As she made her entrance, Su Li instinctively brushed her hair aside, revealing a charming and graceful smile, her voice soft and inviting. Noticing Chao Yang's gaze, tinged with an unmistakable warmth, Su Li felt a thrill of delight rather than discomfort. This was the effect she sought, a sign that she still possessed an allure capable of captivating the attention of this young gentleman, easing her previously anxious heart. She was well aware that Chao Yang was no stranger to beauty, having previously been accompanied by a woman who rivaled her own appeal. Secretly pleased with her 2 hours of hairstyling and meticulous preparation, she felt it had all been worthwhile. Please, come in, Chao Yang replied, regaining his composure with a relaxed smile as he stepped aside to allow her entry. Su Li promptly gathered the 2 bags at her feet and entered. Stepping into the lavishly appointed suite, an aura of luxury enveloped her, momentarily instilling a sense of formality within her, yet she maintained her poise. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, she may not have reached meteoric fame, but she had certainly encountered her share of grand affairs. This setting was indeed befitting of a man who could effortlessly spend nearly 100 million at an auction. What do you have there? Chao Yang inquired casually as he closed the door, glancing at the large bags in her hands. I brought some appetizers and wine, hoping we could enjoy a drink and a chat, if that suits you, she responded, her tone light and inviting. Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback, a smile breaking across his face. Though he had already dined, he welcomed the opportunity to indulge in her charming company. Truly, as a star in the entertainment realm, she possessed a refined taste. In the opulent dining room, Chao Yang casually perused a thick script provided by Su Li, while she meticulously arranged the dishes on the table. I wasn't sure what you prefer, so I brought both red and white wine, she said, producing a bottle of each with a cheerful demeanor. I typically drink white, but I'm flexible. Whatever you prefer is fine, Chao Yang replied, closing the script with an approachable air. That won't do. I'll join you with the white then, Su Li exclaimed, her heart fluttering with excitement at his words, pleasantly surprised by his amiability. She set aside the red wine and eagerly uncorked the Maotai. Ding. Su Li's favorability rating increased by 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. Su Li's favorability has surpassed 50, elevating to the first level, friendship. Startled by the sudden notification from the system, Chao Yang was taken aback, never anticipating that a simple, casual remark would elevate the favorability of this renowned actress to such a level. This unexpected turn of events left him pleasantly surprised. Unbeknownst to her, Su Li had recently traversed the vicissitudes of human emotions in her quest for investment. Filling their glasses to the brim, Su Li rose, her bright eyes shimmering with genuine emotion. Mr. Chao, I toast to you, expressing my gratitude for the opportunity you have bestowed upon me. Upon hearing these words, Chao Yang, captivated by the sincerity of this enchanting starlet before him, cast aside any pretensions. No need for formality, he replied with a gentle smile, clinking his glass against hers. After they shared a drink, Su Li hurriedly served Chao Yang some dishes. Mr. Chao, do try these. They are all homemade. If they do not meet your expectations, please do not hold it against me. All right. You should eat as well. I can manage, he remarked, observing the unassuming demeanor of the stunning beauty, which stirred a sense of admiration within him. Although she may not have reached the pinnacle of stardom, she possessed considerable renown in the entertainment industry, captivating countless fans with her unparalleled charm. Now, to win his favor, she had gone to the trouble of preparing an entire feast, demonstrating her earnest intentions, which deeply moved Chao Yang. A smile graced his lips as he sampled the dish Su Li had served. It was merely ordinary home-cooked fare, slightly cooled, yet surprisingly delightful. Delicious. I never expected a major star to possess such culinary skills. It truly is a rarity, he praised without reservation. Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes sparkled, and a radiant smile illuminated her exquisite face. Mr. Chow, you flatter me. It is merely home cooking, she laughed, covering her mouth, her eyes gleaming with joy. After a brief pause, she continued, I am hardly a major star. My parents are both workers. I began cooking at a young age, though I do not often indulge in it now, so I have become somewhat out of practice. I hope you do not mind. With that, Su Li eagerly lifted her glass once more. Thus, they conversed and drank, swiftly consuming half a bottle of white liquor, which lent a charming blush to Su Li's fair and beautiful visage, her eyes glimmering with a hint of intoxication. Mr. Chow, are you truly considering investing in my script? She inquired, unable to suppress a small hiccup, finally steering the conversation towards the investment. How much do you require? Chao Yang asked, eyeing the amiable lady who had been so generous with her toasts, nodding with a smile. At his words, Su Li straightened, the effects of the liquor fading considerably, and cautiously replied, my budget is 55 million. Upon hearing this, Chao Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. 55 million? His own investment capital amounted to 1.5 billion. This request was merely a fraction of that. Noticing Chao Yang's reaction, Su Li's heart sank. It appeared that her opening request of 55 million had not met with his approval. She quickly and nervously clarified, Mr. Chow, please allow me to explain. This is a grand production, a 52-episode series, and I am confident that it will not lead to any losses for you. How about 45 million? A minimum of 40 million. This cost has already been compressed to its lowest point. Any further reduction would compromise quality. Chao Yang's sudden lack of enthusiasm left Su Li in a state of panic. Observing this, Chao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. You're only lowering it further, he said with a smile, shaking his head. Can't you show a bit of ambition? I'm offering you 1.5 billion. Would you dare to accept it? 1.5 billion? At this revelation, Su Li's heart raced violently, her eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 67. Does young Master Chow not like it? Young Master Chow, you must be joking. You intend to invest 1.5 billion in me. Did I hear you correctly? After a moment of shock, Su Li sprang to her feet, exclaiming incredulously, her voice trembling. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, Su Li had indeed witnessed many grand spectacles and prominent figures. Yet, at this moment, even the woman celebrated as the most beautiful school belle in the past 200 years of the Central Academy of Drama was profoundly shaken by Chao Yang's audacity in proposing such a colossal sum of investment. Do I appear to be jesting? Chao Yang remarked, unable to stifle a light laugh at the sight of the stunning beauty before him, now flustered. He then nodded slightly, affirming, yes, you heard correctly. Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes widened further as she fixed her gaze on Chao Yang for 2 seconds, her heart racing uncontrollably. She was fortunate. She truly had struck gold. All she had desired was an investment of 50 million. Little did she expect this man to be so generous, offering her 3 times that amount. At this moment, only one phrase could encapsulate Su Li's emotions, ecstatic beyond measure. Indeed, she was overwhelmed with joy. Reflecting on the past 2 months of desperately seeking investments, she felt an urge to weep. Despite having many friends and acquaintances among prominent figures, when it came time to seek assistance, she truly understood the meaning of indifference. In an industry rife with opportunism, camaraderie is but a thin facade, easily shattered. Even couples who have been together for years can turn hostile, let alone mere friends. It was a blessing if one didn't face betrayal. Why should anyone lift a finger to help you? What warranted your rise to excellence? A few influential figures had expressed interest in investing, but their motives were far from pure. The implications were clear to any adult, leaving Su Li feeling repulsed. Take that Chairman Wang Mingxian of Hanhai Entertainment, for instance. Over the years, had she chosen to follow the same path as many of her female counterparts, With her stunning looks and formidable skills, she would undoubtedly have found fame. Yet, she could not bring herself to take that step. The sight of those lecherous older men or portly uncles made her skin crawl. By heaven's grace, she had finally encountered this young man, overflowing with generosity. It was worth it. It was all worth it. She had not regretted for a moment leaving Chairman Wang of Hanhai Entertainment that day, only to return to the Guolan Yujing, enduring the sweltering heat as she waited for nearly 2 hours at the villa entrance. Chow Xiao, encountering you truly feels like a stroke of fortune. Su Li's heart raced like a drum, overwhelmed with excitement. Her face, enchanting enough to captivate any man, flushed a deep crimson. Oh my! With your investment of 150 million, not only could we produce a television drama, but establishing a studio would be entirely feasible. Su Li's greatest aspiration at present is to possess a studio of her own. In an entertainment industry increasingly dominated by capital, survival has become ever more challenging. Initially, she was fortunate, landing leading roles from the very start of her career, which led her to believe she was the protagonist of her own life. However, as resources dwindled, she became aware of the harsh reality. No matter her talent, she remained a mere supporting character in the eyes of capital, subject to their whims. To be unyielding and lacking in social graces only sealed her fate of being replaced. She was unwilling to accept such a destiny. She yearned to be the master of her own narrative. Why not open a studio, or even establish a media company? Listening to Su Li, Chao Yang raised an eyebrow and offered a faint smile. He was rather indifferent to what project she pursued, whether it was a script or a studio. He did not place much weight on the returns. He had merely glanced at the previous script, a contemporary romance, which he found less compelling than the extravagant novels of Tomato. What mattered was not her endeavors, but the system's double return on investment. An investment of 1.5 billion would yield immediate returns on 3 small goals. How delightful that would be. A media company? Good heavens, what a thought. Achieving her dream of a studio. Su Li felt already content. This man was truly exceptional. Su Li's heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. She repeatedly adjusted her splendid waves of long hair, which had taken her 2 hours to style, as a means to quell her discomposure. Yet, she could not suppress her inner excitement. Observing Chao Yang, who appeared utterly unfazed and composed, left Su Li both amused and exasperated. 150 million. How frustrating. Could you not muster a hint of enthusiasm? It would spare me from feeling so ungracious. Ding. Su Li's favorability increased by 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. Su Li's favorability has surpassed 60, elevating to a third-tier relationship. Admiration. Chao Xiao, truly. Could you not indulge me with a semblance of excitement? It makes me appear utterly out of sorts. Su Li cast a flirtatious glance at Chao Yang with her eyes brimming with exhilaration, biting her alluring red lips as she playfully chided him. Hearing the system's melodious notification and the wistful words of the stunning woman before him, Chao Yang couldn't help but laugh heartily. Excited? The investment was merely a string of numbers from the system. Was there any need for such fervor? Chao Xiao, your generosity is truly remarkable. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Allow me to raise a toast of 3 cups in your honor. Su Li gazed at Chao Yang's youthful and handsome visage, unable to restrain her emotions. Without any hesitation, she lifted her cup and drank heartily, refilling her glass afterward. I appreciate your kind intentions. A mere token will suffice. That simply will not do. It lacks sincerity. Su Li tossed back another drink and continued to pour more for herself. Before long, she had nearly consumed the remaining half-bottle of liquor. Her exquisite face flushed with the effects of alcohol, rendering her unsteady on her feet. Yet, even in her tipsy state, Su Li managed to wobbly approach Chao Yang. You are intoxicated. Chao Yang quickly steadied her, chuckling softly. Su Li's enchanting eyes sparkled with a beguiling light, completely entranced. This audacious man often made one subconsciously overlook his age. His face was remarkably youthful and strikingly handsome, stirring emotions within her heart. She had encountered numerous dashing men in the entertainment industry and knew a few wealthy magnates. But this was her first encounter with someone so affluent, young, and charming. By age, he resembled a younger brother, yet his excellence was utterly captivating. Thank the heavens. If Su Li were to pursue a career in the entertainment world, should it lead her down the path taken by other female stars, she would willingly entrust her fate to this young and handsome man. She would never settle for those paunchy, greasy uncles or the elderly men who clung to their youth. Don't all men prefer when women drink? Surely, Xiao Xiao must enjoy it too. Su Li's dreamy gaze cast a flirtatious glance at Qiao Yang, giggling sweetly. At her words, Qiao Yang could not help but chuckle in amusement. If that is your perspective, then I must indeed enjoy it. Who wouldn't? I would gladly slap anyone who disagrees. I am truly fortunate to have encountered you, you know? These past years have been exhausting, truly exhausting. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Qiao Yang's lips. Alas, I cannot bear to see beautiful women suffer. I always wish to provide a safe haven for every goddess. Is there anything wrong with that? As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility, a heavy burden indeed. Ding, Su Li's affinity has increased by 10. Ding, congratulations, host. Su Li's affinity has surpassed 70, elevating their relationship to the third tier, romantic intentions. Chapter 68, The Heartless Man? The following day, Qiao Yang awoke from his slumber, rubbing his bleary eyes. After a brief moment, once fully alert, he felt invigorated. He idly stared at the ceiling, suddenly recalling that Su Li's affinity had reached the third stage, granting him 3 mysterious rewards, yet he had yet to unveil a single one. System, activate the rewards. Qiao Yang commanded with his thoughts. Ding, the reward is activated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 free attribute point. Here it comes, an astonishing reward has arrived once more. Qiao Yang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. How delightful. This system is simply marvelous. Brother Tong, activate the reward. Ding, the reward is activated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 free attribute points. Nice. His gaze confirmed it. These are treasures indeed. Qiao Yang recalled that he had previously allocated a point to both stamina and charm, and this time, he decided to invest both points entirely into endurance. Brother Tong, activate the reward. Ding, the reward is activated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an investment capital of 1.5 billion. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Another investment capital? He hadn't even cleared the previous 1.5 billion yet. And now there was another 1.5 billion. However, as he contemplated, a smile crept across his face. After all, the investment target was right beside him. She had become his woman. Whether it was 1.5 billion or 300 million, he could simply invest it all in her. A cashback of 6 small targets. How enticing. My dear, why are you smiling? My dear, having you is truly wonderful. With your help, I am sure I can produce an excellent script. I can hardly wait. Observing Su Li's eager demeanor, Qiao Yang couldn't help but smile gently. My dear, when will the 1.5 billion investment be credited? I wish to prepare as soon as possible. As she caressed Qiao Yang's handsome and youthful face, Su Li felt as though her heart was filled with sweetness. 1.5 billion. Qiao Yang chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly. After waking up, there were some complications. I no longer plan to invest 1.5 billion. His words struck Su Li like a thunderbolt, sending chills through her heart. In an instant, it felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Not planning to invest? Could this be what is known as ruthlessness? 1.5 billion. Just hearing such a staggering amount felt surreal. Indeed, even the wealthiest magnate would likely contemplate such a significant investment with caution, had her joy been in vain. Thinking of this, Su Li felt a pang in her heart, and tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. Observing Su Li's expression, as if she had been cruelly abandoned, Qiao Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Is it that if I withdraw my investment, she will come to resent me? Regret? Hearing Qiao Yang's somewhat frosty words, Su Li froze momentarily, her tearful eyes filled with confusion and alarm. No, I haven't. In a flash, Su Li threw herself into Qiao Yang's embrace, clinging tightly to him, fearing that in the next moment, due to this misunderstanding, he might abandon her. The thought of losing such an exceptional man caused the renowned beauty, hailed as the most stunning flower of the Central Academy of Drama, to panic, her heart twisting with anxiety. My dear, I did not mean it that way. Please allow me to explain. Wiping the tears from her face, Su Li spoke in a flurry. I understand that 1.5 billion is no small sum. If you choose not to invest that much, I bear you no ill will, truly, I swear. Observing her anxious expression, her lips nearly devoid of color, as she raised her hand to make a solemn vow, Qiao Yang could not help but feel moved and grasped her delicate hand. She was indeed a woman of exceptional grace, a goddess in the hearts of countless admirers. Achieving this much was a rare feat. Remember this, what I choose not to give you cannot be forcibly taken, and what I wish to offer you cannot be declined. Do you understand? Listening to Chao Yang's authoritative words, the poised Su Li nodded like a dutiful child. Chao Yang reached out, tenderly wiping away the traces of her tears. Internally, he felt a pang of guilt, nearly losing control. "Give me your account information." Once the enchanting lady had calmed down a bit, Chao Yang affectionately stroked her flowing waves of hair and smiled. Upon hearing this, Su Li retrieved her account details from her phone and provided them to Chao Yang. With the help of his assistant, Chao Yang promptly transferred 3 billion to Su Li's account. Ding! Congratulations, the investment has been successfully utilized, and you have received a double cashback from the system. Dragon Country Bank, your account ending in 9966 has received a deposit of 600 million current balance. Shortly thereafter, Chao Yang received a notification on his phone. Su Li's phone chimed as well, and she could not resist checking it. The next moment, her body trembled as if shaken by a sieve. What? 3 billion, a whole 3 billion. The young woman, who had studied Peking opera since childhood, suddenly unleashed a high note that could conquer the world, causing Chao Yang's head to buzz. "Darling, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You naughty one, bullying me. How detestable." The overwhelming joy left Su Li both laughing and crying, her small fists playfully pounding against Chao Yang's chest, as she became wildly ecstatic. After a long while, Su Li bit her crimson lip, her slightly narrowed eyes sparkling with allure as she said, "Darling, you have been so good to me. I hardly know how to thank you." Chapter 69. Sisterhood at the airport. As the afternoon wore on, with Chao Yang occupied with matters of his own, Su Li, being understanding, took her leave. Although her body still bore the traces of Chao Yang's fervor, her steps radiated an air of elegance and confidence. Upon exiting the hotel, Su Li was momentarily engulfed by a dreamlike sensation. While the public perceived her as a rising star, she was acutely aware that, in the presence of influential figures, her status was but a mere faade. Previously, she had endured a myriad of emotional trials for a mere tens of millions in investment. Arriving here, her heart had been filled with trepidation, yet she had prepared extensively, embracing the notion of risking it all. It was undeniable that her career was poised to ascend to new heights. It was settled. She decided to abandon her struggles and embrace the life of a modest actress. There was certainly an element of gamble in her choice, yet she felt fortunate to have made the right bet. "Thank you, my dear, truly thank you," Su Li murmured, her heart brimming with joy. Under the blazing sun of the afternoon, the heat was almost unbearable, yet more captivating than the intense sunlight was Su Li's remarkable figure. While waiting for a ride by the roadside, her stunning beauty was concealed by a mask. However, the allure of her curvaceous form and the confident aura she exuded drew the attention of passers-by, who frequently glanced back. The scorching rays could not outshine her extraordinary presence. A soft thud echoed nearby, revealing a young man, distracted by his backward glance, colliding with a lamppost. Yet, Su Li paid little heed to such incidents. She could not resist tilting her head to gaze at the blinding sun, her eyes shimmering with a brilliance akin to sunlight. With her radiant beauty, tall and sultry physique, and graceful confidence, she had made quite an impression upon entering the prestigious Central Academy of Drama, her name resonating throughout the acting department. Everyone was aware of the stunning beauty that had emerged from their midst. Throughout her 4 years at university, despite the plethora of beautiful faces gracing the campus, none could usurp her title as the most beautiful campus belle. From the beginning, she had been the object of admiration for boys and the envy of girls alike. After graduation, her classmates began to appear in various roles, fervently striving for stardom. In just a few short years, many of her peers shone brightly in the entertainment industry, with 2 even achieving meteoric fame. Yet, she remained in a state of mediocrity, her aspirations seemingly stifled. At some point, she had been labeled as Buddhist, perceived by outsiders as unambitious and serene, dedicated to honing her craft, earning their admiration. However, only she understood the frustration and anger of having her intended role snatched away by a classmate. That very classmate skyrocketed to fame overnight, becoming a sensation across the nation, despite the fact that the role had originally been assigned to her. Navigating the cutthroat world of showbiz, how could she truly maintain such composure? Perhaps, with age and experience, she could achieve that serenity, but at this vibrant stage of her life, it was simply unattainable. Having stepped into the entertainment realm, who wouldn't desire the brilliance of stardom and the attention of the masses? Yet, she was acutely aware of the sacrifices required to compete and vie for success. The thought of pleasing those she detested, the powerful figures in the industry, was a resolution she could not embrace. She yearned to accomplish something remarkable while still young. But every attempt she made to uphold her principles resulted in failure and setbacks, leaving her disheartened and on the verge of giving up. However, a serendipitous encounter with Chao Yang ignited a new glimmer of hope within her. She did not regret giving herself to him, not in the slightest. Even disregarding the matter of investment, his remarkable attributes undoubtedly render him a rare gem among potential life partners. Moreover, he generously invests in himself. The mere thought of Chao Yang brought a sweet smile to Su Li's lips. He is not only her benefactor, but also her man. She silently vowed to never betray his affection. As the car arrived, Su Li hurriedly entered, her heart racing with exhilaration. Empowered by the control of 300 million in assets, she could hardly contain her eagerness to meticulously chart her forthcoming path, foreseeing the ascent of her career to unprecedented heights. With this seemingly providential opportunity at her disposal, she felt confident that she would not lag behind her peers in the entertainment industry. Her beauty is universally acknowledged, and her capabilities are equally outstanding. A fact no teacher or classmate could dispute. She possessed ample self-assurance. She was no mere ornamental vase. She must ensure her man does not incur losses. Suddenly, the ringing of her phone interrupted Su Li's fervent thoughts. Glancing at the caller ID, her brows furrowed in displeasure. "Hello, Xiaoli, I've given your script some thought, and I remain quite interested. Let us meet. I've reserved a table at a restaurant for dinner. We can discuss it then." The oily voice of Wang Mingxian, the CEO of Hanhai Entertainment, echoed from the other end. A flicker of disdain crossed Su Li's beautiful eyes. Their previous encounters had made his ulterior motives painfully clear. "Mr. Wang, I no longer require your investment. I apologize, but I cannot attend. I have other matters to attend to, so I must hang up now. We can meet another time. Goodbye." With a calm demeanor, Su Li decisively ended the call. A spotless Rolls-Royce Phantom emerged from the hotel, heading towards the airport. After more than half an hour, the vehicle halted outside the terminal. "Young Master Chow, we've arrived at the airport." Driver Xiao Wang said respectfully as he swiftly exited to open the rear door for Chao Yang. "Wait a moment, I need to pick someone up." Chao Yang nodded and stepped out of the car. Li Qianqian had expressed a desire to dance for him privately yesterday, and today she flew in, her resolute attitude endearing her to Chao Yang. As he walked towards the terminal, a smile crept onto his lips. With his current capabilities, he could easily elevate any streamer he chose. Why not? For the sake of this girl's earnestness, he could certainly enrich her life while he pursued his own fortune. The arrivals hall buzzed with a throng of people, overwhelming to the senses. Yet, after a quick scan, Chao Yang effortlessly located his intended target. Even amidst the bustling crowd of the airport, her stunning silhouette stood out brilliantly. Chao Yang found himself momentarily entranced, a look of unexpected delight gracing his face. Because this enchanting silhouette is not just one, but two identical figures. From the very beginning, only the younger sister, Li Qianqian, expressed her desire to come. Yet Chao Yang never anticipated that her elder sister, Li Wenwen, would accompany her. "You are my reflection, and I am your copy, like flowers carved from the same mold." They share the same graceful figures, the same fashionable and innocent attire, and the same exquisitely radiant faces. When the sisters stand together, they naturally create a rare and breathtaking vista. Chao Yang's eyes sparkled with admiration, and his heart couldn't help but erupt with praise. Two blossoms bloom, and the lotus grows in pairs. What a delicate pair of intertwined lotuses. Chapter 70. Sending you two flowers in truth. There are not as many aloof women in this world as one might think. When you boldly approach them, they may warmly reject you. Just as Chao Yang was captivated by the stunning arrival of the twin sisters, the men around them had already begun to covet them in silence. Such a pair of rare twin sisters drew the attention of every man from the moment they appeared, with some even contemplating names for their future children. Chao Yang steadied himself and approached the sisters, but a confident young man had already stepped in front of them before he could reach them. Witnessing this scene, Chao Yang instinctively halted. The spirited young man stood before one of the sisters, radiating energy as he began his attempt at flirtation. However, whether it was the younger or older sister, the girl merely cast a glance and furrowed her brow, impatiently uttering a few words. Consequently, the spirited young man lost his vigor and left with his head lowered, resembling a defeated rooster returning home. Seeing this, a smile involuntarily crept onto Chao Yang's lips. Truly, such an exquisite beauty is not easily swayed by mere words. If she could be moved so easily, she would have likely already been courted. Indeed, such a beauty is worthy of earnest pursuit. Chao Yang smiled broadly and walked forward. "Hello, beautiful ladies," he greeted, presenting an approachable smile. Upon hearing his words, the sister who had previously rejected the young man furrowed her brow once more, albeit with a hint of curiosity. After sizing up Chao Yang, she unconsciously relaxed, even allowing a smile to grace her lips. Chao Yang wondered, could it be that his handsome visage had touched her? As it happens, he had indeed enhanced his charm over the past few days. His appearance was not lacking to begin with, but it had seen a notable improvement. His physical conditioning had not only enhanced his overall fitness, but also improved his physique. Especially after acquiring wealth, his aura had transformed significantly, further accentuated by his high-end attire. It could be said that his overall allure had ascended to a new level. Even his former classmates would likely fail to recognize him and be utterly astonished. As Chao Yang basked in a moment of self-satisfaction, a gentle voice interrupted, "I apologize, young sir, but we do not require any green bubbles or QQ. Someone is on their way to pick us up, so there's no need for your assistance. Thank you." Upon hearing this, Chao Yang found himself momentarily at a loss. Although his handsome visage had mitigated the disdain, he had still been unceremoniously declined. Very well, no wonder they are the sisters of the elusive driver, he thought. They must have been charming since childhood. Chao Yang's gaze could not help but wander over the two sisters. Up close, their beauty was even more enchanting, surpassing their appearances during their live broadcasts. Though standing at a modest height of 160 centimeters, the short skirts revealed long, fair, delicate legs that certainly captured attention, a true exemplar of leggy allure. Remarkably, such flawless legs appeared not just once, but in pairs. After assessing them for a moment, Chao Yang realized he could not distinguish who was the elder sister and who was the younger. He chuckled softly and said, "You seem to have misunderstood. I am not here to flirt. I am here to pick up someone named Wenwen and another named Qianqian, but I cannot tell who is who. Could you enlighten me?" At this, it was the sisters who found themselves momentarily speechless. Their gazes fell upon Chao Yang, initially blank, then shifting to surprise, before illuminating with a sudden brilliance. Their hearts raced in unison. "Why, you are free, Daddy!" exclaimed the beauty who had previously declined him, unable to contain her excitement. Though her voice was soft, it drew curious glances from those around them, prompting her to hastily cover her mouth. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, akin to an apple, while even her sister beside her blushed shyly. However, both sisters gazed at Chao Yang with eyes that sparkled with undeniable admiration. Chao Yang raised an eyebrow and smiled warmly. "Indeed, I am as free as the wind. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chao Yang. Which of you is the elder sister, and which is the younger?" Ding. Li Qianqian's favorability increased by 5. Ding. Li Wenwen's favorability increased by 5. Ding. Congratulations, host. Li Qianqian's favorability has surpassed 70, elevating their relationship to the 4th tier, romantic interest. The sudden chime of the system brought a chuckle from Chao Yang. It seemed that his charm was enhanced by his status. "I am Qianqian, the younger sister," exclaimed the beauty who had covered her mouth, lowering her hand and shining with excitement. "I am Wenwen, the elder sister." Li Wenwen, who had remained silent until then, shyly smiled after her sister's declaration. "Free Daddy. I am so sorry. I didn't know it was you. Please don't be angry with me," Li Qianqian said, sticking out her tongue nervously. "Not at all. There's no reason to hold a grudge. Just call me Chao Yang from now on." Upon hearing this, Chao Yang nodded in understanding and replied amiably. Noticing that the two had no luggage besides their small backpacks, he chuckled. "All right, now that we're acquainted, let us proceed. We shall discuss further outside." Prompted by his words, the sisters quickly responded and followed Chao Yang as they made their way out of the airport. However, after only a few steps, Chao Yang realized he could not distinguish between the two. He couldn't help but laugh, saying, "You both look so alike that I can hardly tell you apart. How about this? Elder sister on my right, younger sister on my left, that way I can differentiate you." At this, the sisters obediently positioned themselves on either side of Chao Yang, and the trio exited the airport, drawing envious glances from numerous onlookers. As soon as they reached outside, Chao Yang halted in his tracks, a joyful smile spreading across his face. He had just impulsively unlocked a mysterious reward from the system after expressing his romantic intentions towards Li Wenwen. To his astonishment, the reward amounted to a staggering 100 million in cash. What a treasure she is, Chao Yang thought, overwhelmed with delight. Observing Chao Yang's sudden pause, Li Qianqian hesitated, a mix of shyness and curiosity evident in her demeanor, and inquired, Chao Yang, where are we headed? Li Wenwen mirrored her sister's expression, though her reserved nature rendered her even more bashful. Upon hearing their queries, Chao Yang gazed at the exquisite sisters flanking him, feeling an unparalleled sense of elation. With 600 million returned from his investments today, and now an additional 100 million, he had achieved 7 small goals in a single day. What a gratifying experience. He looked at the elder sister and then at the younger one, grinning broadly and declaring, You both remind me of 2 exquisite blooming flowers. Since it is our first meeting, I cannot be stingy. Today, I shall gift you both a bouquet. A few minutes later, a Rolls-Royce departed from the airport, making its way towards the bustling city center. The extended Phantom, a luxurious four-seater, allowed Chao Yang to have the newly arrived sisters seated together in the back, while he took the front passenger seat. In the spacious, comfortable, and opulent rear, Li Wenwen and Li Qianqian felt a mix of shyness and uncontainable excitement, their hearts racing with anticipation. Everything around them exuded a sense of sophistication they had never encountered, stirring a desire to touch it, yet also a fear of damaging something so exquisite. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's nervousness and astonishment. The vivacious Li Qianqian could not resist turning to gaze out the window, and as she sat in such a lavish vehicle, she felt as though she were witnessing a brand new world existing above her previous social strata. A smile of pure delight crept onto her lips. What a fortunate choice I made, she thought to herself, realizing this was indeed the most correct decision of her life, especially after having felt a sense of trepidation and worry during their journey. Uncertain of the nature of the extravagant and intimidating Freedom Dad, she pondered what sort of person he might be. If he turned out to be a greasy old man or a decrepit figure, what then? Throughout the journey, she silently wished that Freedom Dad would resemble a wealthy second generation like the nation's beloved husband. Though older and not particularly handsome, at the very least, he would be bearable. She entertained numerous possibilities, yet never imagined that Freedom Dad would be a young and charming gentleman. The moment Li Qianqian laid eyes on this enigmatic benefactor, her heart soared with uncontainable joy. This young man was leagues beyond the nation's darling. She was utterly enamored. While Li Qianqian reveled in her exhilaration, her older sister, Li Wenwen, remained pensive, her gaze cast downward, lost in thought, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Though her heart brimmed with surprise, it weighed heavily upon her, akin to a colossal stone pressing down, leaving her unsettled. Previously, when she learned that her sister had resolutely decided to meet Freedom Dad in the bustling metropolis, she was taken aback. She had urged her sister to remain calm and avoid rash decisions. Yet, her sister was resolute, declaring her intention to seize the opportunity to capture the man who could transform her life. Such an opportunity was rare. Winning the favor of a powerful figure could alter the course of her existence, just like the streamer Qing Yan, whose earnings over a few days could ensure a lifetime of comfort. Even so, this was merely the beginning of the benefactor's support. The path ahead remained long, and the potential for future brilliance was unfathomable. This was indeed a monumental opportunity, and who could remain indifferent to such a chance? Faced with her sister's fervor, Li Wenwen found herself at a loss for words. Thus, under the pretense of concern for her sister's safety, she decided to accompany her, harboring her own selfish motives deep within. Who wouldn't desire the favor and backing of such a formidable figure as Freedom Dad? Yet, her sister's audacity and decisiveness had caught her off guard. When she finally beheld the mysterious Freedom Dad, her excitement mirrored that of her sister. It felt as if divine providence had smiled upon them, an unbelievable stroke of luck. However, this elation was soon overshadowed by an unsettling sensation akin to a thorn piercing her heart. Freedom Dad was flawless in every regard: age, appearance, wealth. He embodied the very essence of a fairy tale prince, igniting her heart with fervent admiration. Yet, such a paragon could only belong to one person. And here she was, alongside her sister, 2 individuals vying for his attention. Could it be? Li Wenwen's internal struggle did not last long, for the vehicle came to a halt. As the driver opened the door, the 2 women disembarked, only to discover they had unknowingly arrived at a bustling commercial district. Staring at the dazzling and extraordinary fashionable architecture before them, they found themselves momentarily bewildered. What place was this? Li Qianqian gazed at the imposing edifice exuding opulence and luxury. Her curiosity piqued. Is this the Guijin Center Mall? Ah, are we here to purchase flowers? She had assumed that Chao Yang intended to locate a florist. Yet they found themselves amidst the grandeur of a shopping mall. Could it be that this upscale establishment harbored blooms unattainable at ordinary flower shops? For a moment, both sisters were utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, the gesture of Chao Yang presenting a gift, accompanied by such elaborate efforts, filled their hearts with a sweet sensation, a delightful feeling of being cherished. You will understand once we step inside. Let us go, Chao Yang remarked with a gentle smile, guiding the two into the mall. In the entirety of the bustling metropolis, this mall stood as a paragon of international high-end shopping, housing over 25 flagship stores of world-renowned brands. Any luxury boutique one could conceive of was readily available here. It could be said that this locale was a veritable paradise for those with extravagant tastes. One basic designer handbag could effortlessly deplete an average person's savings for half a year. As they followed Chao Yang into the mall, the sisters felt as if their eyes could scarcely take in the sights. Everywhere they turned were luxurious boutiques that ignited a desire to scream and seize everything within. Simply gazing at these opulent offerings sent their hearts racing. In such a place, even a casual stroll could uplift a woman's spirits instantaneously. Though there were similarly lavish malls in their mountain town, neither dared to enter. Fully aware that such establishments were beyond their financial reach, this was not a domain for ordinary individuals like themselves. At this moment, despite their exhilaration, the sisters maintained a cautious demeanor, closely trailing Chao Yang to avoid causing any trouble. Soon, they arrived at a store where Chao Yang halted. Aren't we here to buy flowers? This place doesn't seem to have a florist, Li Qianqian remarked, gazing questioningly at Chao Yang, a sentiment echoed by Li Wenwen. They had both been vigilant in their quest for a flower shop along the way, yet had found none. This is not what it seems. Chao Yang pointed at the establishment before them and gestured toward the nearby Chanel, Gucci, Hermes, and Prada, laughing heartily. Seeing you both brings me joy, so today, your Freedom Dad gifts you each a flower, one named Wealthy Flower and the other Carefree Flower. In this mall, feel free to select whatever catches your eye. Your Freedom Dad will cover all expenses. At this proclamation, both Li Wenwen and Li Qianqian were left utterly speechless. Chao Yang's extravagant gesture shattered their preconceived notions. They could never have imagined that the flowers gifted by such a magnate would take the form of this. Wealthy Flower and Carefree Flower, it felt like a dream. Previously, when Chao Yang mentioned gifting flowers, they thought it rather romantic. Now, however, it was undeniably romantic, both extravagant and whimsical. The audacious romance of the affluent was something they found utterly enchanting. The sisters were profoundly moved by Chao Yang's bold actions. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Qianqian was the first to regain her composure. Yet, her tongue felt as if it were tied in knots, rendering her speechless. There was no need for hesitation. Just step inside, pick what pleases you, and that would suffice. Today, I am in high spirits, so do not dampen my mood. Chao Yang smiled with a hint of arrogance and declared, having already extracted $1 billion in cash from this treasure of a girl. Spending a mere 7 or 8 million is hardly a loss. After a brief moment of contemplation, seeing that Chao Yang was entirely serious, Li Qianqian finally accepted this astonishing reality. Excitement gradually sparkled in her eyes. How wonderful this is! Long live the freedom of wealth! With a daring peck on Chao Yang's cheek, she could no longer resist the allure of the luxurious items and dashed inside. Chapter 72. Li Wenwen wept. One must revel in the joys of life. Money cannot buy happiness. As the adage goes, life is akin to a journey. The scenery is inconsequential. What truly matters is the mood. At this moment, there was no need for meticulous budgeting or penny pinching. Money was just a trifle, and it felt exhilarating to spend as one pleased. In the flagship store, although Chao Yang had made audacious proclamations, Li Qianqian did not get overly carried away. Filled with excitement, she eagerly explored the store, yet her focus remained largely on observation. Seeing this seemingly frugal beauty, Chao Yang could not help but chuckle softly. He chose to recline on a sofa in the relaxation area, waiting patiently. Just as he settled in, Li Wenwen approached him. What brings you here? Didn't find anything you liked? In such a vast store, that seems improbable. Do not hesitate. Chao Yang raised an eyebrow with an amiable smile as Li Wenwen sat beside him. No need to mind me. Qian has already treated you, so I shall refrain. Li Wenwen said, her cheeks flushing slightly as she gazed at Chao Yang's strikingly handsome face, smiling modestly. At that moment, being alone with Chao Yang made her feel both nervous and inexplicably thrilled. This made the somewhat bashful girl yearn to draw closer to him, even as she resisted the impulse. Are you trying to save money for yourself? Chao Yang inquired with a gentle smile, able to discern the contrasting personalities of the two sisters. The younger sister was vibrant and chatty, while the elder sister was composed and largely silent, serving as a capable listener. There's no need for that. Since I have brought you both here, let us enjoy ourselves. Do not fear spending. Money is no object. As he gazed at Li Wenwen's delicate features, he affectionately brushed her hair aside. For you, this may be an unattainable luxury, but for me, it is truly insignificant. I do not intend to belittle you. I only wish to convey that this sum means little to me. I seek only joy. Can you understand that? Chao Yang's casual and affectionate gestures left Li Wenwen blushing, her entire being frozen in place, her heart racing wildly. Upon hearing his words, she nodded somewhat stiffly. She could roughly comprehend that his remarks were not rooted in disdain. This man, who casually spent millions in the live stream, truly possessed a disregard for money. However, having such an outrageous experience, far more extravagant than winning a 5 million yuan lottery, thrust upon her was a jarring challenge to her worldview, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Chao Yang's hand instinctively rested on Li Wenwen's delicate shoulder as he smiled and said, So, put your heart at ease. Take what you desire. And if you adorn yourselves beautifully, I shall be equally delighted. At his words, Li Wenwen suddenly trembled, her heart ignited with inspiration. Indeed, to bring him joy, she too should present herself beautifully. Encouraged by Chao Yang, Li Wenwen finally stood up and began to explore the store. Ding! Li Wenwen's affection level increased by 5. Ding! Congratulations, host. Li Wenwen's affection level has surpassed 70, elevating to the third tier of relationship, romantic interest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a mysterious reward. Would you like to activate it? Chao Yang, who was idly passing the time, was taken aback by the system's notification, his surprise palpable. Haha. This trip to the mall was not in vain. Even Sister Li Wenwen's relationship has reached the third tier. Nice. Activate. A smile crept across Chao Yang's face as he issued the command without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward of 100 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Chao Yang's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. Truly, these sisters were like treasures, yielding such a staggering sum. How delightful. Jin truly does not disappoint. After a while, the two women had each chosen an exquisite outfit and tried them on, then approached Chao Yang to showcase their selections. It must be said that their fiery and graceful figures made them natural models. Once adorned in high-end garments, their elegance ascended to a new level. Chao Yang's words rang true. They were indeed a feast for the eyes, and he gazed intently at the stunning sisters, nodding in satisfaction. With shoes and bags perfectly coordinated, Chao Yang did not ask the women to change back. He directly paid for their purchases and led the refreshed sisters out of the store, heading toward Gucci. The two women deeply grasped the essence of Chao Yang's words about spending money freely. It was not mere rhetoric. He truly acted upon it. This was utterly extravagant, exhilaratingly shocking. And they were left in awe, experiencing firsthand the liberating world of the wealthy. However, Chao Yang remained composed as he patiently awaited the women to select their desired luxury items. Even during the card payment, his demeanor unflappable. It was as if spending 300,000 to 500,000 yuan to him was akin to merely a few yuan, without a trace of concern. His calmness appeared strikingly attractive in the eyes of the two women. After an exhilarating spree, the two women had browsed through over a dozen renowned luxury brand stores before finally deciding to cease their shopping endeavors. Their arms were laden with an array of bags. A mere fraction of their purchases. Even if they had acquired a complete ensemble from each boutique, the sheer volume was overwhelming. Fortunately, a solution presented itself. Chao Yang left the address for the storekeepers to deliver the items directly to their hotel. The two women not only procured clothing, shoes, and handbags, but they also indulged in several sets of cosmetics and intimate apparel. However, the most abundant acquisition consisted of stockings, black, white, nude, fishnet, lettered, patterned, and shimmering varieties. My goodness! They could wear them for an entire year without exhausting their supply. The women found it perplexing why Chao Yang seemed indifferent about various matters, yet placed such significant importance on stockings. Moreover, there was the Valentino high-heeled shoes, despite their discomfort. It appeared that Chao Yang harbored a particular fondness for this brand. Regardless, within the span of a single afternoon, the lives of the two women seemed utterly transformed. From initial astonishment to numbness, and eventually to sheer delight, they became enraptured by the unabashed extravagance of their shopping spree. Particularly, the envious and resentful glances from other women served to immensely gratify their vanity. However, for Chao Yang, spending less than 8 million in the afternoon was hardly a concern, especially considering the modest objectives he had achieved with the two women. As they exited the shopping mall, night had fallen. The trio boarded a Rolls-Royce and sought out an upscale restaurant nestled within a secluded villa. Upon alighting from the vehicle, the vivacious Li Qianqian embraced Chao Yang's arm as they strolled toward the restaurant. Witnessing this scene, the subsequent disembarkation of Li Wenwen caused her body to tremble involuntarily, her face paling in an instant. It felt as if she had been stung by a wasp, a sharp pain piercing her heart. Unable to contain herself, she bit down on her crimson lips, lowering her gaze and following silently behind. Once they settled into the luxurious private room, watching her sister engage in lively banter with Chao Yang, Li Wenwen felt an unbearable tightness in her chest, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. Despite her efforts to suppress her emotions, tears welled in her eyes, cascading down uncontrollably. Chapter 73. Choose you, choose me. Let him decide, even as Li Wenwen hastily turned her head away, quickly wiping away the fallen tears. Both Chao Yang and Li Qianqian noticed her distress. Chao Yang was taken aback, clearly observing the shimmering liquid falling from Li Wenwen's beautiful eyes. What could be the cause of this poised and demure beauty? Reminiscent of an elegant orchid in a secluded valley, suddenly shedding tears? Chao Yang wore a perplexed expression. Sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? At this, Li Wenwen could no longer maintain her composure and directly responded with concern. I need to visit the restroom. The moment she spoke, an inexplicable wave of sadness washed over her, and the tears that she had managed to hold back cascaded down like a broken dam. Li Wenwen's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Then she suddenly rose and fled the private room, as if escaping. This scene left both Chao Yang and Li Qianqian in a state of bewilderment. What is wrong with your sister? Chao Yang asked, astonished as he looked at Li Wenwen. I have no idea, Li Qianqian replied, equally perplexed, and anxiously stood up, saying, Excuse me, Chao Yang, I need to check on my sister. Chao Yang nodded, and Li Qianqian hurriedly followed out of the private room. In the restroom, when Li Qianqian found Li Wenwen, she was already sobbing uncontrollably. Despite tightly covering her mouth to suppress the sounds of her weeping, the tremors of her shoulders caused Li Qianqian's heart to clench with concern. Throughout her growing years, Li Qianqian had never witnessed her sister cry, let alone in such deep sorrow. Even when watching those heart-wrenching dramas that brought her to tears, it was always her sister who comforted her and handed her tissues. Li Qianqian understood that although she appeared optimistic and carefree on the surface, she was, in truth, quite sensitive and fragile at heart. Conversely, her sister, despite her typically gentle and delicate demeanor, possessed a remarkable inner strength, embodying a girl who was soft on the outside yet resilient within. Sister, please don't cry. What has made you so upset? Li Qianqian couldn't help but embrace Li Wenwen's trembling shoulders, her own eyes growing moist. I'm fine, Qianqian. I just need to cry for a bit. Li Wenwen stammered through her tears. Sister, can you truly say you're fine? I know you too well. Tell me what's wrong. Seeing you cry makes me want to cry too. Hearing her sister's fragmented words, Li Qianqian felt her own voice catch in her throat, her eyes clouded with unshed tears. The twin sisters had shared a deep bond since childhood, remaining inseparable from kindergarten through university and into their adult lives. They were so close that they had even agreed to oversee each other's romantic pursuits, ensuring that any boyfriends were mutually accepted. With their striking beauty and figures, they were the epitome of school beauties, yet neither had ever experienced romance, largely due to their pact. From childhood to adulthood, the sisters had been as close as one. Suppressing her own anxiety, Li Qianqian silently shed tears alongside Li Wenwen. Once Li Wenwen had finally calmed down, Li Qianqian could no longer contain her curiosity. Sister, please tell me what's bothering you. I am your sister. At this, Li Wenwen, her eyes swollen from crying, bit her lip and shook her head repeatedly. This only intensified Li Qianqian's urgency, for the two had never harbored secrets from one another. In their rebellious and naive years, they had even critiqued forbidden films together, and it was not uncommon for them to bathe together even now. Under Li Qianqian's persistent questioning, Li Wenwen, now less tearful, appeared despondent, but when pressed, she could no longer hold back her emotions. The swollen eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope as Li Wenwen finally gritted her teeth, as if summoning some hidden courage. Qianqian, throughout our lives, I have never competed with you for anything. You always played with the toys first, and the delicious treats were always yours to enjoy first. Upon hearing this, Li Qianqian quickly replied, Sister, I know, I truly understand. You have always been so wonderful to me. Reflecting on the memories of their shared past, Li Qianqian gazed at her sister, whose features mirrored her own, and her heart swelled with gratitude. She indeed had the best sister. However, upon hearing this, Li Wenwen fell into a moment of deep contemplation, suddenly revealing a look of desperation. Qianqian, I have never fought you for anything, but can you let go of Chaoyang for me? I realize that this may sound selfish, but I truly do not wish to lose him. A man as perfect as he is, encountering someone like him once in a lifetime is already a stroke of extraordinary luck. I understand that I may never meet someone so exceptional again in my lifetime. Even though she had always been selfless, she now felt compelled to abandon her pride and act selfishly towards her own sister. Fruits could be shared, toys could be given up, but could a man be relinquished? Such a man, if she did not strive for him, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Li Qianqian stood frozen in shock, her sister's words striking her like a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly speechless. You are doing this for him? You are really doing this for him? Unable to contain herself, Li Qianqian took 2 steps back, her heart aching like 1,000 needles upon seeing her sister's pleading expression. This was her elder sister, who had always cherished and cared for her. Under any other circumstances, she would have agreed without hesitation. But why him? Why must it be the man she too had fallen for? To give him up for her sister? Tears streamed down Li Qianqian's face like a torrential flood, her beautiful eyes becoming blurred in an instant, her body swaying as if she might faint. Seeing this, Li Wenwen was startled and rushed to embrace her. It took a considerable time for Li Qianqian to regain her composure. Sister, I'm so sorry. I truly am. She choked, her voice laced with sorrow. But I don't want to give up on Chaoyang either. I'm sorry, I really am. Witnessing her sister's sudden pallor, Li Wenwen felt an unbearable ache in her heart. In that moment, the 2 sisters could not help but embrace each other and weep bitterly. They cried until it seemed as though their tears had run dry, gradually ceasing their lamentations. It seemed that neither would desire him, or both would fall for him. As they gazed into one another's eyes, each reflected an unsolvable sorrow. Yet, he was but one man, while they were 2 sisters, both unwilling to relinquish their claim. Dearest, how can one expect to strike a balance in this world? He is so perfect, so exceptional. Sister, I understand your desire to hold on to him. I would forsake anything else, but I truly do not wish to part with him either. Li Qianqian gently wiped the tears lingering on her sister's face and softly said, Since neither of us wishes to give up, let us leave the decision of choosing between you and me to Chaoyang. That would be the most fair. At this moment, the composed Li Wenwen, feeling a pang of sympathy for her sister, nodded repeatedly and couldn't help but embrace her once more. Sister, promise me that regardless of the outcome, it won't affect our sisterly bond, okay? Promise me. Li Wenwen, unable to resist stroking her sister's long hair, nodded solemnly. Sister, I promise you, no matter the result, you will always be my dear little sister. Chapter 74. Only children make choices. The dishes had been served. Yet the 2 sisters had not returned. Chaoyang could only exercise patience while waiting, until the food was nearly cold, when they finally made their way back. What happened to you 2? Your eyes are swollen from crying? Seeing their red, puffy eyes, Chaoyang was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. In response, the seemingly burdened sisters exchanged knowing smiles and shook their heads in unison. It's nothing, Chaoyang. Let us eat. We're starving. Li Qianqian said with a cheerful tone. All right then, let us eat. Chaoyang raised an eyebrow, noticing their clear intent to divert the conversation. He was too hungry to press further, so the 3 began their meal. Truly, the dishes prepared by this luxurious villa's high-end restaurant were nothing short of exquisite. However, whether due to their own worries or simply small appetites, the 2 sisters, like little kittens, ate only a bit before claiming they were full. This then transformed into a scene where Chao Yang sat like a landlord, while the two sisters flanked him on either side, serving him food like delicate maidens. With such a pair of exquisite sisters attending to him, it was indeed a rare blessing that any man would envy. Chao Yang's spirit soared, and he found himself consuming an extra bowl of rice. After satisfying their hunger and settling the bill, the trio exited the restaurant. Li Qianqian suggested a leisurely stroll nearby, and a slightly stuffed Chao Yang gladly agreed. The time was still early, just past 8:30, and the weather had cooled significantly compared to the day, making it perfect for a walk to the nearby small park. As they strolled, they encountered numerous people who had also come out for a post-dinner walk. With both sisters being goddess-like beauties on their own, their simultaneous appearance turned heads at an astonishing rate. Coupled with Chao Yang, a man accompanied by such exquisite sisters, they drew gazes that were almost incredulous. It was likely that many onlookers inwardly lamented, such prime beauties wasted on a mere pig. So conspicuous were they that upon reaching the park, it seemed as if they shared a silent understanding, leading them to a secluded corner. Engaged in light conversation about their live-stream topics, the sisters suddenly fell silent, sharing an unspoken moment. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qianqian, suppressing the fluttering of her heart, gazed at Chao Yang with an air of nonchalance, though her voice betrayed a hint of nervousness. Others say I resemble my sister, but there are indeed differences. What do you think, Chao Yang? Which of us do you prefer? Taken aback by the question, Chao Yang's discerning gaze fell upon the two sisters, who were strikingly similar in both appearance and figure, epitomizing perfection. He merely stroked his chin in silence. Seeing this, the sisters' hearts raced, overwhelmed by Chao Yang's intense gaze, and they instinctively lowered their heads. Hypothetically speaking, if you had to choose one of us as your girlfriend, who would it be? Li Qianqian murmured, her voice barely audible. In response, Chao Yang chuckled. You two have reddened your eyes over this, haven't you? At his words, both girls trembled slightly, quickly raising their heads. Their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet, disregarding their inner shyness, they stared at Chao Yang, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. Only children make choices. After a brief silence, Chao Yang smiled lightly and declared, I want both. Chapter 75, TSK, a cad. The unexpected answer left the sisters wide-eyed, standing frozen in disbelief. Oh my goodness. Li Wenwen and Li Qianqian were genuinely taken aback by Chao Yang's brazen declaration. However, he smiled and said with composure, You need not be torn. Before you, I had many women, and I expect I shall have many more after. To be frank, I am not an innocent person. I cannot devote myself entirely to one. However, I can assure you that I will treat all my women equally, bestowing upon them the same affection and care. I am not a stingy man. And you should have sensed that today. Any capable man would not choose to hang himself from a single tree. It is merely a matter of open and hidden truths. I do not wish to conceal this, as it is laborious and ungrateful, quite exhausting. There is no such thing as perfection in this world. I believe that with my capabilities, I can provide a safe haven for the women I cherish. If you choose to dock here, I warmly welcome you. If not, I will not impose. Chao Yang gently grasped the hands of both women and said, All right, I have said what needed to be said. Now, it is your turn to choose your path. Chao Yang's audacious words struck the two sisters like a tempest, profoundly challenging their worldview. Their expressions shifted, unable to withstand the weight of his declaration. Although they could easily shake off Chao Yang's hands, neither made the move. They were astute, yet still held onto a hint of innocence. Having never been in a relationship before, seeing this, a smile unconsciously graced Chao Yang's lips. I shall grant you a life that will evoke envy in other women, and I shall not shortchange any of you. I am true to my word. The faces of the two women flushed a deep crimson in an instant. Bah, scoundrel! The playful Li Qianqian boldly pinched Chao Yang's waist, feigning indignation. The complexity in her eyes revealed a glimmer of relief. She suddenly found Chao Yang's words not so difficult to accept. It was far better to know the truth than to remain in ignorance. Depending on a man to remain faithful is likely more improbable than a sow climbing a tree. She was instantly reminded of the little supervisor from the company who often harassed the two of them, rumored to have two mistresses behind the scenes. Women are drawn to strength. Having encountered a man as perfect as Chao Yang, leaving him would be akin to a death sentence. Before long, the trio arrived at the Waldorf. Stepping into the resplendent Waldorf, one was immediately enveloped in an atmosphere of opulence and grace. The spacious, brightly lit lobby, soaring ceilings, and magnificent crystal chandeliers made one feel as though they had entered a luxurious palace. The sophistication and grandeur of the Waldorf were evident in every detail. From the lobby to the guest rooms, each corner exuding unparalleled elegance and comfort. As they entered this exquisite hotel, the reactions of the two women mirrored those of a novice visiting for the first time, a blend of excitement and shyness. Like curious children, they surveyed their surroundings, dazzled by the array of decorations they had never encountered before. It felt as if they had stepped into a realm that ordinary people might toil a lifetime to enter. The sisters' eyes sparkled with delight, their hearts racing uncontrollably. One could foresee that their lives would be irrevocably transformed from this point onward, leaving them unable to maintain their composure. Chapter 76. I do not believe, unless you prove it. A few rays of warm sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the bedroom. However, with the aid of central air conditioning and a fresh air system, the room remained comfortably temperate, and the air was fresh. The sisters lay languidly, reluctant to move. They could not help but marvel at the whims of fate. Ding! Li Qianqian's favorability rating increased by 5. After savoring the moment for a while, it was the ever-vivacious and carefree younger sister, Li Qianqian, who broke the silence. Sister, I feel as though something has changed. It's not like before. Leaning closer to Li Wenwen, she scrutinized her face for a moment, then blinked mischievously. Hasn't it? What has changed? Feeling a bit flustered under her sister's gaze, Li Wenwen couldn't help but smooth her disheveled hair, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue as she averted her eyes. Sister, we've never been apart since we were little. I can notice even the slightest change. Hee, sister, you have indeed changed, becoming more feminine. Li Qianqian propped her head up with her arm, gazing at Li Wenwen with a beaming smile. Upon hearing those words, Li Wenwen's heart raced unexpectedly, and a burning sensation crept onto her face. Embarrassed, she couldn't help but glare at her sister, retorting, Aren't you the same? How can you criticize me? With that, Li Wenwen turned her face away. Observing this, Li Qianqian's lips curled into a playful smile as she mimicked the demeanor of a mischievous villain, reaching out to pinch Li Wenwen's chin and turning her face back. In an instant, her sister's words left Li Wenwen blushing furiously, even her earlobes tinged with crimson. Ding! Li Wenwen's affection level increased by 5. You little rascal. Lacking in shame. Just wait until I deal with you. Swatting away her sister's playful hand from her chin, Li Wenwen exclaimed in mock anger, her embarrassment compelling her to reach for the soft flesh at Li Qianqian's waist. In no time, the two engaged in a playful tussle. However, it wasn't long before Li Qianqian surrendered. Ding! Li Qianqian's affection level increased by 5. Ding! Congratulations, host. Li Qianqian's affection level has surpassed 80. Elevating to a 4th-tier relationship. Open for plucking. Ding! Li Wenwen's affection level increased by 5. Ding! Congratulations, host. Li Wenwen's affection level has also surpassed 80. Elevating to a 4th-tier relationship. Open for plucking. A soft click sounded from the doorknob, followed by the door swinging open. The source of their affection and trepidation, appearing as carefree as ever, strolled in. Vanishing was the boldness and mischief displayed moments ago with her sister, replaced by Li Qianqian's heart racing as her cheeks turned into ripe apples. Wenwen, are you awake? It's almost noon. It's time for lunch. And I was just thinking of you too. Approaching the bedside, Chao Yang noticed the adorable figure whose gaze darted away like a timid rabbit, and he couldn't help but smile warmly. Chao Yang, I'm Qianqian. Li Qianqian couldn't resist pouting in correction upon hearing Chao Yang's words. In response, Chao Yang chuckled, plopping down at the edge of the bed and affectionately ruffled her hair, teasing, I don't believe you. Qianqian has a mole on her chest. Unless you show me as proof. You naughty boy, I won't let you see. The bashful Li Qianqian bit her rosy lip and shot Chao Yang a glare, feigning annoyance. Unfazed, Chao Yang glanced at the slight movements under the cool blanket and playfully tapped it, saying, Qianqian, don't hide under there. Aren't you feeling stifled? If Wenwen won't prove it, you should. Realizing she could no longer hide, Li Wenwen peeled back the blanket, revealing her flushed face, and hurriedly declared, I'm Wenwen. And I don't have a mole. I don't believe you. If you two won't prove it, then I'll verify it myself, Chao Yang jested, chuckling at the sight of the sisters' rosy cheeks. You two just lie there today, don't move. It's time for lunch. What do you want to eat? I'll have someone bring it in. Chao Yang affectionately took both their hands, declaring, what can I say? One must tease their own women while also cherishing them. After a moment of contemplation, The two women simply ordered 2 dishes, while Chao Yang decided on 2 additional ones and sent the selections to Kai Yaji via his mobile device. Approximately half an hour later, a dedicated maid from the presidential suite arrived with a meal cart. Upon inspection, Chao Yang noticed that, in addition to the dishes ordered by the 3 of them, there were 2 extra items. One was kidney slices, and the other was fresh oysters. Even the tea was accompanied by an extra touch of small, orange goji berries. Taken aback for a moment, Chao Yang quickly realized that this was undoubtedly a thoughtful arrangement by Kai Yaji. The realization made him chuckle softly. He had just made her acutely aware of the concept of generous portions, yet she still seemed concerned. Did he really need all this? Who did she think he was? Although he felt somewhat speechless, a warm feeling enveloped him. Truly, she was a well-rounded gem, attentive to the needs of others. Chapter 77. Must secure first place after their meal. Chao Yang did nothing but accompany the 2 women as they rested in the room. Sitting beside the 2 charming and enchanting sisters, simply engaging in conversation was a rare pleasure. Reflecting on the days of his past life, when he could only watch mundane scenes, he marveled at the heavenly existence he now enjoyed. The 2 women, clearly sensing Chao Yang's affection, felt deeply touched. They thought that if such an exceptional man consistently treated them with such kindness, even if he had other women, it wouldn't be too difficult to accept. In this world, while there were many wealthy individuals, there were also countless stingy ones. Prenuptial agreements were common, and many affluent men continued to be miserly even after marriage. Such situations were still preferable compared to encountering the twisted individuals prone to domestic violence, where one wouldn't have time to cry before the storm hit. Chao Yang, however, was a magnanimous man, casually spending millions on them at times, and at other moments, he could be both domineering and tender. A man like him was indeed a rarity, and encountering him was a stroke of fortune. As they pondered their circumstances, the 2 sisters felt increasingly sweet, their eyes glistening with emotion nearly to the point of tangible strings. Chao Yang couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. In such a short time, they had completely adapted to their current dynamic, and their relationship grew ever closer, making it difficult to feel anything but joy. Remembering the rewards for the sisters having surpassed the 4th stage, Chao Yang realized he had yet to claim them. System, activate the rewards. He eagerly commanded. Ding. Rewards activated. Congratulations, host. You have received an investment fund of 200 million. Ding. Rewards activated. Congratulations, host. You have received an investment fund of 200 million. The rewards obtained by the sisters yielded the same outcome, leaving Chao Yang momentarily stunned. While the total amounted to an impressive 400 million, he felt a pang of disappointment, as the novelty was entirely lost on him, leaving him somewhat disinterested. Having just managed an investment of 300 million, the prospect of an additional 400 million was somewhat bothersome to Chao Yang. His thoughts inevitably drifted to Su Li, wondering if gifting her such a sum would astonish the stunning actress who had once fretted over a mere 50 million investment. The notion brought a subtle smile to his lips. If he had no other use for the funds, why not bestow them upon her? After all, she was indeed his woman. In his previous life, her exceptional beauty and acting prowess had eclipsed even the so-called top stars, yet she remained uncelebrated. By the time of his demise, she had labored in the entertainment industry for over a decade without achieving significant fame, leaving countless viewers feeling a sense of injustice. However, in this life, fate had brought her into the orbit of the formidable Chao Yang, a serendipitous encounter indeed. With her remarkable attributes, elevating her to stardom would be merely a matter of time. He envisioned Su Li basking in success, her brilliance illuminating the nation, captivating millions, and becoming the object of adoration for countless men. At that moment, he would be steadfastly by her side, unwavering in support. With this realization, he joyfully accepted the 400 million investment, a smirk playing on his lips, the satisfaction almost palpable. In a buoyant mood, he couldn't resist planting a fervent kiss on the delicate faces of the 2 sisters. Fairness was paramount. Favoritism was not his style. They chatted, watched a movie, and were playfully teased, eliciting bashful laughter from the 2 women as time slipped away effortlessly. Though little was accomplished, the air was thick with sweetness, enough to make any single man drool. The following day, after a leisurely breakfast, the sisters expressed a desire to visit Disneyland, seizing the rare opportunity to enjoy the vibrant city. This wish was easily fulfilled, and Chao Yang spent the day indulging them at the amusement park, culminating in an evening spent marveling at the splendid nightscape of the Bund. By 10 o'clock, they returned to their hotel, their hearts brimming with joy, while Chao Yang garnered envious glances from countless men who wished to take his place. In the riverside suite, Li Qianqian clung to Chao Yang's arm. Her voice tinged with sadness as she remarked, "Tomorrow, my sister and I will leave." 3 days had fostered an attachment that was hard to break, and the thought of departure brought tears to her eyes. "Don't worry. If you wish to stay longer, we can play a few more days," Chao Yang reassured her, affectionately caressing her tender face. "Tomorrow marks the final day of the preliminary rounds for the Flying Fish event, and we want to return to livestream," Li Wenwen added, her voice also laced with melancholy. Upon hearing this, Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had been so indulged in the tender embrace of these past few days that he had nearly forgotten about this matter. "Very well. Let us first engage in the competition. We can gather again afterward." Chao Yang nodded, affectionately gazing at the two women. "Return and focus on your live stream. I shall assist you in the competition." The two women had willingly offered themselves, and this attitude brought him considerable joy, for he was not one to be stingy with his beloved. "Chao Yang, thank you." Upon hearing this, Li Wenwen could not suppress her emotions. "What rank do you aspire to?" Chao Yang playfully pinched Li Wenwen's delicate nose and smiled. "Perhaps the top 5. That way, we can attend the Grand Cruise event in Magic City, and we shall meet again." Li Wenwen's face radiated hope. Chao Yang chuckled softly at her words. "You are easily satisfied with just a top 5. I must assert, if I am competing, we must secure the first place. If I cannot achieve that, the family will surely mock us." Upon hearing this, the sisters were taken aback, exchanging glances that reflected their uncontainable joy. Who wouldn't he desire the first place? They merely wished to prevent Chao Yang from misconstruing their intentions as greedy. "Chao Yang, you are too good to me, truly. My sister and I are at a loss for how to repay you." Li Qianqian's eyes shimmered with emotion as she spoke. In response, Chao Yang tenderly caressed her long hair, a smile curling at his lips. This made Li Qianqian shyly lower her head, her nerves tingling with anticipation. Chapter 78. The guild in an uproar. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, Chao Yang accompanied the sisters to the airport. At this moment, the two women cast aside any reservations they had, embracing him reluctantly and planting gentle kisses on his cheeks. With their spirits somewhat dampened, they hoisted their slightly cumbersome bodies and 2 large suitcases into the airport. When they arrived, they had only carried small bags, but now they departed with 2 substantial suitcases. The luxury items contained within were worth millions, enough to drive countless women into a frenzy. Yet, this was secondary. The most invaluable treasure was the affection they had garnered from that man. Aboard the flight back to Mountain City, the sisters felt as though these brief 3 days had unfolded like a fairy tale, almost too incredible to believe. Yet, the slight discomfort in their bodies reminded them that it was all indeed real. They had become women, his women. Upon landing, they took a car back to their rented residence. Time had flown by, and after a brief rest and a simple meal, they hailed a taxi and headed straight to the company. Arriving at the office after 6 o'clock, they found it considerably quieter than usual. Aside from a few streaming rooms where faint sounds of broadcasts could be heard, not a single other streamer was in sight. Typically, this hour marked the end of many afternoon broadcasts, yet now, not a single host was present. Had they all left? The bewildered sisters made their way towards the grand office of President Huahua. Upon entering, they were taken aback to find that the streamers had not left. They were all gathered within Huahua's office. As 20 pairs of eyes fixated upon them, the sisters felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort and promptly retreated. However, they were pulled back by 2 nearby streamers. "Wenwen, Qianqian, come back. Hurry up." President Huahua beamed at the two, revealing a warm, maternal smile. Although the sisters had kept their meeting with the esteemed leader a secret, they knew full well that such news could hardly remain hidden within the company, and they had mentally prepared themselves for the inevitable scrutiny. Nonetheless, being the center of attention left them feeling bashful and awkward, their bodies radiating an unmistakable unease. As President Huahua spoke, the mortified sisters were about to respond when a sudden shriek startled them. "Oh my goodness, am I seeing this correctly? Is that the latest Gemini bag?" Not only were the sisters taken aback, but the other streamers were equally astonished as the guild's top streamer, Xiaowakai, dashed towards them. Indeed, it truly is the Gemini bag worth 52,000. Xiaowakai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the sister's bag, exclaiming in disbelief. "Such a small bag, priced at 52,000? At her words, The other streamers, including President Hua, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Had anyone else mentioned such a price? They might have doubted it, but with Xiawakai's endorsement, disbelief was not an option. Almost everyone in the guild was aware of Xiawakai's passion for luxury goods. During casual conversations, aside from discussing live streaming, she often spoke of various high-end brands. Last year, she had proudly purchased a basic Prada bag for 18,800, which she flaunted as a symbol of her accomplishments. In an instant, the astonished gazes of the crowd were fixated on the sisters' bags. Initially captivated by the bags, Xiawakai's attention soon drifted to the sisters themselves, and she found it impossible to look away. Her eyes widened involuntarily, and her breath quickened. This is the newly released mixed fabric Chanel dress, priced at an astonishing 128,800. Oh my goodness, if I'm not mistaken. Your shoes must also be the latest Gucci design, which I believe costs over 80,000. After scrutinizing the sisters for a moment, Xiawakai couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed. Her words resonated in the ears of the others like a thunderclap. What? A dress and a pair of shoes together amount to 200,000? Everyone was left speechless, utterly flabbergasted, as this reality surpassed their wildest imagination. Dream Sound was merely a small guild. Not only the sisters, but even Xiawakai, the so-called top streamer, earned less than 200,000 a year. Feeling the incredulous stares of those around them, the sisters instinctively concealed their hands behind their backs. Fortunately, Xiawakai had yet to notice the Cartier bracelets adorning their wrists. Otherwise, the astonishment of the onlookers would have been palpable. This exquisite jewelry is priced at a staggering 5.88 million. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the two sisters felt increasingly uneasy. They had no intention of flaunting. It was merely that, in the company of Chao Yang, these lavish items seemed utterly trivial. So much so that they had subconsciously forgotten the impact of such opulence. Moments later, Xiawakai was the first to emerge from her stupor, although her excitement remained unabated. Wenwen, Qianqian, you've struck it rich, truly rich. Did your freedom father buy these for you? Grasping their hands, Xiawakai inquired eagerly, her eyes shimmering with envy. Realizing they could no longer conceal the truth, the two sisters nodded silently. Wow, sisters, this is incredible. I've been streaming for 2 years. And how come I haven't encountered such an extraordinary big brother? If the heavens could grant me such a brother, I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Xiawakai exclaimed, her enthusiasm reaching its zenith as she pounded her chest in incredulity. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and a fervent curiosity ignited in her eyes. So, you must have met your freedom father. Tell me, what does he look like? Is he in his 40s? Is he aloof and private? Would a wealthy magnate be difficult to approach? Xiawakai bombarded them with questions like a rapid-fire machine gun. Upon hearing this, the other streamers, now fully aware, gathered around. Chattering incessantly with curiosity, the sisters found themselves in an awkward situation. Hey, what are you doing? Don't pry into the affairs of the big shot. All right. You all need to leave. I have matters to discuss with them. Hurry up. Seeing the situation unfold, Hua quickly intervened, playfully asserting that if the sisters inadvertently revealed something, it could lead to trouble from those with ill intentions. Her small guild could hardly bear the repercussions. From now on, you two are my sisters, my real sisters. Remember to treat me well in our future collaborations. Xiawakai, brimming with admiration, remarked, look, even Hua is ushering people away. All pretenses of superiority have vanished, leaving only unrestrained flattery. Flattery? What is integrity compared to the allure of a big shot's medical expenses? The other streamers chimed in, mimicking her, causing the sisters' heads to buzz. Thankfully, Hua promptly ushered the other streamers out. In the office, only the three of them remained. Hua then wore a knowing smile. Have you met the big shot? The sisters nodded once more. Wonderful. Did you discuss the competition with him? We did. Did he agree to compete with you? Yes. Fantastic. Sister Hua could not contain her excitement as she turned around, for this was the matter she cared about most. It directly pertained to the development of their guild. Have you made any promises of rebates with the big boss? After a moment of exhilaration, Sister Hua asked with a solemn expression, what rebates? In response, the two sisters were left bewildered. You don't know? Oh my, it seems you truly are unaware. It's all my oversight. In competitions, the money from the big boss is fully refunded, while the funds from individual investors are split 50-50. This won't do. You must contact the big boss immediately and clarify this matter. We cannot allow the big boss to think that our guild is unprofessional. Chapter 79. Truly a fortunate star. Chao Yang answered the call from Wenwen, only to be greeted by the voice of an unfamiliar woman. Hello, esteemed boss. Good evening. The strange voice momentarily stunned Chao Yang, prompting him to inquire, Who are you? Greetings, esteemed boss. I am the president of the guild to which Wenwen belongs. My name is Hua. The voice on the other end was filled with respect. Upon hearing this, Chao Yang instantly understood. He knew the sisters were different from their senior, as the two had signed with a guild, albeit a minor one with little renown in the industry. What can I do for you? Realizing the caller's identity, Chao Yang casually asked. Actually, there is nothing much. I have long admired your illustrious presence, esteemed boss. However, for a small guild like ours, we hardly feel worthy to establish a connection with someone of your stature. Haha, what astounding fortune. I never expected you would take an interest in our humble guild streamers. I am truly flattered. You hold us in such high regard. Chao Yang had merely asked a casual question, yet the enthusiastic response from the other end was overwhelming. This left him chuckling in amusement. Ever since he acquired wealth, he had never lacked for adulation. Yet this was the first time a guild leader had openly fawned over him. Regardless of the guild's size, the leader's demeanor was notably humble, and the flattery was quite apparent. As he grew wealthier, the praises and compliments he received multiplied. However, he had become more discerning. Even so, the sensation of being showered with admiration right from the start was undeniably gratifying. Please, do not hesitate. Just tell me what you need. Chao Yang replied amiably, his spirits high. Haha, I heard from Wenwen and Qian that you are going to support them in their competitions. We are immensely grateful for your recognition. Your support for them is not only a boon for them, but also a great honor for our guild. These two girls are still new to streaming and may not fully understand, so I took the liberty of reaching out to express our guild's sincerity. Supporting Wenwen and her comrades means supporting our guild. Rest assured, esteemed boss, our guild will not take your kindness for granted. The expenses you incur for their competitions will be fully reimbursed from our share. The caller took quite a while to convey her message. Yet only at the end did she reveal the true purpose of her call. Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood, and a smile could not help but spread across his face. In his past life, despite being an absolute pauper, he had spent years observing live broadcasts and was well acquainted with the nuances of the streaming industry. The funds from the affluent patrons were returned in full, while the contributions from retail investors were split evenly, a reality that was no secret within the realm of live streaming. During competitions, the affluent patrons would lavishly support the streamers, pouring in millions, yet one would be naive to believe that such funds were entirely genuine. Were there truly patrons who spent purely out of generosity? Certainly. Yet most had prearranged agreements. Aside from platform deductions, the commissions earned by the streamers and guilds were often returned to these patrons. In the heat of intense competitions, merely relying on the affluent patrons was insufficient. Both the guild and the streamers had to invest their own money. Hence, in the majority of competitions, despite the glamorous facade, streamers were often not profiting at all. In fact, it was not uncommon for them to incur losses. Each competition, laborious and costly, was merely a means to gain notoriety. However, for the streamers, fame equated to traffic. With a bustling live room, they could eventually recoup their losses and earn even more. For the affluent patrons, basking in glory and receiving admiration from countless admirers while managing to reclaim half of their funds was an enticing endeavor that they relished. However, did he personally need such arrangements? No, this trifling sum mattered little to him, having long since abandoned the habit of expecting reimbursement. Chao Yang remarked calmly to his phone. Unlike other patrons whose financial contributions were tangible, each penny spent was a penny lost. His own contributions merely constituted system rewards, where every point spent could potentially yield two in return. Would he request a refund from the streamers and guild? That was preposterous. Chao Yang remembered the system's explicit regulations forbidding any form of cash withdrawal. To request a refund would be to jeopardize himself. He had no intention of compromising his standing for such a trivial amount, nor would he engage in foolishness that would lead to losing significant benefits for negligible gains. Yet, whether he needed it was his own affair. The other party's willingness to engage was a matter of attitude. The clear expression of intent from the other party was something Chao Yang found quite commendable. He could forego it, but he would not be kept in the dark. Dear patron, please do not feel embarrassed. This is quite common on the platform. Your support for our guild streamers is something we are immensely grateful for. Upon hearing Chao Yang's words, Sister Hua paused for a moment, then cautiously replied. In her view, the patron's refusal stemmed from concerns about appearances, yet she could not afford to be oblivious. As long as the affluent patrons could uplift the two sisters, the guild would ultimately reap substantial rewards. As for immediate benefits, she was more than willing to sacrifice them, especially since other guilds operated similarly. Chao Yang couldn't help but chuckle at her words. I do not concern myself with how other patrons behave, but this modest sum truly does not bother me. I am not merely being courteous. Oh, by the way, let us do this. Could you adjust Wenwen's commission upwards a bit? That request is hardly unreasonable, is it? Chao Yang spoke with a calm demeanor, asserting that it was perfectly reasonable to advocate for his woman. There was nothing excessive about it, not in the slightest. Rest assured, the contracts for Wenwen and her companions have already been set to the highest industry standards. If you find it unsatisfactory, feel free to voice your concerns. Hua Hua, discerning the tone of Chao Yang, realized that this sensational tycoon truly was indifferent to monetary matters. What a remarkable feat, indeed. Compared to other influential figures within the realm of Feiyu, it was evident that even the most esteemed could not rival the stature of this free-spirited benefactor. In an instant, Hua Hua, who had lived a considerable portion of her life, was nearly moved to tears by the overwhelming excitement. With such an illustrious supporter, not only were the sisters destined for success, but the entire guild was bound to thrive alongside them. The free-spirited benefactor exuded dominance. Well, since it has reached the pinnacle, let it be so. I shall not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. However, I must insist that I do not wish to see the sisters endure any hardship. Please take care of them. With that, he ended the call. Rest assured, free-spirited benefactor, I will treat them as if they were my own daughters and ensure they encounter no grievances. In the president's office, although the call had concluded, Hua Hua continued to speak fervently into the phone, repeatedly assuring him. After a considerable moment, she finally lowered the device from her ear and handed it back to Li Wenwen. A true blessing indeed. Hua Hua enveloped the two women in a warm embrace, her voice trembling with excitement. After a while, regaining her composure, she released them, her gaze more affectionate than one might have for a biological daughter. Go ahead. Commence your broadcast. Do not keep the free-spirited benefactor waiting. You are the best. As the sisters made their way to the live streaming room, they were engulfed by a complex array of emotions. At that moment, they fully comprehended the magnitude of their elevation and status. A profound transformation had indeed occurred. The admiration and reverence emanating from the other streamers, including President Hua Hua, deeply resonated with them. Initially concerned about being ridiculed for associating with a prominent figure, they now realized such worries were utterly unfounded. In this society, no one scrutinizes the means by which one achieves success. As long as one succeeds, recognition and respect will follow. Reflecting on the man who had bestowed upon them this honor, the sisters felt a gentle warmth rise to their cheeks. Chapter 80. Instant ascension to the top. After finishing dinner and enjoying a tender moment with the alluring Kai Yaji, Chao Yang leisurely logged onto Feiyu. Welcome, free-spirited father. Good evening. As soon as he entered the sisters' live streaming room, they immediately noticed his presence. Rising with a mix of joy and a hint of shyness that only Chao Yang could understand. Sweetly, they greeted him, raising their arms in unison to form a large heart, a gesture that symbolized the highest level of courtesy in their streaming space. Good evening, please take a seat. There is no need for formality. Chao Yang sent a sympathetic comment, reflecting on the impressive performances of the two women last night, which indeed provided him with great enjoyment. Despite being aware that their bodies had yet to fully recover, he glanced around the room, noting that the audience comprised merely 100 or so viewers, indicating a rather lackluster popularity. As a new streamer, this was still relatively acceptable. Some streamers had been broadcasting for a year or two, yet struggled to attract even this modest audience. The dream of a sudden windfall, of becoming rich overnight with bags of money, was one that many streamers had entertained. However, the reality for countless streamers was far different. Broadcasting a few hours, receiving a meager sum in gifts, and engaging in solitary monologues for most of the day was their true depiction. At this moment, although the number of viewers in the sisters' stream was limited, the atmosphere remained quite lively. Upon noticing his arrival, numerous comments on the screen greeted him warmly. Dreaming of flowers, dreaming of little flower, dreaming of shallow memories, dreaming of 7 treasures. Chao Yang couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing this. It appeared that the president had brought the streamers along. How leisurely they must be. Just as he pondered this, he noticed a comment from Little Flower. Freedom Daddy, I heard you're going to compete for Wenwen and Qianqian. Hee. I'm here to support you, Freedom Daddy. Don't mind the small amount. Before Chao Yang could respond with a text, the spectacular effect of Honor Super Fire erupted in the live stream. Dreaming of Little Flower had gifted Honor Super Fire 10. Watching Little Flower be the first to launch a grand fire rocket, the other streamers could no longer contain themselves. Regretting their own foolishness for missing the first opportunity to shine before the big shot, they hurriedly began sending their gifts. Dreaming of Shallow Memories sent Honor Super Fire 1. Dreaming of 7 Treasures sent Honor Super Fire 1. Upon seeing this frenzy, Sister Flower couldn't help but mutter a curse at the group of little spirits. The Guild S streamers had gathered in the sisters' live stream, not due to her organization but rather spontaneously, all aiming to gain recognition before the formidable Freedom Daddy. However, the act of sending gifts surprised her. These girls were indeed investing heavily today, being both proactive and shrewd. Though she had not seen them scramble to impress any big shots in other streams before, Sister Flower sighed in exasperation, knowing that the reputation of Freedom Daddy was simply too great, especially considering his lavish support for medical expenses. Whenever an opportunity to connect with such a prominent figure arose, any streamer would become quite agitated. No, she couldn't allow these girls to monopolize all the attention. Did she, as the president, not care for her own dignity? After all, the sisters were members of her guild. Although the guild lacked substantial power, now that the big shot was showing support, she certainly could not be stingy. Sister Flower had already contributed all the available funds from the guild and her own savings, totaling over 800,000. While this amount seemed trivial in the presence of a big shot, her stance needed to be firmly established. Dreaming of Flowers sent Honor Super Fire 10. Dreaming of Flowers sent Honor Super Fire 10. Dreaming of Flowers sent Honor Super Fire 10. With a single breath, she spent 200,000. And only then did Sister Hua cease her actions, gazing at the dazzling array of effects on the screen, all of which were contributions from colleagues and the guild leader. The two sisters hastily expressed their gratitude, momentarily bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. However, it soon dawned on them that as newcomers to the guild, they lacked such privilege. Clearly, this was a testament to Chao Yang's influence. How terrifying indeed. At this very moment, witnessing the fervor, Chao Yang couldn't help but smile gently. Having lived 2 lives, he was certainly aware of the intentions of these individuals, particularly the overt flattery from the Little Flower girl. In his previous life, when he entered a streamer's room, he was met with indifference, yet now they scrambled to curry favor, prompting him to reflect that money truly is a powerful force. Adored by all. Although these contributions were non-refundable trifles, he thought, why not? If they were eager to please their benefactor, he wouldn't mind bestowing a bit of medical reimbursement upon them later. A grand smile graced Chao Yang's lips. He opened the event page and glanced at the leaderboard for the dance competition. On the first day of the event, Chao Yang had contributed 20,000. And now this group of streamers and the guild leader had added another 25,000. The sisters' current ranking was precariously situated at 50. If they could maintain their position until midnight, they would advance. But alas, that was merely a fantasy. In mere seconds, they were swiftly knocked down. Chao Yang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Today marked the final day of the preliminary rounds, and with only a few hours remaining, it was evident that many streamers were closely monitoring the rankings, particularly those in the 30s and 40s. They lacked abundant resources and had to be frugal, vigilantly watching their standings to avoid being eliminated at the last moment. After all, not everyone could be like Song Qingyan, who had been catapulted to first place by Chao Yang's generous million, allowing her to rest easy. Chao Yang had no intention of engaging in the back-and-forth antics of these streamers. He too desired to make an impact, but not at the 50th position. He aimed for the top. When Like Freedom sends out Glory Super Fire 20. When Like Freedom sends out Glory Super Fire 20. When Like Freedom sends out Glory Super Fire 20. In an instant, an overwhelming cascade of super fire effects erupted throughout the live stream room. Thank you, Daddy Freedom, for the Glory Super Fire. Love you, sending hearts. Witnessing Chao Yang unleash his full power in a spectacular display, even the sisters, who were somewhat prepared for this moment, felt their hearts race wildly, leaping to their feet in excitement. Here he comes, this man with an awe-inspiring super fire. Everyone in the Dream Sound Guild, witnessing the relentless ascent of Glory's super fire as if it were free, found their eyes sparkling with fervor, their blood boiling in exhilaration. Such a grand and extravagant spectacle was undeniably exhilarating for them. Regardless of any prior misgivings, in this moment, as members of the same guild, they all felt a profound sense of pride. Meanwhile, an array of sensational headlines, during the tense final hours of the preliminary round, stirred the sensitive nerves of countless individuals. Hundreds, if not thousands, of spectators flocked into the live stream of the two sisters, and within mere minutes, the online audience surged to over 80,000. They could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment, marveling at the formidable presence of the affluent figure, while simultaneously grappling with existential doubts. How could it be that, not only did they possess less wealth than this magnate, but their instincts also seemed dull in comparison? How had they failed to notice such extraordinary streamers before? Truly, this magnate's taste is forever to be trusted. Could this magnate possibly be a coal tycoon? What an astute eye. 10 million. An entire 10 million. All the onlookers once again experienced the exhilarating spectacle of the magnate's lavishness, their hearts racing uncontrollably. How thrilling. At that moment, Chao Yang was enveloped in the melodious chimes of the system notifications, akin to celestial music, a faint smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Just as he paused his actions, a regal effect illuminated the live stream. An emperor-like magnate had entered the room. Chapter 81. Truly lacking in respect? Merely 3 days had passed, and the affluent figure had once again unleashed a staggering 10 million in extravagant spending, leaving the streaming hosts in utter disbelief. As long as one's vision was intact, who could overlook the eye-popping announcements that followed one after another? In a short span, the super-wealthy figure, affectionately dubbed Daddy Freedom, became the talk of every live stream across the platform, inciting envy among countless hosts whose eyes turned red with jealousy. They realized that this time, Daddy Freedom had chosen a different streamer to lavish his 10 million upon. This was an overwhelming stroke of fortune. To be favored by Daddy Freedom meant soaring to new heights in no time. Numerous streamers gasped in astonishment, jealousy causing a rift among them. However, some hosts were suddenly engulfed by a chilling dread, feeling as if a great weight had been thrust upon them, their misery palpable. This was particularly true for the dance streamers, especially those vying for the top spot. Upon witnessing this turn of events, their spirits plummeted. Oh, magnate, why must you invade the dance realm when you are so well entertained in the singing domain? The top-ranking dance streamers, who had hoped to elevate their standing through this competition, were overwhelmed by a pressure akin to a mountain, lamenting their plight. The formidable prowess of Daddy Freedom was utterly demoralizing. How could they possibly contend for the first place in his presence? Among the streamers, none felt the bitterness more acutely than the previous frontrunner, Jiujio Ai Tiao Wu. From the first day of the preliminaries, she had firmly held the top position with her exceptional skill, amassing a staggering 3 million votes just before Chao Yang's extravagant display. Nearly 1 million more than the second-place contender. Although advancing through the preliminary rounds is commendable, securing the top position holds little significance. Nevertheless, she has chosen to showcase her prowess, demeanor, and determination in this manner. Her ambition is to claim the first place in the finals. With a steady journey thus far, only a few hours remain in the preliminary rounds, and Jiujio, who loves to dance, can hardly contain her excitement. It feels as though she can see the first place in the grand finals beckoning her. Among the top 50 streamers, only the leading 5 possess the strength to contend with her. While the overall abilities of the participants are relatively comparable, with various victories and defeats among them. This time her elder brother has made thorough preparations and invested significantly. Consequently, she is entirely confident in overcoming these seasoned rivals. Her brother and the guild have made it clear that they intend to elevate her to the top position, using this major event, second only to the annual competition, to propel her into the ranks of ultra first-tier streamers. With only a few hours left in the preliminaries, it seems certain that she will emerge victorious among the streamers. Yet, just when she least desired an unexpected turn of events, one occurred. A dark horse emerged with overwhelming prowess, thrusting her down to second place. Jiujio was instantly flustered. The dark horse's elder brother was none other than the renowned Free Daddy, a name known to all in the recent community. The thought of this formidable figure's audacious demeanor and terrifying strength left her in despair. Were it not for the comfort and support from her brother in the live stream, she might have collapsed in utter defeat. In the sisters' live stream, The unforgettable entrance effects of the Super Emperor gradually faded. Though the Emperor had yet to speak, many spectators in the stream had already recognized him. Xiao Yao Hongchun. Oh my, we have captured the illustrious Hongchun. The excitement surged as viewers marveled. Incredible. Even the esteemed Hongchun has come to witness the spectacle. Good evening, Hongchun. In an instant, the chat room transformed, filled with astonished greetings and inquiries. The Emperor's ranking was indeed extraordinary. After a brief moment, the chat revealed the golden text exclusive to the Emperor. Haha, good evening everyone. Is the free boss present? Please do say a few words. Noticing the golden text directed at him, Chao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Given the context, it seemed that the other party was a well-known emperor. Yet he had no recollection of him. Here, Chao Yang casually typed. Haha, free boss, it is an honor to finally meet you. You flatter me, Hongchun. Uncertain of the purpose behind the other party's arrival, Chao Yang responded without comprehension. Wasn't he the free boss, always participating in the singing competition? Why has he come to the dance competition? Upon seeing the message from Xiao Yao Hongchun, Chao Yang couldn't help but frown. What did that mean? In the past, I participated in singing competitions, but now I cannot join the dance competitions? Why not come if I wish? Haha, indeed. The discerning eye of the free-spirited boss is commendable. Are you planning to support these two streamers in the competition? Yes. Haha. What place does the free-spirited boss aspire to achieve? The first. How impressive. The free-spirited boss is truly a remarkable figure in the current landscape of the flying fish community. Exuding undeniable charisma. My streamer also partakes in the dance competition, and she was just surpassed by you for the first place. Haha. What a situation. My streamer wishes to seize the first place in this competition to ascend to the elite ranks. Haha. Free-spirited boss, could we negotiate a bit? Would you kindly allow her this victory as a favor to me? Suddenly, the comments from Xiao Yao Hongchun flooded in, silencing the entire live stream. Many spectators, who had just sent their messages, hastily deleted them, sensing the significant drama unfolding. They straightened up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Both of these prominent figures are vying for the top position for their favored streamers. This is getting interesting. However, let the competition unfold. What does it mean to back down? Is there even room for such covert operations? Are these the words befitting of esteemed individuals? Many onlookers widened their eyes in surprise, internally scoffing at the absurdity. Upon witnessing these comments, Chao Yang swiftly grasped the true intent behind Xiao Yao Hongchun's arrival, unable to suppress a smile. He had boasted before the two sisters, and he was determined to secure that first place. Yielding? Absolutely not. Moreover, are we even that familiar? Apologies. But that first place is of great significance to me. I cannot comply with your request. Chao Yang resolutely responded in the comments. Xiao Yao Hongchun's expression shifted dramatically upon reading Chao Yang's reply, her brows furrowing tightly. Free-spirited boss, why not focus on your singing competition? If you refrain from entering the dance competition, we could easily secure the first place. Can't we negotiate this? Upon reading this comment, Chao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected such foolishness from a prominent figure in the flying fish community. Perhaps he has been overly influenced by zealous fans. How amusing. Just because I compete in singing, I am barred from participating in dance. If you wish to win first place, then compete. How can you blame me? Haha, what a statement. The free-spirited boss is merely trying to maintain harmony by suggesting a compromise. Apologies, but it seems we are not well acquainted. Furthermore, in competitions, those with the skill should prevail. There is no need for concerns about harmony. Upon seeing Chao Yang's comment, Xiao Yao Hongchun's anger flared, her veins bulging. Are you truly disregarding my request? Chapter 82. Guild Shareholder Xiao Yao Hongchun. If you wish to win the competition, so be it. You support your streamer, and I shall support mine. Let us rely on our individual strengths and capabilities. Chao Yang found it perplexing. Here he was, quietly competing for his partner, yet an absurd individual sought him out. Truly, in this vast world, there exists every kind of person. It is often said that characters in film and literature exhibit a certain lack of intelligence and melodrama, yet in reality, the diverse array of individuals we encounter can be even more absurd. Take the realm of business warfare, for instance. One might envision a landscape rife with deceit, espionage, and the theft of confidential information. However, in truth, a boss might simply instruct you to pour a bucket of black dog blood on the lion at his front gate. If you desire to be number one, then throw money at it. Why should I? Am I intimately acquainted with you? On what grounds should I grant you any favor? Here is a suggestion. If you wish for my courtesy, then you ought to concede defeat. Chao Yang scoffed, sending a barrage of messages. Upon seeing this, the carefree Xianyu Hongchen momentarily froze, his expression quickly darkening. So, it seems that the free-spirited boss truly bears no regard for niceties and wishes to engage in a fierce contest? Huh, if you show me no respect, why should I extend any to you? Observing Xianyu Hongchen's messages, Chao Yang found himself thoroughly amused. Indeed, the free-spirited boss is worthy of his reputation as a formidable figure in the realm of Feiyu. As Chao Yang's response came through, Xianyu Hongchen's face flushed crimson, instantly filled with indignation. He set aside his pride and personally entered the live stream to discuss the matter, only to find that his counterpart was utterly unyielding. Damn it! Who doesn't have their moments of greatness? What arrogance! I see you are competing in the singing competition and now wish to engage in the dance competition as well. Attempting both may lead to failure in either. And yet you come to negotiate with me, believing it to be a noble gesture. Little did I expect your complete lack of appreciation for my goodwill. Chao Yang replied nonchalantly, relishing the prospect of both sides clashing, for such discord would only enhance his own enjoyment and financial gain. Haha, indeed. The free-spirited boss is impressive. You have been quite the force lately, but do you truly believe that this allows you to disregard the other affluent patrons of Feiyu? You are overreaching. Do you assume that the other affluent patrons are devoid of wealth? Nonsense. Who doesn't possess at least 30 to 50 million? They simply feel no need to indulge in such displays. What is the point of posturing? Everyone may abstain from spending frivolously, but competition is an entirely different matter. Don't be so naive as to think you are the only one with substantial funds. I assure you, there are many wealthy individuals in Feiyu who have chosen not to flaunt their riches. Do you still aspire to claim victory in both competitions? Do you believe that the other patrons are merely passive? Have you truly lost your grip on reality? Xianyu Hongchen let out a cold laugh, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard, sending forth several messages, finally alleviating a fraction of the frustration he had been harboring. Whether the other patrons feast or fast is not my concern. I only understand that in competition, one must rely on skill. Your abundant resources are of no consequence. Does your family's success hinge solely on bluster? Such foolishness. If you desire to claim the top spot, then by all means, spend away. I am not stopping you. Chao Yang, now thoroughly exasperated, sent a message, his good spirits thoroughly dampened by this individual. Very well, you think you're impressive. Let us see how far your arrogance can take you in the competition. Xianyu Hongchen clenched his teeth, his hands trembling with rage as he sent one final message before abruptly exiting the live stream. He had long been a well-known figure, a wealthy player in the world of flyfish. After years in the game, everyone was obliged to show him some respect. Even last year's most formidable competitor, Prince, treated him with courtesy. However, he was taken aback when, during a casual discussion, the other party showed him no regard whatsoever. This blatant disrespect ignited his frustration. Without hesitation, he resolved to add another 20 million to his account. After all, it was merely money. Who didn't have it? Such arrogance was utterly ridiculous. Upon witnessing his departure from the live stream, a disgruntled comment echoed from Chao Yang. The audience, captivated by the unfolding drama, suddenly erupted with excitement. What a sensational turn of events. Before the competition had even begun, two titans of wealth had clashed. This heightened the stakes, making the contest all the more thrilling. It was certain that tomorrow the media outlets would be buzzing with this latest scandal. As anticipation mounted, followers began to swarm, eager to witness the impending showdown between these two affluent rivals. The sisters' follower count surged effortlessly, quickly surpassing 50,000. Today was indeed eye-opening. I stand firmly with the Free Lord. There was nothing wrong with the Free Lord. Let them contend based on their prowess. Such was the essence of true competition. Indeed, if the talent shows had their secrets, and the singing competitions were riddled with intrigue, then what was left for the streaming contests? It would be utterly pointless. After the departure of the Free Lord, the spectators, unfazed by the brewing turmoil, could not help but voice their excitement in the chat. This unexpected turn of events left Sister Huahua astounded, her eyes betraying a profound concern. One must remain vigilant against the Free Lord. Composing herself, she hastily typed a comment. The Red Dust Lord was no force to be underestimated. He was a seasoned veteran of flyfish, once rivaling the likes of Brother Dao, and had even claimed the 10th position on the elite leaderboard. 10th. How impressive, Chao Yang replied coolly. Noticing his comment, Sister Hua felt a rush of urgency and quickly responded. The Free Lord must not be underestimated. It was crucial to recognize that many prominent players had fallen from grace. Yet this one continued to thrive, demonstrating formidable strength. This was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that this year, he had reportedly become a stakeholder in the Juxing Guild, transforming from a mere player into a guild investor, with Zhu Jiao emerging as the leading lady of the guild. Thus, this esteemed figure held a significant advantage in gifting. Those who understood the dynamics knew that this time, in support of the guild's leading lady, he might very well go all out. Reading Sister Hua's comment, Chao Yang paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. A guild stakeholder? He hadn't anticipated that the individual he had just encountered held such a position. Chao Yang felt little surprise. This was merely one of the many outcomes for those who passionately engaged in live streaming, a conclusion that was hardly novel. The once renowned elder brother either distanced himself from live streaming after a spree of gift-giving or, having navigated the realm, established his own guild. There are also instances where, after becoming familiar with a guild, one is encouraged by the guild leader to become a stakeholder. In this light, when he showers gifts, he possesses a significant advantage over mere players, for the money spent, aside from the platform's share, ultimately returns to his pocket. By elevating the streamer's status and generating profit for the guild, he also reaps dividends, effectively minimizing losses. However, in comparison to oneself, he remains inconsequential. While I might spend to earn, not only do I profit, but my partner can also benefit. How can one compare to that? Even the slightest loss is still a loss. With me in the fray, one could end up with nothing. Chapter 83. The Scoundrel, I Miss You Nervously. Chao Yang reflected on the trouble they had caused him, apologizing profusely. Upon receiving a message on Green Bubble, he discovered it was from Li Wenwen. Reading the self-reproaching content, he couldn't help but chuckle. In the live stream, the lively Li Qianqian was engrossed in interacting with fans, while Li Wenwen appeared much quieter. A hint of worry etched across her features. The earlier antics of Xiaoyao Hongqian in the stream, coupled with Hua's words, inevitably weighed on her sensitive heart. She hadn't anticipated that Chao Yang, merely having participated in a preliminary match, would suddenly face such a formidable adversary, leaving her feeling guilty. Fool. As long as one competes, encounters are inevitable. You can't blame yourselves, so stop overthinking and focus on your broadcast. Chao Yang responded with a casual smile, sending a comforting message. Hugs, but as Hua mentioned, that big shot is quite powerful, being a stakeholder in the guild. You'd have to spend a fortune to confront him for our sake. Seeing Li Wenwen's subsequent message, Chao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Of course, I must spend, not just spend, but spend extravagantly. How else would I profit? If others knew that my spending increases my earnings exponentially, they would surely be astounded. But I won't be foolish enough to reveal such an astonishing secret. Competing without expenditure is a fallacy. Does your man truly care for such trivial sums? Cast those worries aside. He replied with bravado. In the live stream, Li Wenwen seemed somewhat distracted as she exchanged a few words with the audience. Her gaze involuntarily drawn to her phone, her body quivering slightly. Quickly, she looked up, her eyes fleetingly scanning the camera, filled with emotion. Chao Yang recognized that she was peering at him, and sure enough, mere seconds later, his phone chimed with another message. Touching, Chao Yang, you are too good to us. Your affection fills me with indescribable joy. I feel so foolish, not knowing what I can do for you. Your heartfelt intentions are more than enough. Chao Yang thought as he read the message, his heart brimming with sweetness. Though the unexpected appearance of the carefree figure tonight was rather disconcerting, it ultimately resulted in a surge of votes from Chao Yang, propelling the two sisters to a secure advancement without any surprises. After initially being flustered, the sisters composed themselves, swiftly adjusting their live streaming performance to its peak state, drawing in considerable attention with the assistance of Sister Hua, who fervently absorbed the influx of lavish gifts. After witnessing the sisters perform 2 dances, Chao Yang discreetly exited the live stream, choosing to remain in the shadows. Following a refreshing shower, Chao Yang reclined upon the opulent bed of the hotel suite. Lying on the vast emptiness of the bed, an unexpected sense of disorientation washed over him. Accustomed to the gentle company of delightful companions, the sudden absence left him feeling oddly uncomfortable, as if his limbs were aimlessly adrift. He couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself, reflecting on the wisdom of the ancients regarding the difficulty of transitioning from luxury to simplicity. In a moment of introspection, he lamented how, in his past life, he had merely offered assistance to struggling young women, never having truly cherished something of his own. Many lonely nights had passed without knowing how to endure them, and the thought of reverting to such a life now was utterly unbearable. He smirked at his self-deprecating thoughts, sighed, and resigned himself to a night of untroubled sleep. Just as he was about to close his eyes, however, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was his senior, Song Qingyan. "Hey, what brings you to call me at this hour?" he asked with a playful tone once the call connected, immediately greeted by her cheerful laughter. The sudden playful demeanor of his senior caught him off guard, a stark contrast to her previously aloof exterior that had left a lasting impression on him and many others. Who would have imagined that the seemingly distant scholar could possess such a sweet voice? Any male student who heard it would surely be left in awe. "Are you alone? No lovely ladies by your side?" she teased, prompting him to respond. "Of course, it's just me. Do I look like the type to be surrounded by multiple girls?" "Well, you certainly seem like it," she quipped back, a playful note in her voice, before abruptly ending the call. Staring at the disconnected phone, he felt a mix of confusion and intrigue about the purpose of her call. Before he could ponder further, the doorbell rang. Frowning slightly, he slipped on his slippers and approached the door. The moment he opened it, he was taken aback by the stunning figure standing before him. Clad in a crisp white shirt, her silhouette was accentuated by the alluring curves that her attire so enticingly displayed. Her lower half was adorned with a dark-hued short skirt, the hem resting just above her knees, complemented by black thigh-high stockings and polished black shoes, perfectly showcasing her slender and elongated legs. Her hair was meticulously styled into a high ponytail, with a few strands cascading delicately across her forehead, imbuing her with an air of innocence and vitality. A subtle touch of makeup graced her visage, rendering her countenance both enchanting and exquisite, her lips a luscious, dew-kissed red, while her cool, ethereal eyes sparkled with an emotional glimmer. Upon entering, the playful spirit of the moment was palpable, and in a moment of astonishment, Chao Yang grasped the senior's hand and drew her into the room. Observing her, he was struck by the stark contrast between her sweet, innocent attire and his preconceived notions, stirring a flutter within his heart. "Why did you come so late? It's unsafe to be alone," he exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to caress her delicate face, his tone laced with affection. In response to his words, Song Qingyan took a bold step forward, enveloping Chao Yang's waist in a tight embrace, as if yearning to merge with her beloved. After a prolonged moment, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, she tenderly whispered, "You rascal, I've missed you." Chapter 84. The unfolding of the senior's world that night. Chao Yang extravagantly gifted 10 million to the two sisters, once again becoming the focal point across all platforms of Feiyu. Although Song Qingyan had already concluded her broadcast, she remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the competition, which naturally drew her attention. She even observed through a secondary account as she stealthily entered the sisters' live stream. Her feminine intuition, keen as ever, alerted her to the unusual bond between the two stunning women and Chao Yang, a bond that rivaled her own. In that instant, a wave of anxiety washed over her, tinged with an unmistakable sense of loss. Coupled with the sight of a more beautiful actress outside the Yulan Yujing villa, she felt the weight of competition as more exceptional women encircled Chao Yang, igniting a sense of urgency within her. Understanding the complexities of her emotions, she prudently chose silence, refraining from probing Chao Yang or demanding reassurances. Deep down, she recognized her own limitations. She was acutely aware that a man as luminous as Chao Yang would be the object of desire for many women. To earn his affection was akin to winning the lottery, and she refused to act foolishly out of entitlement. Having grown up in a single-parent household, she possessed a maturity beyond her years, granting her insight into many matters. From the very first moment she laid eyes on Chao Yang, she understood that a man of his caliber could never be confined by a single woman, especially not by someone from an ordinary background like hers. Undeniably captivated by his brilliance, she found herself ensnared, not daring to wish for his undivided devotion. Instead, she hoped he would not forget her. That night, as she witnessed Chao Yang lavishly showering gifts upon the beautiful sisters, an overwhelming wave of unease enveloped her. The more she tried to suppress her thoughts, the more they spiraled out of control, breeding a disquiet that she could not shake. Finally, unable to contain herself, She hailed a taxi and made her way directly to the hotel. Her experiences of growth had taught her that one must be strong to forge ahead. The next morning, the mischievous one had to return to her live stream. With a reluctant gaze, the senior looked at Chao Yang, smiling. Just as Chao Yang was momentarily lost in thought, she leaned in closer and planted a quick kiss on his cheek before she was willing to depart. Today marked the second phase of the Flying Fish Glory Anchor Championship, where she had to return to her live broadcasting duties. The qualifying rounds spanned 2 days, and each day was crucial. There could be no delays. Chao Yang resolved to set aside all matters for the next few days, choosing to remain in the hotel to support his senior and her 2 companions in their competition. After all, he had boasted about securing the first place, and failing to achieve that would be utterly embarrassing. There was no room for error. Upon returning to the suite, Chao Yang opened QQ, an application he had seldom paid attention to, and found the family groups buzzing with excitement, lively as ever. They were fervently discussing strategies for the competition. The enthusiasm of the members surpassed even that of their leader, causing him to chuckle. Even before the competition commenced, they had already gathered substantial information about the competing anchors. They exchanged details about which anchors had strong support, who posed a significant threat, and who was merely a mediocre player not worthy of concern. It was a lively debate. Chao Yang couldn't help but be impressed by their spirited nature. While his brothers had good intentions, he found little interest in such information. With his strength, did he really need to worry about these matters? The essence was simple: just play and excel. In the face of absolute power, any strategy would be nothing more than a paper tiger, utterly useless. After some idle chatter, the senior finally began her broadcast. With Chao Yang's call, the brothers who had time rushed into her live stream. Chapter 85. The Four Kingdoms. Good morning, dear family. Welcome back home. In Song Qingyin's live stream, just 5 minutes after going live, the number of viewers soared past 3,000. The speed at which her audience grew was terrifying, rivaling that of top-tier anchors, the majority being members of the Free family. Having gradually acclimated to such attention, the senior remained composed, welcoming everyone in an orderly fashion. Her live broadcasting skills had improved rapidly, her style increasingly poised and dignified, subtly revealing the demeanor and charm expected of a prominent anchor. Her sweet and melodious professional singing voice, combined with a cool yet approachable goddess-like presence, endeared her to a multitude of fans. Whether it was her striking beauty or enchanting figure, she was truly unforgettable. With her elegant and distinct charm, she exuded a radiant confidence that captivated all. Given her current fame and visibility, it was merely a matter of time before she settled into the ranks of top-tier anchors, potentially even achieving super elite status. With Chao Yang, the newly acclaimed powerhouse of Flying Fish, championing her, soaring to greatness would be anything but difficult. The significance of having supporters is undeniable. However, lacking inherent capability renders such support meaningless. As the old adage goes, you cannot prop up a wall made of rotten mud. Chao Yang understood that his senior possessed remarkable talents, and her rise to prominence was merely a matter of time. In her previous life, though she stumbled for several years without Chao Yang's assistance, she ultimately became a modestly renowned internet celebrity. Yet in this lifetime, with Chao Yang, the affluent benefactor, she would undoubtedly avoid several years of missteps. The number of viewers in the live stream swiftly reached 5,000, creating a vibrant atmosphere in the chat. Today marked the first day of the prestigious honorary streamer points competition, and the eager audience could hardly contain their excitement. The platform's traffic surged to more than double its usual count, prompting streamers to extend their broadcasting hours. The competition served as a potent motivator for increased spending among viewers, presenting a golden opportunity for financial gain. Is the streamer going live soon? We can't wait to see. Go for it, free brother. With so many big names like Flying Fish around, we're counting on you. Don't falter at a crucial moment. Falter? I'm here to rake in the cash. There's no room for failure. Chao Yang smiled at the barrage of comments, ready to type a message urging his senior to match with the streamer. However, a particular comment made him pause. Hold on, don't rush. I still have matters to attend to. Chao Yang noticed the comment was from Free Fish, a figure he remembered well. Not only was he one of the founders of the Free family, but he also held one of the few noble titles within the family. His rank was Duke, making him the most prominent figure after Chao Yang, who, despite not having a noble title, outshone all others. Free Fish commented, "Playing with so many brothers these days has been exhilarating, huh? I used to play aimlessly, but now that we're gearing up for the competition, I mustn't be stingy. While I may not possess the audacity of the free leader, I've set aside some funds. Ha ha ha. The free leader may scorn the superficial, but I'm not so high-minded. Just wait a moment while I put on a show. As Free Fish typed rapidly, the crowd was left momentarily bewildered, unsure of what spectacle he intended to create. Fortunately, he did not keep them waiting long. After sending one final comment, the eyes of everyone in the live stream suddenly widened in anticipation. A breathtaking visual effect erupted on the screen, gradually coalescing into a grand character representing royalty. Simultaneously, an announcement resounded across all streamers' channels. Congratulations to user Free Fish for activating the King title in Qing Yan's exclusive Free Daddy live stream. All hail the mighty King Free Fish. Witnessing this magnificent display, his senior was momentarily taken aback, but soon she could not help but rise, exclaiming with excitement. In that instant, the entire live stream erupted in a frenzy of enthusiasm at the unveiling of the King title. Although the King holds a status one tier below that of the Supreme Emperor in the realm of flying fish, he remains an exceedingly impressive figure. The initial fee for opening a King account alone amounts to a staggering 120,000. In this day and age, the annual salary of an ordinary person hardly reaches such a sum. It can be said that bearing the noble title of King commands significant prestige. Any streamer encountering such a figure would treat him with the utmost reverence, akin to meeting a beloved father. For a streamer to have the support of a king at home would likely bring them immense joy, not to mention the potential for soaring to success, thereby securing a place on the platform. My goodness, the brilliance is blinding. Brother Fish is truly remarkable. 6,666. Ha. Congratulations to my brother Fish for ascending to the throne of kings. Our free family has gained yet another formidable elder brother. This moment is akin to a young cow boarding a plane. Ha. Brother Fish, we seek your protection. No, from now on, we shall call you King Fish. Witnessing Free Fish open his King account left Chao Yang pleasantly surprised. However, despite his astonishment, he could not help but feel happiness for his friend. For the free family, this marks the addition of a powerful warrior. Congratulations to Brother Fish for becoming a king, exuding strength and grandeur. A smile graced Chao Yang's lips as he humbly sent congratulatory messages in the chat. Free Fish replied, "Thank you. Ha ha ha, please forgive me. I cannot compare to the grandeur of the boss, so I can only settle for a king. Please excuse my modesty." Free Xingyu chimed in, "Free Fish, damn it. I was thinking the same thing, but you, crafty one, beat me to it, making me laugh and cry." As the live stream buzzed with excitement, a typically active little white account within the family sent a message that caught everyone off guard. Before anyone could ponder further, the same splendid effects from earlier illuminated the screen once more. Side announcement. Congratulations to user Free Xingyu for opening a King account in Qingyan's exclusive Free Daddy live stream. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. A king? How could it be that yet another individual has opened a King account? When did kings become so prevalent? Typically, one might not even witness a prominent figure opening a King account in an entire month. While the earlier surprise and excitement surrounding Brother Fish's King account opening was palpable, it did not evoke sheer astonishment, as he was already a Duke Noble, merely one tier below the king. However, the announcement of Xingyu's King account truly left the crowd in awe. What? A little white account has directly opened a King account? While it is impressive that the free big shot is remarkable, even the white accounts within the family are equally astonishing. Goodness, the spotlight has been completely stolen by these two clever ones. I cannot tolerate this. Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock, another message floated through the chat, causing chills to run down their spines. Once again, the effects of the King account opening illuminated the screen. Side announcement. Congratulations to user Free Wuxink for opening a King account in Qingyan's exclusive Free Daddy live stream. Upon witnessing this announcement, the crowd collectively held their breath. Yet in the following moment, their hearts nearly leapt from their chests. The dazzling special effects activated once again, illuminating the screen. Global notification. Congratulations to user Freedom Macro for activating the King in Qingyan's exclusive Freedom Daddy live stream. Chapter 86. The 8th Duke invites our Emperor to ascend the throne. Everyone was utterly astounded. Not only were the viewers in the live stream left in astonishment, but even the streamers on the platform who saw the announcement were left dumbfounded, their minds buzzing with disbelief. What on earth is happening? Undoubtedly, the activation of a king by a player is a piece of news that would be fervently discussed in any live stream. Yet, the astonishing fact is that 4 kings were activated simultaneously. This certainly qualifies as a sensational event. However, that was not the most shocking aspect. The pivotal point is that these 4 esteemed kings were all activated within the same streamer's channel, and astonishingly, their names were all affiliated with the Freedom family. As they observed one envious announcement after another, many streamers, while still in shock, quickly realized the significance. After all, these players are all part of the Freedom family. Recently, numerous reports from various guild media outlets have been circulating, but isn't this family the one organized by Freedom Daddy, who gathered a group of casual players for some fun? This is simply incredible. Not only does a prominent figure lead them, but within this group of casual players, there are also such powerful individuals. All the streamers who were aware of this remarkable event felt as though they had been struck by a revelation. My goodness, this is a king we're talking about. It is well known that 80% of the streamers on the platform dream of having a few noble accounts in their live streams, let alone the elusive king. Even having 2 knights or viscounts would bring joy. Second-tier streamers seldom catch a glimpse of a king, while only first-tier streamers dare to hope for such esteemed companions. Yet now, the recently illustrious streamer Qinyan not only enjoys the protection of the top-tier super-wealthy patron, Freedom Daddy, but has now also gained 4 kings as allies. This instantly incited envy among countless streamers, with many feeling a pang of despair. For instance, the 50 top streamers preparing to compete in the singing competition were left in a state of mourning. The pressure brought by the Freedom Tycoon made them feel as if they were teetering on the edge of a precipice, and this revelation only added to their hopelessness. In the live stream of Senior Sister, as the 4 global notifications lit up, an influx of thousands of spectators rushed into the room, and the online viewer count continued to rise. The spectacle of 4 kings activating simultaneously truly captivated countless eyes, igniting a frenzy in the live stream's chat. The activation of these 4 brothers as kings came without any prior indication, leaving Senior Sister's song, Qinyan, momentarily stunned. She hurriedly welcomed the flood of incoming viewers, feeling somewhat flustered by the overwhelming excitement. Chao Yang found himself utterly astonished, unable to fathom that these individuals, who typically reveled in free rides, would suddenly emerge as kings. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he chuckled, recognizing the wisdom in the words of his ancestors. True masters often dwell among the populace. And there are indeed many affluent individuals in the Dragon Kingdom. My goodness, for kings, this spectacle is truly unparalleled. The Freedom family is remarkable, astonishing indeed. This is still being referred to as a commoner's family in the media, yet here they are, producing 4 kings. Such profound heritage is beyond the reach of ordinary families. Not to mention the formidable presence of the super mogul, Freedom Father. Those with insight upstairs can see that, in terms of comprehensive strength. This family undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 across all the various families in the Flying Fish realm, and I will not entertain any rebuttals. In mere moments, the barrage of comments in the live stream flooded the screen like a deluge, reaching a fever pitch. However, just as the tens of thousands of spectators were swept up in excitement, their eyes widened in astonishment as a new effect illuminated the stream. Though not as extravagant as the previous King's effect, it was nonetheless dazzling enough to make hearts race. Side announcement: congratulations to user Freedom in the Wind for attaining the title of Duke in Qinyan's exclusive Freedom Father live stream. What? It's not over yet? Although this time the title bestowed was that of Duke, which is a rank lower than King, it is still an extraordinary title that would leave 90% of streamers sleepless with excitement. This unexpected turn of events nearly caused the onlookers to drop their jaws in disbelief, and collectively, 2 words sprang to mind: oh my. Yet before they could fully express their astonishment, the dazzling effects reappeared. Side announcement: congratulations to user Freedom Cool City for attaining the title of Duke in Qinyan's exclusive Freedom Father live stream. Oh my goodness. The spectators were left in utter shock, their jaws agape, when the brilliant effects re-emerged once more. Side announcement: congratulations to user Freedom Tsing Tsung for attaining the title of Duke in Qinyan's exclusive Freedom Father live stream. Oh my. Side announcement: congratulations to user Freedom Remnant Light for attaining the title of Duke. Oh my. Side announcement: oh my. This is madness. In the wake of the collective astonishment among the spectators, the radiant effects finally subsided. Can you believe it? 8 individuals have ascended to the title of Duke. This is exhilarating, utterly exhilarating. The sheer grandeur of 8 dukes being crowned has set the very blood in their veins ablaze with excitement. To all the esteemed magnates, forgive my lack of education. At this moment, all I can muster are 2 words. Oh my. 555. Dear mother, fret not, for your child has finally gained some wisdom. The Freedom family is extraordinary. I timidly inquire, is it too late for me to join now? After the initial shock wore off, an overwhelming barrage of excited comments flooded the screen. In just a few fleeting minutes, the announcement from Duke Baikai sent ripples across the entire platform, once again making the live stream of the senior sister the focal point of the entire Flying Fish community. In the VIP section, the esteemed figures known as King Fish, King Yu, King Wu, and King Tu occupied the top 4 positions. Below them, Duke Suifeng, Duke Liancheng, Duke Xingxing, and Duke Camlon lined up in succession, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Even Xiao Yang, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smile knowingly, appreciating the boldness of his comrades. King Fish remarked, like the wind, I feel so free, but being in first place feels a bit inappropriate. Oh my heart races. King Yu retorted, who told you to show off and smirk? King Fish replied, stop it. My resources can't bear this pressure. Hurry up and get up here. I'm feeling overwhelmed. King Wu chimed in, like the wind. It's time to declare the emperor. King Tu added, like the wind, let us welcome our emperor to the throne. The exclusive comments from the 4 great kings slowed the pace of the barrage in the live stream. Yes, let us welcome our emperor to the throne. Observing this, the exclusive comments from the 8 dukes also began to emerge, eager to join the fray. In an instant, the atmosphere in the live stream shifted dramatically. The other brothers from the Freedom family could no longer remain seated. The calls for the emperor to ascend the throne surged like a tempestuous storm across the screen. Watching this somewhat juvenile scene, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Regardless of its silliness, it was undeniable that the exuberance was infectious, and he found himself swept up in the excitement. Unable to resist the fervor, Xiao Yang felt a surge of confidence. Previously, he refrained from embracing nobility due to disdain for the pretentiousness of those in high positions. However, confronted with such a scene, maintaining an aloof demeanor would only make him appear pretentious himself. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, a warm smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, a dazzling display of special effects ignited the atmosphere. An announcement reverberated across the platform. Congratulations to user, like the wind, for achieving Super Emperor status in Qingyan's exclusive Freedom Daddy livestream. Chapter 87. Utterly ruthless in the Flying Fish Operations Department, Xiaozhu, ensure that the live stream maintains a smooth pace. It is crucial that there are no lags that could detract from the customer experience. Director Wang Xinmin said earnestly, patting the shoulder of the operations staff member, Zhu Xiaoming. Understood, Director. Rest assured, I will monitor the situation closely to prevent any mishaps. Zhu Xiaoming responded, sitting upright and alert, his demeanor serious. With 2 senior executives standing behind him, no one dared to slack off. Internally, he mused, wouldn't it be more pleasant for the 2 of you to enjoy some tea in the office instead of hovering behind me? Though Zhu Xiaoming felt a twinge of discontent, he dared not show it outwardly, suppressing his grievances within. Since the emergence of a certain free-spirited magnate on the platform, Director Wang Xinmin's inspections have become increasingly frequent. Today was particularly astonishing, as even the head of the customer service department made an appearance. Is this truly necessary? It is quite unsettling for those who wish to work in a pleasant environment, leaving them feeling anxious in the background. Zhu Xiaoming, feeling utterly distressed, likened his discomfort to sitting on pins and needles. Today marked the first day of the points competition, an event the platform had initially regarded with great significance. However, before any sparks could ignite from the competition, the actions of 4 kings, 8 dukes, and the grand maneuvers of a super magnate opening an emperor's account had already set the platform ablaze. Even the upper echelons of Feiyu were stirred once more. Unexpectedly, General Li took a keen interest in the matter and even came in person. Wang Xinmin adjusted his glasses and chuckled. He cast a fleeting glance at the woman before him, but quickly diverted his gaze. It was not due to a lack of interest, but rather the overwhelming allure of her presence. He feared that prolonged observation would be too much to bear. She was indeed a breathtaking beauty, Wang Xinmin mused, battling a primal urge to swallow hard. The woman was a true gem of the company, once captivating in her beauty, now radiating even more charm. Who could have imagined that after childbirth, she would maintain such a perfect pear-shaped figure? Moreover, the touch of maternal glow added to her allure, enhancing her femininity. Coupled with the commanding aura she exuded upon her return from maternity leave, it stirred an irresistible desire within men to conquer her. Goodness, the temptation was almost criminal. Wang Xinmin sighed inwardly, lamenting that if only his wife possessed even half of such charm, he would certainly return home punctually every day. Director Wang finds this amusing. But I must ensure that this esteemed client, the free-spirited magnate, is well taken care of. I cannot allow any oversight that might displease him. Customer Service Director Li Na said with a slight smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with pride. It was precisely due to her decisive grasp of this trump card, having returned from maternity leave, that she was able to keep her underlings in check, preventing any reckless actions. Her heartfelt gratitude towards the free-spirited magnate was genuine. Li Na was correct. There was no such thing as overvaluing this esteemed client. Wang Xinmin nodded in agreement at her words. While others could only witness the magnate's ostentatious displays of wealth, the reality of his influence extended far beyond that. According to back-end data, during the period when the magnate began to engage, not only was platform traffic stimulated, but even the spending of other players surged under his influence. The power of such influence was indeed formidable, rendering him a veritable deity of wealth that any platform would vie to attract. Even as a senior executive, Wang Xinmin's voice carried a hint of excitement when speaking of Chao Yang. Upon hearing this, Li Na's smile deepened, her expression becoming more animated, though suddenly. She could not help but shudder slightly. The smile momentarily faltered. It is indeed rare to encounter such a remarkable individual. Haha, Mr. Wang, please continue with your busy schedule. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. Li Na courteously bid farewell and departed in a bit of a hurry. Since her return postpartum, she appeared to be in good form, yet there were still moments of awkwardness that she could not share with outsiders. Pretentiousness, it is all just a facade. In the live stream of the first-tier singing anchor, Xiaxing, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the announcements of noble memberships from the Free family emerged one after another. The prestigious 8 masters fell into a deep silence. It was not until the announcement of Chao Yang's super emperor that the 8 masters could no longer restrain himself and vented his frustration through a barrage of comments. No one could fathom the extent of his displeasure at that moment. Even his thermos filled with goji berries was cast to the ground in fury. He could never have anticipated that a group of common accounts he deemed insignificant could boast such numerous nobles. For kings and 8 dukes, what a travesty. The strengthening of his rivals was more disheartening than any financial loss he faced. Lighting a cigarette, he took several deep puffs, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions. With a grim expression, he could not help but smirk coldly. Did they think that merely acquiring a few kings and dukes made them formidable? Humph. My esteemed family boasts 8 emperors, 20 kings, and over 70 dukes. Just wait. When the finals arrive, we shall crush you with ease. In the live stream of Qian Duoduo, she sat before her computer, her brow furrowed in concern. The sheer terror emanating from the Free family's display of power was already enough to instill dread, and now, with so many formidable allies by their side, how could she remain untroubled? In her own live stream, although she did not have the direct support of emperors or kings, these were all core members of Dao Ji's faction. While trivial skirmishes were manageable in such critical battles, the absence of Dao Gu as the soul of the team rendered their combat effectiveness non-existent. Qian Duoduo gritted her teeth and could not help but send another message to Dao Gu, who had yet to respond, leaving her in a state of anxious anticipation. In the live stream of Jiujiu, upon witnessing Chao Yang's announcement of the Super Emperor, Xiao Yaohong Chun exited the stream to convene a video conference with several guild shareholders. Although the fire had yet to reach the dance sector, he was determined to prepare for the worst. Securing first place was imperative. He had to ensure absolute success. In the live stream of the senior sister, the first round of the points competition was in full swing. Free Fish sent out an Honor Super Fire 10. Free Starry Universe sent out an Honor Super Fire 10. Free Sui Feng sent out an Honor Super Fire 1. Free Liangcheng sent out an Honor Super Fire 1. Gratitude to the family members for their Honor Super Fire contributions and various small gifts. The family is truly magnificent. 666. The passionate battle anthem reverberated through the live stream, captivating even the usually aloof senior, who could no longer contain her excitement. At this moment, the contributions from the members of the Freedom family had already propelled the score to over 600,000, while Chao Yang was equally relentless. The effects of the Glory Superfire were electrifying, igniting the atmosphere in the live room to a fever pitch, inciting the audience's fervor, even if they couldn't afford gifts. The barrage of comments continued unabated. With half the time elapsed, the score soared beyond 2 million on one side. While the opposing team languished at a mere 150,000, their health bar nearly invisible. The other streamer, biting her lip, appeared utterly despondent. Her spirit depleted to the utmost. She had entered the competition merely to earn some money, but why must she endure such a relentless onslaught? It was unbearable, truly unbearable. Could her opponents please ease their assault? Even her own big brother had lost the courage to engage. As time slipped away, the votes remained stagnant, and tears welled in the eyes of the opposing streamer, who felt akin to a fish left to roast under the glaring sun, each passing moment an agonizing ordeal. The score read 5 million to 160,000. The competition finally reached its conclusion. Those brief 10 minutes felt as interminable as a century. Once the microphone was activated, her shattered composure gave way to tears that streamed down her face, her voice choked with emotion. Wah! I have been streaming for 2.5 years, and this is the first time I've had to pinch myself to endure the competition. You are all so ruthless. Chapter 88. Frenzied carnage. Boom, boom, boom. The devastation was relentless, and laughter erupted. Look, they made the opposing streamer cry. The choice of words was impeccable. I too wish to emulate the prowess of the Freedom Father. I envy him. As a fellow human, why must you be so extraordinary, shedding tears? Unfeelingly wealthy. The verdict is in. The seniors' live stream, though concluded, was still illuminated by the dazzling effects of Glory Superfire, which continued to bombard the screen with fervor. The overwhelming victory showcased both brutality and extravagance, thrilling the onlookers to the utmost, as the comments section erupted in excitement. The brothers of the Freedom family were equally exhilarated, reveling in the prestige of playing alongside such a formidable leader. Not only was the display impressive, but they also faced no fear of defeat. It was merely a points competition, and their leader had boldly contributed 5 million, leaving the opposing side too intimidated even to contemplate a counterattack. In previous minor competitions, 5 million could secure a championship in the finals. Now, the leader's casual generosity with such staggering sums was nothing short of astounding. Who among the current affluent could match such audacity? While the seniors celebrated with exuberance, the opposing streamer faced a grim reality. For 10 relentless minutes, she was mercilessly crushed, utterly powerless to retaliate. Having already lost all semblance of dignity, she became inconsolable, tears streaming down her face, eventually devolving into a fit of sobs. One might mistakenly believe she had been wronged by a horde of brutish men. The level of her despair was truly harrowing. It was then that Chao Yang, having received a substantial cash rebate of 10 million, could no longer bear to watch. He generously offered her a modest sum for medical expenses. It must be said, the only things capable of bringing a radiant smile to a woman's face, apart from romantic encounters, are grand gestures and extravagant gifts. Under the onslaught of Chao Yang's 20 explosive gifts, she immediately transformed her tears into laughter, affectionately calling him Papa Freedom. Her gratitude overflowing to the extent that one might think her heart would leap from her chest. Chao Yang could not help but chuckle at the sight. Unfortunately, she was merely an insignificant player who had failed to meet even the basic rebate threshold, leaving him utterly disinterested. In the first round of the points competition, the senior student triumphed decisively, earning herself 10 points. Following this auspicious start, at Chao Yang's request, she promptly launched into the second match. Before long, they were matched against another streamer, of a similar caliber to the first, an upper-tier secondary streamer, possessing some talent yet acutely aware of their inability to reach the finals. Their primary focus was to accumulate as much money as possible. As soon as the match commenced, the streamer's face contorted in anguish, and before the battle even began, she resigned with a lack of spirit. It was no joke. Even when faced with top-tier streamers, she would still muster the courage to provoke a reaction from her audience. However, now, facing the formidable Papa Freedom, she had entirely lost her resolve. Top-tier streamers also aimed to conserve their strength for the finals. And this particular powerhouse was not one to squander money. With a decisive strike, the previous match had been a clear demonstration of his prowess. So she had no intention of underestimating him. She understood well that even if she stripped herself bare in a desperate bid to provoke her powerful opponent, victory was unattainable. Papa Freedom, we've invested in this match. We want to participate. Please, be gentle with us, or I might just shed a tear for you. She jested. Hee, Papa Freedom, look how obedient I am. Perhaps you could spare some medical fees afterward? Upon hearing this, before Chao Yang could respond, the live chat exploded with reactions. What on earth is the streamer doing? Can't she exhibit a shred of competitive spirit? This is painfully obvious. Indeed. Can we not have some respect for the audience? This is utterly absurd. Incredible. The illustrious Papa Freedom, conquering without a fight, truly a sight to behold. Observing the barrage of comments, Chao Yang could not help but smile, eschewing any further banter as he simply and assertively typed 2 words. Let us begin. With the swiftness of the wind, he unleashed 20 glorious gifts into the live stream, setting the stage ablaze. Under his influence, the brothers of the Free family and the captivated onlookers eagerly showered the stream with a myriad of delightful gifts. In an instant, the virtual realm was ablaze with offerings, leaving the opponents utterly depleted. A mere 10 minutes, neither too short nor excessively long, elapsed from the moment Chao Yang made his move, and the adversary's health bar vanished without a trace, never to resurface until the end. Unsurprisingly, the senior once again triumphed, effortlessly securing an additional 10 points. This relentless domination thrilled the spectators, yet there lingered an undeniable sense of bittersweetness. Even the indifferent onlookers found themselves pondering the solitude that accompanies invincibility. Chao Yang too felt that solitude, a unique kind of loneliness born from effortlessly amassing 1,000,000, a feeling no one could fathom. As soon as the second match concluded, without a moment's pause, Chao Yang urged the senior to commence the third match immediately. His audacious demeanor ignited fervor among the onlookers. Madness ensued, a frenzy of slaughter. Under Chao Yang's leadership, the senior navigated the point competition as if traversing an uninhabited realm, wreaking havoc effortlessly. Every opponent was crushed beneath their might, leaving them trembling with sheer terror, their eyes filled with one word: despair. There was no strategy, no tactics, only sheer bravado. Faced with the insurmountable high scores, even the thought of sneaking a tower felt like a distant dream. Throughout the morning, the singing competition hosts were engulfed in anxiety, their lamentations echoing throughout the platform. Yet, 2 prominent streamers remained undeterred. One, a well-known figure named Kwang Kwang in the flying fish community, boldly challenged Chao Yang, eager for a confrontation. Finally, a worthy opponent had emerged, and Chao Yang was thrilled. It was time to unleash a barrage. With a staggering 5,000 glory points, he struck decisively, only to find that even the most formidable contender faltered after merely 3,000 points, leaving him disheartened. Chao Yang pressed on, engaging in 20 consecutive matches without a single defeat, which propelled the senior to an impressive total of 200 points. Combined with her initial 50 points, her score soared to an astonishing 250, a figure that elicited envy and admiration from all other hosts in the singing competition. She held a firm lead, with the second-place contender, Xia Xinger, barely reaching 100 points. As the 20 matches concluded, the audience noted that Chao Yang's contribution had surpassed 100 million. This staggering 9-digit figure left all who witnessed it gasping in astonishment, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Such a sum was a modest goal for many, perhaps an amount one might never earn in a lifetime. Yet Chao Yang effortlessly amassed it within a single morning. Truly, it was a terrifying feat. If one possessed such wealth, wouldn't they indulge in lavish pleasures daily? Little did they know, at that moment, Chao Yang was beaming with delight. 2 modest goals had been effortlessly achieved. Yang, what are you doing? Have you even taken a moment to eat? As Chao Yang reveled in his private joy, the mature and alluring Kai Yaji entered the room, wrapping her arms around him from behind the sofa, playfully expressing her mild discontent. Unbeknownst to him, it had already reached lunchtime. Momentarily engulfed in softness, Chao Yang instinctively stretched. We're in the midst of a competition. He chuckled lightly, presenting his phone, which was ablaze with exciting notifications, to Kai Yaji. But we must eat first, she replied with a gentle smile, leaning down to plant a tender kiss on his forehead, her voice as soothing as water, nearly melting his heart. In the delightful company of the enchanting Kai Yaji, Chao Yang relished a sumptuous lunch. meticulously prepared according to a nutritional regimen she had crafted. The exquisite dishes, crafted by the hotel's top chefs, were a feast for the senses. However, upon encountering oysters once more, Chao Yang felt a twinge of dismay. This delicacy was unnecessary for him. The attributes he had gained had already begun to effect a profound transformation in his physique. Previously, even when facing both sisters together, he had easily overwhelmed them, reducing them to pleading for mercy. Of course, this was also due to their status as novice competitors. Yet it was undeniable that Chao Yang's prowess was indeed formidable. It was only the beginning. As he met more beautiful women, he believed his attributes would continue to multiply. Oh, the dream of battling youthful models, even at 70, was no longer a fantasy. Even amidst extravagant indulgences and tearful longings, such scenarios were far removed from his reality. After the meal, Chao Yang returned to the luxurious sofa, sipping the tea that Kai Yaji had brought him. However, after just 2 sips, he received a phone call from Li Wenwen. Upon answering, he was met with her anxious and flustered voice. It turned out that under the guidance of President Hua, the sisters had attempted a points competition. Unfortunately, they had barely completed their 3rd match when they found themselves pitted against a formidable first-tier streamer. The opponent had commenced the match with an overwhelming display of generosity, showering them with gifts worth 1 million, an imposing weight that bore down upon them. With no other benefactor in the live stream, and only 20,000 remaining from Hua's previous funding, even borrowing money wouldn't suffice for victory. Reluctantly, unwilling to concede defeat, they had resorted to calling upon Li Wenwen for assistance. "It's all right, don't worry, I'll log in right away," Chao Yang assured her after taking a sip of tea. Hearing his words, Li Wenwen's frantic heart found solace, and she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. After a moment of silence, she bit her lip, her voice tinged with apprehension. "Will this delay your competition with Sister Qingyan?" Earlier that morning, Chao Yang had commanded attention with his bold and dominating performance alongside Song Qingyan, making waves across the entire platform, which had certainly not escaped the notice of the sisters. They felt a pang of envy, yet they refrained from disturbing Chao Yang. Although now among his chosen, they did not wish to be seen as jealous rivals vying for his affection. Making this call now is truly a last resort. "I have come seeking assistance. It's all right. I helped her this morning and had indeed planned to reach out to you this afternoon. Your man believes in fairness." Hearing this, Li Wenwen instinctively lowered herself to a sisterly demeanor, and Chao Yang smiled with admiration, responding in an affectionate tone. His words instantly brought a long sigh of relief from Li Wenwen, and her heart swelled with sweetness. Although she was aware that she was not his sole focus, Chao Yang's equitable treatment made her feel immensely honored. "Thank you, Chao. Thank you, my dear father." Li Wenwen's voice was filled with joy and shyness as she finished speaking and switched the call. In the sisters' live streaming room, after concluding the help call, Li Wenwen entered to find Li Qianqian, who was disheartened by the score on the screen, swiftly turning to her sister with a glimmer of hope in her beautiful eyes. A slight smile crept onto Li Wenwen's lips as she gently nodded. Upon witnessing this, Li Qianqian's eyes sparkled, her previous despondency dissipating entirely. Excitement filled the air. Just then, a dazzling emperor sign lit up, heralding the entrance of the super emperor. Seeing this, Li Qianqian sprang up from her seat. "Welcome home, my dear father," she exclaimed with uncontainable joy. "He has arrived. Her man has come. Humph, let us see how you dare to challenge me now." At this moment, upon Chao Yang's arrival, Sister Hua, who had just exhausted the last 20,000 on her account without making a significant impact, felt a surge of excitement as she clenched her fists. This was it. She could see a glimmer of hope for a comeback. Previously, she had fought 2 matches with the sisters, 1 victory, 1 defeat. The opponents they faced were secondary streamers ranked in the 40th position during the qualifiers. While their families boasted some means, they were not formidable. As the sisters were part of her guild, Sister Hua had truly emptied her coffers to showcase their determination. In the first match, both sides exchanged blows, proving to be evenly matched. Ultimately, Hua, having spent 25,000, managed to secure a narrow victory for the sisters with a lead of just over 10,000. However, in the second match, Hua invested 20,000, while the opposing team contributed 15,000. Initially believing victory was within reach, she was caught off guard when the opposing team's veterans collaborated to steal a tower. Hua's attempt to salvage the situation came too late, resulting in an unavoidable loss. By the third match, she had learned her lesson and planned to employ a tower-stealing strategy. Yet, Who could have anticipated that they would be matched against a first-tier streamer? The opponent commenced the match with a staggering 1 million, instantly plunging her into despair. Despite the setback, Hua maintained her composure and invested the final 20,000 on her account, a testament to her unwavering spirit, ensuring dignity for the sisters. Alas, she had no choice but to boldly request Li Wenwen to seek help from Chao Yang, as their opponent was the prominent star of Xingyue Media, the alluring dance diva. Nuo Han, backed by the illustrious guild of Xingyue Media and supported by the affluent and formidable figure, Old City Solitary Shadow, Nuo Han's prowess is undeniably formidable, positioning her as one of the top 3 streamers in the competitive dance arena. Her ultimate aim in participating in this competition is to secure the 5th place and potentially, if circumstances permit, to vie for the coveted first position. At this moment, although she is engaged in the competition, she remains as steadfast as a mountain, seated comfortably before her computer, exchanging lighthearted banter. The opposing score has remained stagnant for 5 minutes. At this rate, even a clandestine tower steal seems unattainable, leaving her with no cause for concern. Her spies had already ventured to observe the opposing team several times, discovering that they barely numbered 100, with votes coming solely from a guild account and no significant contributors in sight. She had also learned that the sister duo on the opposing side were mere novices, having barely been on air for a month, lacking any substantial background, and their guild was little more than an obscure entity of no repute. Their advancement to the points competition was solely attributable to sheer luck, having been uplifted by a super wealthy benefactor. It is widely known that this very benefactor has been actively engaged in the singing competition, supporting his chosen streamers. Given such circumstances, it is improbable that he would also extend his influence to these two. Nuo Han found it hard to believe, while a fleeting stroke of luck might be understandable. As an experienced streamer, she could not fathom that the fortunes of this sister duo could be so extraordinarily favorable. So favorable that they could attract the patronage of a prominent benefactor. Nevertheless, in her pursuit of stability against the sisters, she had opted to invest a substantial 1 million in votes. Yet, upon witnessing the opposing side garnering around 200,000 votes, and with the competition already past the halfway mark, their score had inexplicably ceased to progress, leading her to a sense of regret. 1 million could have secured victory in 2 matches. It was entirely her fault for overestimating their abilities and worrying needlessly. As she glanced at the screen, she noticed the affluent benefactor, Old City Solitary Shadow, engaged in a mundane conversation with the guild president, which elicited a soft chuckle from her. However, just as the laughter faded, her gaze sharpened in alarm. The opposing team's score, which had been stagnant for 5 minutes, suddenly surged with fervor. Chapter 90. Overcoming the whirlwind of freedom. This was dire news. The benefactor of the opposing side had indeed entered the fray. In Nuo Han's livestream, the moment there was any sign of movement from the sisters, a fan, idly acting as a scout, slipped over to their side, and mere seconds later, returned with the latest battle report. As the news hit the chat, a palpable silence enveloped Nuo Han's audience, while she herself bit her lip tightly, her heart racing uncontrollably. It felt as though the sunny skies of the previous moment were suddenly shrouded by ominous clouds. Upon reading the chat, Nuo Han was struck by an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to a dark cloud looming ominously over a city. The benefactor of freedom had indeed come to assist the sister duo in their competition. The pressure bearing down upon her was so intense that even as a leading streamer, she felt it was almost insurmountable. 40,000. 40,000. The scores on the opposing side surged like untamed wild horses, swiftly erasing an 80,000 gap in an instant, displaying an unstoppable momentum. It's over, utterly finished. It seems we are doomed. How unfortunate. Just when victory appeared within grasp, a formidable rival emerged unexpectedly. Alas, the misfortune is overwhelming. This powerhouse is astonishingly formidable. The atmosphere has turned bleak. After a brief silence in the live chat, a flurry of comments erupted, starkly contrasting the previous light-hearted banter, now infused with despair. The rival had merely equalized the score, yet our confidence had dissipated. The fans, who had been exuberantly cheering moments ago, suddenly faltered. Nuo Han felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Dear friends, there are so many of us. Let us not give up. I can still salvage this. She cried out in desperation, her heart heavy with the urge to weep at the sight of the unfolding chaos. Everyone, remain calm. What is there to panic about? Suddenly, a striking golden comment captured everyone's attention. It was a message from the affluent user, Old City Solitary Shadow. Come on, it's merely a matter of who spends more, let us go. At that moment, Old City Solitary Shadow discarded a half-finished cigarette onto the floor and stamped on it vehemently, his temper flaring. Observing the live chat-s atmosphere, which had turned timid before the battle even commenced, he, too, could no longer contain his anger. Why should he, a free-spirited brother, be revered while I, Old City Solitary Shadow, am merely a decoration? I once ranked 13th on the wealth leaderboard. Who do they look down upon? Why is it that when this free-spirited one arrives, you no longer regard me as worthy? This is intolerable. Old City Solitary Shadow sent out a glorious Super Fire 20. Thanks to my brother Solitary Shadow, you are remarkable. Everyone, rally behind him. Let us charge forward together. Watching as the live stream erupted with dazzling effects, Nuahan leaped to her feet, exhilarated and shouting. Her spirits lifted in an instant. The fans in the live chat were initially taken aback, but soon, their excitement surged like a shot of adrenaline. The reputation of the free-spirited rival had become overwhelmingly formidable. His very name evoked the notion of invincibility. He seemed to tower like an insurmountable mountain, overshadowing the brilliance of other affluent users. At this moment, a realization dawned upon the fans. They too had their own powerhouse. Solitary Shadow had once been an impressive figure. Wow, Solitary Shadow is on the rise. This is incredible. Nice one, our brother Solitary Shadow. Lead us to glory. All members of the Han family army, rally together behind Brother Guing and let us vanquish our opponents, for we shall become renowned on the Feiyu platform. Under the relentless fervor ignited by the illustrious Brother Guing, the previously despondent atmosphere has been utterly dispelled, with the passion of all fans surging to unprecedented heights. As gifts of all sizes are flung forth, the excitement is palpable, especially when the crowd realizes they might just topple the formidable Super Tycoon, Free Brother. The exhilaration is overwhelming. This is indeed a splendid opportunity to gain fame on Feiyu. Madness. Utter madness. In an instant, the entire live stream room is inundated with an avalanche of gifts. Fools, you are all fools. In the office of Xinghua Media, President Chong Kong gazes in astonishment at the suddenly frenzied live stream, his eyes widening involuntarily. This spectacle clearly indicates a full-throttle effort, a determination to give it their all. But good heavens, this is merely the points competition, not the finals. What are you risking your lives for? Pouring everything out now will only jeopardize your chances in future competitions. Are you out of your minds? As he observes the chaotic scene, Chong Kong feels his head throb, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. After all, they are facing the most formidable tycoon on the platform, Free Brother. Just this morning, he triumphed in the singing contest, eliminating 20 competitors without a single defeat. He amassed a staggering 100 million in just one morning. To confront such a titan head-on is sheer lunacy. Even if they manage to win, they might end up losing everything. Wait, win? If they actually manage to win? Good heavens, losing everything would still be worth it. This unparalleled tycoon has seemingly never tasted defeat. If they could truly bring him down, that achievement would be astounding. In a flash, Chong Kong's heart leaps at this realization. The calm demeanor he maintained moments ago is replaced with a glint of determination in his eyes. This is a chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If they can bring down Free Brother, what need is there for further competitions? With such a dazzling record, their fame on Feiyu would soar to unprecedented heights. Suddenly enlightened to the stakes, Chong Kong finds himself entranced, his eyes glistening with fervor. This tycoon has already amassed 100 million this morning. Surely he cannot have an endless supply for the afternoon. There must be a limit, after all. I refuse to believe his wealth is inexhaustible. This risk is absolutely worth taking. With that thought, he bites the bullet and joins the fray. Xinghua Chong Kong sends an honorary Super Fire 20. Xinghua Chong Kong sends an honorary Super Fire 20. Xinghua Chong Kong sends an honorary Super Fire 20. At this moment, Chong Kong's mind is solely fixated on toppling the wind-like Free Brother. He unleashes his full strength as soon as he steps in. In a mere span of less than 2 minutes, the votes for Nuahan surged to an astounding 12 million. Witnessing the barrage of gift effects in the live streaming room, Nuahan's face flushed with excitement as she passionately shouted encouragement. The influx of trending headlines led to an exponential increase in her online audience, multiplying by several folds. Countless visitors, drawn by the electrifying atmosphere, could hardly contain their own exhilaration, swiftly awakening to the reality of the moment. Goodness! This is a direct confrontation with the formidable leader of freedom. The little cow is soaring high, truly remarkable. Incredible, risking it all to topple the emperor. Oh no, the competition is pulling ahead. We must rally our efforts, for such a crowd should not falter.